implication there. If I keep going through more and more glass, it'll diffuse it, it'll fuck it up, but it's not changing a direction yet. Straight glass so far. So that's why Bislin told me, don't worry about overall temp or nothing. You got to have a gradient. There has to be a variation in temperature to cause the vertical motion or the response to vertical motion, whatever.
Yeah, but there are temperature changes out there, and
but none of them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of problems with their explanation, but on a base level, on a surface level, it sounds like it might be a thing, but when you actually look at all the observations, there's a bunch of dead giveaways that the globe is not the case in terms of, because there is some overlap though in some of the images, because things can shift in the distance with certain refractive effects, but their explanation on a surface level, if someone knows the full argument, is really just a theory.
And so my contention is that what we used to call refraction, we thought of as atmospheric refraction, which is generally vertical layers, and that's just one class of refraction, atmospheric. And if we talk about that individually, I think I can narrow it down to a range that's certainly testable by them, because it's only 20 feet to play with. So they can see how much pressure differences there are, and they can even make up different temps and see what that does to their formula. They can even make up variables. I'm welcome. It'd be fun to see and compare them to what happens in real life. But what do they got to do to hit 8 inches per mile squared at different distances with different lights that all have different properties during different temperatures and pressures? I'd be shocked if they could even get 2 of them to match mathematically. So I'm going to try and corner them to boundary refraction, because they can check the vertical. They can pretend all they want. We
Who are all
walk
these
through it.
they? Who is all this they you're talking about? What is this whole? Who's the they?
Primarily FTFE, Mick Toon, Ruhif, Jesse Gordon, and Shoebill. In particular, Shoebill and Jesse are the people that actually go out and do stuff. So they're my best people to actually discuss things with. They actually could verify what they say. They could actually go out and help do things now. Jesse's trying to build several buoys to mark gradients across the way in both, temperature and waypoints. And, like, he cares. He still wants to know, which makes him a normie, not a glober. So that's exciting to me that somebody still wants to go out and test stuff. Because this middle point that we haven't shot is a disaster. I don't know what they're going to say once we do, but I don't think that arc shape is there. And if it is, I'm not sure why that it's being held in that column, because it's not for the same reason the water is supposedly in that shape. And that's the whole point of working down low, is comparing it to the water, which has a known cause for its supposed shape. So regardless of that, it appears flat. Our light parallels that. Their answer is it must be bending because we know the water's bending. And I'm saying, by what properties? Because they're not the same. And we're getting a lot of double speak on that in terms of atmospheric refraction, which is generally a vertical gradient. And I say we're working below that, where the dominant factor is going to be the boundary refraction, or your difference between your surface and air, not the air and the air. So you're going to have a larger issue there. And we've not only shown to work in similar surface and air conditions, but varied surface and air conditions where we still got the same results. So whether we're going through a density gradient, a pressure gradient, or a temperature gradient, we are getting the same results. So they have to really show the response to something, as a cause for the effect. And so far, we were just dumbfounded by the words refraction, then the words gradient, and now the word lapse rate. Because, man, when I figured out this was about speed, you have to have a difference in speed from one side of your light beam to the other for it to bend. You have to have literally bent your beam by having it bump into something dense or moving. And that's what the hot and cold shit's about. It creates moving air, and that's what the light gets stuck in. But they got to have something move. There's just regular refraction, standard refraction does exist, but it's not an average of things. It's the thickness of the air. So as you go further, it becomes thicker. But I don't believe this type of refraction this lapse rate doesn't cause refraction. A lapse rate inconsistent across the beam from top to bottom or left to right will cause the bending. A lapse rate will just cause an even slowing. Now, maybe I'm wrong to the fact that slowing like a bullet means dropping. They're going to claim that next. Probably. But that's where I'm at, is that lapse rate, due to the gradient of standard refraction, contains no direction. It's not a directional thing, it's a speed thing. And that's new to us, I think, because I think we used to think standard refraction meant, oh, well, they've averaged all the factors in and we're just giving it to them as if it were half a cloudy day or something. And we were lenient for doing so, but now I understand what it means. Over a certain distance, there's going to be a certain thickness of the atmosphere. That's all. It gets thicker.
It's the first I've ever heard of anyone thinking that.
I know. And it's totally basic shit. I'm fucking blown
I'm
away.
saying no, the other way around. Anyone not understanding that what standard refraction was and thinking it was all those things. Like you just said a bunch of things that were, I'm not trying to attack you for it, but I'm saying we're really wrong, obviously. And some of them you were admitting were wrong, but I don't know who thought those things. But yeah, that would either be misinformation.
We did. Our group.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but who? Because I've never heard of that. I've never heard of anyone doing that.
Our free group, when we included standard refraction, assumed that was based on a standard of condition, but it wasn't. It's based on.
Yeah, so who thought that originally then?
Our entire group never understood refraction.
Well, it is actually. I mean, no, hang on. It is actually that. If you're talking about it in terms of they use the standard conditions along with the density gradient that curves around a sphere. So it is kind of both.
It's more like a piece of glass, though. It doesn't. There is a standard, like tint. Let's say tint. On a car, there's untinted. But there's still some distortion because it's glass. It's not like looking through no glass, but it's pretty fucking close. So looking through no glass would be what they call 1 on the refractive index, which is a vacuum. As soon as there's anything in the way, like air, it becomes 1.00013 or something crazy, maybe more zeros. But it's really minute, but that's what they call standard refraction. It's the thickness of the air. So as you stack it, you'll get gradient refraction. You'll get more refraction, but still that's a speed in what it'll cause a lapse rate, but you need a different lapse rate on one side or the other to cause it to bend. An equal lapse rate, speed change won't.
When is it standard?
It's not in a vacuum. The composition of our air, mostly nitrogen and oxygen. That's
so it's based relative to a vacuum.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And when do we encounter this?
Sure, Dan.
When what?
When do we encounter this vacuum standard condition?
We don't. That's why Ruhif is telling me that there's always refraction, always a gradient.
So there's never a standard condition then?
It's not applicable.
I'm sorry, there's never a zero condition. There's always a standard. There's never a zero. Like humidity in the air. As low as
So
you
what's
get,
the
there's
standard?
probably.
So what's the
Did you hear
standard?
what I said, though? Did you hear what I said, though? Like humidity in the air. There's probably always just a little bit. Right?
So are you agreeing with me that when I say I don't think there is a standard?
But we were talking about, was there a zero? See, now that's what's crazy. So do you want to call zero the standard? Are you more comfortable there?
It's not my comfortability. Zero would have to be a vacuum, right?
But
In this model?
you need a base. But you need a base. Whether you call it 0 or 1, you need a base. This is like how all
that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. What is the standard? And what are you measuring it against? If you're measuring it against a vacuum, which you agreed to, then what is the standard of refraction?
Well, on the other side, it's measured against other. I spilled the bong. It's measured against other gases on the other side. It's not just measured against a vacuum. It's measured against other gases on the other side of the scale.
I don't think you're getting my question, but okay, it doesn't matter.
Definitely am getting, but you're
does standard refraction been in a curve, in a downward curve?
No, it does. It's a speed change. Standard refraction is a speed change. That's my.
So it doesn't bend in a curve downward.
There's no direction mentioned in the process. It's not part of direction.
They claim it bends down in a curve. It gets you around the globe, but you said it doesn't happen.
It's speed change. There's no curving going on. That's my whole flat Earth point. It's a speed change. Refraction is a speed change. It's a drop in seconds.
Does Rihif agree with this?
That's not necessarily the case. That's what I'm saying. Like, is this like misinformation or purposeful? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
We have been wrong,
refraction is in terms of standard refraction is 7/6R. So they calculate in the radius value. Oh. So it is a known curve.
They're
right about that.
By what cause? By the unknown cause. So you know what you said? I agree with you.
The cause of the way they claim it, the way that light travels over the surface of a sphere that has a density gradient that's most dense at the ground layers.
Right, but they've invented those. They can't demonstrate that. That's all I'm saying. They can't demonstrate. They can't go out there.
That is true. That is true. They cannot demonstrate it.
So we have demonstrated a variety of things that I now understand what they've meant by standard refraction. It's not average of anything. It's not even close. It's not.
I mean, there is some speed change technically, but then that gets into like speed of light and those models and.
Yeah, and would it dip? Would the speed of light dip when it slows down? What happens when light slows down? Does it sag? Yeah, like what happens to that beam?
This is not rocket science, bro. It's the measurement of the reduction in the speed of light when it goes through different materials. This is not rocket science.
But there's no direction until it's affected by generally temperature inversion or heat exchange that's causing movement. In other words, there has to be movement of some kind to make that change vertically. Something, it has to follow something. It has to go into something, bump into something.
Dropping. I mean, that's where they get into like they're falling around a sphere thing. Because if you take it is interesting that physics does work in an interesting way that correlates with their model because they reverse engineered it. But if you take like a cannonball and you launch it at an angle, 45-degree angle, and it has that whole arc, well, that does curve. That makes a curve. So it is interesting. And then the way they try to relate that to the idea of things curving, which somewhat in the refraction arguments, depending on who's kind of saying what, there is that part of it that has that essentially an effect they claim that, like if I had to try to give the best argument for it, at least just on a basic level, is the idea that that if you were on a sphere and then the density is most dense down at the surface, that like the way a periscope works. Yeah. If you've ever used a periscope where you can look around something, you can like look around a corner and you look straight through the periscope thing. It has these mirrors and it reflects the light. And when you look into it, a periscope, it looks like you're looking straight. Like it looks like whatever you're seeing, you think is actually like, because the way your brain, normally when you look forward, you're seeing something in front of you. But when you look through the periscope, it looks like it's actually right in front of you, but it actually is displaced tremendously because it's reflecting through the mirrors. So if you were to have a globe, and then if you were to have like, you'd also have to have a little bit of a, if I dare say magical, as it were, type of effect, where even if you have a globe that's more dense at the ground layers, you then would have to have some effect that would function as an actual periscope that would like somehow refract the light in a perfect angle that would go exactly around the curve. And then would that basically make it look like a planar surface, sort of like in a periscope type of way? Now, I think that would be a pretty strong argument, I would say, for a globe perspective. Now, there's other things that falsify that, so that isn't the case. However, just on that level of it, the idea that it's like periscoping and allowing the light to refract in a way that a periscope works, so that even though you're seeing the horizon, it in theory would then, from that idea, be able to lift, if that thing could perfectly periscope miles and miles and miles, all of the entire horizon, which I also think is impossible, but just as a general theory or as a general idea, because it's just taking geometry and warping it. You know,
the arc suggested it's redoing it over and over again as well. The arc.
Yeah, but Dan, we're already on your side here. We already know this. I said this to you over in Gem Pandas, Dan. We're already on your side, and I said it specifically for myself. Everything you say is fucking true. You're looking for a counteraction to the best bowler argument provided to your renewed argument. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, Dan, I don't think yeah, you're kind of going to some of those guys that have been known to be quite like rigid and aggressive. So the thing about those guys, man, I don't think you're ever going to get them on refraction, dude. We've talked to Ruhif for how many thousands of hours over the years when he comes. It's like his thing is he thinks like just locked up. Now there is some components to what he says that are true, but the way that he's applying it, and then I think, or not, I'm just not trying to call him out, but I think for some people's, they're maybe not having assessed all of the observations in totality and perhaps doing them themselves as well, but looked at all of them, because there's several things that can be shown that that essentially show that it is a consistent surface of a planar nature and not anything that actually has the physical. But that's getting into more of the nuances of it. I'm just saying, I don't think you're going to get those guys on it because they think they have an explanation that fits.
Right.
And they'll be able just to write off those observations. And unless they're really willing to go deep into it or kind of change their like bias, I don't think you're ever going to get any kind of.
Before you come in, Dan,
Pete, please let me go, Pete.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're right, 100% right. But my renewed energy comes from the fact that I understand our own results, and I've started to talk to people with credential, like by going with Professor Parks and PhD Tony, because their reputation is on the line. They're not just another idiot online. Their reputation is on the line. So all we need to do is start upping it to talk to the right people. My idea of getting Parks and Tony together was to start that as a weekly thing where it becomes more regular for us to invite people of specific talents, like let's say an optics expert, and we could start asking more and more people about how things work on a regular basis, and get some accountability, because talking online isn't always going to get it done. And Ruhif's an interesting guy because it's a game for him. There's like Warcraft and Flat Earth.
Let me respond to Dan. Let me respond. I think it's a great idea for Geo Channel here. We're immersed within the sort of combative arena. So if you're at any stage, Geo, if we're at any stage, you're taking on the best. Here's what I'm going to say to you, Dan. Ruev is a millionaire. I have nothing. $5,000 there, but I made a bet, 10,000 euros bet, that my explanation for what's going on with Mount Canigou to Ruev, my explanation as to what's going on with Mount Canigou, will be a better explanation than what he has to offer via the ball earth. He backed out of it. I told Ruev, he backed out of it. He backed out of it. He's a millionaire, and I put everything on the line. He never said a word to me after that.
When you think about it, like, how much does all of that, like just the general vibe of what you're saying, connect to like the desire to control another human, and our own, like the need to control another, like meaning that, I mean, there's one thing about like the idea of kind of like inspiring someone in the light of truth, for example, or or even just, doing that. But at the same time, like, to be outwardly like really engaged in a frustrating type engagement like that, it just seems like, what really is the purpose? Because I mean, they're coming to their conclusion, you're coming to yours. Someone is right, someone's wrong, but like trying to change someone's mind, what I'm saying, in that if it's stressful, because it sounds like the way you guys are talking about it, it's like, oh, you got to prove it. And it's like and there's like a whole battle. And I'm not, we've been through it for years. I mean, there's been times where
but I got a concession out of the guy, and I got bias out of them. I got things that we haven't seen lately. I got them to show scientism and bias. I got them to try and explain their way out of it by what they think we need to do. Then by calling them, I said, it's not us that need to do it.
Dan, you could make your own show, dude. You should make your own show. The Dan Show.
Let me respond to you.
Because you could literally put all these clips together, and it seems like, because you've...
Let me respond to you, Gio.
Yeah.
Well, it's just that no one else from the science side is talking. I'm bugging Jaron to find out what happened yesterday. He won't tell me. And it's like, it's fucking a hassle trying to work with people, so I'm stuck on my own here a little bit.
Okay, let me respond to Gio, Dan. Let me respond to Gio, asking the point of these sort of back and forths between the same characters who never shift or unchanged, change their point of view. As I said, I already bet to Ruha if he backed out because, well, I'm confident in what I have to say. But I will say, Gio, the benefit, maybe these guys are the good guys. I actually look upon them as the good guys, and I maybe love each and every one of them in the sense that, Gio, it's not about us. Where we go from here in terms of our flat earth and beyond reckoning, that's a different matter. It's about the newcomer and them going through the process of realization that you have a group of fucking liars who will go to the grave or die on the stake presenting the same story. You know what I'm saying? The same lie in a sense. So in a sense, they could be, their raison d'etre could, just to finish, their raison d'etre, Gio, could be to encourage ultimately the newbound investigator, the newbound truther into this realm. I think it's something like that.
I mean, from go ahead. From the perspective that the Earth is not a globe, then anyone very strongly asserting or defending it is certainly involved in some level of deception, either knowingly or unknowingly. But then that gets into the question of whether, even if they're doing it what would seem to be unknowingly, at the same time, what is the actual connection there and how aware of what they're doing?
Gio, they all knew the Earth was flat before we did. When we came into the arena, Jem's crew were there waiting. I was there. They were there waiting, and they had the same defenses yesterday as they have today. That's what Dan is immersed in. What I'm trying to say to you is when you try to evaluate as an individual the motivation of these characters, sure, you can deem them off the cuff evil. They're defending a lie knowingly because they're not stupid people. They're all qualified rocket scientists. It works in satellites. Paza works in satellites as well. Ruhif is a millionaire. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not dealing with just casual characters. I'm saying to you to take the good out of the bad. I think that they're there as a sort of a wall for the newcomer. Let's just to finish. They're there as a wall for the newcoming emergent truther to bounce off of. Go ahead.
Pete, it's great. It's great that you've got. God, I'm exhausted listening to you. Listen, B-Ball. I believe has been around. B-Ball has been around long enough to deserve my time. They're asking me to come over to StreamYard and go talk to B-Ball. I want to talk to B-Ball because he's been around long enough to be in this conversation. If I could get to Jeremy, it'd be great. Jeremy has no idea what I'm talking about, and he's one of those guys that shits all over. So, Gio, I do need to get through to all of us the difference between these types of refraction so we can understand that atmospheric refraction isn't happening when we're down low. Boundary refraction probably is, and we could test those by any means possible that they want, just by making up temperatures. They can do that. Plus, we have real life, and we know about now the different gradients of both pressure and temperature combining to make density. What, Pete? What?
In your own private time, I know you worked with Prince and you remember the topic.
Jesus,
what is the song?
I'm gonna go over and hang out with these guys.
You're the one who told me that Rob Skiba was
you don't have to be mental about it.
Aristarchus Dodo.
Yeah, really, Dodo. Gio, thanks so much. I'm just going to jump over here because I was hassling B-Ball because I needed someone to talk to. And he's like been around long enough that, you know, he deserves at least a shot at coming up with a new explanation.
Where are you going, Dan?
Somewhere in StreamYard, to MMM, Medicinal Demon Stride, it looks like. But I'm trying to go hassle B-Ball, and that's all. And they're bugging me. Different guys are DMing. So I'm going to split, but I'd love to talk about this again. I'd love to get Jeremy on the same page and, God forbid, Montreal on the same page. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you and Jeremy definitely have to go out on a date.
Thanks, man. I'm going to split for one. Let's see what happens here. Oh, maybe I can stay on. What happens here?
What page might this be that you're trying to include me in here?
He dropped out of the call. Of the VC. Let's move on. If you want to carry on with it, though, go ahead, Essie. If you're on topic with that.
I just read my name and I don't even know what he's talking about. So
I never quite understood the Underwater Man. I think it's like, for me, I think he's sus. He was saying that he needs to get Montreal and Jeremy on the same page as he is.
Yeah, and what page was that? What did he say anything?
What he was telling you, like in the last 20 minutes, he's been just monologuing about how it's not a direction, it's a speed, whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I know.
I think I came late to the party, so I have no clue.
Dan's tired of being a bench player. He wants to come off the bench, guys. You're gonna have to make a spot on the starting team for him.
He's too old to be a starter.
He thinks he's ready.
I think he's been off the bench, but he's in his own field all by himself. I feel like he's playing his own game.
That's a good one.
What's he talking about this time? Lasers and refraction and that same old thing? Is that what he was talking about?
He was saying
you guys don't understand refraction. He wants to explain it to you.
Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah.
He's saying refraction is a speed, not a direction. That's what I got for 20 minutes hearing him.
Standard
I heard
refraction.
that part. Well, he's going with the standard explanation, the baller explanation that light, the refraction is light. When it enters a medium, it slows down, and that causes the discrepancy between what's, let's say, the pencil, right? The pencil on top of the glass and the pencil inside the glass. That's the explanation he's going with, I believe.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I was telling him there's part of that's true, because in their model, the light sort of, in a sense, it does like fall around the Earth in that way, the way that like their satellites do, although it's not quite in the same scale. Obviously, the satellites is way out there, and then just like a cannonball, will arc over distance, and it will also lose speed. But I'm saying with the speed of light, though, then that would be very, very minimal. But they do try to claim that space can warp space and time.
Yeah. But the point I was trying to make them a couple of times is when they say standard refraction, right? What is that? What is standard refraction?
Well, that's where Waterman said that basically no one has ever understood it until this point where he was trying to explain it.
Yeah.
But Gio, does light have mass, so it's going to bend around like a cannonball? Is that what they're saying?
Pretty standard, really.
Yeah, like if you have gravity clinging everything to a globe, and then you have the density gradient coming from outside of the globe down to the globe, then you would then have a density gradient that would be a curved gradient. So they do try to utilize that in addition to the 7/6R, which is what standard atmospheric refraction is. 7/6R, which is essentially a rate of drop over a surface, because the 7/6R, the R is the radius value of the presumed sphere. So standard atmospheric refraction, the rate at which that propagates, they claim, is the 7/6R with that radius value, which, like I said before too, essentially in the kind of most advanced argument of it would function almost as like a periscope of refraction that would allow you to see something, further on a sphere.
Yeah, that vision stuff, that's like squirrely, like I mean, everybody knows that's been out to water to see over the coast. Like, it changes, the condition changes. Like, we're all aware of that, right? So when I hear this standard business, like, I go, okay, man, maybe because I think they mix things up with, like, you can say standard refraction of a glass or steel or aluminum, right, of the same grade and density. Maybe you can say that or whatever, right? But to say a standard refraction of the atmos on any given moment at any given place, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
It's the opposite
Right.
of that. It's forever changing second by second.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It fluctuates up and down, which would make a lot of sense, like the way that like liquids function and gas and over distance.
Yeah.
Yep. You would have some of this displacement, some wiggling, if you will, because of the effects that can occur. And so the fact that can change in its position, they try to extrapolate that and sometimes they'll cherry pick like a certain observation that shows that and then try to claim. But yeah, when you look at the totality of all of the observations, it's like a corridor that shifts, and there's nothing that allows you to, you're not seeing around any curve. You're just seeing further along an extended planar surface.
Yeah, it's why in the wintertime it's not as stirred up by the heat. There's not as much heat exchange, which causes movement of the gases or stirring. So the sun and moon basically stir it like a spoon. All the gases causes turbulence. Then you add in, other particles. Doesn't happen as much during those cold, crisp days. That's why you see further.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, right? It's very simple. Like you said, less cold. When it's cold, you have less heat haze, less disturbance. A very simple, true statement, which is very easy to comprehend. Yeah. Now, standard, I challenge anybody to give me a standard day. Go on.
Geo, is a periscope example a proper example to get you around the globe?
What's that? The periscope concept?
Is a periscope globe proof?
It's the way I'm describing it. I haven't heard anyone else say it.
If so, how? Go over it.
Like, I would see this as like actually like getting to pretty much near the top of the most advanced arguments that could be laid out for a globe refraction type model. And like I said, I think there's things that falsify this, so I don't think it's true. However, it is fairly strong. Just basically, if you have what they claim gravity and then the globe and then a density gradient that is getting more and more dense the closer you get to the surface, because of the fact that density gradient is getting more dense all the way down to the surface in terms of pressure and all of those factors. Well, pressure is actually something slightly different, but the way that the pressure works in the environment, which is why sea level is sea level and water is why water finds its level ultimately, which is the midpoint of the entire field. But so if you have a gradient like that on a globe, and then if you were on the globe looking out across a curved surface, the idea that you'd have to have some kind of particulates, and that's why I said it would be kind of a magical physics, because this is what they would have to show does exist if they were to assert that this is what it is. But just as a basic thing to try to either convince someone or argue it, because as the density gradient at the lowest level, let's say you're just 6 feet off the ground, in this case, will kind of hug the curve of the Earth, like that more dense part will hug the curve. And so if you then were to, well, then the way that they describe the laser test too would kind of fit this as well. But if, to say that the light that travels from your eyes through the density gradient, and then as that density gradient curves to hug the sphere as it goes around, that within that there's like this perfect reflective periscope effect that somehow can just mirror everything that's around the curve through that some kind of periscope effect. Keep in mind, to do a periscope, you need an actual mirror, like a physical mirror. So that's why I'm saying it's like in the category of, and I'm not trying to use this as a ridicule thing, but I'm saying magic. I don't even mean that in a negative way, because I think there is magic is real, actually. Like it's amazing. So that's its own thing. However, when it comes to physics, it would be considered like a magical form of physics, or a currently unaccounted for property of physics. Could even be seen as that as well.
I agree, man. Magic is real. Oswald did kill Kennedy. He just used a magic bullet.
But nonetheless, if it was able to then periscope and give you a perfect reflection, because when we see these objects at long distance over what they claim is a globe, they don't look like, a lot of them look like you're looking at the mountain, you're looking at the beach. Like, they could have a little bit of waviness in them just because obviously if it's a hot day and the temperatures and whatnot, but it does not look like it's like somehow perfectly warping and refracting through miles and miles of Earth curve to perfectly show you everything that's around the corner, But as a general explanation, it is kind of really the only option they have, because the observations are, when looked at in totality, completely falsify a curved Earth surface and seem to indicate, as far as we can tell, as far as we can see, consistent extended planar geometry.
So a periscope is not a globe proof.
I would say it's a globe explanation for why we see too far. It's a reason, as it were.
Isn't
It's
a
really all they
periscope?
have. It's really all they have, because we absolutely see way further than what the globe would allow for. So they have to have some effect that's going to either lift the object, which is, in some of their arguments, they'll claim it's like a lifting, like that the light is actually being, essentially lifted over distance to then make that image appear higher to that degree.
Doesn't a periscope work because basically magnification?
No, it's
So it
reflection.
sees farther.
No, a periscope is all reflection.
It's reflection. Is it reflecting a curve? In a curve?
So a periscope, you could have, like, let's say you want to look over like a fence. You can't see through the fence. You want to look over the fence. You can take like one of these little, like, periscope things. And it's got a little viewfinder thing where you put your eyes in it, and then it's got like a tube that extends up to the, and then over the fence there's a little exit point, and within it it'll have like 4 mirrors, or sometimes 2 mirrors, depends on, there's different types. But you could even do it just 2 mirrors, where imagine looking into an eyepiece and it goes horizontal, and then there's a mirror that's at like essentially 45-degree angle, which just perfectly reflects it, and then goes straight up. So now you're going up, which is why you're able to look over the fence, because now your line of sight is looking up because the mirror is reflecting that for you. And then there's another mirror at the top that then goes horizontal, from that vertical. Now that goes horizontal for that last mirror, that another mirror at 45 degrees, as it were. And then now you're looking, over the fence, even though you're not actually over the fence. You might be 3 feet under the fence, but with your periscope, you can raise your height, and that's why they use them in they use them in submarines. They use them in the military. And you can buy just like a little one you can use at home or whatever. So yeah, it allows you to see around things. And so, but it does that through the light reflecting off the mirrors.
Geo, sorry, okay. I was trying to say to Dan, I was just objecting to Dan, that's why I got muted. Excellent, Geo. Very good. It's about what we see and what is the mechanism to which we're sort of operating, to see what we see, and then we evaluate it. But the thing about the ball earther is, as you'll notice, they can never entertain the idea that the Earth's surface might be stationary because they're afraid of the sort of extrapolations and necessary um, next steps, and it's sort of clear in that sense. I was going to say about Dan, with Dan trying to re-invoke Ruhif or what do you call it, B-ball. For goodness sake, I've been in this arena too long. B-ball already embarrassed initially. With the first time he came in here, I was a serving army member. Yeah, he said he made the claim that you could see the moon flag, the American flag, as it planted on the moon when they landed on the moon from your backyard with a standard telescope. I told him immediately it was not so. You can never do that, and he insisted on it. And well, when I told him that, he went away and looked it up, and he apologized. He said, "Okay, I was wrong about that." Immediately, I knew he was a fake, and now he's playing the same role today as he was 6 years ago. And Dan is trying to reintroduce a significance to these characters. I'm saying fair enough within your own confine here, not b-ball, but in your own arena here, Geo. If Dan was to get to a serious professor of physics or something from a accredited university, it would be a great forum here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not disputing what Dan is trying to say or trying to achieve, but at the same time, then us as individuals have moved beyond that, I should think. Anyway, thank you. It's fucking 6 years later, Geo. 6 years later. We only live for, someone said we live for 70 years. Shit, man, I'm 51. 20 years to go. I think about the biblical tale, Geo. Adam lived to 900. Why the fuck could Adam live to 900? And I have only fucking 50, 60 years, 70 years to figure it out. I say that's God's will. The Creator's
Hey Pete,
will.
you've been 51 for the past like 5 years now. What's going on, bro?
I was born in 19. No, I was told to born 19th of February, 1972. You know better than I do, SE, that the years fly by. But of course, as flat earthers and beyond, if we live forever, well, then time is irrelevant. You got to work out what the sun is. SE, what's your best guess that what the sun is? And I will just, before you answer, and you don't even have to answer, but I will just encourage you in the sense to say that the minute you decide that you're on a stationary Earth surface, all these all these rocket things are going outside. Okay, the minute you decide you're on a stationary Earth surface, moving away from the spinning ball, now you've got to decide in your own brain or understand that all of these skylights now are moving, and it's not the Earth, and the motion that they attributed to the Earth are got to do with the source of the enclosed skylights. Because you're not, yeah. What do you reckon? What's your best reckoning as to what the sun actually is?
Well, I've said my opinion on the sun many times, but I'll say it again. I think it's electromagnetic. It's most certainly not thermodynamic that they say a gas giant ball in a vacuum. That I don't buy.
But what shape is it?
Let me just say, the electromagnetic leads to the thermodynamic, if you think about it. The excitation via the electrical interactions, if you want, leads to it's the effect, isn't it? It's the interactions between the source vibrations and the prevailing medium. So I think everything is connected in a sense. But what is the sun? If it's electromagnetic, is it a material? Has it volume? Has the sun a volume? That would be my question. Does it
Your
take up
guess is as
space?
good as mine, Pete. I mean, to me, it appears to be electromagnetic because of the properties I observe, because of what it does, right, and how we can replicate it. For example, plants, we need sun to grow plants, but we could also replicate it electromagnetically through lamps. So right there's a connection that can't be denied, whereas a thermonuclear reaction, a gas ball in a vacuum, that's impossible in my view.
Okay, well, you think that we've decoded the lie, SE, right? The spinning ball was never in existence as given. You think the ones that delivered us the lie have a greater grasp on differing truth, a greater truth. I mean, not the whole truth, but a greater truth.
Nobody
think
has the
that
truth. Pete.
a
Depends
greater
what truth
truth, a
you're
more
looking for.
advanced truth. The 33rd degree
Oh,
Mason will be privy to a greater truth than the 30-degree Mason or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
or a greater lie. Depends how you look at it.
Yeah,
When
but
you
how are you
talk
going to
about
know? What
Masons,
is the sun then? What I'm saying to you is, okay, I see for consideration. What I'm saying to you is that, okay, the bald sun, the exploding furnace in the midst of empty space, it's always a lie. It's always been known as a lie. So, because there has to be a greater truth to build the lie upon, what is that greater truth that the deliverers or the builders of the lie, the masons of the lie, have delivered to us?
it's
Is it
all a lie, Pete.
knowable?
Nobody knows the truth. Nobody knows what the sun is. So if anybody tells you that they know what the sun is, it's a lie. It's that simple.
But what shape is it?
How do you
SE?
know that? How would you know?
Well, it
Excuse
looks
me. Let
like
me
a
ask you
circle.
this.
It
How would
looks
you
like a
know that?
circle to me.
It
Well,
looks like a
SC,
Yeah,
circle.
but
That
how?
means
Hang on, please. Let me challenge you on your statement there. How would you know that it's a lie? Do you declare that things are unknowable? Everything is unknowable.
Well, yeah. Well, no, not everything. The sun. The sun is too far away for any human to have logically known what it is. So anybody that tells you that they know what it is, they're either lying or they're misled by somebody who lied to them. That's a
And how far
logical
away is the sun?
statement.
Hang on. How far away is the sun then? How far away is the sun?
No clue. I have no clue. Just like you,
Yeah,
Pete.
but the ballers tell us it's 93 million miles. There's a flat earther and beyond. You don't even, I know you don't like to go in those territories, but how far
that's
away
a
might it be
long way,
then?
Jack.
I,
No, it
I, I
isn't,
repeat,
bud.
I
It's
don't
actually
know.
closer than what you fucking would ever imagine. Actually, closer than what you would ever imagine, as far as I can think, anyway.
okay, what's the topic?
It's just about the sun, Geo.
That's right.
It's
Oh,
just
That's
about
right.
SE, I
declaring
was gonna
something
SE,
obnoxious.
SE, I was gonna ask you, if somebody had a I'll just use these terms to just categorize something to give you a sense of what I'm asking. Somebody was to have a very powerful out of body visionary consciousness expanding type of experience where they left their body. Now I know there's a lot of scenarios, like are they in a dream state, are they in a meditation, have they consumed a plant medicine, whatever it may be. So I realize there's a lot of different sort of avenues and perspectives, but leaving all those aside, whatever method it is, whatever it may be, that they have an experience of completely leaving their body and then as it were, traveling, quote unquote, or propagating their consciousness and their awareness on the sun and what the actual sun is, how it functions, how it's working, etc. And they actually get, like, even the idea of, like, they get close up to it, as it were, whatever it is, meaning, like, if they're through consciousness, though, like not necessarily through physically going there, because I agree with you, like, yeah, I'm not talking about physically going up there and getting a sample or anything. I'm talking about, like, within consciousness being able to essentially, like, so I'm just trying to use these terms, like even like remote view the sun, if you want to use that term, like an out of body, remote viewing, astral plane travels, lots of different terminologies. I'm just asking, do you think that's like within the purview of possibilities? And if so, do you think that that person could know what the sun is through a direct experiential download, as it were, or direct experience with it? Or would you say that that's not valid and therefore their thing wouldn't be valid either? What are your thoughts on that?
Wow, you just gave me a blast from the past. I just thought of Art Bell, just to show you how long I've been into stuff like this, right? Not the flat earth, right? But yeah, this supernatural remote viewing and all that. I was into it big time. You guys know Art Bell? You heard of Art Bell?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, look,
Yeah.
I actually do think there's something to that, because the army had a program, right, of remote viewing. And you hear stories that they were able to find prisoners, find weapons, and so
Mhm.
as as funny as it sounds, I do think there's something to that. Only because
That
of
Okay.
wasn't
my
really
years
Geo's
listening to
question,
the
though.
Art
That
Bell.
wasn't really Geo's question.
That's the only reason I'm into it is
Macho.
because of Art Bell.
How
Yeah, but
about
1 second. That
the
wasn't.
Akashic
Yeah, one
record?
second. Yeah,
Hang
one
on,
second,
Pete.
please. That
How
wasn't
about the
really Geo's
Akashic
question. He
record?
was asking you, do you
Hold
think
on,
that?
man. Godric was
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
come on, man.
Godric was speaking. Pete, Go ahead, Gotcha.
How about the Akashic Records, Montreal? That there's a knowledge. There's a vault of knowledge that you can access to the universe that is true and limitless.
That's what a lot of viewers believe they're accessing.
Oh, bro, cosmic consciousness. I don't know. Like I said, I'm familiar with all this stuff, but I don't know about that. I really don't know, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but what do you know, Gio? Or what do you know, SE Montreal? You're a flat earther for 10 years.
I know I'm an
Yeah, 'cause
ugly
the
son
thing-
of a gun. That's what I know.
Well, the word akasha in Sanskrit is essentially their word for ether. It means sky. It can be translated as ether, akasha. And so akashic and then akashic records. So essentially it's connected to the ether and the understanding of the ether. And
Yes.
essentially that everything that has ever happened, past, present, and future, all exists like in like a reservoir or like a mainframe, like in an actual state of consciousness, as it were. It's like almost sometimes described as like a library or like a massive like vault of knowledge and information that basically everyone's lives, every single life that has ever been lived, every single event that has ever been lived, past, present, and future, all knowledge that exists. And there's even different ones too. There's some that are like just for the earth realm, and then there's others that are for like different spirit worlds and different realms as well.
Yo, question is here for all of us on the table. Let's take her now seriously. SE Montreal, you didn't answer Gio's question. You made reference to Art Bell and different possibilities. Gio was asking you, do you think that revelation is possible via alternative methods, not the sort of intellectual, studious pathway, but a more, I guess, involved route down nature's natural
Experiential,
mushroom, whatever, you know.
Well, how about just the term
Revelation? Yeah.
Well, how about
Yeah,
just the
revelation.
like even just the term experiential, like experiencing something directly to know what it is, through consciousness itself.
I don't think you can do
I
that
would have
myself,
to say
Gio.
no to
One
that.
second,
I
SE.
would.
1 second, SE. Let
What
me
do you mean
answer
1
Gio
second?
directly. I don't think you can do that, Gio, without some reference to these sort of different drugs, these different things that will take you away from sober, heavy reality. I don't think you can do that myself.
Well, people
Without
have
consent.
experiences of that even without anything consumed, even just with breath work or meditation, or even in dream states. Of course, lucid dream states can pretty much
Were
anything.
they flat earthers? Were they flat earthers, Gio?
Well, I would say most people throughout all of time have had some sort of a planar stationary Earth, other than this current globe thing. So depends on who you're talking
Who
about.
the fuck? Well, if you're going to quote them, then who the fuck are we? And if these testimonies are viable, well, who the fuck? Or the question, same question, Gio. Who the fuck? Where the fuck? Why the fuck? When the fuck? Uh, how the fuck are we?
Well,
Same
it's
questions
because
That's
I
5
would
questions.
say, yeah, I would say our psyche is infinite. Each one of our psyches is actually an infinite reservoir of information, knowledge, etc. So, and I think we're all interconnected as well, and we can tap into that. So we can tap into any part of that system. Like we all have that capacity.
How do we do that then,
Yeah.
Gio, and alleviate the pressure of modern life? Imagine the pressure that I'm not actually. Let me say this. Whatever with the man, imagine the pressure that flat Earth, we can all, because remember, we appreciate the pressure that flat Earth man is under. Imagine the pressure the flat Earth woman is under, like beautiful Stacy today, or something similar, similar female. Imagine it. It's so imposing, isn't it? So imposing, isn't it?
Pete, what
I
the
don't know
hell
if
are you
that
talking
seemed
about,
like a
bro?
total non sequitur.
What?
But
It's not, Gio.
that's a non sequitur. Come on, man. Don't do that to the
Okay,
combo.
let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you why it's a sequitur. Let me tell you just briefly why it's a
It's
sequitur,
not going to be.
which is
Come on.
because
I mean,
you have claims of knowledge of a prior life, but you don't know where the future life is going, Gio. Go ahead.
you're just making that claim randomly. I mean, that's not something I said, was it? Yeah, I didn't say that, just for the records. But just somewhat try to stay on topic. I was going to say before, there is an idea that like what our psyches is that the human psyche has like your conscious level, which is like our ordinary state of, just waking consciousness, in a sober state, etc. And then there's like the subconscious, which is basically the interface between the last level, which is the unconscious, like the unconscious, subconscious, and conscious. And in that kind of layout of things, where the subconscious is sort of that part of like the collective unconscious, essentially, that the subconscious is kind of what mediates between, you know, the infinite, as it were, or the you know, the way beyond our awareness level, and then brings whatever parts of that to the actual like point of consciousness, of the actual experience of it, of that state, like between the unconscious, the subconscious, and then the conscious, and the subconscious being kind of that mediator, perhaps even connected to the pineal gland and DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is a neurotransmitter in the brain that's connected to the pineal gland, seems to be connected to basically the interface between the like limited state of having a human, like ordinary awareness type of experience or consciousness versus essentially like the rest of consciousness.
The rest of is that like a cosmic sort of in nature, or?
Well, and like the idea that like in the unconscious, like if everything exists within the unconscious, then you could access that as well. But sorry, what did you say, Snake? Could you say it again?
I just mean like outside of our range of human consciousness. Do you think it's just like a cosmic sort of consciousness, like I don't know, something way out there that I don't know about?
It's the Akashic records, bro.
The Akashic records are something else, Godric. Okay.
Yeah, the Akashic records are when people access them are it's like a state of consciousness essentially, and it exists like it's not in any actual physical space of that we would consider here. Well, I would say, Snacks, like in my viewpoint, I think this is just one realm of many, 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 and actually it's infinite number of them, which is very intense to even grasp or comprehend. Ultimately, that there's actually infinite other realms like this, but every modification of this as well, like even like this, but even like slight variations, and even just totally different worlds too that have completely different creatures, completely different things.
Yeah.
And then I think all of those realms also have like, I think there's like one ultimate spirit world, but then all of those realms are like, they have their own like subsets of it, which then have their own spirit worlds. Like my memory is like where I go when I die. Like if I were to pass on, you know, when I do, the place I go back to, essentially like that home base. In my memory, that's like I would refer to that as like the human spirit world, like the human soul spirit world, where souls that are actually incarnating as humans, like that's the entry point. It's the entry and the exit point to coming into this one. But that's not necessarily like the totality of the spirit worlds, though, in my viewpoint. That's just, and I know that because I've been to many of the other ones as well. And this one is unique in its own way. That's for sure.
There was a cool movie, I think it was Jet Li. So there's alternative, it was a sci-fi. So the theory was you would transport yourself to these alternate dimensions, kill your alternate person in those dimensions, and then you would become stronger because you have all that God in one place. That was cool. Is that how it is?
Godric, your mic was kind of going out there. Although I do think that we were able to make out part of it. But is there any way you could fix your mic and say it again? Because your mic was really faded out.
Talking about a movie with like a Highlander-esque scenario.
Yeah, it might have been the wind. I have some wind action right now.
You're good now.
Let me go inside. Yeah, there's a movie with Jet Li where he went to the alternate dimension and killed his alternate self, and that way he became more powerful. Every time he killed one of his alternate selves, he becomes stronger and stronger.
Huh. Like in a actual physical way? Okay, you're saying that in this story he's going to other dimensions and then
Is that like the
Yeah,
one?
I think it was the one. Yeah, maybe, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a Highlander. Like there could be only one, you know, and so you would so there's autism, like the physics of the theory that there's this world happening, but if you have free will, you make a choice to go down the stairs. Ultimately, you stay on top of the stairs. So there's worlds happening like that are very similar to this one, but a little bit different. There's differences, and you go find your alternate self, right, which is you, but in a different dimension. And if you were to kill that person, then that force, that soul that kept you alive, would go to the next dimension, which ultimately would come back to you if you were alive. Let's say you were alive and you were going and killing your alternate self, and you become more powerful. But that was a stupid movie. Anyways, back to your point. I think if you access these Akashic records, you can say alternate states, the God force. I think people do that, and they have these like spiritual experiences. But the issue is that we perceive things through our lens, and we're a physical form, a physical creature. Even though consciousness, even though we don't know what that is, we're gonna interpret our experience through our own lens. So when we come back to the world, and if I tell you about my spiritual experience, whether it was on acid or mushrooms, or if I just had an altered state, if I just had a spiritual experience, if I saw God, whatever, it may differ from your experience because I'm going to interpret it through my own lens. So one person may see Jesus, other person may see Odin. All due respect, because they're interpreting through their own lens. And even if they see, like a flat Earth, for example, they may dismiss that as figurative and then think it's still a globe. That was their own lens.
Yeah, I hear you. For sure. That is a factor. That everyone does seem to have unique experiences in these expanded states in terms of however, there are some things, like for example, when they were doing the LSD therapy, like in the 1950s and 60s, like before LSD was made illegal, they were still using it in a therapeutic type context, where they would give like the patient like a high dose of LSD, but that the patient there would be like music playing for them, and they would have like eye shades, on as well, so their eyes are closed, and even like headphones and eye shades where you just feel very like just meditative in that sense as well. That's how they did it in some of those in Czechoslovakia and in some of those early days when they were doing this. But these were people, and then they were also doing like repeat sessions with them. So like once a week, they would be doing like a high dose session, and it was all run in a safe setting and all of that. And there are some absolutely just incredible experiences that people had, partly maybe because they are like turning within, like they're closing their eyes and really going within. And it was like very high potency LSD, from the highest quality laboratories. And they knew exactly what dosage they were giving. And it was all done in a medical, safe setting and all that stuff. Well, the medical part of it was not like, it was like just the safety part of it all was in the ones I'm referring to. But anyways, now I just say all that to say that some of these experiences that people have had seem to indicate that it's like they're accessing like states of consciousness and awareness that far transcends what any human would even consider could be possible. For example, one of the it's a whole category of experiences that are in this category, in terms of what was discovered, in terms of like reporting and showing all of their. And this particular category of types of experiences is when somebody seems to transcend essentially space and time, as it were, literally transcending the spatial and time coordinates of their current, the fact that they're they've consumed this LSD and they're sitting in this safe setting having this experience, that those coordinates, although still remain often in these experiences, like they still know that they're in their body having that experience, but simultaneously they have, for example, an experience of like one of the ones examples was like of like a whale, like a massive whale giving birth, like the consciousness of a huge whale giving birth. And people that have this experience, you might just think, oh, maybe they're just fantasizing. Like that could be like a kind of a mainstream like debate point or something. They might be like, oh, maybe they're just making it up, or just kind of, they've seen National Geographic and stuff, so they're just kind of but that's not the way it is. Like when people have these specific types of experiences, though, the way they describe it, again, they had the experience, we didn't. So ultimately they know what they experienced. And that's why, one off, like to experience something directly oneself is different than just hearing anyone's report, no matter how amazing it might sound. However, this is like a common experience that many different people who didn't know each other before doing, these therapy sessions, they didn't even know each other before, but they're reporting. So that's what I'm saying. It's like a whole category of experiences. So like that experience of like a whale giving birth, like it's the way they describe it. It's not necessarily just like imagining it or kind of picturing it in their mind. They actually are the whale and are feeling what it's like to be giving birth as that whale. So that's how they describe it, is that they actually are like becoming that state of consciousness. They're actually becoming that state. And it's not necessarily, usually these types of experiences are not negative. Like they're usually actually very positive, because the person is having like a direct lived spiritual experience of another part of nature in a very direct way, where they can just see like just the love and the beauty and the, the process of giving birth, and especially a huge whale giving birth. Like that's like it's like a deep spiritual moment for the earth, really. And that's why they have those documentaries and stuff that kind of, see the beauty of nature. And it can be like a spiritual experience just watching those things. But anyways, and then people often refer to it that there's like a healing that happened in that as well. Like they experienced the whale giving birth, but then they also have some kind of a blessing or like a healing that comes from it as well. So an experience like that, like, are they actually experiencing that? How could we, when we're not in their minds, how could we ever really know? But at the same time, it's a whole category of experiences. And the people who experience it, they say the way that they describe it, like it was, very different than just picturing it or kind of imagining it, that they actually experientially became that consciousness of the whale, and even the physical matter and the whole thing. Like actually becoming that state of consciousness, of awareness. Yeah.
So you're saying there's some similarities when these guys went on these trips. For example, a whale giving birth.
Yeah, your mic was cutting out a little. Did you say is there's variety? Because yeah, there's many.
There's similarities on these trips they've been taking under LSD. For example, a whale giving birth.
Yeah, so there's like multiple different categories of types of experience. That one would be within one category, and even within that category, there's like a multitude of variations of it, of other things that people have experienced. Like, instead of a whale giving birth, maybe it's a frog swimming through the water, or a shark, or whatever it may be. It could be any other creature in that sense. So that's within that whole category. But even within all the variations of it, in terms of different kind of versions of experiencing different parts of things, there's often like insights that are gleaned from it as well, about like how it functions and its nature and stuff as well, and kind of understanding it more fully. Like there's often like kind of like a download of information as well. But even within that, there even are people that will overlap. And for example, like the whale giving birth experience, like, yeah, there's more than one that have had that as well. So it's even interesting to like find someone else that had that experience, and for someone who did, and then talk to them about it. That can be really a special connection. Like another one is like people experiencing like the consciousness of a rock. I know that sounds kind of almost like, oh, like but
yeah,
like, but
Gio,
actually like the way a rock weathers and it's like timelessness. Like people have actually experienced like rock consciousness, capital R.
That's really. I'm talking to Jason in the chat. Trying to defend the idea that I can understand that you're, talking about your experiences, and Chase doesn't like it, but I've heard people tell me that they've lived an entire, like they were stuck inside of a zipper because the last thing that they saw before when they were hitting the salvia was a zipper, and they were like forever in a zipper universe. Another person told me they lived the entire life of a paint chip. That they experienced everything that the paint chip will ever experience, and live this out in a moment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like to convey these kinds of like experiences is a little strange, but it's like, these are what our effects are reported.
Yeah,
it's not like a dream scenario where you can just make up anything you want to happen and it happens. Maybe that is for some people, but I don't think that that's the case. So I don't know. It's just that the question was where that started from was just about could you have a conscious experience, whether it's induced by anything or not, where you just know something, where you can know something. And this was going back to knowing what the sun might be or what anything else might be. And that, that it's possible for the human setup to receive that information in some way. And then you were saying like there are realms, different realms in different areas and stuff like that, places you've experienced, and so how do I refute your experiences? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you didn't go to this, you didn't experience those things.
Yeah, I mean, so I would say this: if somebody else like shared their experience with me, like let's say right now somebody was like, "Oh, I'm going to share an experience they had on whatever it may be, whether it was a meditation, a lucid dream, Joe Rogan I saw him on his thing. He was talking about taking 500 milligrams of THC edibles and then getting into his flotation tank. So,
Whoa.
yeah, he said, he's like, there's no trip more intense than that. He's like 500 milligrams of THC in the flotation tank. Cause yeah, I mean, THC is becomes basically a full blown entheogen at that point, pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's full on. But,
right.
But what what was I gonna say on that though? Like, was it about, we were talking about that person having their own experience of it? I forget what I was gonna say. I guess now. What was I gonna say? What were we
I don't know. Well, well, just going back to the float thing. It's interesting.
Oh, the flotation. Yeah.
Yeah, but you get like, I mean, just from not getting anything, you would have your own kind of high experience from it, or not high, but like some kind of altered consciousness, right? Altered state. I mean, it's possible you could get into such an altered state where you're capable of just like, receiving information. I don't think that that's impossible. I don't know, man.
Well, what was the last thing you asked though? Because I remember, I know because I then mentioned that flotation tank thing, and then that distracted me. But what was the original thing? Yeah, what was the last thing you had said?
THC, just like just different drugs and entheogens. Yeah, I think that's. I forget what was before that.
Well, okay. Oh, this is what I was saying actually from before. I remember now. I was saying that if somebody told me their experience, and then that's why I listed all those. So if somebody told me their experience, whether it's Joe Rogan with his THC bomb in his flotation tank, or whether it's someone who had a peyote journey or an ayahuasca journey, or any experience they may have had, or a lucid dream, anything it may be, within, and then they describe it to me. What I'm saying is that, like, as they're describing it to me, it's not even necessarily on the table for me that I'm even considering like that there's any way to physically validate what they're claiming. So I already know that that's off the table, that there's not, or at least unless they have some kind of connection to the physical world that they validated. In that case, yeah, like if they actually gleaned some information, in a way of the physical world, and then that was accurate, then I suppose one could do that. But I'm just saying in general, if somebody explains their experience to me, like I'm definitely like registering it very deeply, and in my mind, kind of placing it within all of the pantheon of different types of experiences and so on that I'm already aware of, and ones I've
Right.
had as well, to the point to where
Mhm.
like I'm already in my mind just kind of sorting it, but not like in a judgmental way, but just kind of sorting it within some category. And then also like hearing their, the way they're describing it, and whether, like, are they authentic in it? Are they what, or not, if they're, in terms of just if they're just fabricating it, although that's unlikely. But in some cases, maybe they blend into some fabrication. So then like trying to kind of hear the tone in their voice in terms of trying to decipher that. And then, but at the end of the day, like I don't think there's any way, even if somebody, whatever experience they had, however they share it, unless you have that experience, there's really no way to validate it unless you have the experience itself. Right. Like
Right.
that claim of somebody feeling like a whale giving birth. The best, if you haven't had that experience, then the best you could probably do would be like, okay, like try to comprehend it. But if you then had that experience and then you knew what it was actually like, then that would, and if it was something different than anything else you've ever experienced, like it really is something different in that way, then that would validate it to yourself, and then you could then connect with another person that's had that, and perhaps both actually.
Oh, you had the I was the whale giving birth trip too. Oh wow. Okay. Was it like this?
Yeah, dude. Was it like, I know, and all you could do is even put words on it anyways, which is not even.
It's just like Vulcan mind meld to the other person. But yeah, man, it's like that's consciousness. So like, what's the point of like trying to say that somebody, because you could use the word realm if you want to, right? Because like if that was your experience, then that's your experience. Like other person tell me they got stuck in a zipper dimension. If they said realm, I mean, I would be like, oh, okay, but that doesn't. I don't know, man. Like, it just Jace bothers me. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, but your whale experience may be different than my whale experience. Like you may have a sperm whale, and I may have a blue whale.
Absolutely, as a humpback. But
Yeah.
Humpback.
Yeah.
Well, and people often get, when they have these experiences, they often have like actual, they get like biological insights into like the way that these different insects work and animals work, and like the mating call of a certain bird. They'll have an experience of like a mating call of a particular bird, and how the bird like creates the sound, and how it makes the noise, and how it affects the ether, and it puts this vibration out in the ether, which vibrates with the same species but the opposite sex, to do the mating, and it actually like pulsates, like the rhythm of the song, the actual song goes in a layer throughout the environment and travels through the ether, and even can extend, by the way, the ether can even extend it to where like a female will actually have a resonance within her body that actually like locates the male through the vibration. And like people having experiences of that, and like full direct experiential understanding of how all that is functioning. And they'll get like actual insights that they could then go like compare with like a bird expert.
Huh.
Gio, what is the male? What is the male, Gio? Yes, come on. Gio, you mentioned the male. What is the male in relation to the female? Yeah.
Oh, that's a deep question. I mean, there's a lot of layers of that. I mean, anode and cathode, sun and moon, male and female.
Hang on.
Deep question.
Those are both good answers.
1 second. It's not a deep. 1 second, please. It's not a deep question in a sense. If we think about it, if we think about the male genitalia and the female genitalia, one is sort of the solidity, one is the vacancy. So it's not a deep question, a far away question, I think.
I think you just had your own answer, Pete.
Hang on, Pete. What is a woman?
Depending on Pete to answer his own question,
it's the wolfman. He asked me a question. It's the wolfman. The woman is the devil. Woman is the devil. It's
absolutely going to go off road here.
Yes.
Don't take us off roading, Pete.
Oh yeah.
Don't take us off the wild path here.
You're going to punt with the woman is the devil. That's a punt. That's not like you're trying to answer the question, is it?
It is, but obviously there's pressure on me to make my points next. But yes, the woman is the devil, definitely.
Man.
How does the male, right? How is it male? Asked Bible literacy, has God have a penis? They said yes. Shit.
What were we talking about? Let's go. What were we actually on? Not before the.
It was not this though.
Yeah,
Something
It's
Godric
okay,
said.
Gio. By the way, my 3 grams of magic mushrooms, Liberty Caps have dried out. I'm going to take them right now. Go on, mute.
Let's go, Pete. I'm ready to fucking go all the way with you today. It's gonna be
I'm
crazy.
fucking on this, baby. I
Pete
did
on
a
fucking
show myself
mushrooms?
when I took
Yes.
some acid. Someone gave to
Man.
me.
I wish I could go score some crazy drugs right now. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. I'm crazy. Kosho, I see you. You're here
Well,
to
the
defend
most,
Jace. Okay.
some of the
Sorry,
most
Jay.
peak experiences are with 5-MeO DMT. That one's a real launch pad.
Yeah, one of these days, Gio.
That's
Me and
one
that
that.
frog. We're gonna dance. We're gonna fucking dance.
But how are you going to talk to
Actually,
Gio? How are you going to talk to anyone under these experiences? You know, how are you going to talk to anyone? That's my whole point.
No, you're
earlier
not.
on.
You're not
How are you gonna
talking.
relate to anyone?
No. While you're having the experience, you're ideally not really talking to anyone. I mean, depending on what you're doing, I guess, but you might need to talk for a moment just to,
No,
do
I'm
something.
talking about afterwards.
Something in the
Yeah, I'm
practical
talking about
world.
afterwards, Gio. After
Afterwards,
the
yeah,
experience.
maybe.
Yeah.
Afterwards, you'd just be like crying, and you'd be like, "Oh no, something."
Well, usually are people
I
in
think
like an afterglow. They're in like a very glowing state.
No. I'm talking about trying to relate your experience. I think it'd be very much like a flat earther trying to convince Kosho that the Earth's surface is stationary. You know what I'm saying? I think there's no way of relating the language. Just does not suffice. And I just took those 3 grams, by the way. Who knows where I go from here?
I'm so curious about this. This shouldn't have been. We should have had an event for this, Pete. Fuck.
Hey,
Well, it's gonna
Snaps,
take a little while to
do you
kick in, right?
remember-
Have like a.
well, that's fine. But do you remember 3 Mile
Tripping
High
Dodo.
Mushroom? Of course you do. You've been here from the start. You remember that? That was a
3
brilliant
Mile High
character. 3 Mile High Mushroom.
Like I didn't talk to him, but yeah, no, another name.
Fucking hell, he wasn't coming from nowhere. It's like Smurf today. He wasn't coming from nowhere, even though there was loads of objections around. I was so pissed off at people, and especially you, Snack,
Oh, yeah.
foreshortening him. And he's like, flat
Are
Earth
you
and
kidding me?
beyond. Okay,
Dude.
this is obvious. Go ahead.
I absolutely made him listenable for some period of time today. I mean, not everybody can listen to him. Like maybe you can, Pete. That's like you like the pure uncut shit, I guess. Yeah.
Oh.
Not everyone can listen to fucking Kosho every night for years saying the same thing, or Gem Panda, or you know what I'm saying.
Anyway, what are we? But this isn't. Yeah, we're not talking about anything.
Yeah, Pete's just I guess derailing is at all costs.
No, you're grand. You're grand, Gio. You're grand. I'm just passionate as normal.
It's all good. I mean, Pete.
Yo, have you heard that Jesus is a mushroom? You must have heard that suggestion. I heard that 10 years ago. Jesus is a mushroom.
This train is derailed right now. It's like I can't even pick up the pieces right now.
Well, in talking about entheogens, often there's someone that quickly will derail from it. In a sense, yeah, it's just too much to consider in some cases.
Too much.
Yeah, I mean,
ultimately,
it is like direct experienceable reality, spirituality. Because I think that like all of the major religions on earth and spiritual systems, they're all rooted in people actually having what could be even coined as like mystical experiences, some kind of an expanded state of consciousness that they then glean some kind of insight about the nature of life or morals or, etc. And, that goes quite to some level in some of these religious narratives in terms of others, perhaps story and other things that they blend into it as well. But the roots of virtually all of them were, basically powerful experiences that the original people involved were having, like even like Jesus, like 40 days in the desert fasting, there's even the idea that like the burning bush was actually acacia, like a DMT tree. So was DMT actually involved in the burning bush? But it's like people having like essentially transcendent type experiences and gleaning some kind of insight of whatever term you want to use, God or the beyond or the the creator. I mean, all different terminologies that may be used, and then coming back and then essentially writing about those experiences. And if those experiences, were very fantastic, they might even fall into a trap of trying to get other people to follow them, and then you get into the whole guru thing, at least the shadow side of it. But there could be a positive side of that as well, like a spiritual teacher. You get into all of that. But my main point actually was to say that all these major religions were initiated by people that were having these mystical type experiences, these kind of psycho-spiritual insights and so on, visions in different ways, and then writing them down in scripts and scrolls and all that. But then in some cases, in some modern religious systems, the people following the religion are not actually having the experiences themselves. Now, in some cases, maybe they are, but in a lot of cases, they're not actually even having the experiences. They're just showing up, listening to someone maybe read to them or whatever it may be in their sober state. And if they were to break out in the middle of the reading session in some kind of an ecstatic state, well, they do have some where they'll have like speaking in tongues and stuff, and there is some kind of hooting and hollering in some of those cases. But in a lot of them, it's a lot of the traditions, it's like read a book and believe rather than actually experience directly. But those traditions were initiated by people that had the original actual direct experience.
Right. Gio, let me respond to that directly.
And if we can have the experience, and if we can have the experience ourselves, then we really don't need like a anything in between.
Right. Right. Let me respond to that. And this, I know you object. I mentioned this before, so I'll pick my words carefully. It's not you object. You welcome all forms of topic, but any sort of weighty sort of we know about Bible literalism, interpretation of the Bible. This is where I'm bringing it back to the scriptures. So what you're saying, there's a difference between the personal experience, the delivery of the experience via the word, and then the interpretation of the reader who hasn't had the experience and what they make of it. It can be a vast difference. It could be close, but who knows? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm with you on that one. So what is the truth? It doesn't take a psychedelic experience for people to become aware. This is what I'm saying, Gio, outside of anything else, outside of anything which will take you away from or venture you into these deeper reckonings, right? I'm saying when we come away from ball earth, the average standard flat earther, do they need to take some sort of psychedelic trip in order to get a true grasp on flat earth and beyond, or globe earth and beyond? You know what I'm saying? Or can you work it out sort of intellectually in a sober form? That's my question. That's a good question, actually.
Everybody's unique, and obviously there are people that can work it out in multiple different states of consciousness, of course. But yeah, I do know there's a lot of people doing entheogens, as it were, around the world in terms of mushrooms. But then if you really go into the category of like peyote, ayahuasca, iboga from Africa, it's actually more pronounced iboka, but yeah, it's from Africa. It's a root bark, which is very, very potent. Iboga, yeah, and so on. And of course, in the tribal regions where they use it, they're not globe earthers, and in their traditions, they're not globe earthers at all. However, there are obviously modern day people now that are having these experiences, and it's not like they're all walking away. Like, let's say 30 people gather and they do an ayahuasca ceremony. It's not to say that after that, they're all walking out of it being like, the Earth's not a globe. You know what I'm saying? Like, not necessarily. Now, somebody may have an experience related to that. And I will give a shout out to Osco. He actually said on the live stream the other day, his experience, which he said he was doing a vision quest where he was like out in the forest on his own. And then he consumed, I believe he said it was on the San Pedro. And the San Pedro is a cactus similar to peyote in some ways. It contains the mescaline alkaloids, San Pedro. It's actually a bit more gentle in some ways than peyote. It's really beautiful, San Pedro. Anyways, he did a San Pedro journey when he was on this vision quest. And he said that, now I'm not quoting him, but I mean, this is generally, he shared this on the live stream recently, where he said that up until that point, like he had been doing ayahuasca and other things, I think, before that. So it wasn't his first experience. I don't think. But I'm not sure on that exactly. But anyways, so but previous to that point, he hadn't really looked into, flat Earth as it were much at all. Like that, flat Earth, just using that term, like he hadn't really even looked into it. He hadn't even kind of, it wasn't even on his radar. It wasn't even really in his mindset. It wasn't part of his journey. And on the San Pedro, he said he had like a complete download where he was like, "Oh my gosh, the Earth is flat. Like we live on, it's stationary." Like, and so he had like an actual, it sounds like a San Pedro inspired just truth download, even though flat Earth, any idea around that was not even really on his radar. He wasn't really looking into it. And so for him,
Excellent.
like, and then to this day, he has he said that he has just a complete truth knowing.
Well, Gio, I don't know who you're talking about there. Let me respond though, because I'm active, or was active over in Jen Panda's channel. We were in the heart, the lion's den, if you want. I was the dodo in the lion's den, but I reckon this is the greatest, one of the greatest anyway, sort of challenges for us as globe earthers and beyond. We're trying to encompass everyone here, right? Our fellow man. It's not, see, the thing about having a trip, I reckon, like this is, okay, how are you going to explain
You're
a
all
dream
over
to
the place.
someone?
You're all over the place.
1 second. I'm not all over the place, please. I only spoke for about 10 seconds. Gio, so what I'm trying to say, the problem is, I think, is when you take a trip of this, how are you going to explain to someone? That's what I'm saying. The deeper the trip you take then, how are you going to relate it to someone? But why I was, okay, okay, see, someone cut me short and said I was all over the place. I wasn't bad. I was getting to a point which is flat earth and beyond, which is
When
the
you first
sober minds coming to recognition or realization of the true encompassment of the being, as opposed to the revelation, I guess, via the drug. You know what I'm saying? Did God make us druggies? Did God make us? Yeah, was that a necessary
I don't know what
path to reach truth? Yeah, that's my point.
you've looped a whole bunch of things together. What I would say is, if you're talking about plants, I don't call plants drugs. I would use the term drug for more of a synthetically extracted type thing, especially a pharmaceutical drug. So plants have been used since the dawn of time for various purposes, and it's not to say that everybody uses the same ones, but yeah, I mean, the inebriatory quality of plants, as it were. I just use that word inebriation just because I mean, if you talk about all plants,
Yeah.
nature, there's a wide range. I mean, you can make alcohol obviously naturally and all that too. But no,
They're all dead now, Gio. They're all dead now. In the past, they're all dead, and they didn't have the internet. And now we are here now, revitalizing the flat Earth and beyond paradigm. So, is there a greater onus on us to take greatest advantage of your experiences and share them as keenly as you can? Of course, you lose your friends, your family. Of course, you lose all the bold earthers, but maybe you can make one bit of difference in someone's life because you're able to express to some degree the keener aspects of your greater, well, beyond material experience, trip. I know that was a lot as well, but Gio, how can you hope to describe a dream to someone else? You can't do it, right? You can't do it. It's like telling the sober man your experience on your trip on DMT or mushrooms. You can't do it. So therefore, it comes back to the question as what your motivation is for continuing on to tomorrow. If you have been made aware via a certain psychedelic experiences, the greater nature and raison d'etre of sort of humanity and the globe in its entirety or whatever, well, that's good. But how are you going to share that with someone? How are you going to share that shit with someone? I think you can't do it. I think you can't do it. I think that's why the gurus
these
get
plants.
along.
Yeah, I mean, the healing plants that nature gives us that have benefits should be able to be utilized by people if they choose to, in a free way. So that's obviously one of the things we're up
Let me
against.
ask you a question, Gio.
Because
Let me ask you a question, bud.
these plants greatly threaten the powers that be, which is why they've taken efforts to try to take legal measures, because they know that they have the highest potential of any other thing in nature to break people out of deception and out of lies and out of suffering and help them with physical ailments as well. I mean, I'm talking about like the most potent plants that nature provides
Right.
to have complete and total turnaround from, even very serious type either conditions or, physically, mentally, psychologically. And
I agree.
they,
I
yeah,
agree,
they
but I
don't want
disagree
us,
in the
they
sense.
don't want us going
Yeah.
into those realms because ultimately,
Okay. Okay.
Can
One
these
second.
plants also
One
make
second, Clay.
someone
1 second,
crazy?
Clay. Let me just respond briefly to Geo. This is what I mentioned Geo earlier on, and in a way, everything I say sort of comes back to a basic sort of consideration. Yeah, but powers that be are established via generally the Ball Earth sort of evolutionary setting. The survival of the fittest, dog eat dog, the amalgamation of sort of prominent forces to create a greater restriction. Okay, but there was no God in that world. There's no God in the Ball Earth world. There is a God and a creator in this new flat Earth realm. So therefore, the powers that be are helping us. I think that let's just say this, and before you
Pete, this
come
is
in
a
after
non
this, Clay.
sequitur.
Come in after this, Clay. My last sentence. My last sentence, Clay. Come in after this. I think that the powers that be actually don't lie to us. The ones who lie to us are our parents. The powers that be don't lie to us. Go ahead. Thank you.
This is the best anti-drug commercial I have listened to in the past 2 hours.
You're kidding me,
I
man.
love it.
I'm just after taking about 3 dried grams of Liberty mushrooms. You should hear me in about 30 minutes' time.
Yeah,
What I'm saying
he's not
is,
even kidding.
well,
All right, we gotta move.
We're gonna enjoy the trip.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I tagged you because I actually I gave you some praise after you left the other day because actually I thought it was kind of interesting that you found that island map thing on the maps. Like it looked like you couldn't really see it.
oh, that's brilliant,
So
Joe, isn't it?
you know,
That's brilliant.
Pete,
what?
you've been taking up a lot of the airways. I have been too. Let's maybe let some others get in. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I just but yeah. Anyhow, I found.
Pete effectively completely derailed a discussion we were having about plant medicines, and he did it about 4 times. So that's obnoxious, Pete.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to take away from that if you guys still want to go on. But no, this isn't from Bing Maps actually. Oh, you found that on Bing Maps? Okay, well, regardless, I didn't find it on Bing Maps. Actually, I found that might have been easier. I should have done that. But yeah, I got this from a database of like Antarctica pictures. But I guess okay, yeah, Bing Maps.
Good.
So it exists somewhere.
Good point at addressing it. At least one thing I learned from it is that it's quite astounding that Google is so inaccurate compared to Bing, because Bing has the map perfectly out with even imagery given, while Google has a very weird layout and not even full coverage of the imagery of these islands. So very strange.
I bet you this would require like we would actually have to take a deep dive on how they collect their data and how they compile their maps, images, and stuff like that, because they got probably 2 different ways of doing it. And I'm sure that if this picture I posted is on Bing, then it's possible that Bing, collects sources from other, not just collecting map data, but like I said, I found this on a what do you call that? Like a geo surveyor type website that had like surveying stuff about Antarctica, and so it's possible that they collect their sources from these wider regions, whereas Google might get like the generic like I told you, like
What
the
are you
planes
saying,
flying over.
What's going on? What are you talking about?
Well, you had to have been there, Pete.
Let's
So
Clay was going to respond to, or
yeah,
man, what the fuck, dude? Why is it last night I came here and someone was being a jackass, destroying conversations, and then it's the same thing this morning?
Morning in Hawaii, huh? Anyhow, yeah, Clay. Yeah, so just so everybody's on the same page, Clay came, and it was interesting. He posted something that he found. It was actually pretty interesting what you showed. He posted something from Google Maps where it showed Danger Island. You could see part of it, and then there was like another island near there, which wasn't necessarily mapped on Google Maps. Like it didn't have any information about that island. And if you changed the view from satellite to the plane view or whatever, it didn't even show up at all. So it was kind of interesting, but it turns out like we were saying, like that island information can be found at least on Bing, and then
Right.
surveying
So I
stuff.
hope, Koshu, you gave that information over to your handlers so they can finally fix it on Google.
Yeah, they're on it. Yeah, they're
But
on it.
if you guys want to go on another topic, that's cool. But before Pete did that last whole thing, kind of derailing, I was just going to respond because we were talking about those. I'll just say real quick. We don't even have. We can just
Go
move on
ahead.
to another topic, but just to finish that, Clay said, "Can any of these plants make you go crazy?" And my response to that is, if using the correct plants in the correct way that I'm referring to, they will not make you go crazy, but will actually make you go sane. Meaning, if you have any insanity in your psyche, they could help to like move that through, to cleanse it out, to purge it or release it, and then that person will then rise to an actual higher level of sanity, a higher level of functioning than they were previously.
Okay.
Predominant word being higher.
But I can only take your word for it. I can't say anything against it since I have no own personal experience with these type of things. But I would also say that I personally don't have the. I mean, it's not necessary for me in the first place, and second of all, I think I don't have the what's it called, like
mental
there's
constitution.
way too much like so to say, respect and fear of these substances, because I personally could not let off control, if that makes sense. That was also always a big problem also back in the days. That's why I luckily only mainly stayed with cannabis when I was addicted.
You mean like a fear of losing control, like the feeling
Yeah.
of losing control?
Yeah, I hate that. That's why I also hate being drunk. I don't like the feeling of drunkenness.
Well, I mean, control is something that like a lot of people seem to have in their psyche. Like I think we all express it in different ways. Like either just the whole like just control nature of that people can have. But for some people like that have wanted to really go deep and to try to get to the root of that, as it were, like by like going through whatever like blockages that they may have had related to that need to control, if they actually like face it head on, then instead of the control getting worse, well, it might get worse temporarily in the experience. Like it might have to kind of reach a peak of whatever that is, but once they have that release, then people have like often like a release after that, and then afterwards their psyche is like healed in a way that they have like less control issues in their life afterwards by facing it. So I was just saying, I'm not saying that is what it is for you exactly. I'm just saying like that need to control or feel in control, or the fear of losing control. There's a lot of people that have been able to like resolve that, essentially, to face it and resolve it.
Well, what do you think about the whole idea of recreational versus medicinal, and the fact that like some of these plants and stuff can be used as a medicine, but essentially if you're taking a medicine every day and you're not sick, like if I drink cough syrup every day, I'm gonna fuck up my body because I don't have a cold. I don't need the cough syrup, and so like essentially maybe the plant can be used to heal, but if you're using it recreationally, something that's meant to like clear out your body, you could essentially be fucking yourself up with something. You know what I mean? Like it's too much of a good thing, and you're not using it properly. Like people take LSD to go stand in a field and fuck their bitch when it's like, is that what it's supposed to be a medicine, right? Not just something you do to have fun, to fuck with your mind.
Well, there's definitely different viewpoints on it. That's why, like that term, well, it doesn't fuck with your mind. But if you're just talking about trying to get inebriated or something, in that sense, I mean,
we're talking about
first of all, LSD is a semi-synthetic substance. It's like a semi-synthetic form of lysergic acid. So that one is technically not natural, and it is
okay. Let's just say shrooms. Let's just say shrooms for the simplicity, right? Psilocybin mushrooms, right? People can take them to heal traumas, and people can also just take them to shoot the shit and have fun, right?
Right.
But like, I think it's like taking cough syrup, right? You're supposed to do it when you're sick. You're not just supposed to drink cough syrup every day, or else it fucks with your stomach. The same thing with mushrooms, right? You're not just supposed to do mushrooms every week, or you're gonna become a fucking like shave head weirdo letting rats crawl on you or something. I don't know, dude.
That's true about anything.
I don't know where you're getting all that. Those are some total just. Are those like
No, dude,
propagandized conceptions or something?
I know
Well,
people. I've done a lot of shrooms in my life, and I'll tell you right now, it wasn't a good thing.
Well, I'll say this. Well, you'd have to describe in what ways or what your experience was and how that is. But I will say this: there is a thing called they often call it erasure head, and it's kind of it's like eraser head basically. It's kind of like a term for like if some. Okay, what I'll say is this: like psilocybin. If you're talking about psilocybin mushrooms, they have there's like a tolerance, you know, like that 2 to 3 day point tolerance. So that's why like you could take them and then a few days later, you know, it like rebuilds the tolerance. But if you do them like day after day, well, you can build on one experience and you can extend it out. But there is a point at which it like saturates to where you can't keep doing it every day and keep getting the experience. You have to take days off. So there's something about the way the alkaloids actually work in the brain and body that there is this like overlap of like 2 to 3 days. So you can't really do them every day anyways. If you and in the like for using them for medicinal purposes, I mean, yeah, shamans have done mushrooms hundreds, if not thousands of times in their life, and they're very, very grounded. And I mean, in terms of like ayahuasca, for example, I mean, the shaman drinks some ayahuasca at every single ceremony. So if he's done thousands of ceremonies, but ayahuasca is a complete like brain food. It's like a medicine. It's like an actual food for your brain and body. It like rebuilds neurons and it's a healing medicine to those levels that. However, back to the mushrooms real thing. Mushrooms, just to finish that, actually, yeah, I'll just say that. But there is a thing, the eraser head thing. I was saying that if you like, mushrooms are not physically addictive, you know, the psilocybin ones. But if somebody had like a psychological thing where they were like you eating them every day, then yeah, it does create kind of like a. It's not like permanently damaging or anything, but it creates kind of like a little bit of like a sedative. No, yeah, kind of just a little bit like spaced out, and that's why they call it eraser head. Like, because mushrooms are like they like people say they're like a food poison. I don't necessarily think they're a food poison exactly, but they do have these compounds in them, and they are like it's a very powerful kind of thing to run your body and brain through. So yeah, you don't want to do it every day. It doesn't have any negative effects like long term, but on the short term, if you kept doing them every day, then yeah, like with psilocybin mushrooms in particular, but that's only for psilocybin. In terms of like ayahuasca, like you can drink ayahuasca every day with nothing but benefit. Like people will do ceremonies daily, you know, in that sense, and it doesn't have that same eraser head thing. So that's just like a mushroom thing in particular. You can't overuse it. Like it's kind of nature's way of being like, yeah, you have to at least take a few days off in between.
You know, it's even true about water. Like, if water's good for you, but if you drink too much, it'll kill you. So,
well, certain medicines are dose dependent in terms of their medicinal effect. So, if you were to,
that's what I'm saying is the herbs and shit, the plants, which are herbs, are medicines, but a medicine requires a dosage. So, like, say you're going through some fucking shit and you need to take some mushrooms. You take your dose of mushrooms, and then that's it. You don't need another dose for like a whole other year. Whereas, like when I was in university, I was around a lot of people who love to trip a lot, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Like they started out one way, and X amount of trips later, they were. Here's how I describe them. I'll describe them as fried. Their brains were fucking cooked, fried. They're fried individuals. So like, This isn't like propaganda that I'm getting from Attila. This is like real shit. I knew people in real life. I did these drugs in real life. Like, and I just don't. I could see the benefits, but it's like, dude, you only need a teaspoon of medicine. You don't need. These people were like, I don't know. They're
well,
over.
I would suspect that. I mean, let me ask you this: these individuals you're talking about, were they also, because like in today's world, you know, if they're kind of quote unquote getting drugs, like hooking up drugs or whatever, maybe they get weed, and then maybe that weed person has mushrooms, so they try mushrooms, or they do them a couple times, whatever it may be. But then if they also get into like things like heroin and pharmaceutical pills and, you know, fentanyl and all this other stuff, because mushrooms in and of themselves don't cause that effect you're talking about. But if they're strung out on like, speed and amphetamine and all those other types of chemicals and drugs, and
No, these are like hippies, just weed and mushrooms and LSD, pretty much. Like not coke or anything like that. They're hippies, people from Northern California, because they came up to my university was in Canada, so they only had to come up like 2 states.
I mean, everybody could be different. I think like there is a phenomenon where if somebody does a lot of like mushrooms, let's say, but they don't actually like face their psyche, like they don't actually kind of go into themselves or like face their demons, as it were, or they don't actually have like a psychospiritual kind of journey part of it, and they just avoid that, like they avoid their pain or they avoid whatever that that may be, and then they try to distract themselves when they're on the mushrooms with either like music or a lot of like external stimulation. In some cases, I think some of those people at least could have somewhat of a psychological thing where there's like a deep level of like avoidance of something deeper. So in some cases, like, perhaps that can be a factor, like that they haven't really used them for their medicinal purpose ever. So they kind of have like activated sort of energies in their body, like in their psyche. They haven't actually like processed it. So that could cause like even maybe somewhat of a very mild well, I don't know, just like a state that is like not integrated, basically. Because I mean, I know people that have done many of these plants hundreds, if not thousands of times, and they're some of the most like integrated, intelligent, grounded people. So it's not like you know what I'm saying. So it's not like in terms of something like mushrooms, just causes that if people take it many times. So I don't know what factors in those people's lives, but
Yeah,
that's not
well, I'm pretty stable, and I've taken it a lot myself, but I could kind of see where your brain gets to be a little jumbled if you're taking that shit all the time. And like I said, dude, like I've seen people in my own life that I knew. Like one of these guys was my fucking roommates, dude. And he was like, they were like part of this whole like hippie scene. Like I don't even know how to describe it. How you could be a fucking hippie and then going to like an international school and everyone's rich, but they were fucking hippies, right? They'd all do this hippie shit, always be taking drugs and shit. And like a lot of them are normal now and shit, but like I said, dude, I feel like it's like taking fucking medicine for cancer when you don't have cancer. Like you're just obviously it's not a medicine for, it's like a mental medicine, right? It's for your mentality, your mind, your spirituality. But like, say you don't have cancer and you take cancer medicine, it's not going to be fucking good for you. Just like I kind of see with these people, like maybe they needed 1 trip or 2 trips, but like, because I'm gonna be honest, I took a trip. I've taken a lot of trips, and some of them have been beneficial. So I can see what you're saying, where it's like a medicine and shit. And most plants are medicines. I mean, that's why broccoli grows out of the ground and shit. But I don't know. I just feel like it's like with a snake venom. You can either get anti venom or you can poison yourself with it. And people tend to poison themselves with it, like I've seen in my own life.
Well, but there aren't any. I mean, it depends on what you're referring to, or what, I don't know what they consumed or what they were consuming. But I mean, in terms of like for example, psilocybin mushrooms, or for like well, you're not talking about ayahuasca. You're just talking about maybe mushrooms. But I mean,
Yeah, dude, I've never done ayahuasca.
There's no known like toxic effects on the body from mushrooms that are long term. There might be like there's like well, you have the alkaloids in your system, during
it's
the time.
a mental effect. It's a mental effects, not physical. Like these fuckers are fried, dude. They can't do normal shit. Like they would always be fried. Like I can't even understand. It's just like, how you have friends and you can see how they're performing. Like you could see that their performance was fucked. Their brains were all jumbled up and shit. Like it wasn't, obviously they weren't poisoned. They weren't pale and throwing up, but they were like, you could tell that they were mentally not all there. And I was like, well, these are the people who take copious amounts of psychedelics. And I'm not trying to like preach down on them and say, oh, you're evil, because I was right there with them. I was just doing less, right? Like I wasn't really into it like they were. They were really into it. I would do it sometimes. They would be doing it all the time. And I don't know. It's just that you can see that they're mentally kind of fucked.
Okay, so I mean, first of all, mushrooms don't do that. So whatever you're referring to, maybe if they were doing other drugs or they have other issues maybe that they're dealing with as a person. But the thing you're saying of just quote unquote being fried on psychedelics, that doesn't happen biochemically. Like there's people that are some of the most intelligent people on earth that have done these hundreds, if not thousands of times, and they're not fried or cooked or they're not jumbled. They're actually incredibly integrated and intelligent individuals and so on. So I'm just saying, like, the plants that we're talking about don't do that. So whatever that effect was, if you're attributing it to that, I would say you're falsely attributing it to that. Although it could be various factors, like what maybe other drugs or things they were consuming, like I said, or if they just have other emotional issues, perhaps. Because, like I said before, if they're like activating their psyche, but they're not actually like doing the work, then there could be like an unintegrated state that they could get into.
Yeah, what I think it is like with the mushrooms itself, it kind of like frees, like it kind of disassociates a bunch of things and connects a bunch of other things. Sorry about that noise. Fucking idiot in his Porsche. Um, but essentially, I think like what happened when they did all these trips is like instead of disconnecting the bad things and connecting the good things, they kind of did the opposite. They disconnected all their good shit in their brain, and then they connected all the bad shit in their brain, in a sense. Because, like I said, dude, like I did a lot of trips, like a lot of fucking trips, and I'm a normal dude. I work my fucking job, like all my friends know me as a guy of integrity and all that. So, like, it didn't affect me the same way it affected them. But at the same time, I don't know. It's like going into war, right? Some people get PTSD, some people don't. I mean, what really causes that? We can just say that some people go to war, they get PTSD, some don't. Some people take these shrooms and become fried individuals, some don't. So it's just like, I don't know. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'm just not really tracking with what you're saying because I mean I've been involved in the therapeutic medicinal use of these plants for so many years, and that's not what they do. So whatever this effect that this person was having, like it, could have been caused by maybe other factors, like multiple compounding factors. But what do you mean by fried? Like somehow like they're mentally disabled now or something? Or what do you
Just not like fried in a sense they're but like stupid, not always fucking confused, just fucking lazy, like a bunch of like just like you could tell their mentality changed in a really bad way, and they would just say shit that's just like not sane. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like it's not just one guy. Like I knew all of these hippie fucks, and some of them are like normal now and shit, but like like there was this one girl, bro, who would roll around in the fucking dirt in the forest, and then there was like rats crawling on her, and she like shaved her head, and I was like, listen, like whatever fucking idea she got from her trip is not a good one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I guess it's important to know exactly what substances are being consumed and what dosage and all of that, because there's even things that are sold as LSD, for example, but they're not actually LSD. They're like bromo dragonfly. There's a bunch of other chemicals that are sold as LSD, but they're not LSD. So that's another thing is like, what if they were like you're saying, kind of, you were saying hippies or whatever it may be, if they're getting various like, drugs from different areas or whatever it may be, they may or may not even be taking, yeah, I'm just saying like what they're actually consuming, at that point and as well. And what other, I mean, for example, like certain hippies get into nitrous, like nitrous oxide, which is fun at like, on occasion.
What's that?
Nitrous.
Is that the shit you put in your car?
Yeah. So like basically like they call it, people call it hippie crack, but it's basically like hippie crack. Like I'll give you like a pretty dramatic example of it in the 90s. That band Fish, who is like Fish, like Phish. They
I'm sorry, Gio. I think I'm a bit younger than you are, so like I was born in 1998. So.
Yeah. Well, like the Grateful Dead and like all the kind of crowd that.
Yeah, I know about the Grateful Dead. Yeah.
Yeah, so within the Fish crowd, like all through the 90s, like there was a whole like traveling caravan of people that you could probably call hippies, and with all dreadlocks and patchwork clothing and all of that, and they would just travel, and follow Fish. They would just go on Fish tour, and they would like maybe sell burritos or they would sell waters or whatever. Like they would sell a little something, they would, etc. And then like there was a lot of LSD, mushrooms, MDMA. Were probably some of the most common, of course, alcohol and obviously weed as well and everything. But so it's just a lot of like, anyways. So my point is like that scene And then this is why people call it hippie crack, because like after the show, some people will have like nitrous tanks. Like they'll bring a nitrous tank into the actual venue, you know, or wherever people are camping and stuff. And then they'll like, after the show, they'll whip out a nitrous tank and they'll start, making balloons, you know, blowing up balloons. And then they're selling them like $5 a piece or whatever. Anyways, but like, I'm just saying, like, that's something that like definitely does cause some brain damage. Like nitrous oxide, if it's really pure, like medical pure grade, then yeah, not necessarily too bad to do on occasion. But if you did it all the time, see, now that's something that actually does have a toxic effect. So like someone like maybe who has actually done a lot of like nitrous, for example, or like overdone, especially with like not getting pure forms of nitrous, they might actually have brain damage, because that kind of sounds like what I'm not saying the people you're talking about did nitrous. I'm just saying you're talking about like, sounds like you're talking about like their actual, some kind of physical damage went on with them. That's why it just doesn't sound like something like mushrooms or LSD, even if they were not using them kind of in a therapeutic way, or if they were not using them in the right way, like doesn't really like fry your actual brain function in that way. It might like trigger up emotions that they haven't really integrated. And like I said, that could then, if they have those emotions, and that could maybe be playing into their laziness or whatever, because they haven't actually faced their issues.
Yeah, I just think like some people get closer to insanity, if that's a way I would put it. In a way, some people get closer to insanity after these types of things, and not like what. It's not just one trip, obviously. Like these fuckers were doing it all the time. They were always inviting me to come trip with them. Like literally, that's the reason I tripped so much, because like fuck, they would ask me so many times, I would say no all the time, and then some of the times I'd be like, all right, like might as well, I'm not doing anything right. But it was just like, I don't know, you like, yeah, I just think they fucking, like, to me, after taking mushrooms, I almost feel like it's like if you had an engine and you loosened all the bolts, right? And you can loosen all the bolts using the mushrooms, readjust it, and then tighten the bolts up, and now your engine will work more efficiently. Whereas some people, when they loosen up the bolts, they loosen it up, and then they fucking reassemble their engine like fucked up, and then the bolts get tightened back in, and it's actually worse for them. Like, that's at least what I've seen and how I describe it in my own experience. Like, obviously, maybe you disagree with me, but these guys are fried. Like, and they really, like, I can't think of another explanation as to why they'd be fried, as to some, they kind of took the trips and they didn't really harness it in a good way. They kind of harnessed it in a bad way, in a sense. It's almost like overdosing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can take this much to cure your cold, but if you overdose, maybe your stomach will get hurt. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I feel they did in a sense. And obviously, I'm not saying physical. This is mental. These mental issues that they were given, not physical. They weren't lipping. They weren't. They were just. Yeah, it was just. You can, even the way they talk, dude, like they wouldn't even be able to like fucking make their sentences properly and shit. Sometimes it'd be like, dude, like kind of scary, dude. Like, don't you want to be able to speak in language and talk to other humans? Like,
yeah, I mean, like I said, to me, that sounds like there's some maybe other brain damage going on if they were doing like, because I mean, most people that are, you know, if they're like, if you're saying like they're really like hardcore party type dudes, then probably going to get into some other stuff. I mean, that's usually what, you know, unless they're really just like only, you know, taking mushrooms or something. But whatever the case may be, I will say that the way you said loosening and tightening the bolts, the one way that resonates with my thoughts on it is that, like, when you take, let's say, mushrooms or LSD, if we're talking about those two, essentially it like opens up the door to the unconscious. Like it's like generally we all have like a resistance in our psyches that is, you know, resisting basically, you know, the totality basically. And so by consuming one of these, you can essentially like open up that doorway, if you will, like the way you were describing it, kind of open up that access to the deeper parts of ourselves. And mushrooms are natural enough that generally mushrooms won't trigger up something that somebody can't handle necessarily, because they are at least a plant medicine and they do have that intelligence. But LSD, on the other hand, since it is like semi-synthetic, it is a very intense amplifier of mental processes, and it's not necessarily a natural plant medicine as well. So LSD can actually stir up like very deep things. That's why, like in the worst case scenario, you've heard about probably those stories, you know, when like in the 60s or whatever, like before LSD was even made illegal, the whole thing of like spiking the punch bowl, where somebody would bring like a vial of LSD and they pour it all in the punch bowl. So that means that like everybody who has like a glass of punch is getting, you know, like a high dose of LSD or whatever, those stories. And then there's, you know, so they're all just partying, but there could be the case where like maybe one person out of the whole bunch, or maybe two or whatever it may be, like they get triggered into something like some fear or something that they don't have like the setting to actually like heal it or go into it or actually, you know, like process it. And so they just project it. So they're just like a projector at that point. And maybe they're being aggressive or they're being whatever it may be, they're just projecting. And someone like that, if they were like supported in the right context to actually like face that fear or that anger or whatever it may be, she could maybe even that person could have like a transformative experience and actually heal from it. But instead they're projecting it, and the people around them don't know how LSD works in the case of LSD. So they don't even know how it works. They don't understand. They can't hold the girl's hand and be there for her either. And so usually other people freak out, and then someone calls the cops and the person ends up in the hospital. So that is a thing. And like, that's because LSD really, like LSD in particular, is this like semi-synthetic substance. Doesn't necessarily mean that, I mean, I think that it has a lot of positive components to it for sure. But I'm just saying in terms of like recreational use, like, yeah, it's not even a plant medicine. Anyways, but my whole point as well, I was just going to, because to respond to what you were saying too, it is possible that people, like I said, could take LSD many, many times, like in like party settings where they're like, because that's what you asked about originally, like the recreational versus spiritual use. But like if someone's doing LSD like recreationally, like just, you know, weekend after weekend, party after party, and they're never actually processing their own like material in their psyche, then yeah, it is possible that they could get like triggered into something, you know, emotionally that they really haven't faced. And because they've done a lot of LSD, like physically, they've consumed a lot of it, even though they haven't really faced it, it has like kind of like you were saying, like it has brought it up. And in some cases, it could even stir up like even, yeah, like deeper things like depression or things in the person's psyche. And even when they were doing LSD therapy research, the people did like fluctuate between sessions. Now they ultimately always got to the root of the issue and they healed the depression. But in the meantime, sometimes they were having it you know, in the experience they like in the waking state they had between doing sessions, I'm saying they had some like therapeutic shift. But anyways, yeah, so there is a thing of somebody that can open up a lot of energies but not have processed them. And perhaps in some ways that could play into like a little bit of a more like the way you were saying spaced out, maybe like emotionally spaced out, like kind of disassociated, like, oh, just kind of, you know, not having processed that. So I suppose that, but the way you're describing it does sound something different than that. But I'm sorry for being long-winded, but that's what just some of those factors of it. And it can stir something up for someone. Oh, I'll finish. In the worst case scenario, somebody who has that like they take LSD in like the 60s or whatever at a party drinking the punch bowl, their friends, they freak out because they're projecting shit that they're not aware of and they're unconscious. They're projecting. Their friends freak out, take them to the hospital or whatever. And then they shoot them up with like Thorazine, which is like a sedative. And by doing the Thorazine, it can like lock the person in that actual unconscious energy. Like what you were saying, like the bolts coming back down. Well, that's like the worst case that people have gone through, where they've took some LSD. They don't quite know what they're going through. They don't have the proper support and help. And then they get taken to a hospital. And this is a thing that has happened like back in the 60s and 70s. They get taken to a hospital. The hospital doesn't even know what's going on. They don't even know. They just think, oh, this person's on a drug. They don't even know what LSD is or how it functions or what mind state, you know, how to help that person. So then they just give them like an antipsychotic, you know, sedative drug. And then it literally locks that pattern, you know, of that fear that they were in, you know, locks it in their waking state. Now, ironically, if they were to take more LSD in a therapeutic setting at a later date, they could actually heal that. But if they don't do that, then they can have like what mainstream medicine would call like after effects or whatever, you know, like they even have a whole name for it, like HPPD. It's like they have a whole like delayed hallucinogenic perception disorder or something. They have a whole name for it. But yeah, that's partly their lack of understanding of how it's all working. But at the same time, yeah, like LSD is like an unspecific amplifier of mental processes. So it is semi-synthetic and it is very intense in that way. So anyways, sorry again for being long-winded because I just went longer, but Just had to get that all out. Thanks.
Gio, what about peyote? Is peyote a similar, different?
Well, peyote is a plant medicine and that's very different than LSD. Yeah, peyote is a plant medicine.
You done that before? Peyote?
Yeah.
What's that one like? I know my uncle did that. Apparently in Mexico it's not illegal. So like on certain beaches, apparently they extract like a juice or something from like a cactus, and you take a shot of some sort of like red juice, and it's like the peyote juice or whatever. And apparently my uncle took that shit and was like tripping on the beach for like 6 hours or something like that. But I never tried that thing. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, peyote's a cactus. Yeah, it's like a cactus, and it contains mescaline, is one of the main alkaloids, and LSD, psilocybin, mescaline. These are the alkaloids that often are partly connected to the like visionary quality of it. So with peyote, the mescaline is one of the main alkaloids and has those very like deep colors. Like it has a very the colors become really rich. That's one of the things it's known for. But peyote itself is incredibly beautiful. It's very blissful. It contains like it's a phenethylamine, which are these categories, these category of compounds that create like a very blissful state. So peyote has a lot of different compounds in it, but it does contain like MDMA, like what they call ecstasy. MDMA is actually it's a synthetic MDMA is synthetic. But it also is a phenylethylamine. So in peyote, it contains the mescaline, which causes the visionary effects. Then it also contains the phenylethylamines, which are these sort of empathogen type compounds. So that's why, to me, it's a bit reminiscent in a way of MDMA in some ways, even though it's much more natural. But yeah, I mean, peyote is incredible. It's very, very beautiful and very deep. Like the spirit of peyote is a very, very high frequency intelligence. And it's pretty long lasting. It lasts for like 12 to 16 hours, the whole journey. It takes like 2 hours to kick in. So there's like, you literally eat it and nothing happens for like a solid 2 hours. It's amazing. It takes so long to kick in. It really is surprising. But then it's a long lasting. It goes for about 12 to 16 hours. If you do a full, if one were to do a full dose, yeah, it's pretty much the full dose kind of time period. Like 10 to 15. But yeah, I mean, something like peyote in my mind, like you're getting to like serious plant spirit medicine at that point. Like a lot of people in our modern world that are like struggling in a lot of ways with like depression, anxiety, addictions, all kinds of things. If all of these things were legal, yeah, I mean, LSD is a pretty like intense, like I would almost see it as like a more kind of advanced way to go. Like you really, it's just very, if you're doing it therapeutically in that sense, and probably not even in my mind, like not really even ideal for someone who's already in a struggling thing, because it is semi-synthetic and has its own kind of, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. It can be, but something like peyote with the plant medicine like that, like it is, be so beautiful if the once these medicines are allowed to be used again, kind of with the legal restrictions they put on them, because I just think people could have so much benefit. And I'm not saying it's for everyone, and I'm not even outwardly advising anyone to do anything. I'm just saying if these medicines were available and people that are really struggling, even if they just do like a low dose, like it doesn't even have to be like a massive dose, but I just think that I just know that how much these plants, like the actual, like talking about something like peyote, like the actual plant spirit intelligence that peyote has, can help people to such deep levels to get their minds right and to get their minds in a better place that's not completely in suffering. So but yeah, at that level, like something like peyote, it's really high level, high frequency kind of medicine in terms of like the helping to integrate someone's psyche who has a lot of challenges going on, or even for psychospiritual purposes to like glean additional insights or to access these higher layers of consciousness.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying though, is like this well, essentially we know that the most powerful thing in all of medicine is the placebo effect. There's nothing more powerful than the placebo effect. It's so powerful that every single medical test that has been done since the discovery of it has to include it in its data. And given that the placebo effect is a mental effect, and that taking these plants, and I guess the synthetic ones are considered substances or whatever, have these mental effects, and so people are like, "Oh, that's just a mental effect. It's not that big of a deal." But in matter of fact, actually, what's going on in your psychology, in your mental realm, I guess, so to speak, is actually the most important part of your life, and actually affects everything else way more than everything else would affect it. And so, a sense when I see these like, oh, I I I can see them as a medicine, and like, yeah, you need like a doctor or like a shaman, whatever you want to call it, like an expert who like does it. But like people just do it for fun at parties and shit, where like there's strobe lights and like half naked people trying to like rub up on you, and then fucking guys who are all coked out trying to have fights, right? So it's like, so you're taking a medicine that's meant to like fucking relax your mental down and let shit inside of it, but then you're sat there inside of a fucking nightclub. I don't know. It's just I because I kind of agree with you, Gio, but I kind of disagree with you. I think they should be used as medicines, but when I think of medicine, I think of something that's like almost, I guess, sacred or professional in a sense, something that's serious. It's not something to be taken lightly in a sense, and it's not something to just be done willy nilly. It's kind of like a big deal. I don't know if I'm kind of making my point correctly, but yeah, that's at least my perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree with that, man. Yeah, I mean, it's to me, yeah, it's like, I mean, you're opening up your psyche, you know, yeah, I mean, going into a state where you want to be able to be vulnerable if that's what needs to happen. What I mean by that is like, what I mean by being vulnerable is like emotionally, meaning if you're like out in the world and there's all this like distraction and loud music and stuff, you're not really going to be able to actually go within. Like there's going to be so much distraction, and so that's very different. So in my viewpoint, I mean, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with using these. Well, I guess mushrooms seem to lend themselves to some level of like at a lower dose, kind of laugh with friends or be out in the woods and just kind of, be with people. Although it seems like at the higher dosages, it's pretty all consuming in that sense.
Or weed. Weed is pretty casual, I'd say. But
yeah,
I've gotten high as shit to the point where I have actually like had slight hallucinations off of weed. But I'm not sure if that's because I've tripped before, and so it's kind of a reoccurrence of my trip, or if it's actually the weed doing it, because I could never put myself in another person's body while they're getting high. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, cannabis can definitely be like psychotropic, essentially at high dosages. Yeah, especially edibles. I was saying earlier, saw this thing on Joe Rogan where he was saying that he does like 500 milligrams of THC edibles, and then he goes into his flotation tank, and he was like, "That's the most intense trip that I've ever had." He was saying 500 milligrams of THC in a flotation tank. So,
Fuck, it's a fuck done, bro.
yeah, that's a heroic dose. I mean, depending on what his tolerance is at, but yeah, that's a.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I had a girlfriend. This was like years ago, and she bought. This is in Canada, where weed is legal and shit. This is when I was living in Canada. She bought these weed pills, and they were like fucking vile, dude. Like it was like a pill, but like the pill had like a black liquid inside of it. I probably shouldn't have taken it, but like it's a young boy, and it was 2 hot girls saying they want to take some fucking edibles with me. I'm not gonna say no, right? So they said that theirs were 100 milligrams and mine was 250. I'm not gonna lie to you, Gio. Like I was tripping fucking hard off that shit. Like I literally thought that the other 2 girls were like witches. I don't know how I got this idea in my mind, but they said like, yeah, we need to go grab our bike, come down to underground, like the storage unit, like the storage in the apartment storage or whatever. And you know how everything in the storages are in cages, bro. Like I actually believed, like legitimately believed in my mind that these 2 girls were trying to lock me in a cage and then cannibalize my flesh.
So see, what if that was a past life memory? What if that was a past life memory?
Right, but what I'm saying is like I was fucking like this was just the weed pill or whatever, the 250 milligram, dude.
Yeah.
Listen.
Well,
and then I went up.
That's a big amount. I mean, yeah, that's
dude. I had no idea what I was doing. Like that was
yeah.
But I was scared as shit, and I ran away from them and I went up to her apartment and I was in her room sleeping, right? Like not even sleeping, but just in her bed, like under the covers, like just high. I don't even know what I was doing, bro. Like I legitimately like was so high I forgot who they were. Like it was fucked. And then I remember she opened the door and tried to like get under the covers with me because it was like my chick, right? She wanted to like cuddle me and shit and go to bed. Bro, I was like pushing her off the bed and like freaking out and they're like, get away from me, blah blah blah. So like I don't know, dude. I think if you're gonna I only smoke flower. I don't do really dabs or edibles. But like yeah, edibles are kind of fucked, dude. Like you can get kind of fucked up off edibles. I know from personal experience. Like imagine, bro, like your boyfriend started freaking out and thought you were a witch trying to count, and you tried to get in bed and he was like shoving you off. Like, like the retrospect is kind of funny, but like I was tripping, dude.
Oh yeah, I would say definitely, dude. High dose like cannabis edible form is definitely full on, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite the same as the other entheogens in some ways. Like it is a little bit different, but yeah, it definitely be really.
Because I woke up the next morning like
it can be a debacle.
So, yeah, I woke up the next morning sober, and then I kind of was remembering what happened to me last night. And I was like imagine you're with 2 girls, right? And they're laughing, right? You'd feel good about yourself normally. But when I was in that state of mind, dude, like I thought they were laughing because they were, it was like a joke to them and that they were gonna actually like kill me and eat me. Like I don't, bro, like I can't even like, I was fucking convinced. And I don't know why or how I got that idea in my brain, but I was convinced that they were gonna fucking like eat me, like cut me up like a fucking steak. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even know. I don't know. It must sound fucking weird to you, Gio, but I just telling you, bro. Like you can get high as shit off edibles. Like.
Yep. Yeah. It can definitely be pretty much like a psychotropic substance at that point. Like I don't know if I would fully like the word psychedelic, like, but it like psychotropic I think is a similar term, but it kind of yeah, but it definitely can activate the psyche in very deep ways. That's for sure. Like the high dose THC like that, you can have basically full blown kind of trip, as it were, in that sense. So yeah.
Hey, do you think you could break something and not be able to come back?
Well, if you're referring to that, I would say that you know, like these states, like people have like psychosis, schizophrenia, all of these kinds of things. You know, people that are in mental asylums, and you know, all of that. So, like those states, it does seem like those states are like, okay, some people that have worked with these different either plant medicines or substances have found that they've accessed like parts within themselves that could fit those categories. But in the cases, if they're like trying to heal trauma, for example, they find that the trauma that they had was actually what was causing that. You know, having some kind of sort of what mainstream would call mental disease or mental illness kind of thing. And so in that case, they were given they were able to use these as a tool to actually like resolve the trauma, which was then connected to either the psychosis or the mental ailment, as it were. So in that case, like for example, there have been people that even when they were doing that LSD therapy back in the 50s and 60s, there were people that like they actually did these LSD therapies at they actually ran some of the programs at mental institutions, and there were people who were completely mentally deranged that were in those places, and they were involved in that LSD therapy. And after the LSD therapy, they actually came out of the asylum, like they were back to being sane.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, Gio. Is that these things are medicines, and so it's just kind of a big ass joke that doctors are essentially ignoring this shit and and essentially acting, I guess, superstitious about these things. Not scientific. They're not acting scientific. They're acting superstitious, and it's fucking teenagers and people who are going to parties and guys that are trying to like influence chicks and essentially rape them that are the ones, I guess, in a sense, pioneering this. I don't want to say technology because obviously it's not, it's like a natural thing. Like we didn't make it. It's not really produced by us, but essentially pioneering this field of medicine. The people who are pioneering this field of medicine are essentially fucking teenagers and essentially people who are like predatory in nature. And
You're talking about big pharma, you mean? With big pharma?
No, I'm talking about drug dealers and like kids at parties and shit and like stuff like that. Like, but yeah, no, big pharma is just essentially ignoring all this shit. Like, it's just such a joke, bro. Like in an actual like real, like in a real society, dude. Like our top guys, our wise dudes, would be fucking looking into this shit and essentially using it as a medicine to treat people. It wouldn't be fucking ignored by the establishment and then used by rebellious teenagers and essentially drug dealers. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. You're saying because they made these illegal, things like mushrooms and so on, they made them illegal. It relegates them into the kind of, street use or whatever. Deal, like you said, kind of dealers. And so, for people to get mushrooms, for example, they probably have to get it from some, right. They can't just buy it legally. So then exactly. I see what you mean by that. Yeah. And then they're also like not fully understood by certain youngsters in certain ways. They maybe don't even understand the full implication or even how to use them properly. I mean, a lot of people do kind of have some awareness of them, but yeah, you're right. And then it's kind of more like in the into the categories of like recreational, I guess in the mainstream they would call it like, illicit or whatever drug name they would try to use to categorize them all in together or whatever. But right, instead of actually
essentially using them incorrectly. They're not for fucking recreation. It's not a trampoline. You're not supposed to go and bounce on it for fun. You know what I mean? It's a medicine. And so, you know how we treat medicines? They're supposed to, like, a fucking professional, like essentially a guy who's responsible and actually cares about you is supposed to be the one doling this shit out. And he's supposed to also be an expert, right? He's not just supposed to be some fucking guy trying to make, like, bro, like, it's so backwards, dude. I can't even.
You need a shaman.
Like, but even just a doctor, bro. Like we call them shamans because they're in a different culture, but that's essentially just a doctor in another culture. Like, essentially, we're using it in a recreational way. What I'm arguing is like it should be considered on the medicine side, right? Medicines and toxins and shit, all that. I don't know, dude. It's so backwards.
Well, I mean, there's been huge headways, though. I mean, if you talk about like back in the they basically made like mushrooms, LSD, and then they also did like DMT, ayahuasca, peyote. They basically in like the 60s or whatever, and they made all those illegal. They put them all into Schedule 1, which is ridiculous because Schedule 1 means that they have no known medicinal benefit, and they have a high tendency towards addictive tendencies. So yeah, things like heroin and cocaine and stuff makes some sense for those to be, but not for
that whole drug war is it's commercial in nature, though. That whole thing is about commerce, about world power, right? That whole drug, we had that war on drugs. Like, we shouldn't even have these laws of what's illegal or legal of a fucking substance, a plant, or an invention in America. But considering the whole commercial aspect of everything and how basically everything's been sold out, that's a whole other issue. Like, I'm specifically arguing that the way like we look at it, like our perception of it, like us in this server, not even just the general public too, but just I think we need to switch our mindset on what these things are before we can, because all that other shit we can address later, but we need to actually understand what you're doing, right? You can't go to battle if you don't know where you are, what the enemy is, what the fucking, you need to actually have some understanding on the subject. And I think the most basic principle of understanding is that these are not recreational, they're medicinal. And that thing essentially clarifies 90% of the other problems after you would, I guess, essentially make that publicly give notice of that in a sense, right? Because if they're medicinal, I don't know. That's the way I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, well,
the thing is,
and there's been a huge resurgence. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. I'll just say real quick. There's been a huge resurgence in the recent years with mushrooms, and then also MDMA. Like MDMA is like in stage 3 with the FDA, is about to be approved for medical use. And MDMA is like, I mean, there's that term ecstasy, but usually ecstasy is like the term for like kind of more of like the street drug version, where they usually take MDMA and then they often mix other things with it, and you end up with a pill or whatever, like an ecstasy pill. But the MDMA, the actual substance, which that one is synthetic as well, although it certainly does seem to have a lot of healing effects for people because it kind of helps open the emotions and have more love and understanding for what you went through. Like they've used it for PTSD, like people that like war veterans that have had PTSD. It's kind of amazing for some people in one MDMA session, like one MDMA assisted therapy session, they can like resolve their entire PTSD because there's a way in which like once they connect with the memory or the trauma, but then they have love for themselves and like forgiveness, there can be like incredible healing. So, but MDMA is probably going to be legalized soon. And then mushrooms, they've done a lot of studies, many more studies these days. And there's like huge conferences and stuff. I'm going to post this one site here. This is Maps. And like, that's all the events that there's like huge conferences like all over the world, just in terms of sort of like psychedelic therapy, like using like in that terminology. But so there's a lot of work that's being done, and there's a lot more like legal lifting of the legal restrictions that's been happening lately. So there's a lot of progress happening in actually the actual kind of science side of it. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. I didn't mean to go on so long. My bad.
well, it's still slow going because, I mean, as you know, they're playing a money game, and there's really not a lot of money in healthy people. And, especially when you can get the people healthy with such cheap means, like a few hits of acid, some peyote, some ayahuasca, like that shit's got to be, dirt cheap compared to what they're doing now with and instituting people in mental institutions for years and years, the rest of their life potentially, never getting better. So I mean, there's a lot of money in that. This is capitalism.
Oh, big time, dude. Yeah. I mean,
because opium. Think about this, bro. People have been essentially having world wars Before we came up with the word World War I, World War II, they've been having world wars and world fucking conflicts and literally having like trade deals that stretch across the world for thousands of years just arguing over opium. That's just one plant, right? And then we can take into consideration every other plant that has some sort of medicinal use, which is probably a lot of plants. I think maybe probably like almost a lot of plants have a part that you can, I mean, I don't know. But they have fucking world wars over this shit, dude. Like, they literally fucking put, like, before America even existed, they were still pushing millions of fucking shekels or gold coins around to get their hands on opium and shit. So, like, I don't know. I just feel like we really have, it's almost out of our hands when it comes to what the law, the legality, the powers that be say about it. But when it comes to what we think and what we know and our, I guess, understanding of the situation, that's the thing that we can change in a sense. You know what I mean? About what these things are, what they do, what it means. Because you know what I mean? Like, what are we going to do in a sense to tell the United States of America what to do? I just don't see it happening. It's kind of the other way around. They tell us what to do.
Well, we are making headway slowly but surely because of greed. Ironically, like they were getting a lot of money from lobbyists from big pharma and whatnot, a lot of other places too, to keep marijuana legal. And the government was like, "All right, this is good. We're getting a lot of money," but it wasn't going to the right people, the right places, and they realized they could get it to go to the right people in the right places by legalizing it and getting a shit ton more money than they already were, which is why it was getting why they were lobbying to keep it illegal in the first place, was because of their companies wanted to get the money. Big pharma, big alcohol, prison guard unions. If you're prison guard owners, if you're any one of those people, you want weed illegal for the obvious reasons. So we're making progress slowly but surely. I don't know how far they'll take it. I doubt they'll go all the way with it, but we'll see.
Is Delta 9 like legal everywhere?
Are you asking for a friend?
Yeah, it's not me.
Is that friend's name Kojo?
Is it not legal in Texas? That sucks.
They were selling Delta shit. I don't know if it was 8, 9, 10, whatever. They were selling it here a while before weed became legal in gas stations and shit. So.
Yeah, I think the gummies are pretty all right. All right, they're all right by me.
I mean, edibles are just awesome.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to it, the edible scene. Like or trying to work on it, actually. No, I'm taking edibles, but not trying to work. It's just like, it's different than smoking. If you don't get the dosage right, you're kind of like, oh, oops.
Yeah. You better make sure you know what you're doing if you got anything to do.
I gotta forget.
That's why I always like to get the same ones. I get the same ones. I know exactly how much to take. That's gonna get me nice, and I'm good.
What's that? What's the same ones?
What's up?
What do you get? Just
okay. Don't laugh. They're called space bars. There's a picture of a globe with an astronaut floating. Hold on, let me take it. Let me see if I get a picture of one.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yo, what do you all think about this Israel Hamas or whatever?
The whole Gaza, this is the Gaza Strip's fighting again. It's a shocker.
Dude, I think that shit's gonna be World War III, dude. Like, I feel like, okay, how's this? Palestine does something to Israel. Israel does something to Palestine that's like a little too much, and then some other Muslim country gets pissed off and starts attacking Israel, and then Israel starts attacking them, and then all of the Muslim countries start going in, and then all the European countries are now like, oh shit, like we have to fucking protect Israel, and now we have like a full-on war, and then Russia and China hop on somehow against fucking America and Europe at the same time, and like there could be like a full, you know what I mean? Like there could be a full-on like process of escalation, and there could be like a full-on World War III caused by these fucking idiots in the Middle East, is my opinion.
Well, let me know when you get to the part where America puts its tanks and shit and its planes on the field. That's where the fun stops.
America's been in Afghanistan for a while.
Yeah, but we're not going up against tanks and planes and shit. That's a whole different thing. Like we're fighting a guerrilla war, basically. It's like Vietnam all over. You start putting tanks on the field, it's a wrap. Those days of tanks and shooting missiles, that shit's over for us, dude. No one's fucking, no one's trying to step up like that. The only way to do it is the way it happened in Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan with the guerrilla warfare. That's it. That's the only way you can even have a chance. We're taking your tanks and shit out, and it's like that's gone.
Yeah, you got to trick
Jeremy,
these
it's happening right now in Ukraine. What are you talking about, bro? Wake up.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Is like we have Russia, who's already on Russia's already fucking pissed, and Russia's looking at any fucking opportunity to essentially have, like, if someone else were to start fighting with Europe, Russia would definitely help them. They would not be against it. You know what I mean? Russia's pissed at Europe. The Middle East is essentially pissed at Israel. Israel's pissed at the Middle East. And then China's looking to essentially just expand their dominion and make a lot of money. Like, everyone's kind of ready and set for World War III to, like, essentially pop off. And I feel like a bunch of Muslim countries getting pissed off about Palestine and attacking Israel is kind of like in World War I when fucking, well, like, I think like Austria attacked someone or some shit. Like, there was one country that first attacked the other country, and everyone else started battling after that. And I feel like those two countries is some Muslim country and Israel are like, once they start fighting, bro, everyone's gonna start fucking, kind of like World War I, where everyone just started fucking fighting each other after two people popped off. Like, it's like a bar, bro. Like, it only takes two fuckers to start fighting, and now the whole bar is fucking, everyone in the bar is fist fighting each other.
Yeah,
Look,
except
Jeremy,
for.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead.
Look, if Biden keeps slipping, bro, and taking money from military and putting it into our schools to turn your kids gay, we're gonna slip on our border,
Somebody's got a
legitimate
net.
tanks
Oh, hold
coming
on,
through,
guys.
and legitimate tanks in your backyard, bro.
Godric, hold on 1 second. Some snacks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Sorry, my bad.
You got some nutcase echo going on. What were you saying now, Godric?
I said if Biden keeps slipping and taking money from military budget and putting it into the schools to turn your kids gay, we're gonna slip on our borders and the tanks are gonna come into the US and be in your backyard next. It's not too far away, bro.
Yeah, bro, the immigrant crisis or whatever, like, if America really starts fucking getting pissed off and then, like, let's say a bunch of these migrants essentially, like, bro, they could get guns and the migrants would start fucking fighting. Like, bro, America could have a civil war. Maybe America's not even involved in World War III. Maybe America's having its own issues and World War III is popping off everywhere else. And in America, we're not even in World War III. We're in a civil war with all these fucking immigrants. And then there's these Trump fucking idiots. And then there's these LGBTQ fucking Biden idiots. Like, there's so many different fucking opinions in America that are all idiotic and retarded and ready to essentially attack each other that, like, is America's military even going to be fucking going into World War III and saving Europe? Like, imagine if America goes to civil war, then, I mean, Russia's definitely going after Europe. The moment America's not guarding Europe, bro, Russia's like a fucking rabid, hungry dog who's ready to rip someone's head off. And then we have fucking Israel and Middle East. I mean, bro, it literally just takes one fucking gap for everyone else to start fighting. And, like, it literally, yeah, I don't know, dude. There's just so much, dude. I don't know. I think America is suffering from an internal rot. Our military is top of the notch, but our military can't run if it has no citizens to pay tax, and all of our citizens are in a civil war.
Just keep telling Jeremy everything is safe. Rome never fell. It's just a fairy tale.
Yeah, like, imagine if America splits in two. Would America even be fucking involved in World War III? Would America even be like, what if America loses its America goes to civil war and loses its status as a world leader because we're internally fighting, and then World War III happens and other superpowers just so happen to emerge because of the spoils of war, because they come out on top in these wars, right? So World War III happens, whoever's the victor of the war will be fucking in the state that America was after World War II. And if it's not America, then, I mean, Russia or China could be a world superpower greater than us.
So you're saying Putin can win that war in Ukraine, declare victory, bandstand, and then be
America's
like, I'm
if a,
the superpower, and then declare himself number one, step to number two.
bro, if America pulls out of Ukraine, then Russia would win. Or Ukraine only exists because America is sending money. If America has its own internal problems and starts having to have some sort of issue
where they have to focus their military internally. Russia's going to go take over Ukraine and start warring with Europe. The Muslims are going to start warring with Israel. And China's just going to start taking Taiwan and expanding. Like, those three things are like three other semi-superpower from getting more powers who want America's spot, and America cock blocking them the entire time. From cock blocking those three other superpowers are ready to pounce and have their own wars and expand their own domain.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I think of it as like a bar brawl, like you said. It's like it's business, you know. People got to make money, and like well before like any kind of skirmishes break out, I don't think anything happens like spontaneously. You know, they just kind of like plan for it and then pretend it's spontaneous when they make it happen.
Yeah, so if we're talking business, imagine there's 6 mom and pop shops. 6 mom and pop shops. 3 of them are big, 3 of them are small. The 3 big ones are about to fucking eat the 3 small ones, but then Walmart pulled up on the fucking scene. And Walmart essentially said to the 3 bigger mom and pop shops, nah, sorry, if you fucking eat up the smaller mom and pop shop, we're going to drive you out of business. So the 3 stores were like, okay, we'll fucking lay back and do nothing. Now imagine if Walmart's fucking CEO goes crazy and the whole company goes bankrupt and Walmart just fucking ends, all right? Those 3 big mom and pop shops will now have nothing to stop them from eating the smaller ones, which is essentially the case of Russia, China, and the Muslims in the Middle East. Is they're pissed, dude. Russia's pissed at fucking Eastern Europe. The Muslims are pissed at Israel, and China's pissed at fucking everyone who's not letting them essentially rip them off and make more money. Those 3 guys are only in check because America exists. If America ever has an internal issue and has to divert its focus away from that, those 3 guys essentially will be carving up the world in chunks and agreeing, oh, okay, which of us 3 takes this chunk? Which of us takes this chunk? Essentially.
So you don't think they could be like working together this whole time?
America's the bully's bully. So there's a bunch of bullies who don't bully people because
America's doing its own. So America's in a unique position. We just do what we want to do.
How about this?
America's kind of under, like, I'll say America and Britain are kind of like a unit. They're not really separate.
What about these Canadians? Kind of odd men out, or what?
Yeah, no, neither are they. They're kind of part of the unit too.
And then the Australians, yeah.
Yeah, they're part of the British unit too. The British actually kind of like still hold a major advantage over the world in a sense, except for the fact that their fucking people are invaded by migrants.
How about this Ukraine war is all just bullshit. It's all planned on both sides. They're just a way of diverting our attention away from what's really happening. The bullshit they've already planned out.
It's like turning over an old field. Just blow up some old buildings and build some new ones. Make some new cities.
Like, are these all these wars manufactured?
It's like every 20 years they just build some new cities. They're like, yeah, we need some. We should have some here. We make more money or whatever. I think it's a very carefully controlled narrative. You know what I mean? To make everybody feel like they're on edge and make no one feel like anything is going right, or that nobody really is in control of anything, or nobody fully knows what's going on. You know, those kinds of doubts really. That's what causes us to have to like lean on, you know, our government and be like, yo, help us out, do the right thing.
Fear mongering, propaganda.
It's like, but you need somebody else. Like, if he's saying that we're the bully, that's the narrative. But we need America to be the bully to us to make us do the things. So therefore, we need adversaries that are against our national interests in order for our country to have to knuckle under us or something. Or whatever you know what I'm trying to say here. Thanks. It's like everybody's afraid of A-bombs or something like that. You know what I mean? But like, let's put up a whole bunch of like nuke power plants every fucking where. You know what I mean? So that you can't get away from the problem any fucking way. Right? It's like mutually assured destruction. Or mad. I'll get you, gadget. You know what I'm saying? Mutually assured destruction. Like nobody will just go like, I'll step up to that. You know? It's like any little country trying to like take on the U.S. They wouldn't do that. Like Jeremy said, in the tank war, because they're all going to die. You know, that we're like the cudgel to someone else's plan. I don't think we're like fully forming our own agendas and carrying them out. I'm pretty sure we're working with some kind of collective, and then you wonder how deep that collective is. It could be every country. I don't know. Somebody else say something. You got a Highlander comparison for this, Godric?
Well, it is every country, but they have a Hegelian dialectic where 2 becomes 0 becomes 1. And so the dialectic essentially at this point is Israel, the West, the European Union, America. That's one side. And the other side is the Muslim nations, Russia, and China. And that would be the dialectic. And in this whole Hegelian dialectic, when what is it, like thesis, antithesis, or something like that, come into conflict. From the conflict comes the synthesis. So I'm just wondering if that actually becomes World War III, and they actually carry out a conflict, and then to see what comes from that. But the only way I could see that happening is if America's military was somehow incapacitated before World War III even started. Like there had to be some point in which all the fucking shit that the US had was essentially taken out of the field. And if that was the case, then it would be like an actual battle, right? Because you're saying is this all coordinated? I believe so, but they have to coordinate America weakening. Like they essentially, if you're a video game designer, right? Say the guys are coordinating this; these are video game designers. You essentially would have to nerf America and buff up his enemies to have a fair fight. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm just thinking that when they nerf America, there's going to be some sort of internal conflict that takes America out of World War III to make World War III an actual thing that lasts and that they can actually derive profit from. Because if America's fully like good, it would just win. Like it would just win. Like Russia and China just wouldn't be able to do shit. You know what I'm saying?
Islam is slowly coming into the
I mean, it
U.S.
makes sense, bro. It feels like. Does it not feel like America's getting nerfed by like some sort of video game maker? Does that not? If you're from America and you're in this chat, does it not feel like your country's getting nerfed? Like how a video game would fucking take a character and nerf him, make his fucking weapons have less damage and shit. That's what it feels like to me.
The liberals are nerfing us.
That's what I'm saying. They're just a tool to nerf us. That's all they are.
Free speech is gone out the window. No more free speech. Cancel culture.
I was muted.
Free speech suppression.
I was like, there's no way you guys are ignoring all these things I'm saying.
The next is the roundup of guns.
Yeah, you must have been. No one heard you.
No, I so was. It was for sure muted. But what I was just saying is like that's a narrative you're picking up about America getting nerfed. You're picking up that narrative. I get you, but that also like it would be the case that you might want to make people feel like that. You know what I mean? You like what like I don't know, like a lot of time, like I don't know however long I've been alive, like the United States has played strong when it's been weak. It's been playing weak when it's been strong. Like it will do these kinds of things because it's a crazy strategist, you know. So it does. I wouldn't put it past strategy to supersede, you know, the news lines. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Thanks.
I don't think any of it's real, man. All this shit is fake. It's a stage. I mean, even our history, man. Like, literally, like all the Tartaria stuff. I mean, there's some real truth to that. I mean, yeah, it's all bullshit at this point.
I also think Tartaria might actually be. Maybe there is some truth that wasn't revealed before, but like at the same time, I also think it's like infested with shills, kind of like Flat Earth is, like infested with fake information too.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess I could see that. What do you think? Like, what do you think? What do you glean from it?
I personally, I think the prior advanced technology. I think the technology just goes like a fucking. It goes up and down, bro. It doesn't just go up, or it doesn't just go down. Like through different stages in history, there's different technologies, and I think that's something that they got right. But another thing, I don't know, dude. I'm kind of very highly skeptical about these mud floods and these like empty cities, and that they just had orphans like populate empty. Like the whole thing just seems like I don't know, like how much of it is true and how much of it is false is hard to determine for me. But I have a feeling that like a lot of it, there is parts of that are really true that haven't really been, I guess, given to us in a public notice before. But there's other parts that are just complete fucking malarkey, essentially. Like the whole mud flood idea. I don't know, dude. Like, if you don't fucking sweep up the floor, dirt just accumulates. It's not a mud flood. Like, it's just dirt and shit. I don't know. Like, have you ever had like a fucking something that you didn't sweep off? Like, dirt accumulates. I don't know. Like, I just don't. I don't know. The whole Titaria thing, like, I would take it like 50-50. Or not even 50-50. It's something to consider, but like, how do you have any evidence? Like, where's the evidence? A lot of the shit is just random miscellaneous claims that no one really seems to be the source of. People are just repeating, and that kind of concerns me.
There's a story about Aristotle. He was hired by Philip of Macedon to mentor his son, Alexander. And as payment, Aristotle asked for a city, but an empty city, that he can control it on his own. And they filled it with criminals. For a while, Aristotle had his own city with criminals. I think the city eventually failed, but for a while it was a free city. I don't know if that really happened, but it's a cool story.
Yeah, like the whole idea, like, oh, Tartaria or whatever. There is an actual, like, in mainstream history, there is a place called Tartaria. So, like, even that whole thing, like, oh, the lost civilization or whatever, and it's like, but that's the name of a real, like, that it's actually recorded in history. What do you, like, what are you getting at? You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird, these, like, surface level contradictions right up front, and then these, like I said, claims that no one seems to have the source of where these claims come from, but like everyone seems to be repeating them. Like the whole mud flood claim, like who came up with that? Like, where does it come from? It just seems to be something that everyone else is echoing, and they're looking at a picture of like a basement or something and saying like this is a window that goes down. I don't know. It's just like, it just seems a little fucking ridiculous to me. Like, I don't know.
One thing, I guess, you know, right. Like to say like this specific theory, like I get it, but I mean like definitely like there is that that temple. There's like this huge temple that's underwater, like off the coast of Japan, and there's like the Bimini Road. I mean, there's like all this like stuff, right? That, and they'll just be like, "Oh no, that's just natural stone." Like the fuck it is.
Yeah,
So
here's where it is like, you're comparing the Tartarian narrative to the mainstream narrative, and then you're saying, look, it has a better explanation in this specific area, therefore it gives it credibility because it has a better explanation than the mainstream narrative. Where, and I was like, that's kind of a slippery slope, dude. The mainstream narrative is wrong on so much shit, like so absolute, like it's fucking mind, like it has to be on purpose. Like whoever's in charge of mainstream narrative, like, has to purposely have like some sort of mindset to where he wants everyone else speaking backwards garbage dribble that doesn't even make sense at some point. Like, so like what you would have to compare the Tartarian narrative to get a good like comparison would be like, what is the actual truth, right? And so like the actual truth would be the evidence that we see. And so like with that Japanese temple or whatever, like I'm not doubting that it's a man-made thing or whatever, but it's like, is that the Tartarian Empire? Like, did they pull up on airships and build that? Like, I just find that it's just too much conclusions, bro. Like that I've heard from these like they go off and then
Yeah, bro.
they have these conclusions, and it's like, holy shit! Like, how did you get to that conclusion with this amount of evidence? Like, I don't. And why are you all repeating the same shit? You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of weird, bro. Something weird about them. And I'm not saying all of it is fake. I'm pretty sure there's some nuggets in there that they haven't publicly released to us before in that movement. But like, I'm pretty sure there's just a whole bunch of garbage in there. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think you're making a lot of good sense in here. No, it's yeah, good to hear, man. Because I mean, there's like the specific examples we can bring up case by case, like this building, this structure, right? And saying, here's the official narrative, and here's why it doesn't make any sense. Or here's this thing, and it doesn't even have an explanation for it. It's just fucking complete mystery. But you know, people use that Tartaria term as a catch-all term for all of these different things, and then they put like additional like fluff on top of it. It's like, whoa.
Think about what they were actually
Go ahead.
using. What did Nikola Tesla study? Right.
What do you have?
Look at the Vajra and how that's designed, and look at how the Tesla coil works. Right. If you think about drawing something that works electrically and draw it mechanically, you would end up with something very similar to a Vajra.
yeah, and what did the Vajras even do? Who knows?
A Vajra.
Yeah, so what? So the Vajra looked. Wait. So here's what I'm saying. Like how it's a slippery slope. So the Vajras looked like a Tesla coil therefore the great empire of Tartaria that spanned all of Asia,
No, they don't look like them. They don't look like them at
Africa
all.
is
They look
true,
nothing alike.
there was truly abandoned cities that got hit with a mud flood. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just
What I'm saying is a Vajra works, right?
movement.
By
The whole
funneling,
Tartarian movement
by funneling mercury through
it
a
simply
central tube.
catches the Tartarian
Excuse
movement
me,
simply
you have no
catches
respect.
I was speaking. So
You're trying to make a mockery of what I said.
I'm not.
Okay, a
I'm not
a
making a
Vajra
mockery of
uses
what you're
red
saying.
mercury and white mercury.
You're interrupting me now. I was clearly speaking. I was clearly you clearly finished.
You're making a mockery of what I said. You're trying to say that it's all to do with some mud flood thing. I'm going to then go on about some random. No, it's the Vajra and Tessicle are very similar.
Interrupted
In the way they work, not in their look. They don't look anything alike.
After 30 seconds of me speaking, and I was almost finished up, you clearly interrupted me. So I'm just gonna go on mute.
Please, you go. Then the other guy respond, or whoever it was, respond. Please don't talk over each other. We've got all day. Someone make a point. If whoever thought he's making a mockery, let him get his point out, and then you can respond to it. But if you talk over one another, nobody hears anything. So just
I'm sorry.
just take it in turns, guys. Right?
Yeah, so not a mockery of the other guy. I don't even know who I'm talking to because I'm on my iPhone. But
you're talking to
I'm not
Chepa. You're
mocking
saying
whoever's point that was. I'm not mocking it. What I'm saying is yeah, you could bring up something valid. Maybe the Vajra is like a Tesla coil. Who knows?
it doesn't
I'm
look
not
anything
mocking
like it. Is what I'm saying.
Bro, this is fucking stupid, dude. I'm
Well,
trying to be
okay,
patient.
let me
You're
respond.
fucking
The first thing
interrupting me
that
the
you
whole
said
time.
please just mute this guy for 1 second so that I can at least get my point across because he's just
This is
not hearing it.
absolutely disrespectful, dude. Whatever.
Hey, Aussie guy or New Zealand guy, whatever you are, I'm not sure. Let him finish. That's the 3 times you just start talking over the topic. I understand that you're not happy with what he's saying. That's fine. Let him finish. Then
Okay.
he'll be quiet, and you can then clarify.
Let me summarize what he has said. He has said the Vajra and the Tesla coil look alike. Oh, so people say things that look alike. Oh, and then it goes in this mud flood. So some Tartaria nonsense. No. A Vajra and a Tesla coil do not look anything alike. I'm saying that in their mechanical function of them, they work in a similar way in terms of pushing energy down to a narrow point that then widens out. And we're talking about it mechanically working in a Vajra, we're talking electrically working in a Tesla coil. They're 2 completely different systems. They look nothing alike. But I'm talking about something that I've seen. I've seen a craft that was powered by a Vajra, floating by, very bright lights. Anyhow, you can see a lot of imagery with that, with Vishnu and with the Pope and all sorts. They carry Vajra. It's a symbol of power. I'm saying that is how they would have powered all of these cities, and they had those wireless transmission of electricity, all these towers, the fireplaces. It was all very interesting. If you look into how things work technically, don't just get it lost in the story and the historical sort of nature of it, because it doesn't matter. It's more about, well, what were they doing?
How in the world would you see a light and pass overhead and know that this device is powering it? And if you don't mind
It was
telling me
100 meters away. That's why, and it was about 20 meters across. So I'm standing on this hill, and it's just passing right by. And I'm there with a friend. We filmed it. This was on like some really old phone. It was all scratched up in my pocket. We were workmates. We used to work shutdowns, doing like 90 hours a week on all the mine sites out there. So this is just back in town on a quiet night, 7 o'clock at night. Slight breeze coming across. I rang a girl. She's like, I'm like, where are you? Oh, you're on this street. I'm like, look up. And she like starts freaking out. And so it's a real account. And it was glowing golden, and it was getting really bright. And then the lights would just shut down, and then it was a pulsating sort of thing. And it took about 10, 15 minutes to just silently glide over the whole town, then go behind some clouds. We went to try and chase it. It took off, and then it just left a spiral of smoke, like that started wide and ended narrow, going up.
What town was this in?
Newman.
What town was this in?
Oh, I don't want to get anyone in trouble.
Okay. Do you mind? I mean that was
Newman.
this. That was cool story, but do you remember my question?
2011, August.
Do you remember
What,
what my question
what
was?
region was this in? Like, who's going to get in trouble? Just what
Newman,
region was
in
this
the
in?
East Pilbara, Newman.
Vajra
Western Australia, Newman.
Okay, thanks.
So I asked you, I asked you, why would you think that the light overhead had this device inside of it powering it?
Because it was silent, because it was able to levitate. And I know how the Tesla coil works, I know how the Vajra works, and what energy it is they displace, and it is the same energy that is the cause of gravity. You can show this by using a Tesla coil to discharge an arc, and as it does that, the weight will decrease. Let's say you have a charging arc that's just gone, and you hold it above the thing that's on the scales and that's discharging, the weight will decrease. If you have big enough discharge points to just create huge Coulomb's force, but like an attractive Coulomb's force. But that's not exactly what you would use to drive something like that. You would have something more that displaces radially and is focused downwards. That's what the Mercury is used for. You have look, I've not made one, so I'm not familiar, but there's red Mercury and white Mercury, and it funnels through two different circuits, and one drives the other.
That?
And it's a runaway thing because they both drive each other, and they both drive each other at an increasing ratio. So it actually it creates, once it started, it creates more energy than was used to start it.
Your answer would have been better summarized as, well, what else could it have been? I'm speculating, but I'm 100% sure because I don't have any other ideas. That's my only idea.
That's what I think it is. That's what having learnt about the Vajra and how these things work, I'm thinking that is what I saw back then. That's my current explanation for it. That's my current best guess.
It would do so much to to actually have like a demonstration of one of these machines like operating on camera or even like personal experience with one. I mean, are we talking about some sort of like old religious symbol or something?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a physical example, like a bench test. I'll show you.
Hey, a fun Elon Musk had this picture of his nightstand, and it had like a gun and like some Diet Coke and stuff. And on it, he has a Vajra. It's kind of funny. Yeah.
Here, look. I'll put it in the side chat. Have a look at that. That's the ether propulsion. Will I be okay to roll with that on the antibiotics and all the? I think I'll be okay. But it's just the results of the ECG. Yeah.
So
okay, cool.
after seeing this UFO, is that what I guess inspired you to now that fucking guy is gone? Well, that was kind of random.
It's pretty grandiose, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Where did he get? I was gonna question him about this white and red Mercury and how he knows about it and what led him down a path to where he got that idea, but he just kind of came in, interrupted hard, told
Dude,
his
you made
UFO
it.
experience. The UFO experience was pretty cool, but then made a lot of claims on the back end that I wanted to follow up on that he kind of just disappeared after making those. Like I won't discount his UFO experience. Maybe he did see a UFO, but like all the fluff afterwards, like I had a lot of questions and he kind of just disappeared immediately after making all those claims.
Is this a guy
This
you made a
video is a
mockery
piece
of?
of crap too. Oh, get out of here, man. This video that he shared too is like some sort of hanging, I think they call it a capacitor plate, and it wiggles about a centimeter to the left and right from a center point. And I guess this is the proof of a Vajra propulsion anti-gravitational system that this hanging piece of metal moves about a centimeter. Really good stuff.
Hey, you know some
I
wild
mean,
stuff?
there's
I've heard
no.
the red mercury.
Yeah, there's no mention of Vajra in the chapters of that video that he provided, though.
Yeah,
So
that
it's
either,
not like
man.
it's not like somebody's like squeezing the shit out of a Vajra or something like that. It's like, you know, it's not happening.
Yeah, I've heard the red mercury claim before, but I've never heard of white mercury.
What's up with
But
the red mercury?
yeah, I kind of wanted to ask him about that, but he kind of just fucking disappeared.
Like,
What about the red mercury?
Just a guess, Noah. White mercury might refer to just like typical mercury. You know what I mean? Like just the silvery reflective mirror. You know, typical mercury. You know what I mean?
Oh, the guy's back. My dude, Sunshine, are you with us?
Yeah, I was sorry, I had to take that call. It was the heart doctor wanted me to see if I was still okay after the surgery to do the thing, and I think I should be.
Well, hopefully you're in good health. I had a question. Well, a couple questions, but I'll start with one. Well, it's gonna be like a triple question, so like feel free to answer it as you will. But so you have this UFO experience. I guess my first question is the UFO experience what caused you to I guess investigate Tesla and red mercury and white mercury and these Vajras and these vehicles, or is that something you're in? Wait, I'm not
I
done.
wouldn't say so. I would have said I was
Please,
already on a path.
please, God, I'm not done. Please don't interrupt me hard like you did before. Okay, so was that because I have like a follow up question on top of it? Was that inspired by that event, or were you interested in that before? And then the follow up question would be, what path of research essentially did you go down in it? Like I guess a summarization to where you got to the point where you knew that you could use these mercuries, different types of mercuries in this vehicle, and how did you come to the knowledge of this? Thank you.
The answer is no. And I started researching like 9/11 in about 2005 because I saw the Iraq War was pretty BS. That was just started out of nowhere. Afghanistan was sort of understandable because of 9/11, but that all became quite clear what it was all about, and the day before and everything, and Enron and a bunch of things that were going on. So then that sort of just got me interested in, well, if I want to know what's going on in the world, I actually can find it out if I use the right search terms and use the fucking quote marks and don't include this one, negatives, don't include this term. So you just you search your way around and you can find forum posts and real information. And, even for doctoring yourself, if you want to find out what your blood test result means or how to find the markers for health and stuff like that, you can actually research stuff I had a friend that had titanium poisoning, and I said, "Oh, well, have you had your LDH tested? It wouldn't be a bad idea to get creatine levels tested to test kidney health, and a few other things." And she's like, "Oh, the doctors ordered those tests already, and I've got the results." So I was like, "Oh, sweet." So I kind of
You're getting off track.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, if you go into research right on the internet for any kind of topic, you can find out the information if you know what you're researching and where the results lead. So what happened is, over the years of researching, I got into more engineering topics and these types of what powers these types of things, like the beetle shells. That dude had a thing that he would travel on. It was like a 1 foot by 1 foot square, and he would pull the lever and it would
talking about
accelerate.
Grebennikov?
I don't know his name.
You believe the guy used beetle shells and electric field and flew around invisibly at 500 miles an hour?
Yeah, some crazy stuff like that. I don't
But
know.
that's what you believe that's true? Okay.
No, it's not true. What what he was, I don't know if anyway, I'm just saying these are examples of where the electric force is not being used motively, but is being used passively, or like take for example a static electricity. Tell me what's static about it. Let's say I charge up a stainless
You ever
steel
heard of a
ball,
half
right? I
bakery
charge it
before?
with electricity, so it has
Have you ever heard of
what you would consider a static electrical charge, right? Let's say I go to discharge that charged stainless steel ball. If I discharge it with a piece of plastic versus discharging it with a copper rod, and you measure the voltage and the amperage, it will discharge at a different ratio with the copper and the plastic, right? So it's actually quite dynamic, this natural state of electricity in the capacity of things. Dynamic electricity.
There's like no answer here, is there? What were you talking? Are you talking about Mercury? Mercury, wasn't it where we started with?
Yeah, bro. But if you
Yeah, I
can
was
explain best with the Tesla
I
coil.
was specifically asking him how he got to his conclusions on how this Vajra machine worked and how this red and white mercury interacted in this mechanism, like how he specifically got to that. And because my original question was he inspired by the UFO? Because I remember him mentioning that he knew that the UFO was powered by this technology. So I was just wondering how he essentially, like, if he could explain what the technology is, how it functions, and how he came to the knowledge of how it functions.
Yeah, and I'll put it in the side chat of how I can explain how it works. And Avajra is best explained by first understanding what a Tesla coil is and how it operates. And that field propulsion there, that's just one video, right? If you're interested in that field propulsion, or how is that getting that plate to move, well, then go and look at ground currents. This thing on ground currents, ether producing ground currents or something. It's like he has these coils in a resonant circuit, and it's like a jewel thief. He's taking energy from ground, but it's because he's displacing all these like fluctuations from real high positive charge to real low negative charge. The ground is balancing that. So nature is balancing it, and in turn giving energy in that circuit. That particular video about ground currents. But those coils can be used in a bunch of different ways. And you think that Tesla was getting free energy from the government supply or anything like that? No, he was creating his own fucking electricity. It was amazing.
Yeah. Vajra, what? How is that energetically like powering anything?
Vajra.
I mean, also you did
can
make
be
a claim
powered.
like you knew
You
that.
can power a Vajra to create a propulsion device, in effect.
That's what you're saying. You knew you saw.
That's what I think I saw. That's my best guess.
There was a
Well, you knew it.
UFO. There was a
I didn't
UFO,
know
and you
that.
think
That's
that
my best
there's
guess
a
of what I saw at the
UFO.
time. Looking
There was
back,
a UFO, and you
all
think
these years
that
ago,
you
how
knew
long
what
did it take me?
powered
Like
it, and that
probably
it was a
12 years to
Vajra that
realize that
powered
that's
it.
what it was.
And you think that you knew that red mercury and white mercury were used in this Vajra technology to power this UFO you saw. So
I don't know what was powering it, but that's my best guess.
question was, how does the mechanism of this technology work, and how did you come to the knowledge of it? That was my question.
Someone shared it with me, and I went, "Oh wow, I've seen one of these before. I know exactly what this is." Looking at the diagram of how it works, it's going, well, I know exactly what that's going to produce, and I know that that's probably something similar to what I've seen before, sort of thing.
Man, don't you have like any desire, man, to like get your hands on any of this or show
Absolutely.
like
I've
some
even
sort of
invented my own
working?
engine, but not based on this design. My engine is a two-stroke engine, But the
engines already exist.
No, I know. But this Vajra and the Tesla coil thing, I would like to experiment on it when I have free time to have like a little, bench with electrical sort of stuff. I can just start. That's when I move out of this place by December, get my life in order a bit, and I want to try to find an investor for this engine so I can actually file this patent. Since I'm working now, I can buy this patent.
I mean, you're talking about like miraculous seeming technologies, things that would like befuddle the average man. Is there anything you can provide us that's like that would give that same impression? Like, whoa, where you would show it working, and we're like, how is that working? And you're like, listen, I got the answers. I got a Vajra over here, some Mercury over here. Check it out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll give you an example of someone that's done something like that. Actually, he might be a fraud, but he did do these big Tesla caps, and they were correct.
He
Eric
might be a fraud.
Yeah, Eric Douliard. Do you know that guy? Or Eric? No, not Eric. Eric Dubé is a fraud for sure, but
Dollard.
Eric,
Eric Dollard.
maybe yeah.
Dollard. Yeah.
Or Gerard. There's a few different ones. What's the?
What did they do? Like, what did they make?
Let me see.
My question is, how does the fucking UFO Vajra? What is white and red Mercury? First off, how about we start with that? What is white Mercury and what is red Mercury, sir?
This is what I don't know.
You don't know what red and white Mercury are?
Nope.
I just want to add something real quick. That the formula for red Mercury was found in the Vedas. Now I'm not an expert in the Vedas, so I can't source it for you. But the formula is in the Vedas.
Okay. Do you want? Okay. Anyone who wants this video needs to message me, and I'll give you the message. I'm not putting it in the side chat.
A lion. Is it called red Mercury in what you're talking about, or does it have are you just assuming it's red Mercury by a different name, or what's up with that?
Like I said, I'm not an expert in the Hindu Vedas, so I don't know how to read it. I don't even know how to find a lexicon to source the stuff. You know
I have
what
a video here. Let me see if it's actually still up on YouTube. It may actually be taken down. Let's see.
Yeah. So essentially,
still up. Still up. So this Vajra video shows like a bit of a diagram layout sort of thing. I will chuck it in the side chat. Fuck it. But I just hope that it doesn't get taken down. I've saved the video myself, so if it does get taken down, I'll put it up myself. But yeah.
But I think it was maybe copper and mercury alloy, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Essentially, what the whole conversation is, we were talking about Tartaria, and then this guy came in and he said that he saw a UFO that was powered by a Vajra.
Yeah, because the Tesla coil is what they use to create their electricity in Tartaria.
Red Mercury, dude, like, is please. I would ask you that you extend the same courtesy that I extend to you by not constantly interrupting me, please. Essentially, we're having a conversation. He came in. He said he had a UFO experience, and that the UFO is powered by red Mercury and white Mercury, and this Vajra technology. So, I'm essentially trying to get down to the bottom of what is red Mercury, what is white Mercury, what is this Vajra machine, and how does the mechanism work, and where do you essentially get to the nitty gritty brass tacks of how you understand these things and come to the knowledge of them.
Perfect. No, that was perfect.
So there we go. So that's Smith shared that with me and a while ago, and that made me aware that hey, that's exactly what was powering what I saw. It makes sense. And look at all the symbolism. It's very powerful to be able to travel in a craft like that.
So this second video explains how the Vajra and the Mercury works?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
Let me just read the first slide out loud. I haven't watched it myself, but why not just check out the first paragraph of this book here, this video. The Vajra, or the Dorje, or however you say it, is a device from the time when mankind had first space program. What? Vajra is a device from the time when mankind had first space program, which was boycotted by the occult. Program name Tower of Babel, Rainbow Road, Nimrod. This is a rotating device that makes a powerful magnetism. Who cancel a braking force, also a flying machine shield, and also gives propulsion force where the pilot wants to jump for his operation. Uses white mercury and a little red mercury, 3-part white, 1-part red. When the device is twisted, the friction mercury warms and illuminates, becoming a plasma. So it seems like he's got like a tenuous grip on the English language in general, but maybe maybe it's the
Indian
second
guy.
language. Yeah.
There's probably some real good work under that, maybe.
Go on Google these two terms in Google image search. Vajra, Vishnu. You'll find lots of imagery of Vishnu holding a Vajra.
Oh, of course, yeah. No doubt about that.
So what was the Vajra before is the Vajra you know it as, right? Like the open prong Vajra?
Well, I've not had hands-on experience with a Vajra. That is the truth.
Well, you know there's 2 types, right?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously the UFO one's different. I've seen I've seen some over the years. I'm talking like 15 years ago, sort of thing, of like the TR3B and how that they use 3 Vajras, but in a different configuration. They're like
tell me about
more like a
TR3B.
donut Vajra.
Vajra donut. Okay, fine. I'm good on this.
So the bit on the outside is the bit on the middle there. Instead, is on the outside, and the bit on that's around there is I don't know, stationed around it or in.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have any more information than I have, and I could probably come up with a better story than you did. So I don't know.
No, I know. I don't know what I'm talking about because I haven't had any hands-on experience with these things. But I'm saying it's very interesting. And I'm saying if you're interested in Tartaria and these advanced cities that had electrical supply, think about Tesla coils. Think about how was this electricity created, and it has a lot of power, and so it can be used for this is why it's kept out of the hands of mankind, to make sure we don't use it for bad, to destroy each other. Because when these technologies are used, there is plenty, right? As long as good prevails.
So it turns out there's only about 4 slides to this video. We could easily read through them and see if there's any value whatsoever that explains how this device works.
Yes, please, Fundy. Yes, please, Fundy.
Okay, so you guys heard everything on the first slide. I read every single word on the first slide, and this is slide number 2. Wheel inclination presentation scheme. It is twisted to put or remove mercury from chamber of collision. Twisting the 4 half circles is about 25 degrees. The movement of mercury is operating mode. In the center of the chamber collision is made one vortex, which one star will continue in his post because of the light that auto collapse perpetuating phenomena called a Foo Fighter. All right, next slide. That didn't get anywhere, but Foo Fighter is a meteorological phenomenon, and Foo Fighters are interesting. If you guys ever heard of them, they are an interesting phenomenon. But Foo Fighter is a meteorological phenomena that is generated by many factors: light radiation from the sun and large masses lenticular gas. Light who coming from the sun is divided into 2 categories: linear and spiral. And I will, that didn't make any sense, but linear and radial are the 2 constituent geometries of the universe. There's only 2 options.
So much radial.
What?
Spiral is not so much radial.
I mean,
Is that
what's the difference?
Or can you just read through all the slides one time? Because I was actually listening to the reading.
Yeah. Let's not get distracted. My bad. I'll keep my own commentary until the end as well, I guess. When a large mass of light passes through a gas cloud, the cloud acts like a giant lens. But if the light is linear, nothing happens. But if the light is spiraling, then a strange phenomena happens. And I'm just reading his words. The light will auto-rotate, and the light angle can pass through each other like a normal lens. But spinning speed spinning all the air that ignites. Slide number 4. Okay. Mercury friction to generate vortex in collision chamber. Mercury from 4 elusive. I can't tell. The word's a little blurry. Mercury from 4 effusive, elusive, and 4 abductor go up in the center. From 1 effusive, elusive, the other abductor going down. Slide number 5, if there is one. Nope, that's it. That's all we got. I got nothing.
So it sounds, from what I heard, it sounds like the device has a chamber in it where the mercury combines or something and collides and forms some sort of vortex. But that's about the only thing I understood.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's like a circulation going on. And it's sort of like an infinity sign, right? The device itself is sort of like a 3-dimensional infinity sign, and of course the collision happens at the cross point. You know what I mean? Like if cars were driving in a figure 8, like cars driving on a racetrack in a figure 8 might run into each other at that crossover section where they're going in 2 different directions, and like someone's going to get T-boned. That's what it said basically.
So I guess it's supposed to be some sort of reactor. So the Vajra is some sort of reactor, I guess.
I guess
the result is that a vortex of collisions is created, or something. There's a collision and then a vortex is formed. So
that's
what is
exactly
the vortex?
Right, man.
What is the vortex used for, though? Like, what is the utility of this vortex?
Well, he said in I think it was the first slide. He said a strong magnetism occurs. Of course, that doesn't do anything for anyone. There's lots of ways to create a strong magnetic field.
Are they creating like a black hole or something? And it's like a black hole device or something? I'm trying to understand what's going on and what this thing is, and what mercury and red mercury and white mercury even is. And I'm very curious, but it's just the answers seem to be very non-specific.
You know what, Noah? I'm also curious. I'm gonna Google what is red mercury, and we all know, Google's answers are, whatever. But oh look, it has a Wikipedia page. Let's read the first paragraph of the Wikipedia page on red mercury. The thumbnail of it shows a solid crystalline form.
Wait, bro.
And, go ahead,
bro. Did you ever watch Star Trek?
No, not me.
Dude, there's this in these new Star Treks. I'm pretty sure it's like the first movie or whatever. The whole storyline has to do with some sort of red liquid, and they use this red liquid to fucking essentially implode planets with a black hole. So we might be considering the fact that they essentially rub fucking shit in our face like we're stupid dogs that eat our own vomit. Maybe we are down the right path. Star Trek, it is saying something about a red liquid that looks like red mercury creating a black hole, and that's what a vortex seems like. So I don't know. I just thought I just got like a little fucking premonition right there. But go on, Fun.
Sure. So the Wikipedia page on red mercury starts off with a little subtitle that says alleged chemical substance. So it seems like red mercury only exist in the realms of like science fiction and conspiracy theory type stuff. But it says red mercury, an alleged chemical substance, is a discredited substance, most likely a hoax perpetuated by con artists who sought to take advantage of gullible buyers on the black market for arms. These con artists described it as a substance used in the creation of nuclear weapons. Because of the secrecy surrounding nuclear weapons development, it is difficult to disprove their claims completely. However, all samples of alleged red mercury analyzed in the public literature have proven to be well-known common substances with no interest to weapons makers. And yeah, so that's the first one. Basically, it's saying that there's all sorts of people using red mercury as some sort of snake oil out there. Like, man, yeah, I'll sell you this red mercury. It's go ahead.
The narrative associates it with nuclear bombs, nuclear physics. So
By the way,
that's something we can note down, is that the mainstream narrative associates red mercury with the atom, nuclear power, nuclear energy, and nuclear bombs, which is associated with a bunch of other shit. Like we can note that down and go forward.
Hey Noah, there's something I think you might like to hear about the Tartaria community. One of these videos that for some reason circulated in the Tartaria community and nowhere else that I saw was this video getting passed around that someone got their hands on some red mercury, and that there's a few videos by the same YouTube channel. They're probably still up. I can probably find them and post them. But there were all these videos about this guy. He's like, "Oh, I got some red mercury. Check it out." And one of the most popular video about it from him was that red mercury has no reflection in a mirror. And there was this viral Tartaria video that he's like, "Here, I drop red mercury on this side of the mirror, and I wave my hand. You can see my hand, but you can't see the mercury in my hand. It's like the red blood vampire sort of, you know what I'm saying? Like vampires have no reflection, blood, yada yada, red mercury. I think it's been debunked.
Tricks? Doesn't that lend it? That sounds like a camera trick. Like, if I have something on you've seen these photos before, right? Where there's like a woman looking into the mirror, but then the mirror reflection is doing something else. Like,
oh yeah, that's easy.
Camera trick that they've known in forever now, dude. Like, they have a mirror. There was like a horror movie that I watched as a little kid that freaked me out called Mirror, where like the mirror was constantly doing different shit than the other people. So like, a video like that doesn't necessarily prove. Now, I'm not saying it's fake or not, but the video doesn't necessarily prove anything. But the whole vampire effect in the mirror is also quite interesting. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it doesn't do anything, and it's most likely a hoax. I think I found. Let me just skip ahead real quick. Yeah, I think. Okay, yeah, I found it. So this was. I only mentioned it because of just to let you know that red mercury is like a very talked about substance in the Tartaria community, and this was really the only thing that they ever provided of like, whoa, look at this, actually like a video about it. And it's in Livestream one text.
Bro, but you know what's interesting is the Philosopher's Stone is supposed to be red, right?
That's true.
Yeah, and then there's this now I'm gonna talk about some shit in real life. Like, it's supposed to be a mainstream fact or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there's this mineral called like cinnabar or something like that, and it's like
Yeah, that's where mercury comes from.
Yeah, it looks like a red crystal, and I don't know. I am not too sure what you do if you melt it or what the chemical process.
It sweats. It sweats mercury. You literally just like set up like one of those like campfires with a rotisserie chicken underneath or above it, right? All you have to do is like suspend cinnabar or put it in a pan or a pot or something like that. Yeah, that's it. Cinnabar sweats mercury when you heat it up, and you don't even have to get it very hot. Just put a fire underneath it, and it's going to drip mercury out of it.
Yes, they have this kind of ties into cinnabar, and that kind of ties into the Philosopher's Stone. Now, I'm not saying there's no red mercury or it's the same thing but it's a bunch of red things. Like, I don't know, dude. And it's all related to mercury because obviously the Philosopher's Stone is related to mercury.
I got a good one for you. I got a really good one for you, man. If you take gold and you grind it into a powder and mix it with water, the water turns red. Powderized gold turns water red like red Kool-Aid mix.
I really didn't know that. That's
Yeah, it's real. You'd think it would turn it gold, right? But no, gold powder turns water red for some reason.
I was gonna say that actually Fulcanelli mentions gold and mercury together, and that the mercury somehow does create a magnetic wave that somehow the gold. Listen, I don't know, but somehow the gold can travel through these waves. Then they call it nascent gold, which I don't even know what that is.
I got another good one for you, Noah.
I think the word is nescient. Real quick at Lion, and gold is known to mercury is known to be a solution that gold can essentially be a solvent in and essentially be throughout the mercury. But go ahead, fun.
No, not you. You took the words out of my mouth, Noah. I was gonna word it a different way. I was gonna say that if you have like what they call a leaf of gold, when there's like a thin like piece of paper or like a sheet made out of gold, if you drop mercury droplets onto the top of it, it'll just eat it, right? Mercury eats gold, or like you said, it's a solvent and a solution and yada yada, right? Same thing. Mercury dissolves gold into it, which is so interesting. You don't even like it. Just needs like room temperature.
Think that the alchemists would essentially put gold into the mercury, and then somehow extract the gold back out of the mercury, and then say that they're creating gold or something. No, I'm not sure if that's what all
Oh
of them.
damn!
Hear
That
that
could
there
have
was
been a part of it, man. I never thought about the reverse process, right? Pulling gold out of mercury. That would oh shit. That'd be a good parlor trick right there.
right, essentially, and then you think the philosopher's stone is red, right? And you take lead and you mix lead with this red philosopher's stone, which could be cinnabar. I don't know. I'm just connecting shit that I've heard before, though. I'm not too certain. You know what I mean? There's things that we have to note down, and then there's things that we kind of like, maybe this is what fits the facts together, but we kind of got to keep the facts separate from what we, I guess, try to say it is, in a sense.
I could imagine some sort of trick where you use like mercury and water and like you boil it and it separates the gold out of its like gold's been dissolved into mercury and you put the mercury in some some sort of double boiler or something and it separates the gold from the mercury and you're like, look, I've mastered how to create gold. You know what I mean? That would be a really good trick that could definitely fool a lot of people in the past. Even today. Because no doubt that there's a process of separating the two.
Oh yeah, but part of me also thinks maybe they really could somehow get to do. They could actually transmute things, and that like our understanding of chemistry is just fundamentally flawed. And it's very useful, but I think maybe they've essentially hidden whole sections of chemistry, whole studies of chemistry that they've essentially just kept from the public knowing, in a sense. And maybe there is some sort of deeper science that they deeper science of substances, essentially, like they have they have the fucking basic chemistry for us normie fucking retards, like they have with everything else, like with the globe and astronomy, right? They have the normie retard version, and then they keep the actual like good shit for themselves.
I totally think that's
Yeah.
how shit works. I totally think that's how shit works. And like, when people talk about like, well, why would they keep the secret? Well, probably because the fucking payoff is all this awesome knowledge that gets to separate themselves. I don't know. Just a thought, but whatever.
Well, it also plays a role in the whatchamacallit, in like the control system. If gold is something that has value like worldwide, right? And you can show up to any bank or any market and be like, how many apples can I buy for this bag of gold, right? You'd be like, oh wow, you got gold? That's so rare. That's so there's only a certain amount of that, Yeah, I'll definitely accept gold for my apples or my land or whatever. When if there's like a process of taking something as common as lead, right? Find it everywhere, cinnabar or mercury, and just purifying it into gold. Man, well then the monetary system, currency is just like your plaything at that point. And no one is, none the wiser, thinking that gold is some sort of not non-renewable resource, but a scarce resource that only comes from one source, gold ore, instead of literally being surrounded by it, right? Like like car batteries, right? There's millions of cars with lead batteries in them, and if people found out that their car batteries with lead inside of them, through a simple process, can be turned into gold, which would like hundredfold multiply the value of that material, then the whole fucking financial system of the world would crash. But if you can keep that a secret, then wow, you put yourself in a really advantageous position over everyone else who doesn't know that.
Right, and you would tell them it's iron you use, and then you can get it. Not lead. That's the one we know can turn into gold.
Well, that's the one they associate with the fairy tale, or tell us it's a fairy tale.
I don't know, but I was just saying, like, if there was any kind of transmutation, like you would make sure you floated the myth that it was the wrong metal. You know what I mean? Otherwise, problem.
Okay.
I happen to believe that the Philosopher's Stone isn't even a metal.
Oh, sure, man.
I hold
it
to
may be a
believe
metaphor entirely. It may
believe
be an
it's
entirely
limestone.
metaphor.
I think limestone is actually the Philosopher's Stone.
The philosopher's stone is one of the deepest like topics of conversation you can have, because there's all sorts of different things attributed to it, right? So one way of talking about the philosopher's stone is that it's some sort of a magical object that can do anything, in a sense of, like, this is how Terence McKenna said, like, oh, it's raining and you need an umbrella, it turns into an umbrella. Oh, you're in danger, you need something, it turns into a knife. And I know that's like kind of like shallow examples.
I mean,
but it's like,
I don't think
Go
it's
ahead.
historical, though. I don't think it's historical.
What do you mean?
I don't think that's what the Philosopher's Stone is like referred to. Like Terence McKenna may believe that that's what he's talking about. I don't think that's actually like legit history.
Oh, you don't think his explanation of it is something that people in history would describe it as?
Yeah, because over all this time, it's like approached metaphor. Yeah.
Before we move on to the Philosopher's Stone, I just want to mention that in the Tartarian community, there's a lot of research being done on red mercury, and there's a theory that red mercury was somehow used to capture, or somehow we can transfer energy from the ether. Like, so we think about how can we actually harvest energy from the ether. Well, apparently the ancients had found out how to tap into it using red mercury as like I don't know, man, the catalyst or whatever you needed to tap into that. Like, they would put them in these antennas. Like, these cathedrals had these antennas, and at the core of these antennas was like these cylindrical or circular balls of red mercury that was needed to capture energy from the ether. Without it, you can't just stick up an antenna into the sky and expect to harvest any significant amount of energy without the red mercury.
Right. The Antiquitech antennas. I've only come across that information spoken from like the likes of John Levy and Martin Liedtke, and the most popular big channels of Tartaria on YouTube. Are you saying that information about mercury and antennas goes back further than just these YouTubers? Because I was under the impression that they made that up.
Well, yeah, we got Fulcanelli and Christopher. there's like sorcerers from the Renaissance era and the Middle Ages that talk like in their writings they talk about red mercury.
You don't think Falconelli's a fake? I mean,
he could be, yeah. No, I don't know nothing about. Honestly, I know nothing about him. I
mean,
just from the little bit that I've read.
I did like a 3-day deep dive on it, and I'm just about good to call him like a work of fiction.
All right.
By other guys, the guys that would later go on to like write books on like hermetic stuff or whatever, are the guys that he visited. So it behooves them to make up a story about an ancient alchemist who visited them and told them that they were on the precipice of creating the nuclear bomb, atom bomb. I mean, all of this just like, and at the time, basically, it's like a sort of a honeypot, really, in World War II for anyone who was trying to find any kind of way, whether it be ancient or whatever, to create a crazy weapon. You know what I mean? Like they were using like booksellers that were supposed to have dealt in antiquities and like alchemical books to actually be able to track some of these Nazi high command people down.
So, like, you can track red mercury all the way back to the Hindu Vedas, bro, right? So, like, there's definitely some historicity to this idea. And then when you look at the Hindu temples,
you go ahead and give me the word. Give me the word.
No, I will. But when you look at the Hindu temples, like, there's a guy on YouTube, I forget his name, because he's Indian, but he actually explores all these Hindu temples, bro. I had no idea the complexity of these Hindu temples, bro. Insane, completely insane. And at the core of these temples, there seems to be a reactor, bro. And they always have like amalgams, and the amalgams are always made out of mercury alloys.
Yeah, well, mercury was
alloy.
like. I mean, do you know how long mercury is used as medicine? How long mercury was used as antibiotic? Like it features throughout the Ayurvedic medicine, like, you know, in ancient times. You know what I mean?
Like, I don't know how these Vimanas worked. I don't know how these Vajras work, but apparently red mercury is one of the ingredients that you need.
I guess. I mean, I don't know who said that first.
It's lost.
Because the guy, because the dude that basically, like, and a lot of people be like, oh, it's the Vedas because they don't know anything. You know what I mean? It's the Vimana Sastra is the one that they always reference with like the plans and the blueprints and the drawings and the descriptions of how red mercury was used for the Vimanas is a channeled work from fucking 1920s. You know, this is some sham shit. This is some fucking just whatever tripped out yogi dude fucking coming up with a story, you know? That's all it ever has to be, because everything that's real that really bases guy things going on is because it's just like every other thing. They're like, oh yeah, the sun's got a chariot. You know what I mean? It's every other thing. It's just the same, you know?
Check it out, guys.
Sorry,
pretty
thanks.
sure Lion, I'm pretty sure I'm posting right now the link to the guy you're talking about. And this dude is not to be trusted, even though he does provide good footage of old temples.
him.
But no, I mean, the dude's a straight up liar and a sensationalist, which is really what I hate most in YouTubers, if they're being sensationalists, just blowing something out of proportion and adding all this fluff on top of it. But his footage is, I mean, if you put the videos on silent and just look at the footage, I mean, at least there's value there.
It's funny that video you posted about the red mercury with the plates,
in
the mirror. You can, if you watch, wait till the mercury's going to move around where he moves the dish. You'll see the top dish in the mirror like blink out white, like he's put a white mask over top of the red dot that's obviously in the mirror.
Oh, I know it's a hoax, dude.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't want my position to be confused here. I was only sharing this video as an example. I was telling Noah that the Tartaria people spread this video around as like amazing, you know, red. Like I was just saying, red mercury is one of these like favorite substances that the Tartaria community talks about in the antennas and in these viral videos, and it never holds up. It never does, and I just wanted to post that to show that I'm well aware. I like from the
if
first
I found
minute,
anything that would make me think like red mercury is a thing, like I'd be all about it. Probably sounds cool.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see what someone's got. What they've provided so far is crap.
In my opinion, I would just put it in the bin of the Philosopher's Stone. Then, put it in the same bin over there with miscellaneous mythical substances. All right, that's how I'd classify it. But it was just
Fountain of Youth,
that
Holy
other guy,
Grail.
that other guy who kind of got us on this thing when he came in was just talking with like such authority on it. On
Yeah,
how
like
he
he's
knew
about to go
it worked
build one.
and stuff, and then I thought there would be more information, I guess, backing that. I guess.
This is as
Yeah.
deep as the information goes. I think we've really scratched the bottom here.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said a second ago, all my worst enemies on YouTube or what creators, if the people I consider enemies, they're sensationalists. They're just so overblown in their presentations and just add all this extra stuff that's completely unfounded and just want to make something sound so much more special and get attention than what it's really worth. When there actually is amazing stuff to be discovered and figured out and talked about and learned about, and it's like you're actually doing more harm than good. Because there's nothing I'd love more for than any of this to actually like pan out and really get us moving in the right direction of discovering lost secrets if these things ever were
I'm
understood before.
Honestly, if this Vajra or whatever and the Red Mercury and the thing is real, I'm all for I guess getting one of these things in the community and essentially testing it out, using it, understanding it, and duplicating it. But Mr. Headliner is gone and hasn't really provided sufficient evidence for us to do that yet.
Yeah, because it is really interesting. Like you said, there's all these sculptures of these, Hindu gods or whatever holding these objects in their hands, and it's the same question that you could ask for any of these artifacts. Like, what is the Egyptian Ankh really about? Where does that symbol come from? Or when you see all the British motherfuckers holding like in their paintings the rod, the sphere and the rod, right? One in each hand. And then the same thing goes with like Poseidon's trident or all the fucking Akkadian and Babylonian sculptures of them holding like the pine cone looking thing in one hand pointed towards someone. And it's like, yeah, but it's coming and saying I saw a UFO and I know it's powered by a Vajra is the same thing as me coming and saying it's powered by a pine cone. If that's as far as it goes, just because some sort of ancient sculpture has some sort of interesting looking object in their hand that you want to associate with the like magnetism or something, like it's not worth our time if you don't have anything more than just some sort of sculpture.
What if it was powered by a pine cone? Like they put a pine cone powered the ship.
Just an everyday average pine cone. That's the secret to fucking everything, man.
You guys didn't know this? You put the mercury here. This is where the red mercury goes, right in here.
All you got to do is dip a pine cone in mercury, and it just starts spinning out of control and giving off a magnetic vortex, guys.
The Vajra is pretty cool. It's interesting. It seems like it was some kind of weapon. All right, and then it's like a stabby weapon where it was like prongs coming out of it. And then at some point they stopped making them. The Vajra.
What are you talking about? Stabby. I thought it looked like a figure eight.
That's a closed pronged. So they're prongs that come off the top, and they've been bent down to symbolize peace and tranquility and enlightenment.
Okay, so if I search Vajra,
wait, version? So there's like a spiky version that was like a medieval instrument of war used in India.
Right.
Yeah. I know they had fucking cool ass weapons in India because I've seen some of them. Like they have this like disc and they have like these like brass knuckle blade fucking thing. Like they have some pretty cool weapons. The fact that there's a weapon that's the Vajra, and then there's a whole thing where they bent the blades inward to make it a peace symbol.
Yeah.
What if there was no Vajra instrument, there's no vortex, and all of that is bullshit, and essentially it's just a symbol of peace that now we interpret as some sort of alchemical fucking nuclear reactor that the fucking Tartarian community is going crazy about.
That's what can happen.
The other side of it too is like there's a bell. You hold the Vajra and the bell. They're like male and feminine principles, and that's like some kind of age after they were stabbing people with them. You know what I mean? That's about all I know. But
I can't
I don't
find
think
any pictures of the open version.
you can see them in frescoes. I think like maybe I want to say Crete or somewhere in there. And you're like, why is it in Crete? I don't know.
I'm gonna post the pictures I've saved to my phone. Go ahead, Noah.
Well, they're in Crete because Alexander made it to India.
Okay, there's all the different pictures of Vajras I've found. Just now searching Google. That second one is like a double-sided trident, I suppose. And the other ones do have a little nub, like a little pointy nub at the ends of both sides. I can't imagine this being any sort of practical weapon. And like I said, I'm curious as fuck. It's like, what would even cause someone to make this sort of designed artifact? Like, what was it for? What does it symbolize? And did it have any practical use?
Yeah, I know it might have been like could have been like a spirit weapon. I don't know like what purpose it could have had, ceremonial, sacred, you know, I mean, value to it. I don't know if it was ever really used, but although it's just illustrated, the one thing I'll try to find it for you.
Yo, I heard that in voodoo they can actually make like I don't even know if it's voodoo. It's like some sort of African voodoo. I think voodoo is like Caribbean or something. I think some sort of fucking shit like that where they actually like put some sort of like demonic spirit on a stick, and essentially whoever you point the stick at dies. So it's kind of like a Harry Potter wand, and that's kind of like maybe it's a fucking wand. I don't know. You like point it at people and cast spells or some shit.
Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Okay, it was just really quiet.
Can you verify that?
Hey, have you guys seen that? Do you guys ever watch Sean Griffin from Kingdom in Context?
Yeah.
At that end of
Who's talking right now?
this is Professor Silly Questions.
You're a Hebrew? Or you're Torah observant?
Yeah.
All right, just wondering. Cool, bro. All right.
Yeah, so Sean's at the end of Sean Griffin's the Babylon series, he was showing how it looks like an axe, and it has it looks like a bundle of sticks, maybe with like an axe in the middle pointing out. And that symbol is on all kinds of government buildings and insignia as well, flags and whatnot. Do you guys have you seen that? I should try to post a picture of it.
I'm just. It says you're agnostic in your rows though.
Oh well, I don't know. I don't really. Whatever information I put online is going to be incorrect. I don't really put.
All right, no, just it's all good, bro. Just holding you to the fire for a second because I want to make sure that you're being truthful. All right.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't even know how I. Where is that setting?
So you are a believer.
Yeah.
It's all good. Not to get into that. So yeah, what symbol you talking about? What logo?
Yeah, so in investigating Babylon, Sean talks about he talked about the Vajra and okay, yeah, I can update that, Gio. But yeah, so in the investigating Babylon, he talks about the Vajra, but then he gets into this other thing that's like found everywhere. I'll post a picture of it.
Also,
whenever you guys are ready, or whenever this is done, I don't mind reading the first paragraph on the Vajra symbol or whatever from Wikipedia. But yeah, after you guys are done, of course.
yeah, as a disclaimer, I did post some literature on Fulcanelli, and I posted a link. I do not follow Fulcanelli. I don't know if he even existed. According to Snacks, he didn't even exist. But he does. If he did exist, he's a great deceiver, and he seems to be a Mason. And I'm not just because I'm sharing his work. I don't. It's just for research purposes. All right, that's all. All right.
Right on, bro. Right on. I feel like that disclaimer should come just acknowledged as like entering the server, but yeah, I totally understand some people don't come with that same attitude, so it's worth mentioning. I'm already noticing some really interesting things in this first paragraph. Did you guys have something to finish? About that YouTube or something?
Yeah, we live in a Titan's eyeball.
All right, I'll go ahead and read this about the Vajra. Hopefully, there's interest. It says the Vajra, and then it has in parentheses Thunderbolt. Already, that's really interesting because it makes me think of like Zeus and his lightning bolt or thunderbolt or whatever as like something he holds in his hand. Says is a legendary weapon, and it is. Oh, I'm sorry. Is legendary and ritualistic weapon symbolizing the properties of a diamond indestructibility and a thunderbolt irresistible force. So there is that sort of. I mean, it makes it very easy for any sort of Ken Wheeler fanboy or the other guy, Walter Russell or whoever it is, right, to see that and be like, oh, thunderbolt, irresistible force, electromagnetism. That is, very, very easily bridging, providing an entryway into that sort of style of discussion. Then it has a picture of some sort of Hindu god. I guess it says Indra. Indra has a some sort of scepter in one hand, a lotus in the other, which is very similar to all those portraits or paintings of those kings and queens holding the sphere and the rod. And then he's wearing a crown that's very reminiscent of Egyptian headdress with a snake and a serpent coming out. Also, got some third eye symbolism in it, and a little chestnut at the top. Maybe, I don't know, chakras or pineal gland, who knows. And then underneath it, there's just more and more pictures, and it says, okay, the Vajra is a type of club with a ribbed spherical head. Interesting that it doesn't mention the pointy version, like the other guy was saying it has that version. It's a type of club with a ribbed spherical head. The ribs may meet in a ball-shaped top, or they may separate. Oh, it does say it. Or may be separate and end in sharp points. Okay, my bad. It says there are two versions, a rounded version and a pointy version. Got that, Noah? He was right. The Vajra is the weapon of Indra, and it's a thunderbolt, the Vedic king of the Devas and heaven. It is used symbolically by the dharmic traditions of Hinduism and Buddhism and Jainism, often to represent firmness of spirit and spiritual power, electromagnetic power. According to Hinduism, the Vajra is considered one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. The use of this Vajra as a symbolic and ritual tool is mainly found in Tantric Buddhism. And that's about it until it goes into like the etymology of the word. And it says, and the first word that sticks out to me is that it's saying that it has some sort of relation to the word hammer, or the meaning of the word hammer, which is also like Thor's hammer is also Zeus's lightning bolt, because we all know Thor's hammer is it's like electrically associated. So there really is something there. I don't blame the conspiracy theorists for being like excited by it. Hopefully we can figure this all out someday. The Vajra, Zeus's lightning bolt, and Thor's electrical hammer. Why are they so similar? Was there one original religion that all of these are just spin-offs from? Kind of seems like it half the time.
Do you know what the fasces is, and what do you think that resembles, and what can it do?
Well, the fasce, right? Isn't that doesn't that look like an axe, or maybe a double-sided axe with like a bundle of sticks around its shaft?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The fasce. That's another one that's everywhere.
All I know is that the Tartaria people go wild with it, but to their defense, I will say that like at least the American government will have the fasce like flanking both sides of the president when he gives a speech, which is very interesting. That's about all I got, though. That even today they still use it, especially in like really big press conferences and stuff. You'll see it on both sides of the speaker.
Well, there's a lot of depictions back in the 1700s. It's sketches and drawings and etchings with these fasces. They're actually carrying them to war, and sometimes it takes like the biggest man of the group to be able to hold it. So it definitely was of some importance. It wasn't just like carrying a flag. You don't want to take this thing around. It looks like it must be really heavy.
You said in paintings?
In like the 1700s or even earlier, it's been seen in paintings, and I don't know what that type of. Before they were able to do photography, that the other form of it's like a type of etching.
Sure. Yeah. Paintings, drawings, whatever. I mean, let's not make it seem so mystical. There's an etching, a painting, whatever. Same thing. I don't really care to distinguish between paintings and drawings or whatever.
Okay. Well, the point is that it was heavy, and it was big, and it was important, and they took it to war.
Well, I mean, not necessarily if it's in a painting. We'd say they took it to war if there was a photograph of a war field or something. But if there's a painting of it, there's always the chance that it's symbolic. and we all know that its design is extremely unergonomic. Like, it's not something that's easily wielded. Even by a big man, he'd be better off with a sword or a spear or anything other than this like silly looking device. It's most likely, I'd say, it's either some sort of this is where the conspiracy theorists come in, and I see their point. It's either some sort of energetic device, or it's a metaphor for something else when it's in a painting, because there's no way anyone would design a weapon for actual combat use in that fashion, because it's ridiculous and unwieldy. So it's one or the other, probably. Either a metaphor when it's in a painting, or it's accurate. They really did carry these, but it wasn't for fighting with in a sort of like in a typical like melee sort of style, like a sword or a spear.
And it's hard from the paintings, it's hard to distinguish exactly what it's made of. You can see the shape of it, but everything's the same color, all black and white, yeah, most of the time, or sepia. It's hard to tell. Yeah, is it made of metal or some type of, like, is it actually sticks around it like wood? Don't know.
Yeah, perhaps just a metaphor, like so many other things.
Well, also, Indra destroyed this. I don't know, some kind of like cloud, some kind of like huge demonic cloud.
You talking about some sort of fairy tale?
Vertra. Vishnu tells Indra, he's like, "Yo, you can only kill Vertra with the bone of the sage Dadhika." So all of them approach Dadhika, realizing the situation. Dadhika let Indra have his bone for this purpose. Indra made his weapon, Vajra, from that bone, receiving a fatal stroke from it. The Vertra fell down dead. Yeah. Okay. So he used it to destroy some kind of
dragon.
Something like that. I don't think it's a dragon. Yeah, I've read it as a cloud of smoke or something like that. You want to say it's a dragon? Go ahead. I don't care. It's fine. But
I feel like any of these like noteworthy stories from scripture or whatever really need to be collected and summarized into like bullet points, and then like, given some sort of like system of like comparison where things are like color coordinated that like relate to each other, and it's something that we can all like contribute to and work upon. Because if we don't do that, then we're all just going to be mentioning these things in isolation, and it'd be like, yeah, I heard about this cool thing, and then people are going to get away with making up all this crazy shit about it, where I mean, it's a problem, guys. It's a real problem what people do with these pieces of information that they can almost guarantee no one in the audience has a clue about. So then they can just have the freedom to talk about it in these wild ways, because the information is so hard to find all cohesively organized in one digestible manner. If we care at all about like the wisdom and like the future of humanity, all this very like chaotic information needs to be brought down into some sort of like understandable and like well delivered collection of sorts. You know what I mean? Something a bit more systematic. Because I'd really love to understand these as much as possible, but it always feels like you're diving into the deep end of something. You're just thrown into the middle of the ocean, surrounded by all this stuff, and you're like, okay, well that sounds interesting.
Maybe next time you're talking with Biden, just ask him what the fasces are behind him. He might just tell you.
Yeah. And what do I really expect someone like him to know? I don't know. But I mean, okay, so like, just to make a point, right? Some dude comes in here, says, "I saw a UFO, and I know it's powered by red and white mercury flowing through a Vajra." And so I go to Vajra and say, okay, well that sounds interesting. I want to learn about it. So I Google Vajra and it says, hey, it's an artifact in carvings that represents a thunderbolt held by Indra that represents irresistible force and indestructibility. Indestructible, irresistible force. And it's like, I know that there's more sense than that can be made from this. These people who invented the symbol, they meant something by it. You know? They didn't just make this for no reason. There, especially any of these popular symbols, there's so much like metaphysical insight behind them. And that's something that's been lost. Probably because that information was kept to a priesthood or something back in the day. But yeah, can we rediscover these things? Is there anyone still alive that is part of some sort of chain of passing along the information from back then that still exists today? Or is it just an understanding that's been lost to humanity that has to be rediscovered from scratch? Or maybe we could find out that it was literally just some pretend stuff, just some imaginary stuff. Either way, I'd like to get to the bottom of it instead of just listening to people take advantage of our ignorance and sensationalizing the crap out of it. Like, I mean, why can't we get to the bottom of any of these things? Why is there a giant pine cone in fucking St. Peter's Square, right? Does anyone there know? Can we fucking kidnap someone and torture them until they tell us if they I'm not saying we should do that, you know what I mean? But like, does anyone know what it really means? Does anyone know what those carving like what is the Ankh? Is the Ankh just a pretty picture? Is it a pretty symbol, or is there any sort of metaphysical insight? Or I'm sorry, I know I'm ranting. I'm just kind of sick of doing the same thing over and over again with all these different things.
Yeah, it's fun to play around with. I totally get that, and maybe you have to join a fellowship and go up, and then they tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bit like bloody scientism, whatever it is, where you go clear and all that bullshit. But
That's on the
frustrating.
hope. Like I said, that's on the hope that there's still some sort of chain of people that retain the original knowledge of it, the original understanding, right? That's on the faith that the people who made it, who knew what they were doing, have successors that have stayed unbroken till this day, and it should be just being held in private.
So I said scientism. I meant Scientology. Sorry, everybody.
No, we got you.
But yeah, it reminds me of like a future generation finding a TV aerial and going, "Look, this is what they use for healing." They used to go around it and pray. Or, I don't know.
Well, there's enough apparent in like the design of ancient architecture, right? To know that these are some deep ass thinkers, right? These are some very deep thinkers that like you can see the amount of thought they put into the ratios and the blueprints of their constructions. Like really incredible stuff. So these weren't idiots, And then the stories that still survive to today, if you even believe they actually go back that far, like these are they're the classics for a reason. There's some amazing like psychological and philosophical and metaphysical insights that you can really draw from these stories that last till today. And so like these people that like how intelligent were they, and what was the technology they were truly working with? That's something that I feel like that mystery of the answers to those three questions. I feel like the mystery of really pinning down exactly the correct answer is where in that haze of ignorance, people come along and take advantage of that situation where they can fill in the gaps with whatever they want to tell you. And it's like, okay, well, I'm sick of having my gaps filled in by con artists. And I'm also sick of like the gaps being, me being advised to dismiss those gaps by the official and mainstream story. And it's like, no, there's something here. Let's get to the bottom of it. And let's not just listen to this guy with his crazy narrative, unless he, it's like there's only one thing you ever have to say to anyone. It's like, show me what you got. and they'll either be willing to show you what they got, or they won't be willing to show you what they got. And as long as you're a sober, honest, open-minded person, when they show you what they got to offer, you can go from there. Either it was the value, or they thought they could get away with trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Yeah, we need it to be backed by some sort of demonstration, preferably. But at least it's got to have a foundational logic there, hasn't it? But
Yeah,
I'm gonna
absolutely.
say, have you seen the Iwa videos where he goes to the cathedral in Liverpool, and like there's this little like a whisper thing where it's just they've made it so one can stand at one bit and then it goes around in a
Yeah.
big arch, and the other guy stands at and he can just whisper, and it comes through. It literally the person can hear what you're saying.
I've heard that. I actually heard that exact quote about 3 days ago. I forget what video, but I heard that exact. The way they put it was that these ancient buildings, the ones with the arched roofs, someone can stand in one corner of the room with an arched dome above it, and someone can stand on the other side, and there can be a party going on in the center of the room with like all sorts, 50 people in the room, all holding a conversation, right? And there's no way you could look across the room and get your voice across to be heard by the person in the other room. But if you like put your face up against the wall and maybe speak upward, that the sound will like travel up the wall, across the rounded roof, down the wall to the person on the other side. And I would love to know if that's true or not. But yeah, I heard the same thing just a couple days ago.
Yeah, they'd actually do a little demonstration in the video. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I was just because I'm looking at that thing in the chat. It reminded me of that because they do all this. I can't remember the name of it. Is it? I've got toroid in my head, but I think it's toroidal fields underneath these
Probably
cathedrals.
toroidal.
I think it's basically the underground energy fields, and this is what they were trying to align with these dragons. They were trying to say that's what they were trying to say. Yeah, something like that. Do you want me to post a video?
Yeah, I'll definitely save any video you post on this for later.
I do like Iwa's content.
What you said there didn't like it didn't really say any like thing specific, really. You know what I mean? So I'm not really sure what you're saying.
Yeah,
there's underground toroidal fields that are being harnessed. Like what?
Something like that. Something like that, because I've often wondered what they do with these circles, because there's stone circles all over the UK, and I might be out on a limb, but I was thinking about also they make these. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with what were they doing? Were they trying to enhance prayer, for instance? I don't know. Were they messing with the spiritual dimension? Who knows? But I often wonder if they're doing a similar thing with these, large hadron colliders, maybe. If they're not smashing particles together. I've often, that's my little speculation Sunday type of thing. What am I looking for?
I have a large circle with smaller circles around it. Is said allegedly that's supposed to be it's either a symbol of a magnetron or it's actually an organic type magnetron that they can that's what's alleged to for those shapes to be. Anyway, I was going to ask, like, what do you talk about that guy's experience? Was he sharing like a personal experience that he had?
About the. Yeah, he said he saw. He said that he saw a UFO do some interesting stuff overhead, and that he called a friend on the phone who looked up and also saw the same thing. We should call her. We should ask him for her number so we can talk to her to verify. But that, and then he said, yes, and I understand that it was powered by a Vajra device circulating red and white mercury within it. And we questioned him, and he ran away. So
Yeah,
Said what?
well,
What?
as far as like being able to like, how would you know what's in it? But it could have very well been. I wouldn't like totally just dismiss. I mean, I think they've got devices and aircrafts that we don't know about, and they're trying to come out with this, alien deception. And I kind of expect them to start flying around these secret crafts that they've had for a while. And when you're talking about red mercury, I've never looked into it myself. I've never heard it until I heard you guys talking about it tonight. But then I looked on Wikipedia where you found that at, and it does sound like they're trying to say it's discredited. But when it feels like there's more to it, there may actually be more to it because, I mean, this tends to happen a lot. So I don't know, when I started reading down, they actually arrested some men for trying to set up funds to purchase this. And then it said later they were acquitted in July of 2006. It sounds like even the authorities thought that there was more to it than just it being a hoax. But then when you follow, so they're saying in one breath, right, which is suspicious to me. In one breath, they're saying it's discredited, right? There's nothing to it. But then after you read the arrest and an actual incident where authorities thought there was, and then you continue on to the analysis, then it carries on to tell you about red mercury. Because several common mercury compounds are indeed red, such as mercury sulfide, and it goes on to tell you the different ones and what they use them for and everything. So it's like, I mean, they say it's a hoax, and then they explain that it's real and that they use them for various things. They're just claiming that what people are claiming that they're used for is the hoax. But how would anyone know that? I mean, maybe there is. It sounds to me, it's kind of suspicious to me. Kind of sounds like there could be more to it than that, is all I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't totally, I think it needs more digging into instead of just dismissing it. Because, I mean, check it out. Just read the rest of the page. That's all I wanted to say is maybe we shouldn't dismiss it so quick because just because the ones that are telling us that it's a hoax is the government, right? Or well, I wouldn't say the government. The government's probably not who put that, but they definitely edit these, pages. Unless someone's got some way to discredit it, because it doesn't sound to me like they have. They haven't shared with us how they have. Would you agree, though, that it probably should be considered or looked into more? I'm not saying that anyone actually did see a UFO and that they can confirm that it was powered with this. I'm not saying there is anything to it. I'm just saying maybe it shouldn't be dismissed so quickly, because it sounds like there's more to it.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree. That I mean, Chinese, like every culture talks about Mercury. Like obviously, there's something going on with Mercury, and yes, I mean, I don't. You know what would be interesting is it would be interesting. I wonder if anybody's done like a Free Information Act with their governments. It'd be fun to submit a Freedom of Information Act on Viagra, Red Mercury, some of these terms. Let's see what would come back. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It's said to be extremely poisonous, to us. But did someone say that they used to use it? There was these claims that people used it for, health purposes. 'Cause I hadn't heard that either.
Absolutely. One of like the Emperor of China, I think he was the cat that had that big pyramid. And anyhow, it's been so long since I watched the History Channel on it, but whatever that was. But I've heard claims that like that Chinese emperor that I think that had all those soldiers was using it to cure some illness that he had. So yeah, it's definitely has been claimed to be, from what I've heard.
Yeah, and if that's true, then I mean that's all the more reason, to cause people to look the other way on it. My opinion.
Well, I can't find that video we're talking about, but maybe it's been taken down. I don't know, but I'd certainly watch if you're interested in these old cathedrals. I don't know if you are, but if you're
Yeah,
not,
bro.
I heard you mention Tartaria. I'd definitely watch Wood and Nichols.
I have. I've seen all his videos. I even
Yeah.
Yeah, I
had one of
love
my
that.
videos uploaded on his second channel, but it's not very good.
Yeah,
I love that.
I'm familiar with Wooden Nickels, man, and
Yeah, he's got.
Ear War.
Did you ever see my video on he uploaded to his second channel? I don't
Yeah.
necessarily. Oh, you did? That's cool.
No, I'm
Yep.
not sure. What? Tell me more. I don't know.
I love it. I'm glad
Oh.
that Wooden Nickels and Ear War are retracting some of their statements that they previously made in their previous videos, and they took their previous videos down because new evidence has risen, and they just corrected their beliefs, and that's I can
Yeah,
them.
that shows integrity, doesn't it? Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
integrity,
completely
man.
agree.
It sure does. I wouldn't normally bring this up because it's not something I necessarily recommend you go watch or anything. But just because we're talking about Wooden Nichols, he started a second channel, and it was dedicated to him saying the community has done so much for me. I want to give back to the community. So if any of you have a message to put out, send me the video, email me the video, and I will upload it to the second channel to get your message out there. Just as doing a favor. It's like, I have a large audience now that you guys provided me, and I'd like to allow you the chance to use me as like a talk piece or whatever, a megaphone, a bullhorn. And so I took that opportunity and I sent him that video, and I sent it, and he uploaded it. It's still up on his channel. And to be honest, I don't think it's really any sort of work of genius or anything. In fact, I wouldn't necessarily even say the message in the same way I did in that video. And I made some improvements. So it's like, I kind of wish you would take it down, because it's like, I think, because even what I said I think is wrong now, right? But totally familiar with Wood Nichols. I was a big fan, and I really want to know where he's gone, why he stopped. It's kind of strange. My video was on ontology, though. Go ahead. Nothing to
He's
talk
got
about.
nothing
I
to talk
doubt it,
about
man.
because no, it's not that. It's just that Tartaria was such a deep wormhole, and he climbed out of that wormhole once he realized that there was a lot of deceptions, bro. It was just misinformation, propaganda.
There is, but that sounds like that sounds like his motivation for leaving would be shame, as far as you're saying. Like, oh shit, what did I
I mean, what
involve
else are you gonna
myself
talk
in?
about? If you're known for Tartaria,
Oh my god,
right? And then you
dude,
just
there's so
stop
much to
talking about
talk about.
Tartaria because you realize that it was all like a
No,
big fraud. What are you
no.
gonna talk about?
Oh, you can't truly mean that. If you want to have a conversation with me right now, I have my thoughts, like I have my thoughts collected on this. Like I would disagree, and I could argue that point if you really want to, because I completely disagree with that.
I mean, we got all night. Tomorrow's Columbus Day.
All right, well let's take it slow then. So do you want me to like tell you my understanding of your point, or would you rather repeat it yourself?
Well, like they talk about the mud flood and the orphanages and so okay. So what do you believe and what you don't believe? Just start there.
Oh, it's not about me. It's about him. You
All
said that he's not making videos anymore because he has nothing to talk about.
No, that's just an assumption, bro. I have no idea, but I'm assuming if you're known for Tartaria and then you backing out from Tartaria and your whole audience is Tartarian, what are you gonna talk about? That you're gonna have to track a new audience, and that's very hard, bro, to build up a new audience on YouTube.
I don't think it's about building. Okay, so this is where I disagree. I think that if someone is talking about Tartaria, it's coming from a position of like, there's things that I come across that I think others should know about, and he did the Tartaria thing, collected a humongous audience. It shows that you and I even know his name right now. It shows that he really had a wide reach. Probably has, I don't know, maybe 50,000 subscribers. So even though he gained his 50,000 subscribers using material that he would now say about 70% of what he put out, he now thinks was wrong information, he has explained himself that he believes in resets. He believes the flat Earth, and he's just against a lot of the Tartaria propaganda out there that a lot of other YouTubers share. But still, 30% of it is something he still stands by. Same with Yuarnon. He's still a flat earther. He still believes in 30% of the things he put out there and taught. But that 70% of it was things he was tricked into repeating by people who he just listened to and said the same things as. But here's the thing, nothing to talk about. I mean, I don't believe any human out there who is of that sort of style, of that sort of mind frame, who like looks into these sort of things, hasn't looked into other things. And when you find yourself having an audience of 50,000 subscribers, you don't just throw that away. You should say to yourself, even though I was wrong about some of the things I was sharing, I have an opportunity. If I have 50,000 people listening to me, I could at least upload a video that's 10 seconds long just with a positive message of like, hey, love is real and people value, like, it doesn't have to be some sort of deep dive thing into some sort of structure. When you have 50,000 people listening to you who like think you're a good dude, even the people who remained after being like, oh man, what integrity he shows, that's someone that should really understand the power he has over people and the trust he's earned and gained from doing what he's done and showing integrity. If I had 50,000 people listening to me for any video I upload, I would have all sorts of little things to say to them, even if it wasn't on the same subject matter as what got me that attention. I'd still take advantage of that. For him to disappear and not take advantage of the huge audience he's gathered, it's like, I can't believe that was the only thing he had to share. Tartaria can't be his only topic of interest that he's researched into. The dude's an intelligent fellow. Just like the Bible wouldn't be the only thing you have to talk about. You know what I mean? If all of a sudden, go ahead, man. You got my point.
Yeah, real quick. No, so I agree with you, bro. Like both, but the thing is, like both Wooden Nickels and Earwar, they're still flat earthers, and they still believe in some of the Tartarian stuff, like you said, 30%, and that's like same with me. At first, I believed almost all of the Tartarian stuff because it was just so intriguing and all. It kind of like really made sense when you looked at all the architecture and how advanced it was. It's like there's no way, and they always bring up like horse and carriages or horse and buggy, and how the hell are these people building these like insane architectures, bro? Cathedrals and Gothic architecture. But at the end of the day, bro, like they realized that there was like assembly lines in this 1700s, that they did have steam running machines, and that they did have the steam machines could cut stone, bro. And they had like a, what do you call it? I forget the word I'm looking for, bro. But it's like, Legos, how you have pieces that are universal, right? So you have universal pieces that can fit, and you can print them out, and you put it together like a puzzle, bro. And that's what they were doing, bro. That's how they were able to accomplish these feats in such little time, without having to actually cut the stone by hand, because they had machines cutting stone. And he shows that. He shows the machines. He shows the blueprints. So, and people thought that Irwan and Wooden Nickels were like psyops. Oh, they're working for like somebody. Like, you guys are shills. And they got a lot of flack back from the Tartarian community, bro, because they came out and then said that, yeah, we were wrong.
Yeah, but
and then you got the orphan trains, and you got all this.
They
stuff.
have more to talk about, though. I mean, don't we all? Like that Tartaria couldn't be their only like topic of interest when it comes to truther research. You know what I mean? And when you've gained such a large community of followers, like, sure, one topic is now off the table. I will no longer promote Tartaria in the typical way. But like, it's hard to imagine they didn't have other things to share besides that. Because Tartaria itself is already like a multifaceted topic where in order to talk about, you're talking about like construction techniques, history, electromagnetism, material science, concrete, polymers, ancient structures, all sorts of things, geography, all these incredible things that they showed that they have like a sort of, not necessarily a background in, but it really shows in his videos that he's put in a lot of time to learn about all sorts of different subjects. And just because one part of the narrative is incorrect, it seems strange that he wouldn't just abandon that one angle, but then continue making content on all the other stuff he has to share. I can almost get behind the whole sort of psyop angle, in the sense that he just kind of like made his mark and disappeared. The only other option I see is that he was so ashamed of like lying, in a sense. Not that he was trying to lie intentionally, right? But the only other angle I can see is that he was so embarrassed of falling for a fad that he just ran and hid because he didn't want to be associated with the person he used to be, or something like that.
Yeah, that don't feel right to me. He does a little bit like you said though, Fundy, with your video, where you were like, you know what, I wish I could like do that again, or found out some more information. Maybe he's just being a bit more careful this time, and he seems to me anyway. I don't know about you guys,
Maybe he's
but
been working on something.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
he'll upload something tomorrow and be like, "Hey, I've been away for a year, guys, because I've been trying really hard to make the best video possible. Here it is." But I don't know. You'd expect updates along the way, but he's left us in the dark, which is the weird part. Sorry for
for me,
interrupting, man.
No, you're right, dude. When I learn, I learn little bits on all kinds of topics, and it doesn't put me in a place where I go, look how much I know. Look how superior I am or something. No, it has the exact opposite effect for me. It makes me realize how little I actually know. I go, oh shit, I'm fucking such an idiot. That's
Dude,
how.
you're so real. You're so real for saying that, man. Yeah, that's how I know you're a real one, dude. When
Yeah,
you
I'm not.
learn about something, it doesn't make you feel more knowledgeable. It makes you feel like, wow, look at all the things that I wasn't aware of already. This new
What
rabbit
else
hole.
is there?
Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome, man. I'm happy you said that.
Oh, it's terrifying as well, isn't it? Because you just realize, oh my
yeah.
god! And have you ever thought there's that thing? There must be a thing just right in front of my face that I don't even see. And it's just there, and it's probably like could be life altering or something.
Oh man, you should have been here about 2 years ago when Sin Cleanser. Oh, I guess it wasn't in this room; it was in FED. But Sin Cleanser made a point that I don't know if anyone remembers it. He came on to the FED Discord and he's like, "Hey guys, just a general question. Uh, what could you imagine? Just speculate, just hypothetically, just really stretch your imaginations here. What is like the craziest idea any of you could come up with that is just the opposite of what you've been told that's right in front of your face?" And I told him, what you know how we all just fucking shit in the toilet and send that away for free? What if feces is one of the most valuable objects possible? And that when people say, "Oh, it's a piece of shit, it's worthless," right? It's a piece of crap. That's like a psyop to fucking distract us from recognizing that poop is like the philosopher's stone. It's one of the most important things to harness and utilize that
Well, have you
we could
heard?
ever get our hands on.
Have you heard
I've
that?
heard that before.
Have you heard like from a human, like human feces actually contains gold because our heart generates
Right.
gold. Like the idea that our heart actually generates gold, our body generates gold, specifically the heart, which then means that there's trace amounts of gold in our feces. And so, yeah, I mean, are they pulling the gold out of it? Like, is that already happening with all these wastewater treatments and stuff? So yeah, it just
Right.
reminded me of said that.
Yeah, so you can see where I'm coming from when Sin Cleanser was saying, what's one of these fucking operations happening right in front of our face that we are none the wiser to, and we're like I said, it's only speculation, right? But it's a valuable question to think about every once in a while. Say like once a month, right? Once a month you say, hey, what's something that I'm a part of that I might be getting the short end of the stick here, that I didn't even think about it that way ever, you know?
Something else that I've wondered whether or not they were extracting right under our nose that we've never known about to think about are those microzymas. Like in morgues, if that's the thing that's left after you burn everything else, and maybe that's maybe they have. I don't know if they even have a way to extract them, but if they know of them and they've been able to, you know, validate them, then maybe they can extract them. So that could be something else.
What word is that?
They're
What was that
harnessing
word?
in
Micro what?
sewage microzymas. But in
I'm
the
sorry.
sewage treatment
One
plants
more.
and
Could
in
someone
the
else say
morgue.
that? I can't quite.
Microzymas.
Zamas?
Microzymas.
I'm sorry. I still can't really understand the. Is that a word that like we should know? I can't understand that. Microzymas?
Timers. I've heard that
Zym
before.
Zymas.
Microzyma.
What the hell is that?
MICROZYMAS.
Okay,
Anyway,
what is that?
but yeah, I've wondered about that also. If they're not extracting that.
What the heck is a microzyma?
Bro, everybody knows about that. Come on, stop messing with.
Ah, very funny. Seriously, what's a microzyma?
I got you, bro. It says microzyma, obsolete. I don't know why it says obsolete, but any pleomorphic organism inside any given body.
Oh, what? They're like bacteria or something?
But I can post some stuff. I'll send it to you or whatever. I wasn't trying to detract from what Gio was saying about the gold. I was just saying that, he's extracting these things, or from what dude was saying about sin cleanser either. We were talking about extracting stuff right under our nose that we're not aware of. And I was just adding that in to the mix of what they could be extracting.
Oh yeah,
I'll find some
that's
stuff and send it
perfect.
to you.
That's a great that's a great thing to bring up. I'm sorry, I just had no idea about this word. That's on me. This is new
No,
to
it
me.
was just
Microzymas. I'll look into that. That's interesting. Little organisms or something in our bodies. That's interesting.
But what do you think it like? I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little ornery, or maybe I'm just irritable tonight. I don't know, but I think don't you think it might have been a little bit better to just like let me finish what I was saying before you and then asked about it or something, because it kind of threw the whole convo off a little bit. But
I don't think so. I don't think so, because when someone's whole point revolves around a word that no one knows,
you're
then
the only one that. But you could have waited until I got
oh,
done. It's okay. I don't want to make
think
an
so.
issue of the whole
I don't
thing.
think I'm the only one. I
I
don't
just
think I'm
didn't
the
want to
only
derail
one.
the.
I think if you said,
I just
oh,
didn't
they're
want to derail the I
that's
just did not
fine.
want to derail the convo from what they were saying. They were talking about extracting things right under our nose, and I kind of
Mhm.
wanted to let it get back to that. But I'll send you some stuff on it.
Yeah, I don't mean to make this a big deal at all, but I feel like if I came in the room and I said they're harvesting our microzymas, I wouldn't expect a single person in the room to know what I mean.
Zymas means, come on, Fundy, get with it, will you?
Yeah, okay, get with it, man. Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
What was that you were saying before, Gio, a while back about spring water and gold? Did you say there were trace amounts of gold in spring water, or I've just dreamt that?
There is, yeah. There can be. Yep, in natural waters. Well, pretty much all waters will have some for some amount of gold, yeah, because it comes from the earth and can contain trace amounts, like trace levels of it. Like essentially, like seawater, all the minerals in seawater are actually the same mineral composition as our blood. The same balance of minerals as in seawater is also in our blood. And so spring water also has a similar trace mineral complex to it, which will include gold and silver and platinum and many different metals and nutritional minerals and metals that are like it's not necessarily healthy to eat a large amount of gold, but a very trace mineral in the right form is actually essential for the electrical functioning in the body.
I saw this the other day that I looked up a Google image on the pH scale, or the whatever it's called, the pH pH scale with the alkaline and acid, right, on either side, on opposite sides, and I saw that right in the middle, right. Funny enough, distilled water and human blood ranks a middle position on the pH scale, in the exact same position. So I guess they're the same. Distilled water and human blood is the same pH, and it's also like the neutral middle position between alkaline and acidic. Just another one of those things, you know? It's incredible.
Well, distilled water is acidic. It's acidic. It's not neutral pH.
Well, there's no such thing as being purely acidic means below the middle point. Alkaline means above the middle point between them, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's below the middle. Yeah, usually distilled water is like 5.5.
Really? All right, I'm gonna post the image for you then, and you could be right. I'll show the image anyways, though.
Well, I mean, there's different ways of making it, though. There's different ways of making distilled water.
I think distilled water is pH of 7, right in the middle. It's neutral, but I get what you're saying as acidic, as in, right now the water's pissed off. It's out of balance. It wants to find an equilibrium, right?
Well,
so it'll pull in everything around, from its environment to balance itself out. Because, I mean, in nature, distilled water doesn't really exist, right? Like rainwater is not distilled, river, ocean, lake water is not distilled. Like, it's pretty hard to find it unless you have some kind of like
glacier
evaporation
water.
going on to where it's just water alone. But it's pretty sure you're gonna be pretty hard pressed to find distilled water in nature. And yeah,
No, there isn't any, because you have to boil it, so there virtually isn't any.
Right. Yeah, it's acidic in the. It just wants to like pull everything in, right? Like if you were to drink distilled water, I think that's extremely dangerous because the water is
What?
trying.
No, that's not true.
I've been doing it for about 8 years straight, and I'm healthy as a horse.
Super strong.
Yeah, I was just going to say I did it for about 3 to 6 months, and I was totally fine. So
well, I got 8 years on nothing but distilled water. But just to back up my point earlier, not that Geo isn't right about actual testing of it. This is literally just a picture someone created on a computer. So it's just a picture, right? Geo probably knows better. But here's just to back up what I was saying about distilled water being right smack dab in the middle of the pH scale. It's in lobby chat. Oh fuck me! I posted in the wrong. My bad, guys. I posted in the wrong server. I'm sure you guys have done that before.
I do that all the time. I'm a clicking fool. I just click everything.
give me like 10 seconds. I'll find it again and post it in the right server.
I mean,
here
in general, I mean, yeah,
and done.
Distilled water can range, and I think depending on how it's made, I think like my understanding of what happens is once it gets exposed to the air, it becomes more acidic. So like if you were to make it in a laboratory in like an extremely controlled situation, like you could get distilled water like in a lab setting could be a neutral pH. But the minute it's made, it starts to absorb the carbon from the air, and then it becomes it'll tends to be like if you make distilled water with like a home distiller and you test the pH, generally people usually get between 5 and 6. Usually like 5.
Oh, you're so right, dude. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Once you bring it out of the mechanism into the open air, it's gonna undergo some sort of reaction, right? Or absorb or dilute something, and it's gonna change, right? But it is nonetheless, it is super interesting that in that pure untampered state, human blood and distilled water in its pure state, like blood is inside of your body, not tampered with the outside world, right? That they're the same pH, and just how interesting that is.
Close. I mean, blood ranges
Super close.
between
7.2 and 7.3,
7.35
right?
and 7.4. Now, if we're at
Yeah.
7.2, we're in big trouble. Like 0.2,
Which is a
too
really
low
interesting
or
fact
too
about
high.
biology, right?
Right.
That
Yeah, we're
blood
in big
like has
trouble,
to be
if not
kept.
dead.
It's so cringe that it's so crazy. You know, you can go on a bender of drinking, right? You can drink all sorts of alcohol, which is so acidic, is it, or alcohol?
Right.
I don't know.
It's acidic, yeah.
But the fact that you can put all that into your alchemical vessel, you know, your human body, and that still the body is going to ensure that that despite all the, you know, concoction of whatever you put into it, the blood will remain within this very small range. There's so many mechanisms making sure blood remains in this small range of 7.2 to 7.3 pretty much. And that even when you introduce other things that are 1s and 8s or whatever, right? Or 1s and 15s on opposite ends, that just your body will just take care of it and make sure the blood isn't affected too strongly.
Right.
What an
Well, like
amazing machine we are.
The new biology states that the only thing that digests food is our teeth. Right? The idea is to chew our food until it's in a
What?
liquid state, because only when the food is in a completely liquid state, our body cannot use it, right? We can't digest, right?
I don't buy it. I definitely
hold on, let
okay.
me finish.
Okay.
So it also states that the stomach's main job is to produce sodium bicarbonate, which we call baking soda. And what they're
Right.
saying is that for every molecule of baking soda that is produced from the stomach, a molecule of hydrochloric acid, or HCl, is produced as a byproduct acidic waste, right? Just like, you know, because our body is constantly expelling waste as an acid, right? Through 4 different methods, you know, urination, sweating, defecation, and respiration. Oh, I think I already said that one. But you got what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, so if
So
you
they're trying to
put
say that
okay, go ahead.
hydrochloric acid digests food. I mean, we got to think about this. Like, how strong does that acid have to be to actually liquefy solid food and to not
Not that much.
damage the stomach?
Yeah, not that much.
Right.
The hydrochloric acid is incredible. Yeah, in the stomach, you can basically, even if you wanted to, like a carnivore does, you can eat like unchewed meat, and if you have very strong, healthy hydrochloric acid levels, your stomach will completely break it down and utilize it, similar to the way carnivores, because you know carnivores don't chew that much generally. They usually just swallow huge chunks of meat. Like their fangs and their teeth are kind of just more meant for like ripping and tearing. The actual like once they consume the actual meat, they don't like you see a dog. You know, a dog will just eat stuff and barely chew it sometimes. It's kind of funny, but it's because they have very
We
high.
can't test this.
Okay,
Like
We-
carnivores have
let's
even
do a
higher
test.
hydrochloric acids than humans do in
Let's
terms
do
of
a
what they can
test.
break
Don't
down.
chew the meat very well, in like big
no,
chunks,
no,
and then
we
see if it
can test
actually
this.
breaks down.
No, we can test this. You all know you can take your middle finger and tickle your uvula, throw up some of your stomach acid. If you really want, get a bowl, you know, gag yourself, get some of that stomach acid into it, pour it into a glass and into a hermetically sealed what do they call them? What do they call those ones that seal? We all know mason jars, right? Yeah, mason jars. Those hermetically sealed mason jars. What interesting choice of words. Yeah, we can all probably take a little, you know, a burger, a little bite of a burger, and spit it into that, right? See what happens.
Right.
See,
There you go. Because they say the stomach digests the food, right? So what? It's only in the stomach for what? Maybe a few hours. Well,
I'd love to know the answer to that.
what the
Yeah.
mainstream medical textbooks do state is the stomach is responsible for the alkaline tide, right? Its main job is to maintain blood at 7.365 to 7.4, and our interstitial fluids at 8.4, which that's just a word for fluid that surrounds our cells. That's not our blood, right?
I don't know what that means.
It's just it's like a clear fluid. It's like this highway that's in our body that transports
Okay.
things from one place to another.
Check.
Right.
That yeah.
Because it's not just
I'm sure you're right.
right? So anyway.
Yeah.
And
Interstitial fluid. Where do you imagine that actually being? When you say it's between our cells, I don't.
It's just around the cells. You know what I mean? So like
Right,
what
right.
our
But
cells
if
are
everything
breathing
is cells, what does it mean to be around them? Like, there's not a single part of you that isn't made of cells. So, what does it mean to be around cells? Like between every cell?
That's a good question, because we have blood that's around our cells, right? So like, how is there a distinction between the two? Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
That's a
I'm
very good
coming from a
question.
position of ignorance here. I don't fucking know how my body works at all. It's a mystery to me. I was hoping you'd know. But no, I get, like, what does that mean? Interstitial. I'm sure the definition, if I pulled it up, would, yeah, it would probably say exactly what you said. Fluid between your
like
cells or
you
something.
cut open a steak that's like barely cooked. That's like
I've
almost
never done
rare.
that. You tell me.
Well, you ever cut up a steak open and you see this clear fluid come out? People think that's blood.
I haven't, but I trust you. I do trust you. Don't get me wrong. I do.
Well, if you ever get a chance to cut open meat that's not cooked very well, you may notice a clear fluid that comes out.
And what do you think that is? That
That's
interstitial
that's
fluid, you
mainly
said?
interstitial fluids, yeah.
Okay. I learned. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for that. Although, like, are you saying like like if I go to like Texas Longhorn Steakhouse or something and say, "Give me a steak rare," I might see that, or
Yeah.
maybe they prepare it differently. I don't know.
Or you'd probably be better off cutting it open, raw.
Okay.
Right, thaw out some meat and cut it open. But it happens on cooked steak as well.
Tell me this, man. Have you ever like tried to pop a pimple, and you can't get it to pop, but you did put enough pressure on it for your skin to leak a clear fluid? Is that perhaps that interstitial fluid? I don't mean to gross anyone out or something.
That's just pus. That's just like
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about pus. I'm talking about when you try and you fail,
Oh, I
but
get what you're saying.
your skin still
Yeah,
leaks some sort of clear liquid.
That's a good question. Because I had acne pretty bad when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Which I looked at as like, a poor diet, right? It's our body trying to push toxins out of our body through any means necessary, right? One
That's
of them
the
being
only
through
thing
the
that makes
skin.
sense to me. I feel like I feel like acne is completely unnatural. Like
It
you're
is.
poisoning yourself or something.
Right. And when you go to the doctor, what do? They throw a bunch of acid
They
on
give
your
you some
face and
chemicals.
here
Yeah,
takes these
acid on your
chemicals.
face.
Yeah.
Some pills that
It's
fucking
like,
give you
no.
depression.
It's a diet issue, 100%.
One of them told me that it was because I suffered from that, and one of them told me it was like, oh, why don't you stop eating dairy? Was their recommendation. Didn't do a thing for me, but that was what they said, which is interesting. You ever hear that?
Someone told me that when I had acne. They just like, here's some toxic crap to put in your face. That burned, by the way.
Yeah. Oh man, what a world. Where are we? What year is it?
I'm kind of surprised I don't have acne scars because I popped every one of them sun guns.
Good for you. You're a good healer. But what I just said did made me think an interesting question to ask you guys, or really more of a point, less of a question, to be honest. What year is it from the beginning? No one knows, huh? Anyone want to give a different answer? What year is it from the beginning? Who knows? We don't know. Like, it's so crazy. We don't know when it is. We don't know when now is. There's some ideas floating out there. I know there, of course. Oh, the universe started, this is year 13.8 billion, right? That's what science tells us. We're in year 13.8 billion. Maybe a certain brand of Christians would say we're in year 6,200 and some, But to everyone else, it's like, wow, what a question. When is now from the beginning? And does anyone want to put forth an answer with any confidence, or does everyone agree that we have no fucking clue when is now? What year is it?
The answer is 42.
If we don't know what happened over 20 years ago in 9/11, then how do we expect to know any past at all, any history whatsoever?
This is one of the things I respect about astrology. There is that, I actually question it, but what they say about the precession of the equinoxes being a 2,920-year cycle, or something like that, right? I'm sorry, 29,520-year cycle. That at least gives you a larger framework to place yourself within, And so I appreciate it, like using the stars, and it may be arbitrary, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be the beginning, but if the stars do operate on a cycle, at least astrology's given us a 29,520-year cycle to place ourselves within. Gives us a bit of a larger context, like the astrological ages, but still, even though it offers that, it still doesn't give you like when was the true beginning. At least it places like an arbitrary, like conventional starting point, right? But other than that, we got nothing. I guess the Mexicans or whatever you want to call it have the whatever the Mayan increments are called. They got some pretty big ones as well. But it's so crazy. Like, I mean, it's really a mind fuck when you realize that no one knows when is now. No one knows what year it is. What an awkward position to be in as a life form in existence. You don't even know when is now.
The way I look at it is, if there was a great reset, does it really matter? Because they've already reset, right? And if
Of
they can
course.
get rid of all the evidence,
Well,
then
it does matter. Does it? Doesn't it? I can argue both sides. Like, well, how does it affect my life? But in the sense of wanting to understand universal truths, yeah, it does matter. To get to the bottom, of the secrets of the universe, yeah, it matters when is now, But in a practical sense, no. All that matters is that I make that money at my job and buy some food and eat it.
That's what
But
they're
in like a
looking at.
universal truth quest, yeah, I would love to know since the beginning how many of years to have passed until now. Like, what if this was year 1,000,000 right now since the universe began? What if there is no rational framework to even base that on? What if the universe is something that always has been and always will be, and that there is no starting point because it operates on some sort of outside framework that doesn't follow the same rules that your birthdays do?
Right. If energy cannot be created or destroyed, then what if all that was always here?
And this is where there's a split between ways of thinking, whether rational thought, reasoning, science, investigation, empirical data can lead you towards these answers, or it can't. People are divided into two camps on this, I suppose. Whether certain questions that have answers can be figured out, or that there's questions that are outside of the framework of, like, there's questions that don't have answers. It's like, what do you mean? How can there be a question without an answer? It's like, well, it's such a big divide. But I feel like I've said this for the past like 3 years. Here, it's like, I think the universe is pulling a bit of a trick on us. I feel like everywhere you look, you find yourself in a position. If you really like spin around in your position and take a good look around in every direction, you find yourself in almost every circumstance. If the important questions, finding yourself in a situation where there's some sort of controlled opposition situation going on, where your enemy controls the answers that you're looking to hear. But then if you reject that side and you go looking in the opposite direction, the same guy set up the answers you're going to receive over there. And he's going to have you questioning yourself the entire time, never finding anywhere you can confidently stand and say, "Yep, I've figured it out. I put in the work and I figured it out, guys." No one ever seems to ever reach that position. And if you do, go ahead.
Well, what if we're not the top of the food chain? What if we're just farmed animals?
I don't know. What do you mean? Like, we can kill any other life form we've ever come across, right?
I mean, that's what you think.
Okay, present me any creature that 100 men with spears can't take down.
The one that you don't know, the one that you don't know about. I mean, how does 100?
I said present me with one. If neither of you have ever seen it, then obviously we can't cage it and bring it in front of me. There's always the chance there's something hiding in the jungle that's made out of, I don't know, living diamond or something. I don't know, indestructible to nuclear weapon. What are you saying, man? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is like, we live in a deception, and we're obviously farmed by, like, we don't even know who they are, but we could all generally agree that there are
being taken advantage of.
Yeah, we're like being farmed, right? So,
Yeah, we're being taken advantage of, but I feel like the thing that they really get out of it is best summarized with the term loosh, if you've ever heard of that. They're farming our loosh. Is that a term you're familiar with?
No,
So loosh is I'm not sure exactly where it was coined or by who, but loosh is the term that refers to like spiritual essence that can be vampirically fed upon, and it's drained and given away to these things through like negative emotion. And I'm not saying I exactly believe in it in this manner, but I'm just teaching you like a term that's used in the truther community, as far as like emotional or spiritual or energetic energy that like is fed upon. It's coined as the term loosh. Like, sure, maybe they can trick us to build a cathedral for them or build their houses, or like slave labor, right? Like mechanical labor. But the idea of them feasting upon our like emotions or our spiritual essence or our energy or something like that, it's called they feed upon our loosh. And I honestly live my way imagining it to be true, and it is only imagination the way I operate. I always imagine that the enemy that's whose goal it is to corrupt all our souls. Their main goal is that they're in a constant state of dying, and that they have to trick us into being in states of like fear and negativity and panic and anxiety and stuff like that, because that's the sustenance that fuels them. And we are like their fuel source, and they have to, they have to get us to excrete this substance that they feast upon. And I didn't come up with the term, but it's popularly called loosh.
Right. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's all I'm pointing out is that maybe that's the rules of the paddocks that we're in.
Yeah, and we'd like to starve them to death.
That does sound like a made up word.
Oh, it absolutely
Loosh.
is. It's probably only about 50 years old, to be honest. My best guess is that it's about a 50-year-old term, made up by someone in the 70s or some shit like that, right? But it is a
I
very.
think it was. I
It
think
is
it was
handy
made up
though.
by what's the name of that writer? That horror fiction writer. I think it's from one of his books.
H.P.
H.G.
Lovecraft.
Wells, Lovecraft.
No,
One of those
the guy
two.
who made The Shining.
Shit. Steven Spielberg? No, I'm just. That's a director. That's a movie.
Kubrick.
No, that's a director as well.
Stephen King.
Yeah, that's the author. That's the author. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the idea originally comes from one of his books, and that's where people picked it up from because it's the whole idea that I think it feeds off of loosh, which is their fear.
It's like they're yeah, for sure. And it's like the gang stalkers that you see people post about. They're like, "Oh, go feed." Well, that's where I'm at. I just really think I don't think we're the top of the food chain. This is like a paddocks we're on, and that's why everything's so confusing. And it probably is easy to reset us. They're like, oh, they're starting to get hip to the jive. Let's go ahead and set them back again. We don't want these fucking cows getting out of the fence here.
It's a tradition. This it's a it's like a huge trust issue. Right? They buy us all these presents and then turn around and say it's this imaginary character that they know is fictional. And do this year after year after year after year, and then eventually the gig is up. And the kid feels betrayed. Right? I think this is pretty much the beginning of psychological manipulation to where we are more susceptible to believe in just about anything. Like it all starts at a young age.
Yeah, it's the whole Santa Claus archetype of deception.
The parents go buy us all these presents to turn around and not be like, "Oh, hey, I bought those for you because I love you," or whatever. No, they tell them this fictional character bought them all these presents year after year. What and for what? And for why? For a stupid tradition? This bullshit tradition with
Forgive them, for they know not what they do. It's there's this thing about systems that are in place that people like follow the rules in and partake in. There's this egregore nature that might be another term along with loosh that some people might need to be explain the meaning of. But there's this egregore nature of systems and traditions that can keep themselves alive. There's systems that are in place where everyone involved in the system is literally against the against the existence of the thing they're participating in. Like there's 100 people participating in a system that performs some sort of operation, And every single one of the members that plays a role in fulfilling some sort of duty that keeps the system operating, each one of them says, fuck this, I don't want to be a part of it, I don't even like what it stands for. Yet, they all still show up every day and do their job, right? And it's like, this system is like keeping it has some sort of ability to keep itself alive, even though none of its components wish for it to even exist. There's just this like egregore entity that is feeding off of the cells that I don't know keep it operating, and it's just like it's some sort of not self-sustaining, more like parasitically sustaining system. How does it pull it off? I don't know. By some sort of, like you said, some sort of present it gives you, some sort of reward, material or immaterial, whether it's a status, right, or actual physical goods, or even just a dream that it sells you.
Think of all the psychological damage of being deceived for the first 8, 9 years, depending on how long they were able to keep up the the BS story, to then all of a sudden realize, oh, that was my parents buying me all those presents. Just think of what that does to the mind.
It teaches a great lesson
oh, it's Santa
at the same
Claus,
time.
it's the holiday, everybody gives everybody presents, and it's this happy time, and right, what's going on?
It's a double-edged sword though, right? Because like the whole Santa Claus deception is one of the most traumatic experiences that a young child will be exposed to, but it's also one of the most enlightening experiences at the same time.
Yeah.
It does so much harm, but it also teaches, it also delivers such a lesson of wisdom as well. You learn that anybody can tell you anything they choose to. Like, words don't have to be true. And what level can people cooperate in a deception? All the parents of the world. And there's probably more parents than toddlers, right? There's more people alive past the age of 5 than below the age of 5. That's just statistics right there. Probably 10% of the human population, I'm just guessing, but probably 10% of the human population is below the age of 5, which means everyone above that, the other 90%, is in on it. They know better, but they're letting you be deceived. And wow, to learn at the age of 6 or something, there's a conspiracy happening that involves 90% of the human population in this entire world. Holy shit. Like, what an amazing lesson that is, that lies can be that widespread and collaborated upon. And then it's also traumatizing because you're like, wow, the people who I thought I should trust the most are the ones who put so much effort into tricking me.
Right.
And then you handle that on whatever individual basis you do, however it goes down. But then also you learn what a valuable lesson, that words are just words, and they have no requirement to be in any sort of accurate reference to reality. Words can tell fictional stories, and anything anyone's telling you can be about something that's completely non-existent. What an incredible lesson about the power of words, that they don't even, like, words were originally designed in order to signify some sort of reference to something that actually exists. And then some time ago, people discovered that you can use words to reference things that don't exist. There's that one movie from that one comedian who was in the British Office as the main character, I forget his name, called The Invention of Lying. That's a pretty good movie from back in like 2008, I think it was made. You ever seen that movie, The Invention of Lying?
Yeah, Ricky Gervais, you mean?
Yeah, Ricky Gervais, that's the one. Yeah, that has a good lesson in that movie right there. He's the first person who ever does. He's the first person in this fictional modern day society who learned the ability, who gained the ability to lie. It's a trip, man. If you've never seen that movie, I mean, I'm not saying you need to watch it, but like, watch some YouTube clips of some good scenes or something at least.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know, I don't operate that way, honestly. Whenever I'm participating in everyday society, right? I don't necessarily. I most of the time I just believe, just straight up believe anything anyone tells me. I almost never can think that the people who I work with are lying to me for any reason,
Yeah, I don't really like that movie. Like the part where he jumps off the roof, hits the trampoline, and goes through the window. It's just, I don't think it was really like done that well.
All right, yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I sound okay?
You sound better than usual.
You sound like you got
Louder,
a new
clearer.
mic.
Yeah.
Cedric, is that you?
Did you get a voice transplant? New phone? What's up?
Sounds good.
Fundy, did you see that
Sound real good.
That video I DM'd you? It was like a little clip.
Hello?
Oh, he left.
Hey,
So
do
have
any
you
guys have any like has anybody done any like real high altitude like climb, like get in the Rockies and do some mirror flash observations, maybe like with like a good like a P1000, and then somebody with a doing like a mirror flash from super far from a peak, another peak far away in the range? Anybody done anything cool like that?
A mirror flash?
Yeah, because like I just was trying to think about an experiment that I could do. Because I, just from listening to the debates of flat earthers and globers, and they talk about like they said, like mirror flashes are like you're supposed to be able to be within line of sight, right? So it can't, like, refraction is less of a issue, and then the higher in altitude, the less that you could claim refraction, right? So if you put the two of them together, if you did some experiment where you got like high up in the mountains, and like you had another friend far away somewhere down the range, and you were doing observations like that, would that be pretty helpful? Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't think so. You can see where the mountain tip. Were you doing mountain tip to mountain tip?
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to do something like that, like get up in the, like I climb a peak, and then like I have a buddy climb a peak, and then like we just use reaches to talk to each other, and then
I don't think that's
yeah.
going to do anything.
Yeah, but I mean, you could just see the other peak, right? Like, can you just see the mountain peak, or
Are you
no?
talking about like, okay, two people are both 1,000 feet above the ground, and let's see if we can see each other?
Yeah, like let's say, I mean, I don't know. I need to study my range that I have access to, but like, yeah, let's say I was at 13,500 feet, and then there was like another peak.
Well, dude,
You know,
what's 1.22 times 1,300 feet? I mean, then you're gonna have to see like 2,500 miles away to bring it into relationship of this argument.
but if you had somebody else on the same on a similar altitude mountain peak, like 100 miles away or something, and you had like a, I don't know, like you had like a P1000 or something. You got like a mirror flash from that, right? Because you would supposed to be level, or yeah, it would be like level with each other if you're both at that altitude.
Right.
And then like if you, yeah, so you'd be level with each other at that altitude, and then you totally minimize all of the, like the optical effects that like one would claim, like the reason for, like, oh well, the black swans because this optical illusion.
So is this just to show that level is horizontal?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you couldn't claim all this optical interference if you're like, okay, well, I'm at 13,500 feet, and so is my homeboy over there, and we're doing a fucking mirror flash with the P1000, and it's like, how does that make sense? He's at 13. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be an interesting observation. It would be.
Yeah, you would need a third point, I believe, to show that that's to show that it's a straight line, I guess, right?
Why are we even giving them the satisfaction of having refraction to be our issue anyway? Because it's their issue. Refraction is their issue. Refraction only it
Right.
slows when refraction happens. It slows light down. Slowing light down is not going to allow you to see further. It's just absurd that they make that argument. It's not even an argument for them. Like they need an argument that's going to explain why we see further than what we should see, and for something to just get moved around a little bit, by some atmospheric conditions. That only happens with something that is already in your line of sight. Like for we shouldn't be giving them the satisfaction of having refraction to be our issue because it's theirs.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. That is their problem. Refraction is their problem, but that's still, if you want to do an experiment, mountaintop to mountaintop, I guess it's to show, if it's to show a horizontal line, that's, I guess.
It's just leftover nonsense from their model.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just thinking in my head, like, because I mean, I honestly, guys, I'm just a gas station attendant. Okay, I'm a dumbass, but like, what I think, just from listening to the debates, okay, it just sounds like they're always like, oh well, like I listen to all the excuses for the long distance photography. They're either just like, oh, that's clouds, or refraction, blah blah blah. And so I just was thinking, well, why not do those two things together, and then that would be pretty hard to refute, right?
Yeah, I would say just do it and then let them come up with whatever arguments they're going to come up with because it's good they're going to anyway. But I would say just do it.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. If you want to do something to show other people, sure, but they're never going to come around. They're going to argue. It doesn't matter what you show them. It won't matter. It's already been shown. It's proven beyond a doubt, like that it's not a globe. If they want to they make up a lot of stuff. They just make things up and say, no, it's still a globe with no radius or whatever they want to make up. They're gonna always do that.
Right, I gotcha. But it just would be. I just think it would be cool to like have a really good one where you know what I mean, like just the super awesome observation where you're like,
yeah, but what would it show? Like, what would it show? Like, you didn't really clarify. Like, so you're 1,000 feet in the air, or what do you say, 1,300 feet in the air, or 13,000 feet in the air? I don't know what you said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if I could get 12,000 to like 13,000 feet, somewhere in there, and there's another peak that I could observe from really fucking far, at the same height. and then I was somehow able to catch a mirror flash with
Yeah, but why can't you see that on a globe? Like, if you're thinking about their model at all, like if that's what you're thinking of, like, what is there something that says you can't? That's not possible. Like, I mean, it's a cool thing to maybe do, but what is it? What's the point of it? What are you trying to show?
Well, I just would try to show like that. Hey, we do these absurdly long distance observations. In we get these absurd long distance observations with much with like in circumstances that they would claim that you shouldn't be able to do that, right? Like, because if you're
let me just tell you that the 1.22 times. Hold on, let me go get it. Oh.
It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So get the square root of the height of your observer height, and then multiply it by 1.225.
Is that square root 2?
Square root of 1.225.
So it says the horizon should be at 175 miles. I guess the horizon. So.
The horizon, what, at 13,000 feet or something?
You know the horizon's not real, right? It's just an observation. It's not real.
Hey, there was someone who was calling out to me right. I heard right before, as soon as I left, go take care of something.
Yeah, I was asking, did you see the screen recording I DM'd you? It's only like 10 seconds long.
I received it. If you'd like, I'll go watch it right now.
Yeah,
I'll go do that.
Check it out. I thought it was funny. You might not even remember the conversation, but
So truth prevails. What is your height in feet?
it was 13,000 feet, so it's 144 is the square root. So it's 144 times 1.22 is 175 miles.
And that's a weird that's a weird recording you sent me, man.
Yeah, it was just from my phone.
That's really strange, especially when he says, "You really think dinosaurs were here on Earth?" And he says, "Yeah, absolutely." Like,
No,
what?
the point was, remember we were talking about we were just spitballing. I was just like kind of like making shit up, right? About the some of those ancient things, right? And I was like, maybe they grew that way, or right. It was just funny that then he says that was like only like a week ago. He's like, well, maybe they were originally wood and they petrified into stone. I'm like, is this guy listening into us or what?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel that way. In that situation, I didn't feel that way too strongly. I think it's more of just a commonality between people's way of thinking. I'm sure lots of people have had that idea that things made of stone were once a different material but then became stone, and it's a real interesting thought. It really is.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was fun. I just thought it was funny because I thought it was like I don't know. I thought it was funny. Like, what a coincidence! I've never heard him. Not that I stalk him or nothing, but I never heard him make that like that leap before.
Yeah, with a lot of confidence to boot. Yeah. We got a lot of things to figure out. I'd love to be a part of something that kind of everything I say about my like desires, about what I hope happens, it's almost like I'm always coming across like I'm praying for some sort of savior to come along. Like I don't want to be the one to like fucking spearhead anything. Like I'm always fucking bringing up these points. I'm like, won't someone just come and save us all? Won't someone just lead the way on the charge to fucking enlightenment? You know? It's like, goddamn. You know, well, what's stopping me from being that person? Maybe I don't have what maybe I don't have what it takes, but I don't know. I feel like I'm taking an easy way out, just hoping for someone to get their shit together. But you know, why not me? Why don't I get my shit together? Since I pray for someone else to come along with their shit gotten together, with a lot of data, information, research, things sorted out. I put in enough time to get a few things sort of figured out. You know what I mean? But there's just, you know, all of us here, we just have so many topics of interest that we're curious about. And
Yeah, and it needs to be. I mean, you're right as far as focus. Listen, you can't do it. My thing is you can't do it online. You got to do meetups, like, and then pick a subject and focus on that, and then complete it. Start it and complete it, and then move on.
Yeah. Yeah. As well, make at least as much progress towards completion as possible, right? Because sometimes you need to go as far as you can on one topic, and then you reach a point where you can only go further after looking into another topic. Like you might look into, like, say, chemistry to a certain extent, right? And you learn everything you can up until a certain point, but then you realize you're only going to take your chemistry research further if you take some time to learn about, like, music and harmonics, and then learn as much as you can there, and then bring the information about, like, you know, harmony and cymatics and like that, and then bring that back to your chemistry research and see how that allows you to take things further. You know what I mean? And
No,
sort of
I
like
agree. Yeah. Yeah, I would just,
but
I would
still,
say
yeah,
the beginning step is to just make a very clear and achievable goal.
absolutely.
Yeah. Like I think I was asking, you know, Dan the Waterman. I was asking Dan like the other day, like what's your goal? He just couldn't, you know, not that he was like, I got him and anything. I was just, he was making a, you know, his little typical complaint. And I just asked, like, well, what's your goal? Like, what is your clear goal? And he had a lot to say, but couldn't just put that across clear, because he truly just didn't define it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I could well, I'd suggest you go first, but I happen to be the type of person who could, you know, who could do a little bit of that myself, right? You know, say it out loud, but you know, I'd love for you to go first. I promise I'll go afterwards.
I'm never gonna go.
Oh, what? What is your what are your clear goals that you can say out loud in an organized fashion?
I'll
What do
DM
you
him.
got? No. Well, you know, just share the ones that you can say. You know, if you're saying that, like, it's maybe not like YouTube sensitive or whatever. Like, what can you tell me, man? I don't want to read.
No, I'm not gonna share. But I'm
Ah,
just in general, it's just, you know, it's what you'd have to, it's what any of us would have to do to begin, you know, to begin what we want to begin.
okay. Well, what about like tangible, like, projects you have in mind? Are there like four or three or two or one, or sort of projects that you, like, maybe want to start or have started a little bit that you'd like to complete, like something that, like, a passion project that you're really interested in?
No, we're getting too personal.
Okay, I got four. If you don't, if everyone doesn't mind me, I don't know, taking the time to explain them. I
Wait,
don't know.
can I ask
Someone
one?
could
Can
go
I ask
ahead.
one thing? You're not wanting to share? Is it because you think that'll like sully or, you know, like ruin your chances of completing the goal by
No,
telling
it'll
you?
be the exact opposite. If I say it out loud, then I'm going to have the responsibility to accomplish it. I don't want to say it out loud. Then
Oh,
I'll have to do it.
that's quitter. That's quitter talk. That's quitter talk. You should say it, man. Make that commitment. Come on, man, tell us.
Well, I was thinking about
Speak the
climbing up
truth.
13,000 foot tall mountains with like the mirrors. It's just one of my
You were
silly
what?
ideas. Going up a 13,000 foot mountain with P900 or P1000 and some mirror flashes.
Okay, doing like long distance observations from the tops of mountains.
Yeah, that's Professor's idea. He's supposed to jump in now. Just leave me hanging.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm cleaning the kitchen and I banged dishes. What did you ask me about the observation?
No, that was your goal to share that you wanted to do. So the professor wanted to go up to the top of two mountains with mirror flashes. So I was telling Fundy and record the mirror flashes at 13,000 feet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I was wondering, because there's, like I said, I'm just a gas station attendant, and there's some real smart people in here, so I was just trying to get some feedback for my thoughts there.
Whoa, don't degrade yourself, sir.
Straight up, yeah.
I'm a humble gas station attendant. I'm just, I haven't been in the game. I haven't studied this very long, and so I know you guys. I know there's some minds that come in here that are, much more studied than mine. And I'm a very much like I try to absorb from others as much as I can. Probably because I'm lazy, but yeah.
Well, that's very nice, but don't let that hold you back from showing the full extent of what you have to offer. I probably don't need to tell you that though. So where were we, guys? I think I was a little confused actually. No Tanks was talking about he's saying he wanted to do mountain peak mirror flashes, but for some reason he said that was your idea or something.
Oh, sorry, I'm doing dishes, so my hands are wet. I have a push to talk. Yeah, no, I just was I was kind of curious because about that guy, whoever was talking about goals and stuff. I just was curious if like maybe because I find it interesting that some people, it's almost like they don't want to tell you what their goals are or what they're thinking because it'll like ruin it. I've had friends like, no, shut up, don't tell me. And so I'm just
Right.
curious.
Yeah, that is what happened. No Tank said he has goals, but he said he'd DM me them, but he wasn't willing to say them out loud now. And I don't want to be too pushy, but I mean that sounds like really intriguing stuff. So it's like I really want to hear it if you share. You tell me. You tell me. No Tanks. Yay or nay? Is it happening or not? If not, we'll move on. If so, I'd love to hear it.
You'd love to hear what?
We were talking about certain like feasible like someone said earlier the like one of the keys to progression is putting out there like specific achievable goals and heading towards them, so that there's like mile markers that you can really actually like keep track of progress with. Like this is my first goal, and then you can actually work towards it and achieve it, and then you're there. You're like, boom, I did it. Now on to the step 2, right? And we were kind of talking about just just like systematically organizing and stating out loud and achieving progression in that sort of manner. And I was telling him I got my 4. Like I happen to be one of those people who does have like their 4 goals in my in from where I'm coming from. I do have like my 4 passion projects, you could call it, that are like my main focuses, which are different than other people's. And I think anyone else's goals are of equal value, but one man can only do so much, and he has to pick his battles. And I was wondering, what battles are you picking, dude? No Tanks hasn't replied in like 5 minutes though. Like, what's are you? Maybe he's just not here anymore.
I'm here a little bit.
Oh, okay. So did
I wanted
you?
to hear your plans. I thought it might be interesting to hear them.
Okay, I'm gonna. I have a tendency to share, way too many details about things. So so call me out if you think that's necessary. If I'm lingering too long, because I do have a serious problem with that. Because I have like an OCD about being understood completely. I hate when I don't understand other people, and so I have this like fixation about like. And I'm doing it right now. All right. Okay. Okay. I'll do it. So
You're good, bro.
So yeah. Yeah. Okay. So okay. Goal 1. YouTube series. Okay. So I want to make an educational YouTube series on all of my subjects of expertise, giving at least like all of the fundamentals on around like if I were to say like what I actually have the capability of, I'd say there's about 20 subjects that I have like a high level of understanding on that I think I could deliver in really concise, clear, like delivered points to in order to in a sense bring everyone who watches it to the exact level that I'm at to share. There's about 20 subjects that I want to make a YouTube series about that would take any viewer, no matter if they're new or old, and bring them to the exact level of understanding that I am currently at, and leave nothing to the imagination. So that's one. A YouTube series on about 20 subjects to like a master class series on about 20 different subjects. That's the YouTube series project.
What's the genre?
Well, like I said, it's 20. There's like I was talking to Bread Rising. I don't know if you know Bread Rising. He partakes in these servers. Oh, he's here right now. He was talking to me the other day, and he and I talk a lot about important things like this or important things to ourselves. You know what I mean? We have this kind of conversation, and I was telling him about like my ideas for a YouTube channel, and he's like, "Yeah, but what would you really talk about?" And we kind of like talked about it enough that I was like, "Yeah, I guess there's about like 12 to 20, depending on how you group things together, right? Whether it's like 12 videos or 20 videos, depending on how I break up the subjects, because some overlap. You know what I mean? So some would be combined. And so when you say like what genre, what subject, that I can't really tell you one answer, right? Because there's 12 to 20.
Right. I mean, just like automotive videos, or
I mean, if you want some example, like I said, I have a tendency to go into way too much detail, and that's one of 4 passion projects. The YouTube series on like educational lectures on about 20 different subjects, maybe about like 5. I estimate maybe like 5 hours per subject or so to share everything I know about these 20 different subjects. 5 hours a piece on each 20 videos. I could list a few off the top of my head if you wanted, but I do want to make sure, because I have a lot to share on the 4 different projects. I'm just warning you, right? I'm just warning you
well,
that if you ask me,
are you going to go through your 4 goals?
yeah,
Or okay.
yeah. I do want to do that, and I'm just saying that the first one is a YouTube series, and if you get me talking about the YouTube series on the 20 different subjects that I plan on addressing, that might take a little while and distract from the 4 general topics. The YouTube series is just one of them, and I could talk for hours on that, my ideas on that. Your choice.
Interesting. Quite the gamble. I think I may invoke the YouTube series after I hear goal 2.
Well, maybe just give us like just rattle off like 4 or 5 topics, just to give a few.
Okay, so I've already decided the first subject, the first like 5-hour masterclass that I plan on making for my YouTube channel, which will be, like I said, about 12 to 20 topics, depending on how you group them together. The first one is absolutely no hands down going to be on language and phonetics. Sound, language, and phonetics is going to be where the first one starts, because that is like a key that can be utilized to unlock doors on any subject, because every subject has its like glossary, on any sort of textbook of mathematics or chemistry or biology or whatever, bridge building, right? Every lesson is going to be delivered through, of course, spoken and written language. And the first video starting out on understanding like the utilization and the etymology and all that of the words we're using and the different techniques used to like analyze the terminologies being used on any subject of discussion. Like, the more you bring in, the more you can take out. So if the first thing we do is make a video and learn all about like how to understand phonetics and etymology and language families and stuff like that, we're going to get more out of discussing literally any other topic. If you learn phonetics and etymology, then you get more out of talking about literally anything you ever discuss in the future. So that's the first video. Etymology, linguistics, phonetics, language families, language. Then probably the second one the second video in the series would be on, like I said, depending on how you group them, numerology and geometry. I'm sorry, numerology and geometry, or arithmetic and geometry. Just all of the interesting, beautiful facets of geometry and like the relationships shapes have with each other. But then at the same time, arithmetic would either be grouped into that, or the third video, where all the interesting relationships numbers have with each other. I mean, I could probably talk for about 3 or 4 hours on just the relationship between phi and the number 1, right? And so just to group that all under arithmetic, this is just something that I feel like everyone should know about. It's like our birthright. It's in the design of all the ancient fucking architecture, and that's another one. Architecture, it'd be spliced into all these different topics, whether it's geometry or numbers or cosmology or whatever. Which brings me to like Gio said, just rattle off a few. So I'd say phonetics, arithmetic, geometry, and cosmology / astrology. Man, do I wish for everyone to just be familiarized with the fundamentals and just the general sort of relationships and the design of the mechanisms or the classifications of astrology. I definitely even make sure to give like a 30-minute segment where I have a conversation with Gio or something, you know what I mean? Because I can take advantage of my relationships I've gained here on Discord. It's like, yeah, I plan on making a 5-hour astrology cosmology video. And of course half an hour of that is going to be an interview with Gio. You know what I mean? So yeah, that would be 4 right off the top of my head. Phonetics, or I guess linguistics in general. Linguistics, phonetics, arithmetic, geometry, and astrology would probably be the first ones I start out with on the YouTube.
Yo, were you talking to me that whole time?
Yes.
Talking to everyone.
Oh.
But that's one of my 4 passion projects. The YouTube series on about 20 different subjects, given about 5 hours of attention to each. The first 4 being linguistics, arithmetic, geometry, and astrology.
All right, what's goal number 2?
Give me 30 seconds real quick.
What was the topic?
Fundy was going to
topic,
name.
no
He said he has 4 goals that he has set on a board to
I'm back.
achieve.
Yeah,
Oh, he's back.
I'm back. Sorry. Okay, so the YouTube series is Passion Project 1. I won't repeat the details. Second project, fictional story, completely fictional story, riddled with all of the life lessons, symbolisms, and situations and lessons, life lessons, slice of life, adventure, amazing situations. I wish for everyone to be exposed to the emotions involved in the ways that a fictional story can only present you with, right? So my fictional story, where the main I won't even get into it, right? It's enough. I mean, you get the point, right? My YouTube series has nothing to do. It's a completely different thing than the fictional story I plan to write. To reach, to make those emotional connections, to take you through experiences and situations involving, regret and all those emotional things that can't be expressed in, sort of informational videos. Like I said, my YouTube series will be, right. That's more informational on subjects of important concepts, right? While the fictional story will cover a lot of the other things. As far what I'm saying, right? YouTube series on informational topics that everyone should know about, and then also a fictional novel that does a lot of other sorts of good.
I like it so
Guys, what
far.
are we talking about here? What's the topic?
Jeremy, stay out of this.
That makes sense to you, right? No takes.
Yeah, I think
So those are two of my goals. So yeah, so fictional story that does what it does, and then the YouTube series on the 20 topics. I would probably spend about 5 hours on each subject, making like a 5-hour video or split into different segments, whatever. The third. Go ahead.
Well, before you go to 3, let me just ask real quick on that one. Would those two combine? Like, would you use from the series that you're going to do, the informational, would you use that and wrap that into the fictional story in a way that like the characters or in the fictional story would be like expressing or exploring those same things? Or would the fictional story have different content?
Well, there's no getting around that. The fictional story is going to have to utilize and involve other things than just pure information, because the YouTube series, it has nothing to do with a narrative or a character or emotional situations. You know what I mean? The information, regardless if one of the subjects is going to be like psychology, right? There's not going to be a character with some sort of experience, like so they'll have some overlap, but they'll be different enough that there might be content I talk about in the YouTube series that isn't contained in the fictional story. But of course, there will be like elements of electromagnetism and metaphysical, and like in my story, I do plan for the stars in the sky where they live to play a role in the plot, right? And different understandings different characters have in different lands and shit like that. But yeah, there's overlap, but there's definitely things you'll get from one that you would never get from the other, because there's just things a fictional story can express that a textbook can't.
Nice. All right. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah. So what's the third one now? What's the third project?
The third project, and now that I think about it, the fourth one isn't as like isolated as the first three. I guess I'll backtrack. I'll renege or whatever it's called. I'm gonna say I really only have 3 projects. The fourth one is kind of just, in a sense, combined into the other 3. So the third and final project that I really have a passion for is making an enormous, like oh my god, just an enormous ontological chart that that is a framework of language, because it's just the only tool we have available. And an enormous ontology chart. Just the biggest ontology chart ever created, probably about, I'd say about 10,000 words. And I'm talking about like a family tree, right? A family tree of words. I presume that my point really isn't understood by most people hearing me say that. Like, what do you mean a family tree of words, right? Am I correct in saying that like my point really isn't, or what I'm saying really isn't kind of connecting when I say that? I don't really expect it to.
No, you're saying that you
Would
want
it be
your
would
first
it be like
your first. Okay.
would it be like color, like red is the child of color or something, and blue is the child of color, and they're like that's how it'd be a family tree?
That is yeah, pretty close to the mark there, Noah. Um, like you could add, so ontology, right? Or an ontological chart. If we were going to take your example of colors, we would say that like an ontological chart of colors would start with red, yellow, blue at the top, and then we'd say the children of red, yellow, and blue would be orange, green, and purple. And then we could combine orange, green, and purple, or two at a time, and say, well, here's orangey purple, and here's purpley green, right? And then we could come up with new names, like has already been created, of course. Like there is a technical term for when you mix purple and green. I don't know that name, but there is a name for it. And that's the idea of an ontological chart, where you start out with like the parents, and then you give names to the combinations of them, or their offspring, or their children, however you want to put that. And it's my philosophy. Feel free to disagree, but I think that the entire classification of existence can be approached ontologically. I've already gotten about 300 words in an order that I have almost little to no problem with, honestly. I've gotten about 300 words deep on breaking down existence from the bottom, building it from, like, the foundation upward. Because, every concept has a definition, and every definition is made out of words, and the words that it's made out of are obviously more fundamental than the words they combine to mean. And so some words are more, let's just say this. Every word refers to a concept, and every concept comes with baggage, but which concepts come with the least baggage? And I think, I already did the hard part. The hardest part was narrowing it down to the 11 words with no baggage. And so I discovered the 11 words that, as best as I can put it, that have no baggage except for in reference to each other. And then those 11 words combine to create every other definition of any other word. And so I'm just taking those 11 fundamentals, which is what I'm named after. I don't know. I mean, I've said it before, but I'm not saying you have to remember when I bring it up or whatever. But that's what I think I've done. That's my third project, my fundamentals chart, as I call it, my ontology diagram, where I think as far as I think, I discovered the 11 fundamental concepts that classify everything in reality, and that everything else is just a series of them mating with each other and providing offspring. And then, luckily for most of the offspring, words have already been invented that that are associated with the meaning of their offspring. I could give an example if you want.
What are the fundamentals, sir?
So, there's 11, in my opinion, and they come in a hierarchy. And it's a bit of a deep subject, and the words I use, I have my own sort of private, personal definitions for. But I can't explain myself as long as I'm given enough time. So so just like the 7 Hermetic principles, my 11 fundamental ontological words are only in reference to I'm not worried about heaven. I'm not worried about nirvana. I'm not worried about like things that like aren't experienceable. Like the 7 Hermetic principles, they don't apply to heaven. The 7 Hermetic principles only apply to reality. Like the principle of vibration, everything here is a vibration. Oh, the principle of polarity, everything here has a left and a right, or a that side and a this side, right? Or a here and a there. Everything is in rhythm. Everything has gender. Everything. If you're a jack, you have a port. If you have a receiver, you have an emitter, right? Like the 7 Hermetic principles are only interested in talking about and classifying the nature of this experiential place. Even though I do believe that there is a sort of like outside or a sort of beyond, I do believe in that sort of thing, like a beyond, but my ontological chart isn't concerned with those sort of ideas. It's only concerned with addressing like the here and now, this real reality sort of thing, right? The thing that we can kind of put our hands on. And so it doesn't it doesn't touch on all the concepts imaginable, because we can imagine things like heaven. It's only trying to categorize reality, which is a big endeavor. But can we do it? I don't know. Let's see. So the 11, it's hard to explain, but I think it's best to approach it from starting in the middle, right? So in the middle of the chart, or just above the middle, is the word corporeal. Does anyone want me to say what corporeal means? Because that's where we're starting with.
Please.
What does it mean?
I couldn't understand either of those words. What do you guys say?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I can promise you. So I can promise everyone here that there's five things I can say about any corporeal thing, and it's like it's foolproof. I don't know how I don't have to know what corporeal thing specifically you're talking about, as long as it's corporeal. And so, for example, right, corporeal means, to break it down, it's like corpse, in a sense, is a similar root word, right? Corpse meaning body. Corpse means body. That's the corp in corporeal. So body, and then the other half is real, and real meaning like has a like existing, like it has one existing, real. So corporeal means has a real body. That's my way of looking at it. Corporeal means has a real body. And so we can list all sorts of things that have a real body. First of all, anyone you've ever met. That's a corporeal. Noah, Fundy, Geo. We are corporeal. We're not only corporeal, but we are corporeal. Our bodies, our physical essence, are other things. A house, a rock, a door, a brick, a cup, a straw. Right? These are corporeal things. An ingot of gold. So, corporeal. That's one of these fundamental classifications of the universe, of the ontology of everything. And I can say to you that I guarantee there's 5 things that will always be at play for every corporeal thing. You'll never find there, in a sense, a corporeal thing has like prerequisites. What's that term that flat earthers love, myself included? Antecedent, right? Antecedent. So I'll put it this way: corporeality has 5 necessary antecedents. You know what I'm saying? Corporeality has 5 necessary antecedents. So I'll go by them one by one. So, I'll put it this way, right? In order to be corporeal, which is, any of the things that we talked about, any of these real body having things, in order to be corporeal, you must have a shape. And I pause for objection. Anyone know about an object that doesn't have a shape?
Well, if it's going to be physical and like manifest in physical and have a body, it can be fluid. It could be some kind
Right.
of fluid, and it wouldn't have a shape. It would only take the shape of its container. So.
No,
What about a Pluto?
no, hold on. At any moment, it has a shape. Just because that shape is changing, at any moment it has its volume, its shape, its occupation, its area. It has its shape. It isn't somehow shapeless, right? It isn't unvoluminous. You know what I mean?
You
It has
a defined shape. It really doesn't. I mean,
okay.
it
So
can be
no,
fluid,
come on.
but you can go ahead and carry on. I mean, I
No.
can just
Okay, hold
maintain
on, hold
this.
on. Hold on. No, I mean, this is something I take very seriously, and so some little objection like that should be dealt with very easily because I have thought about this. So, if you have a water balloon and you smack it, it's going to fluctuate and wiggle all over. Yeah, it's changing its shape, but at any moment it does have a shape. Yeah, a water balloon that's been smacked on the ass, it's wiggling all around, but at any moment it does have a shape.
So,
At no point is it ever shapeless. It's fluctuating in its shape,
so
but it does have one.
How is corporeal fundamental?
It's six from the top. I'm starting from the middle to make it more relatable.
Okay, so this is not the fundamental.
This is number 6 on a hierarchy. Anyways, I don't know, does anyone think the objection wasn't dealt with that fluids are shapeless? I don't think fluids are shapeless. I think fluids have a shape that is fluctuating.
It's a dynamic shape. What about a
Yeah.
black hole, though? A black hole would be shapeless.
Okay, a black hole is not corporeal, so that is not on this level. That's above it.
Okay.
So this is classifying all things, and all things can find their placement along this ontological chart. I'm trying to classify all things in existence, but there are going to be combinations of the 11 fundamentals. That's where things will come along later on, because they breed with each other. They mate. The 11 basics mate with each other and bring about the existence of all other concepts through their intermingling or their interplay. So but it's great to start in the middle with corporeal, because like I said, something corporeal obviously is part of some sort of ontological system, some sort of realistic, if you know what I mean, ontological system that you can always guarantee is at play. That there's certain domains that the lowers are under the domain of the things that are higher. And so heading upwards from corporeal in the middle, heading upwards, corporeal or corporeality or corporealness, the ness of being corporeal. There's a like I said, an antecedent. There's an antecedent. There's a necessary antecedent of geometricness, of shapeliness, right? Everything corporeal has a necessary antecedent of shapeliness, and so shape is different than amplitude or magnitude, or in another sense, arithmetic, quantity, or size, whichever catch-all term you want to put all those under. Any corporeal thing will have a shape and will also have a size. And I challenge anyone to find me something that is corporeal, that has a shape that doesn't have a size. Now, it may be like the geometry of it, like the shape of it. It may have a changing shape or a changing, geometry. But and like that, it'll have a size. Things shrink and grow, but like I said, at any moment, everything corporeal, the necessary antecedent is that it has a size, a shape, and a size. How funny is that? That maybe this is so difficult to hear from me and really take in, even though it's something that should be explained to everyone as soon as they can comprehend it. Sure, it's almost obvious. Sure, it's something that probably a 5th grader, I'm sorry, a 5-year-old understands. Maybe even a 2-year-old. But it's really interesting to just finally have someone just say it out loud in clear-cut terms. Everything corporeal has a shape and a size. Yes, it's profound. Yes, it's also very simple. And yes, it's very obvious. But it's also undeniable. And it's also very ontological and foolproof and guaranteed. And no one's ever seen any exception besides it. So here's another thing about things that have a corporeal essence, a shapeliness, a magnitude. Guess what's also always true? Guess what else is always true about anything that's corporeal, geometric, arithmetic? It's going to have a location. Anything that has a shape, anything that physically exists with a size and a shape is also going to be somewhere. It's going to have a location. Go ahead and show me something with a size and a shape that isn't somewhere. What? Like, yeah, of course. Like I said, it's so rudimentary, it's so basic, but it's also like, as that sometimes simplicity is divinity. And so something that ranks just as high as location is change. So corporeality, geometry, arithmetic, location, and change in a sort of progressing upward manner are I mean, they're guaranteed. But an interesting thing is, though, the things below or the things above don't necessarily have they aren't under the thumb of the things below. But I do put them on brother-sister pairings. So change and location are on equal terms. Arithmetic and geometry are on equal level. And corporeal is on its lonesome self below. And then above them all is incorporeality. And this is the idea that, well, I mean, you got to be sort of ether guy. Or, I mean, not necessarily. Because you understand how I said change, location, geometry, arithmetic, and corporeality are below what is at the top. At the top is incorporeality, incorporeal. And I can make my point, now that we start from the beginning, we've gotten to the top. At the very top classification of categorizing the universe, incorporeal is the aspect that is not under the domain necessarily of anything below it. So let me just give a few examples of incorporeal things. Energy. Energy in its lonesome self. Just energy. Ether. Space. Time. Consciousness. So, to make my point about how all the previous 5 listed things are below it and that incorporeal is not subject to the classifications or necessarily under the domain or anteceded by the things below it, if I use that word correctly, I'll say that let's go with consciousness. Does consciousness have a location? Oh, it does, you want to say? Where is it? You can't tell me where it's at. It doesn't have a location. What is the shape of consciousness? What is the geometry? It doesn't have a shape or a location? Well, how much of it is there? It doesn't qualify. There isn't an amount of it. What's it made out of physically? What chemical substrate is it made out of? Oh, it's not made out of any sort of chemical. And I hope that point is proven. Whether you want to take that as ether, information, consciousness, energy, any of those 4 terms that are incorporeal in their isolated nature, I hope you can understand walking backwards from corporeal, which is absolutely subject to being preceded or precluded or whatever, always under the thumb or domain of having these other attributes included in its nature. Yeah, corporeal things will always have a shape, size. They will always have a location. They will always be in a constant state of change, and they will always be rooted in some sort of manifestation of something that is unmanifest, something incorporeal. But incorporeal things, as we know them, like consciousness, information, energy, what was the other one he used? Whatever, data, who cares? These things, tell me, do they have a shape? Do they necessarily have to change? Does the concept of an apple somehow become something else? No, it's unchanging. It's permanent. Where is it? It isn't anywhere. What's the size of it? It doesn't have a size. It doesn't have a place. It doesn't have a shape. And it isn't made out of material. So those are the first 6 that I hope I give a brief explanation of their order and their hierarchy of each other. Try my best. I can go into much more detail and give plenty more examples, but those are the first 6 in order from middle to top, and then there's also the second half of it going downward. But I know I've already gone on for quite a long time. Any questions? Any comments or whatever? Did I make any sense to you guys?
Well, I'm not wanting to drag this out into a debate, but I just disagree that fluids have shape.
Okay.
So let me understand. The 11 fundamental things are location, time, shape.
That was the first 6. That wasn't all 11.
Okay, what are the next ones?
The next ones require a bit. I won't do it. I'll just breeze right through them, right? But they do require a bit of like my personal defining of the terms. But they would be art, measure, conveyance, and standard.
Oh wow, interesting.
So that would be art. And just one more time again. I'm sorry. I forgot. Life. My bad. I forgot. Right below corporeal comes life. You'll find corporeal things that aren't alive, but you'll never find something alive that isn't corporeal. So life, art, measure, conveyance, and standard.
And so everything is a combination of those things.
Every other concept is a combination of incorporeal change, location, arithmetic, geometry, corporeality, life, measure, art, conveyance, and standard. Yes.
What is standard? I don't understand that one.
Standard is convention. Standard is where art, meaning expression, measure. Let's start. Okay, so let's just do the bottom 5 or so in a quick sense. Art is expression. Measure is impression. The combination of impression then received as a impression is conveyance. The regularity or the sort of systematizing of expression, impression turned into a form of conveyance, then made regular is standardization, which is where like you do something once and then you say, let's do it the same way again and let's give it a name. That's like convention or standard. And one way that might help you reflect on this is that the bottom 2, right? The bottom 2 fundamentals in synonym terms are conveyance and convention. So conveyance and convention, or communication and convention. But I like the word standard. But either one is fine, really. I could even do a little extra if I could try off the top of my head to, I don't know, work from the bottom up in some sort of like narrative, like take one concept and like dissect it all the way to the top or something. Like, I don't know, like an inch, like inch, right? Like some sort of, like, you know, if we start at the bottom, right, we would start with some sort of arbitrary.
Where does logos go?
Logos? Well, give me your definition and I'll break it down.
You tell me.
I mean, people mean that word in different ways, so you give me your version. Like if you're saying logos is the word of God, then God is outside of this chart, right? Because I said my chart refers to reality, not heaven or God or the beyond, right? But if I was going to break down logos as the word of God, then I would, if I'm trying to approach this right now on the fly, I'd say logos being the word of God would be partially incorporeal, so God would be at the top, right? And then logos, if it has any sort of substance, if you ever want to consider logos some sort of spiritual radiation or something like that, it would be some sort of incorporeal substance. It's not made out of some sort of element. And then of course, for it to do anything, it would have to be some sort of dynamic fluctuation. This logo, if it wants to bring about change in the world, there's going to be this this change involved, this vibration at least, which would have to then either create a place or be at a place, because how are you going to be vibrating within an area if there is no area? But does that area, this logos, like God says, let there be the universe or whatever, does this incorporeal thing to some changing degree create space? And then in this space, what else is there to do besides to take form and shape, or to fluctuate to some degree, to some in some quality and quantity, and then his word of some sort of magnitude and amplitude, then resulting, finally, of course, he says, "Let there be," and then where does we go? We first we go with light. Light and darkness is first. What are light and darkness? The first day of creation, right? Light and darkness. What are we dealing with? Incorporeal, things that aren't made out of elements. Then he says, what comes next? Let there be, I don't know, land coming out from the incorporeal waters. Maybe that comes next. And or maybe he says, let there be day and night, or sun and moon, or something like that. Also still just incorporeal. But then if he's saying land, then now we've breached into the corporeal, right? Then what does he say after? Okay, so let there be light, incorporeal. Let there be darkness, incorporeal. Let there be dry land rising out of the waters. That's corporeal. That comes next. Then what comes after corporeal? Let there be plants and animals. There we go. Life right up below that. Then what comes after life? I don't know. Like he says, give the animals some names or something. That's where communication and standards come in. Because we all know that God's logos isn't actually like English or something, right? He's not speaking it through the air as perturbations that your ears could register, right? These are like godly perturbations of ether, right? Not English spoken through the air vibrations of, that your throat makes, because there wasn't air yet. But I mean, even Genesis follows my ontological chart. First, incorporeal things are created, then land and actual seas and water is created. Then after corporeal comes life, Adam or animals, plants, whatever. Then what comes after that? Then he says, hey, give the animals names. I give you the authority to create standards, to create conventions. That thing has no name, but feel free to call it a tiger if you wish. I've never broken down Genesis like that, but I mean, there are no hiccups there. It pans out, which I kind of got to give props to Genesis for. Genesis really did put things in the correct order. Start with the etheric things, then create the inanimate materials, then out of the inanimate materials, create the living animate materials, then allow the animate conscious animals to give standards and nicknames for each other. Perfect. Exactly the way I design my chart.
So that's just one of 20 subjects you want to do crash courses on?
That's well, I mean, I guess one of the videos could be on that. I was considering it's such a big like actual like Excel spreadsheet chart itself that I think of it as a separate subject, like I said, like there's a YouTube series I want to create, then there's a fictional story I want to write, and then there's my ontology chart that like I said, I only have 300 words in order so far. I shared the first 11 with you guys. I've bred the 11 fundamentals with each other and gone about 300 levels deep, 300 words deep of their combinations.
Right now it's
But I think it's only going to be like really useful once I take it to about 10,000 words.
What about that Indian looking guy who's kind of big? Was he good? I guess. He was Ben. His name was Ben. He never leaked.
If I were to try to explain like the value in an ontological chart, I'd ask everyone to ask themselves like are certain words more complicated than other words? Do certain words have more like more of a collection of meaning than other words? I mean, we all know every word has a definition, and by nature, the words used in the definition have to be more simple than what they combine to make. You hit me with a hard one there with logos. Because that's something kind of reaching into realms beyond, in a sense, where its source lies. I'll say this is my
What about
final
What
concluding.
about the word truth?
Right.
Word
So that you're really coming at me with some of the hardest ones to break down here. So the first thing I'll say about truth is that can start on that's a really interesting one, right? Because truth can start on either side of my 11, right? Whether you want to consider truth a personal standard, right? At the bottom where it comes to convention, because something can be considered considered the truth, but just because something can be conventionally, right, the last word of my fundamentals chart, standard or convention, something can be considered conventionally or standardly the truth, but then we all know that there's like your truth, the one that you're convinced of or whatever, but then at the top of the chart, the one like exclusive, the one beyond any of the fucking rigmarole, is the truth that stands above any sort of interpretation, the one that it doesn't matter if you have your head wrapped around or not, it's the truth whether you know it or not. And so like the fucking Stairway to Heaven song says,
You're saying truth occupies the whole chart, all levels of the hierarchy.
I would say truth with a capital T is above the chart, actually, or at the very top. But it's like truth is almost like a bridge from the top of the chart to the thing that isn't on the chart, like the thing above it, like God, right? Like incorporeal. Truth is incorporeal because, of course, you can't give me a cup full of truth, right? You can't give me a handful or a cup full of truth. So obviously, truth is incorporeal, but it in itself almost refers to something that bridges the gap from incorporeal to something above the chart that, like I said, that this chart only deals with like the livable, experienceable world, right? And truth is almost like a divine sort of concept, right? And so, but then also
What
that the
about
second definition,
lies? What about lies?
lies. Ooh, it almost sounds like the same thing, but that's an interesting thing to think about. So lies, right? Lies can be conventional as well, but also lies are incorporeal. It depends if you it when it comes to lies, it depends whether you're talking about the words spoken, right? Because if we're talking about the words that comprise a lie, then we can break that down onto, whatever level we want about like the word. Like if we're talking about the actual word spoken, well, what's a word? It's a standardized unit of communication, conveyance, like I said, and those words were spoken. They were the art. They were the output of one being, and they were the measure, or they were the input of another being that were spoken by a life form that has a body that, and that everything below what was a part of, some degree of, geometric performance to some amount of magnitude or amplitude, something that can be measured or, quantifiable and qualifiable, that was, spoken out of place, that underwent a change, that was the perturbation, that is this, uh, you know, vibration, the air that you heard as words, that all comes from some sort of, that all is rooted in energy, but it's in reference still at the top to this idea of like, like a lie is kind of defined by being different than the truth. You know what I mean? It's a very complex word, and it kind of takes up the whole chart to really describe what it is. Yeah, that's a really good one. Logos, truth, and lie. Those are all rooted in sort of divine concepts, because a lie only gets its definition in reference to being
No, don't
untruthful.
to be having where your arms can't grab her. No, that's not good. You can't even see her. Lay on your back if you're gonna be in here.
I think maybe a mod might want to do something about this hot mic situation here.
Hey, Rex, you're queued up, bud. Can you hear us, Rex?
Yeah, my bad.
So let me ask you guys, since you've heard me say this, what if I asked you to use my chart to say break down, say, like a stage? If I gave you the word stage, how would you reflect on the meaning of that word in reference to my chart that I've explained so far? What is a stage?
I don't really understand how to use your thing, but I mean, I would assume you would start with it's corporeal, right? Because it's like a physical object.
Right. I mean, you could describe the corporeal aspect of, like, the stage, like be like an amphitheater is made out of wood or something, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, like an amphitheater, or or a pedestal, or whatever you want to call it, right? Like a platform, right? But there's something more to a stage than the material it's made out of, right? Because a stage, a stage doesn't have to be any specific type of construction, any specific kind of what do you call it? Like monument of any sort. You know what I mean? Like there's no requirements for a stage to be made out of stone or wood or whatever. It could even just be the dirt, right? If there's an audience and then there's some sort of person with the attention, you know what I mean, that everyone's looking at, right? Like
I mean, it's have to be it doesn't even have to be a physical thing. It could just be a saying, like he set the stage. You know, it could be an idea.
Yeah. Right. So okay. So I'll basically, you know, I'll answer my own question here. So utilizing my fundamentals chart, I think a stage is a secondary level term. It's a stage is part of the offspring of the first 11, where a stage is just the location of art. Wherever someone is doing a performance is his stage. Where there is a corporeal life form, arting, if I can invent a verb right now, arting, if you know what I mean. You could say acting, but that has sort of baggage, right? Also, you know, performing, arting, outputting, doing, you know what I mean? Doing something. The location of a life form doing art is a stage. I think that's a perfectly fine definition. The place where someone does something, some sort of creative activity. The location of creative activity of a life form is a stage. And that was a definition given only by my fundamental terms.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm like a slow processor. It just takes me. I'd have to like hear it 5 times, but
Yeah,
it's. I mean, it's cool.
I got graphics too. Yeah, I can definitely like send you some graphics and some spreadsheets and stuff to, you know, make this more digestible. I understand we're just working. Like, I know it's really hard to just follow someone ranting about such a complicated thing.
Yeah, I keep looking for the rewind button. Wait. Go back.
I might be able to pull up my list and maybe give you a little quiz on a few more examples. Maybe that'll, like, you know what I mean? Like, kind of connect a little better.
So,
Let's
like, you
see.
want to do the YouTube thing on, like, do you have, what are, like, I mean, what other, I think this is an interesting opportunity or an interesting thing to talk about because you can get ideas of what other people's projects and things that they're doing. So, I mean, this is basically just one, right? Like you said, you had like 4 main ones or something.
Oh yeah, like I said, my 3 main projects are the YouTube series on a selection of 20 different subjects I want to give like a masterclass on. Like I said, the first 4 subjects are definitely going to be phonetics, uh, arithmetic, geometry, and astrology, just because I think that those are keys that, like, the more you bring in, the more you can take out. And when you have, when you've been given like some of the deeper, more beautiful understandings of phonetics and language and numbers and shapes and astrology, it allows you, taking that understanding into any other subject, to just get so much more out of any other topic. Just because I don't know if you know this, but just movies and terminologies and just it's just riddled with this stuff. You know what I mean? It's all just riddled with these 4 subjects just as the first ones to cover.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I could see how just, you know, the language that we're taught, it's, I don't know, I can't really put it into words, but like, yeah, if you're like listening to somebody talk and you're like hearing a word and you're like, you know, kind of in the back files of your head, breaking down the root meanings of it, like as you know, ingest the word. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's useful.
You want to play a little word game here with me real quick?
Sure, I'll entertain it.
All right, let's see. Let me give a real relatable 1. So let's see. I have arithmetic, which is, think of arithmetic as quantity, right? What word is sort of the, like I'm sort of going to give you 2 words, and those 2 words are the basics of the definition of a single word, right? So the game is that it's sort of like Jeopardy. I give you the definition, and then you give me the word that I'm defining, right? I give you the definition, you give me the word that's being defined. You know what I mean?
Say you give me.
I give you
Like
the definition. I give you the definition, and then you say, "Oh, this is the word that is the definition of."
okay.
Like if I like if I
It's the opposite. I'm gonna say define gauche, and then I have to say define.
no. Like if I say um a bunch of bricks stacked into the arrangement of a cube with a pyramidal structure on top of it with doors and windows on the outside. You'd say, "Oh, that's the house." House. Right? You defined a house.
Okay, I'm not gonna promise I'm gonna be very good, but I'll try.
Or if I say, a string suspended between 2 poles with garments hanging from them. You say, "Oh, that's a clothesline." Clothesline is the answer. That's the word you defined. I give the definition, you give the word that's being defined.
Okay.
Kind of strange that no one's ever done this with any of us before, right? Like, kind of a strange thing that I'm, like, like, you know what I mean? Give me some credit. Like, this is sort of something I'm bringing that, like, has anyone ever done this to you before? Has anyone done this to any of us before? Not really, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely the. I mean, yeah, usually it's the opposite, right? You get the word, and then your teachers would be like, "Can you define it?"
Yeah. Okay. So let's start up. I'm gonna give you. So, like I said, geometry and change are part of the 11 fundamental terms that everything else builds upon. And so, if I gave you the definition, and I'm not saying that these are like definitions in the typical sense where it's like a sentence, right? It's more about 2 key words. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily like a full blown like sentence. It's what do these 2 concepts combine to make? But you reverse engineer it in the sense of like, oh, this word basically boils down to these 2 concepts having a relationship with each other. So if I say geometry changing or geometry change, what would you say?
Like angle?
No. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so harsh. Because of course an angle is lines intersecting, to a degree. I'm talking about, I'm like, these words are as fundamental, like like I said, this is second generation fundamental ontological words. So these words are like all encompassing. Of course, my 11 fundamental terms, the first 11, are the most all encompassing words. And so the second generation is going to be the second most all encompassing words that have no baggage. Like when you say angle, it carries the baggage of involving lines and intersecting, right? Linearity, all that, right? It's an angle actually requires a lot more than 2 words to define. But there is like, and I don't hold this against anyone. I know that I'm basically the only one I've met. I don't want to say that because obviously other people do this. And they're just hard to come by. I don't know. They stick to themselves or something. I don't know. I feel a little bit alone in this way of thinking. Is all I'm saying. It's a hard thing to convey, even though I think it's something worthwhile for everyone to do. So hopefully all this is gonna pan out to some sort of rewarding feeling for you, or make sense at least. So just in general, right? Just in general, if I say a geometric change or changing geometry, What word would you use to encapsulate that whole meaning? Changing geometry.
Math. Again, I'm going to be
Math.
really.
Okay. So the word I chose, and like I said, this is a project I'm working on alone. I haven't received any like assistance in this, but the word I chose. So maybe I'm fucking out of my mind, but the word I used as as a secondary level of, and like I said, I'm aiming to find, I'm aiming to construct language or arrange language from the bottom up. And there's nothing more simple than geometry. It carries no baggage besides location and incorporeal above it. But when you combine them, I'd say change and geometry, that's the word morph.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I see.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
Logic.
How would you define morph? You'd say a change in shape or a change in geometry. That's all morph means.
Okay.
So you feel that?
Yeah, no, I follow what you're saying there. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let's do another one. So let's go with. Here's a really hard one. So I might have to invent a word for this meaning. But it was actually Noah in this room. I had brought, when I was working on this a year ago. It was actually Noah who provided me this suggestion as a word to fill in my secondary level of fundamental charts. So the conveyance, right? Conveyance is like the exchange, right? Conveyance is like communication in a linguistic sense, but conveyance can also be not just language. It can be of physical goods, right? Conveying, like a conveyor belt can take, an object from one side to the other, right? So let's see if you come up with the same answer Noah gave me a year ago. So I give you the definition, you give me the word that's being defined. The conveyance of something corporeal. The giving and receiving, which is right, that's art and measure. Measure is input, art is output. You know what I mean? Output and input combined is a transaction. It's a conveyance. It's a gifting and receiving. That's what, conveyance, art and measure. So the conveyance of something corporeal. Funny how this is so fucking hard, huh? It's so funny how isn't it so funny how hard this is, even though it's the most basic thing ever?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean,
What is the word? What is the word whose definition is when something physical is exchanged? All that's happening is is two people giving and receiving a physical good. Funny how none of us, and like I said, this only makes me feel stronger about how valuable this ontological chart is. Oh, you've been given English. You've been taught how to use it in an everyday operational sense to fit into culture, right? But did anyone ever tell you the basics of the language you're speaking? Did anyone ever break down the essence of reality and how words relate to reality in a classification sense from the bottom up? From the fundamental to the more nuanced, to the more complicated? Did anyone ever give you a systematic chart explaining the meaning of everything and how they combine from the fundamental to the more complicated? Has anyone ever taught anyone ontology, ever, in any sort of realistic, fucking useful sense? No? Well, I've gotten about 300 words, and honestly, I run into the same situation you find yourself in right now. This is what I do in my free time. I say, what do you call it? It's such a simple thing. Conveyance, giving, what a simple idea. Okay, how about when you give someone an object? What do you call that? And then I just sit there, man. And then I just sit there. Sometimes I come in here and I ask people for help, and I say, hey guys, what's the word that means when you give someone something? But specifically a physical object. What do you call it specifically when you give someone and they receive a physical object?
Charity.
Well, you know you don't really mean that.
Dude, I don't know, man. I don't have the words. I'm not
So
good with
here,
words.
this one got me, man. I don't think there's actually a word for it. Funny enough, but I'll tell you what Numpty Noah, or what does he go by now? Noah PhD, real science, something like that, right? He said furnish.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but there's something off about it. And then another one could be supply as a verb, right?
Yeah, supply. Well, when you say
to supply or to furnish, that's like the giving and receiving of a physical good, right?
Yeah, the only the thing is like when I think of exchange, I think that an exchange is like you're giving something and you're getting something back. That's an exchange, right? So,
yeah,
so
I see it. Right.
That'd have
So
count.
So remember though, the fundamental term is conveyance, right? And a combination of output and input, a combination of art and measure, right? So what do you call? So like I said, the two above, right? Conveyance above it in my 11 fundamentals is art and measure, the output of a living being and the input of a living being. And then you combine those two because that's the only next step I could take. And so I said I have someone outputting, I have someone inputting, and then I have to combine those for the next thing. And so I called that conveyance, whether it's communication or physical. Regardless, the more general term, the more fundamental term is conveyance. If it's linguistic conveyance, then it's communication. If it's physical conveyance, then it's I guess furnishing, supplying. Is there a right gifting? Maybe is there a word that strictly has this definition, or was it skipped over in English? Did we never invent a word specific enough to address this concept?
Yeah. I kind of wonder, I just this whole thing of thinking about, language and all that. It's I wonder because when you're young, you're just a sponge. Wonder if just the amount of words and the depth of the language that one learns. Wonder how much of an impact that has on just overall intelligence in a human. Like I wonder if the language was much more vast and complex, and like for example, I've heard that some Native American languages have like 26 definitions for snow, right? Because there's not just one kind of snow. There's like fluffy snow,
Right.
with a
I think you mean I think you mean those Alaskans or whatever they're called. The what do you call it?
It might
The
be
Samoa.
Athabascans, the Inuit, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I know what you're talking about. We also have those words though, whether it's like slurry, slush. I mean, we might use a combination of two words. We shouldn't. I know what you're saying. I've also been told not to put them on a pedestal because we have words for all of those different types of snow as well. We just use a combination of two or three words to say it, like black ice or whatever, or frost. I mean, we also have 40 different words for snow. But I know what you're saying. Oh shit! There's something I want to say to your point previously. Oh, right. You're saying about how it shapes your consciousness, the language you've inherited, right? Terrence McKenna, he was saying that you're not able to have thoughts outside of the definitions of words that you have to build those thoughts with, and that it's like how you can't run a program designed for Mac on your Windows computer because your language is your operating software. And so if you don't have and you've been given, right? You've been given English, and it can only run English programs. It can only run thoughts designed, out of those, ingredients. And so I know what you're talking about. That it's a gift and a curse. The language you've been given, because it has its benefits and its restrictions, and you may need to learn another language in order to delve into concepts that English hasn't been designed to speak upon. And just the other day, I was listening to a television show. It was Lost. I was watching Lost. You ever seen Lost?
Yeah,
Well,
I've seen
I'll tell you.
Lost.
Well, that one fertility doctor chick that Jack falls in love with, the blonde that he moves on to after Kate or whatever her name is falls for Sawyer. He gets kidnapped and he falls in love with this blonde fertility doctor as part of the others, the hostiles, and there's this scene where she starts talking to someone in Latin, and they're like, they're like, why do you know Latin? She says, oh, well, it's any intelligent person's responsibility to learn Latin because Latin is the language of the enlightened. And basically she's saying, right, that Latin allows you to discuss things on a higher level, to mention concepts and ideas that English can't speak upon. That you have to know how to speak Latin in order to have deeper conversations about subjects.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
language,
exactly.
yeah,
I mean,
the language of
just
the enlightened.
yeah, and they always hide stuff in movies, but yeah, I mean, I just was thinking like, well, I guess one point I was going to bring up was I just saw this thing. It was like about fleas, and so they put like fleas jump the equivalent as if we were to jump over the Eiffel Tower. And so, but then you put them in a jar, and when you put them in
I
the
know it.
jar,
Yeah,
they
with
can't.
a lid.
Yeah, and then you take the lid off, and they don't know that they can jump out anymore. And then they
Exactly.
have
Is that what
babies.
English did to us?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just thinking about like you're just talking about the limitations of our language, which is like
Hmm.
part of our. It's just like I don't know. I'm probably
That's
just
deep,
fucking way
bro.
off needs on
No,
an.
no, you're so right. You're so right, dude. That like the fleas, right? They're capped from reaching higher levels, and then it's called like a learned helplessness, right? A learned helplessness they're told they can never go above that, and then they accept it, and then even when the limitation is removed, they still have that learned helplessness where they never try to exceed that limitation, even when the barrier's been removed. That's totally right, dude. That's totally and what in a metaphorical sense, what ceilings have been placed on us that have taught us never to go higher than that? And could we, if we weren't brainwashed into staying underneath this certain level, are there places we could reach if it weren't for the fucking indoctrination that's had its impact on us? Yeah, oh, that's beautiful, man. You're so right.
Yeah, and like I don't know. And then how many of us are just trying to survive this fucking prison when
Yeah.
really like I don't know. Yeah, maybe the key to it is having babies that I don't know. The key to it is like to realize like I don't know, man. Like just I bet we're so fucking far from our real human potential. Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, a large part of that is organization, man. Like they got us all fucking running around with our like chickens with our heads cut off. We're so disorganized. Some of us have come here and found like-minded people with similar goals, right? But we're so divided and conquered, and we're so disorganized, and they got us bickering over things that only make the confusion worse. And they got all this like what do you call it? Um, controlled opposition to even where we try to escape. They're waiting there for us, ready to catch us in their snares. When we run away from one thing, they saw that coming, and they have a trap set and ready for us. When we learn to reject one thing and run in the opposite direction, they already saw they got plans already set in place to get you in your retreat, in your tactical retreat. And then here we find ourselves between a rock and a hard place, and then we're lucky enough to run into each other. But then how much time has already been spent even just coming to this realization? And then the question is, what are we going to do about it now? But there's so many trust issues at this point that even the people you find that seem like-minded, you're like, yeah, but am I really gonna fucking like put my faith in them, to like rely on them to like invest in a common goal? Like, are we gonna get together and fucking start a community or something, and start an academy and invest in some sort of project together to better ourselves and our children or something? Like, no, I'll just go to my job tomorrow. I'll work for the man instead of us teaming up and working with each other and for each other.
Yeah, it's like being institutionalized. I know, bro. Like I got some. I know I have some really good ideas. Like I've told somebody, like, and I've even got like a fucking arsenal of tools, for all kinds of things, and yeah, it's like it's tough, man. I don't know why. Yeah, but I mean, the bottom line is they're definitely where the rubber meets the road is like-minded people like have to get together and they have to like form communities and start doing things because
Teamwork makes the dream work, man. It's all about these trust issues we got to get over. But at the same time, there's a lot of people out there that you shouldn't trust, so it's difficult, man. It seems like our enemy man is highly organized, and our friends are highly disorganized, and it almost seems like what do you call it? Like give me one sec.
you know I think
Oh.
I think a big part of I think the thing is people need a carrot on a stick, and so much of like people need a carrot on a stick. And I think the opposition has the carrot. Like, it's so fucking easy for them to just be like, oh, hey, well, look, we got this. Like, if you go along, you get X, So, I don't know. It's like you got to make I don't even know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, there's got to be a carrot on a stick. I know that's how involved.
Well, a lot of us, right? A lot of us are so ready to do the good work. If only there was some figure who stepped up and like led us to the promised land, right? Like I know everyone in this room would like has the right intentions. They just and the motivation and the energy. If only they felt confident to like everyone here has like commitment issues, like a boyfriend who doesn't want to get married, or you know what I mean, like. everyone's been fucking jaded and deceived and betrayed so many times by everything around them that is just like no one, like even if there was someone with a plan, it'd be really hard to get people on board just because of how many times we've all been deceived and fucked over and tricked. So coming up with the right plan is hard enough, and then convincing people to like go along with it is equally as hard. But it is worthwhile. I mean, there should be some brainstorming sessions, even like in a hypothetical sense. Like like we've done the first step, acknowledging the problem, right? They say that's the first step in fixing anything. Acknowledge the problem. That's where the entire conspiracy, truth, or community is. We've identified and acknowledged the problem. Then what's the second step, right? Like coming up with a game plan on how to fucking fix the problem. But then the third step, and we've only partially completed the second step. We do have to brainstorm a bit more, but then the third step, man, putting your trust in others for teamwork to make the dream work, and the follow through of actually like putting the plan into action. That's where none of us have ever gone, because we haven't even gotten halfway through the second step yet of coming up with the actual game plan. But even if we did, I think the reason we haven't finished the actual game plan is because all of us think like, yeah, even if we did fucking come up with a plan, who would actually participate? You know what I mean? I invited 60 people to my birthday party, my wedding, whatever. Like 10 of them showed up. I can't rely on anyone's commitment. Everyone's gonna let me down or something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know.
'Cause-
Like,
yeah.
if you for the right idea, it's just gonna take the right idea. It's not gonna. It's gonna be when it does happen, we'll all just go like, "Oh my gosh, that was so stupidly simple. Like, why didn't I think of that?"
Well, isn't it as simple as to gather up enough people and demand transparency and answers to things that we know they have answers to? Like, this is a real shallow example, and there's much more profound stuff that people could organize to demand answers to. But people decided a long time ago that like information should be spread for the betterment and the wisdom of humanity, because there's no higher virtue than wisdom. And wisdom is contained in language, and there's what do they brag about? Fucking like 6 miles of ancient books in the Vatican Library. Like that's one very easy step to take. Literally, how many people does it fucking take to just go to the Vatican, fuck your military, fuck your security guard, fuck whatever, get enough people to be like, listen, you got books with fucking ancient wisdom, 6 miles of bookshelves, 3-tiered, that have shit about history? You know that all of humanity likes to know as much about history as possible. You're keeping that to yourselves? Fuck you. We've all gotten organized. We're going to read those books. We're going to take shots of them and share them on the internet with everyone. The fact that we allow one institution to hide 6 miles of bookshelves of ancient literature, I mean, that's the most embarrassing thing I've ever heard about. You know what I mean? That like I couldn't be more embarrassed by the entire world, including myself, that we allow. Who? No, fuck them. They're no one special. You're not allowed to keep wisdom from the rest of humanity. We all came to understand a long time ago. Wisdom is meant to be shared for the betterment of our species, not kept in secret. Fuck you. Let us fucking. You can even keep the original copies of the books yourself. Just fucking scan them and put them online. God damn, you know what I mean? So until that first step is taken, I mean, that's just that doesn't have to be the first step. You know what I mean? That's just one easy step. That's a very easy step to take. Fuck you, Pope. Let us read your books. You're not allowed to keep a secret library of ancient texts. Like that's dumb.
Yeah, no, it's insane, dude. Like, just thinking that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. I don't know what the. I mean, yeah, that's obviously. Yeah, can you imagine if you got? It's like I almost want to just dig a tunnel to there. You know what I mean? Like, just dig a tunnel there and pilfer. I don't know, something. A bank robbery. We need a bunch of bank robbers.
It doesn't have to be all secretive. Just like, I mean, how many people are there that feel this way? I know, like, oh well, if we all gather, where are we gonna eat? How are we gonna house all the people? Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the fucking problem. Can't we get fucking 1 million people just to, like, there won't even be a fight if 1 million people just show up and just stand there and just walk through the door. You can't do anything about that. We're all you say is knock knock. We're coming in, ready or not. Here we come, and there's no fighting. You just simply walk in the doors. There's a lock. You say open this, and they say okay. I guess we have no choice since there's literally 1 million people here who want this open. If they refuse, then 1 million people can find a way to open a fucking locked door. Get the fucking welders, the plasma cutters, the whatever, the torches, the battery ramp, whatever. Like, it's, I mean, there's just so many retarded things. It's like, how is this going on? All it takes is a bit of organization and enough people. We're the ones with the power, aren't we? The many ruled by the few. Only through fucking submission, just what do you call it?
Yeah, I guess it is. We basically, by doing nothing, give consent. I mean, that's true. I don't know.
100%.
I don't
Hey,
know.
I
I
gotta
think.
go, man. I gotta go, but it was nice talking to you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, bro. You have a good night.
Who goes there?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, chilling. What's going on with you?
Oh, what's up, dude? I like your name, PhD. I too. I'm a professor, PhD doctor.
Yeah, I'm a PhD of blue cars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got my PhD in silly questions.
But notice how the PhD is in the beginning of my name. That's important.
Yeah, it's like it's like a double doctorate.
Yeah, and it only means something if you hang it on the wall and it's level. If it's crooked, it's just you're a phony. It's got to be straight, and you just got to be mounted on your wall for everybody to see.
Yeah, definitely. And your driver's license has to say it too. And you gotta, like, when you talk to people, you gotta mention it. I'm a doctor, blue car.
Don't you love that? People are like, yeah, they're like, I have a PhD in blah, blah, blah. Like, listen to me.
I know, man. Yeah, it's. I was like, I was listening to. I saw one of those Wits It Gets It debates with that geologist, and anyhow, I just found these servers and everything. Like, just got on Discord, and I saw that dude in one. He literally put PhD next to his name. I was like, no, he did not do that. Tony PhD.
Yeah, That's the inside joke, and you already get it, and you just got on here. That's hilarious. Well, welcome to Discord, man.
Well, that guy, if you're talking about PhD Tony, he does have an actual PhD.
Yeah, but like that just goes to show, like,
Yeah, you're saying that he has to use it in his label or whatever you're saying? Like he has to call himself that? Is that what you mean?
yeah, bro. Like, look, I'm just saying that, like, I've been around some, like, I have some very smart, very, dude, none of those people, if you're really smart, like, if you're really a big fucking deal, you don't say, like, oh, I'm a PhD. Like, they don't say that. They're like, hi, my name's Ed.
That's like me saying I went to automotive school and graduated, so listen to my knowledge in cars. Right? Okay.
Right, and certain PhDs are. I mean, there are certain PhDs that where they're like actually doing either something groundbreaking or something really unique, but in their dissertation and whatnot. But a lot of fields are really not that different than any other grade, really. I'm not. Well, PhDs are. There's a lot more to PhDs. I mean, there's no doubt there's more complexity in terms of they have to have like a whole panel, and there's depending on where the PhD is from. There's a whole sort of team that, and then you do your dissertation and all that stuff. So they are more advanced in general in terms of the topics they're doing. But at the same time, there's definitely a good amount of PhDs out there that one can get that are pretty straightforward, meaning you just basically follow the information and stay within the field that they taught you or whatever. So yeah, I'm not saying it's not impressive. I mean, it is. You do have to have some level of intelligence in general, obviously, to get a PhD, but it's not necessarily the end all be all to much of anything. It just means that you went through that system, a little bit further in whatever that field is. You followed the rules. You followed the rules that they put forth enough to get to that point, as in that way.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, it just says a lot about his character, right? Like I have a friend, my best friend has a PhD in computational neurophysiology and is like done some insane, like, he has like 50 patents, and I don't want to say too much, but yeah, like he's literally made like crazy bio like cyborg fucking parts and like brain surgery robots and shit like that. And he doesn't say I'm Dr. blah blah blah. He's like, hey, like, you would have no idea he's a doctor, unless you're like, what do you do? Like, just the fact that he's like, I'm PhD, whatever. Like, it's just like, dude, you are so full of yourself, bro. Like, what the fuck is that guy? He's got a PhD, like, whoop-de fucking do. Like, I mean, a lot of these people, they have these degrees, but they've like spent their entire life like just in the classroom. Like, they've never invented anything. They don't have any fucking patents. They've never done anything other than regurgitate what they were taught to other people. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, when you come off like that, I'm not impressed.
Yeah, they
well, if you're talking about
that,
if you're talking about the gentleman that goes by PhD Tony, like that's his name, that's his handle or whatever. You know what he actually has his PhD in? I'm not joking. It's called flat Earth seismology. No, I'm not even joking. That's the name of it. It's actually it's called flat Earth. Yep, his actual PhD is in flat Earth seismology. Now he is like he's a globe earther, in terms of that. He sort of defends it, asserts it, debates it, whatever it may be. So he is like he's a globe earther. But even in the mainstream, that's what they call it, because it's like it's based on like models that are like flat Earth in terms of like the local region that the seismologies are all done. So yeah, even though he's like a globe earther, and that's why people all kind of tease him and make fun of him, and well, somewhat make fun of him, but they say he's a flat earther, even though he doesn't act. If you ask him, he's not going to say the Earth is a stationary flat plane. But ironically, his mainstream degree is in something called flat Earth seismology.
Seismology? Can you spell that?
Wait, so that's like basically like he's got. Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, Gio, but is that like a degree in flat Earth earthquakes or something?
Seismology is connected to earthquake events. Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to search that flat Earth seismology PhD, and I'm not finding anything. It's corrected it to cosmology.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's necessarily like a whole field that's called that, but there is a thing of flat Earth seismology. I've heard him. I don't know all the details on it. I heard him describe it once. I think how like why it's called that. Like that was his, as far as I know, like that was what his actual dissertation was on. And I think they call it that. It's not because in the mainstream they're not saying the Earth is flat, but there's like a way in which within those seismology, like the models that they use, where they use like essentially flat Earth. They use a planar type Earth, system for their models, and that's what he was focused on. Now he says it's all only in local regions. They just assume it's flat for their calculations or whatever. But ironically, yeah, that's my understanding in terms of that part. That that section of that field that he has his PhD in.
Oh, seismology, like seismographs, like the science revolving around earthquakes and the world shaking, right?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Like supposedly the plates butting ends and they and it pushes the earth up, which is that really what happens? I'm starting to question everything. But anyway, like what does seismology have anything to do with flat Earth? I'm not seeing the correlation there.
I think it's because for the geology stuff that they do, like they literally to get the most accurate measurements or something like that, they have to do it in a flat Earth model.
Right.
Interesting.
If I believe one of the places I heard him describe it a bit, if you look at here, I'll post this link.
Posted D in the link.
This is this debate he did with Whitsitt, and I believe he described it that his flat Earth PhD in seismology on this. At least he mentioned it. But yo, what up, Flatterday?
What up, bro? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
All right. I just posted a new video I did in the chat.
Nice.
I keep going back to the do. You know what I mean?
Do the do. Yeah, it's an important topic.
Going back to it. It is, bro. I mean, it seems like they haven't been doing it much, but the fact that they're doing it, and like we probably don't see everywhere where they do it. You know what I mean? But dude, it could just get exponentially more outrageous by 2030, but for that agenda. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think painting your roof blue is the answer either necessarily. You know what I mean? I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying.
Well, a lot of people actually think that was like a psyop, the blue thing, because
Yeah.
any directed energy weapons, it's not going to be like a visible laser. It's not like, oh, look at that blue laser.
I know. No, it's a flicker. Yeah. It's like a strobe. You know what I mean?
Well, it's invisible as far as like it's
Yeah.
like infrared. Yeah, it's not visible. The way that like a microwave, you can't see waves in a microwave.
Not at all. Yeah, no. I mean, every once in a while they might get a glimpse of it through like when the dust is a certain way, but even then, it's like we don't know for sure. You know what I mean? I just know. Yeah, you can't see that, and it's also not like a steady beat. It's like a burst of like like a strobe. You know what I mean?
I haven't really looked into all these fires in Maui and other places. Is that a psyop in and of itself? Like, is there substantial evidence of fires being started all over the place, or is it just one location, or?
You're saying like unless we've been there, we don't know for sure if Maui burned down or places like that. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't disagree with you, dude. I always think first and foremost we should trust our own senses, and if we can't see it, we don't necessarily have to believe it. Like I totally am with you on that. You know what I mean?
When they do this shit with like, I don't know, man. So I'll just say this. I met somebody in here actually, and they Rusted Soul, and they lived near Palestine, Ohio, and they're like, yeah, all that shit about the train wreck and blah and all the animals, and she's like, it's all bullshit. She's like, I went out, I did the test myself. Like I did collections myself. I went out and interviewed people. It was all bullshit. And then like you hear about like the kids and everything. Anyhow, the point of what I'm trying to say is sometimes I'm wondering like if they're not putting out this fucking wild shit to try to get a response out of us, because like then they could be like, look, all these crazy people are
right. Or they could be doing it just so simply like other shit they do get away with, and people automatically dismiss it. You know what I mean?
The way I look at it is all of these events that are happening is just a big Hollywood movie just to keep people in a state of fear. That's what I think is just the end game. That's it. 9/11, Sandy Hook, you just go on and on and on. It's all a Hollywood movie. Like, I don't think anybody died in 9/11. I don't think there's anybody in the towers. There's no video of people rushing out of there. You would think that all your mainstream news organizations, Fox, ABC, NBC, you think they'd all have their own helicopters, but no, it's all one single feed from one helicopter. Like, where's all the people rushing out?
What a way, though, to keep people from standing by them or speaking up or going to Congress about these DEW weapons and about the smart cities and Monsanto and all this stuff. What a way to do it, though, to just simply torch them, vaporize them, burn them down, and have everybody, oh, it's probably just a hoax. Like
I know, right? Yeah, that's true too. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. It's just they're so disrespectful with like the DEW and everything, and the video I just posted with the fake actors laughing about it and stuff. They're just so blatantly disrespectful.
I just default to the side of it's all a Hollywood movie until there is evidence that proves otherwise. Right? It's I just watch so many people just jump on the bandwagon, and they parrot the same thing that the media is portraying. Oh, this and that. It's like, well, are you actually there? Like, is anybody actually at these locations proving that is the case, or are we just parroting the same nonsense like the media is portraying?
Do you think that so what is your opinion? Is the hurricane that was outside of Maui, is that real, and did the fire really happen, or was there no fire at all, or was there a fire? Like I could totally buy that there's a fire, and all of these homes got burned down, and possibly nobody died in it. That maybe there was something going on and they all got out before, but as far as buying that it didn't happen at all, like that's just kind of like too far of a stretch. Like,
well,
I mean,
the point I'm making is bring up the evidence, and prove that that's what happened. For like with the Maui fires, I think one possibility is I think that we have the technology to make smart meters spontaneously combust and just make them catch on fire, and then that can burn down houses. Right? It could be all different kinds
but it
of
won't
things.
melt rims to where they make rivers of aluminum down by all the cars, and it won't
Yeah.
torch
What about the
and
boats that burn
scorch.
too? Supposedly.
Yeah, it won't torch and scorch all the cars and vaporize everything in it while leaving the grass and the trees pretty much green. I won't say untouched because they still got damaged, but they were green. There was no, like, they didn't burn in a
Yeah,
fire.
they're not dead. You know what I mean?
I saw that, but I mean, is that just one location where they can just plant a bunch of evidence and just?
Well, I've witnessed for the Thomas fire down here and for the Woolsey fire. I actually witnessed, like I went to the locations afterwards because I live right here in California, and I saw that exact thing. I didn't never saw for myself any rims burnt because usually like they take all that shit out of there. But I've seen places like completely like knocked to their foundation where it looks like some type of hurricane went through there. Like there was like these long apartment buildings, and it was weird. It was like they completely were dismantled and just pieces of them. It wasn't like burnt though, like a fire leaves stuff black. It wasn't like that. It was just like incinerated, like vaporized. What parts of the door were still there were like vaporized, and it took it down and they knocked the foundation out, or they cracked the foundation. That's why if you guys notice on the news lately, it says the insurance companies are pulling out of California fire insurance because they're having too many discrepancies with having to pay, and they're not trying to pay anything because these type of fires knock out the foundation. And so, I mean, that's one thing. If the foundation's damaged in any fire, that's sus as fuck. You know what I mean?
And another thing, if anyone's going to try to claim that it's all a psyop and it didn't even happen, and that they wanted people talking about it, like, I disagree. I don't think they want people talking about it. And if they want, here's the thing: if they did want people talking about it, then they would have been allowing people to fly drones and to take cameras, and they wouldn't have
Yeah, they
blocked
put
it
a whole
off and
fence around
stopped
it. You
people
know what I mean?
from. Yeah, they were preventing people from even filming and taking. That one guy, when he was trying to film the cars, the sheriff pulled up and said that they were not allowed to film. It's like, that's I mean, it's not a constitutional right, but the Constitution is supposed to create a boundary where they can't impede on that right when you try to exercise it, and that's the very thing that they did. And the guy mentioned it, like, they don't want people taking pictures of it. They wouldn't let people back in their homes, even homes that didn't burn down. If they were in the vicinity of other homes that burned down, they couldn't go back to their homes right away. They didn't want people going in there and getting evidence. So that doesn't sound to me like it was some psyop that they created that they wanted people talking about.
Right, but at the same time, okay, let's say it was. I'm not saying it was a psyop. I'm just saying if it was, of course they would do that and play up like, oh, we're not gonna allow you to go back in your house, and that's the whole stage, right? So that would further concrete that it's not a psyop, that it is actually happening. You see what I mean?
And it's the same thing, same type of damage and effects that happened in California, and then you have it happening everywhere. It's like Canada, Africa, like all over the world. This is going on all over the world. I've not seen the fires over there in Africa, and I heard about the ones in Canada. There's this big dispute over that burial grounds, and then it just caught on fire. So I guess now the dispute's over. And prior to the fires, they had, what was it? I don't know if it was legislation or what, but they just put in some kind of law or rule, because one of the things that helped the people in Lahaina maintain their land was that a lot of it was sacred. It was considered historical, and they had, like, just months before the fire, they had put in a law that if a natural disaster occurred, or if they were in a state of emergency, then they can fast track all that. They don't have to worry about, going through all the building codes. It's to try to set up these smart cities, try to get the stack 'em and pack 'em homes. That's what happened in California. Like, this is going on all over the place, and the more people try to dismiss it like it's some kind of hoax or psyop, the harder it's going to be to get other people to wake up and pay attention to it when this stuff is in fact going on. And it needs the like this and The infrastructure, the 5G, 6G, 7G infrastructure, and the connectivity of everything. These are the two most important topics, I believe, that anyone could be talking about right now in the public, other than exposing all the other lies. Like, of course, flat Earth, that's one, but there's so many. But those are the two most important ones.
Hey, you guys want to hear a crazy thing? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail you, but I just wanted to add it to that 5G thing. Like, whatever you think about it or whatever, but I have this friend, I have a really very like smart friend. He's like an inventor. Anyhow, he told me, he said, he was like, dude, he's like, I could hack 5G and he's like, I could make it a radar and I could tell you everything that you're doing in your house, what's in your house. I could tell you your schedule, your friends. Like, I was like, what the fuck? He's like, oh yeah, easy.
They've had that for a while. You can use a laser, and if you've got the right device, you can point a laser at someone's window, and it will transmit back the vibrations of all the noise going on inside, and you can hear. Like the police have been doing this for a long time. They've been able to do it for a long time. Law enforcement's used it, just shining a laser onto the window of a home or a vehicle, and you can hear every conversation going on inside.
Well, smart meters, that's a huge invasion on our privacy by itself. Now, speaking of 5G, where all these fires are happening, I'm kind of curious if they all have 5G antennas around them. Like, is there any places where fires have erupted, where all this crazy phenomenon is going on, where there's not 5G towers? That's what I would like to know.
I think it's more where they want them to be, where they want to install the infrastructure and install this new. I don't think they need them to be there. It could be, but they don't need it. I mean, they already have, they have they have some technology that I wasn't even aware of, and I've still not figured out what it is. But aside from that particular one, they have drones, and they can do it be so high up in the atmosphere that you can't even see them. It's just, and they can just zap it.
That is another possibility. The way I look at it is we have 4G towers, right? And the speed is whatever it was. And then when 5G rolled out, which just so happened to be when 2019, 2020, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. It's like, what a coincidence. They waited until everybody was in lockdown to roll out all these 5G towers, which there's so many in just America alone. It will blow your mind if you look at the map. And so I think our faster speeds that we have on our cell phones and everything is really the 4G infrastructure that's been upgraded to 4.5G or 4G plus, whatever we want to call it. And I don't think 5G towers has anything to do with data transmission whatsoever. I think it is solely a weapon against mankind.
Exactly. 100%.
Because I talked to someone who actually was inside one of the 5G towers, and he was saying that there are 6 main lines, like power cables, that they were the size of your arm, and there's 6 of them per tower.
And the only thing that's keeping it that separates it from being a communication device and a weapon is the intensity of power that they supply to it. So that right there tells you the amount of intensity of power they intend on passing through it.
Like a cable the size of our arm, you realize how much power you can I mean, the higher the voltage you run through wires, the more amperage you can have, right? That's why AC is so amazing, and that's only at 120 volts or 240 volts, right? We can push so much power through just a 12 gauge cable, like say for instance your dryer, right? And that isn't even close to maxing out the power rating of just a 12 gauge wire. Now we look at whatever gauge that is of what the size of our arm is. That's massive. Like, and if we stepped up the voltage, we could pass an insane amount of current through just one of those. And now there's 6 of them per tower. It's like, do they really need that much power for one tower? You know, like what's really going on?
And not to mention that they're encasing. I don't know about everywhere else. I've heard that they're doing it in other places too. But where I'm at right now, they're encasing poles in galvanized steel. And I don't know if it's true, but I know that there was a claim that to block electromagnetic frequency, put your devices in, a galvanized steel container. I don't know if that was misinformation or not, but if that is true, then it shows that they expect to need to protect the infrastructure from high intensity electromagnetic frequency, or they wouldn't be encasing them in galvanized steel. So I don't know. Like, should we start using galvanized steel as siding and rooftops? Like, I don't know. Good question.
You can't beat lead. It's like one of
So,
the
like,
best.
yeah, and I think they say that they predict that if the grid were to go down, which is super fucking sketchy, like it would be super easy to take the grid down. They say if the grid would go down, they predict 90% fatality rate from that.
They need the grid too much. Like, they'll need it in the beginning, but then, like, once it gets past a certain point, I don't think that they care if we have it or not. Like, or if the actual grid is up. I mean, they have portable. They have portable grids. They have secondary grids for themselves. So
Yeah, I like where you're going with that. How at the push of a button, they can just take down the entire, take down all the power plants and just we lose all power, right? Like,
Yeah.
I hear so many people you're like, well, what if the government, attacks us, like freaking Terminator all over again? It's like, I don't see it that way. All they have to do, because most of us are reliant on the government for water, for electricity, for even food, right? They built all the roads and all this stuff. All they have to do is just stop providing us with all that. Well, a lot of us aren't growing our own food and capturing our own water from rain or whatever and have a well to rely on. Then what? Then we would just be fighting amongst ourselves all over again, like they want us to do already.
Dude, honestly, bro, like getting like, and I say this, and I haven't, I like know all the things to do, and I haven't done it, but like, well, you should look up like how much soybean you could grow in 1 acre. It's like ridiculous, bro. Like, honestly, like to become self-sufficient, it's really not even that tough. Like, you just need some quail, like a little. I mean, you don't really even. It's really not that. It's really not that bad. Like, I got a few IBC totes. You can even like. You can even make like bio digesters and harvest gas. I don't know. I like really. I wouldn't even if the. I almost feel like me personally. I would be like better off in the world if it was apocalyptic. I'd be like, I'm ready to go. But I mean, obviously it wouldn't be good for most people. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just like people should like. I don't know. I just wish I wish the truth movement had more organization, and we were like, yeah, fuck that. We're all gonna go to this town, and we're gonna write our own laws and set up our own businesses. Like that. That would be cool.
Well, it's deliberate that there's a lot of division and naysayers and controlled opposition and narrative controllers, and because it would be detrimental to them if people were able to organize and actually, be able to affect change. So of course
Right.
they're going to have like intel operators.
Well, that's what all this censorship is all about. To keep us from coming together as one. That's the last thing they want. Right. To be able to encrypt our data to where they don't know what we're doing, because we like to think that we have privacy, but if anybody has a computer anywhere near them or around other people that have computers near them, with wireless communication, there is zero privacy. None. The idea that we have privacy, like, you're just kidding yourself. Anybody would be a fool to think that what they say, or do is not being just broadcasted everywhere. Right? Like there's microcode that runs on all modern processors. It's like its own OS in a sense. Like no matter what you do, like it's all wide open. It's just built into the computers. Right? You can't escape it. Like you'd have to, I don't know. I started reading the manifesto of the Unabomber, and I'm kind of, I think he's a genius. I really do. Like he is talking about things, and that was in '95, and I'm sitting here going, wow, almost 30 years later, and he basically predicted the future to a T. Like everything about nanotechnology, computers being able to be injected into people and all that stuff. He just spells it all out. Almost 30 years ago.
Who did that?
The minute I forget his name, the Unabomber.
I didn't even know that he had a manifesto.
Yeah, man.
Had all that in it.
It's on Library Genesis. Here, I'll post a link.
Yeah, dude. I saw that Ted Kaczynski. I saw his thing, dude. That was wild.
Yeah, that's him. Here, let me get the link.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes I think about I was thinking about this with one of Witsit's last shows he did. He was talking about how everything in nature wants to find equilibrium, and I just kind of wonder, like, I wonder if, like the equilibrium might be like the freedom of the human race, and us shucking the yoke of these parasites. I mean, that would be equilibrium, right? Like, all right, you guys had your day in the sunshine, like now it's our turn.
There you go. There's a link to his manifesto if anybody's curious. But yeah, I just as much as I like technology, it's like getting out of control. If I could just provide for myself completely, live off the fat of the land, and just do away with technology completely, I would in a heartbeat.
Same here.
Wouldn't even look back.
So
And
even if you're
that's what they don't want. That's what they don't want people to do, because the way I look at it is the smartphone is like television 2.0. It is our worst enemy, hands down. But talk about a 3-letter agency, dream.
it's their brainwashing tool, but if people are
Right.
aware of that, then they can, somewhat combat that and just use it as a tool for themselves properly, where, they avoid all the brainwashing techniques. And I think it's bad to spend too many hours at one time in front of a device, just simply because of the psychological manipulation through the device monitor patents that they've got, like the capabilities. Just knowing that the capability is there, we should be aware of it and act accordingly. And the same thing with like these directed energy weapons, with all these places burning down. You can be as self-sustaining as you want. If they come and torch your place, you have nothing left. So, like, being aware of that and being knowledgeable doesn't mean you have to live in fear. It means that you can, try to find some solace and peace and security in knowing, like, if there is a way to defend against it, knowing that, hey, you're fortified. You have defended yourself against it. If it happens, perhaps there'll be some preservation of some of your things, and survival things, tools, items that you need, and so forth, and loved ones that you can protect them from it. Like, actually being knowledgeable about it, it will not. If you're knowledgeable and wise, then you can be aware of it without living in fear by taking proper necessary steps and precautions against that very thing. It's the thing that causes the fear is the lack of knowledge and the unknown. Like, think about it. How much fear would there be if you knew this was going on, but you didn't know how they were doing it or what they were doing it with? Like, just having enough knowledge of knowing what they're doing and how they're doing it, like, gives you an avenue for a solution.
That's what
Does
I've
it
been
mean
trying
you?
to figure out since I started looking into 9/11. That was around 2004. And I've always been pondering the idea of what is the solution. I'm not talking about for the world, because I mean, I used to take the all the whole world's problems and put it all on my plate, which you can guess how that turned out. Trying to change the world for the better by one man. And I mean, like, for me, and just starting a community or communities, right? Instead of talking about it, just make an example rather than tell people about it. Because that's just words, right? But if we live that lifestyle, you should be like, hey, look, this is how I'm living, and this is you know have people come
Yeah,
over,
and
hang out, and maybe that might resonate with them and be like, oh, that seems like a different way of living. That seems interesting, or not. It's whatever.
and then when they ask you why and you explain it to them, then they're knowledgeable, and then they either take an initiative or they don't, and then someone they know asks them. Like, that's all you can do. If everyone did that, in their close proximity, like locally, it would probably do better than trying to tell the whole world. I think, and I've done this too, done the same thing, and you kind of got to be realistic about it. You can't take in on the whole world's problems as your own. You can be aware. You can help spread the information about it. But when you do that, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. And because there is something that happens psychologically to a person when they try to accomplish a goal and they set a goal that's unachievable. The discouraging aspect of it affects them in ways that I don't think that they realize.
Oh, definitely.
Took me a while to figure that one out.
Yeah, that comes with the nature of being young and naive and being a hard head and having to learn the hard way, right? Like you could have someone tell you until they're blue in the face, but it's in one ear out the other until we actually experience it and be like, "Oh, okay." Right?
Yeah, the naivety. There's two things that always goes along with being young, and it was probably the two hardest things that I had to come out of. The idea of being invincible, the invincibility, and the arrogance.
Right. You think that we're invisible and nothing can harm us and we know everything. I can't stand that transition in my life. I guess it's just hormones, right? You hit puberty and 13 years old, and next thing I know, I knew everything, and your parents are dumb. They don't know anything. I have everything all figured out. Listen to me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it took me longer to figure that out. A lot longer than it probably should have. And the transition from being invincible and the arrogance and naivety of thinking that I knew so much more, than those around me. It's like that that was a hard hit, and it kind of there's actually a recovery process that had to happen after that, and which triggered a lot of changes actually.
Started looking into maritime and admiralty law, trying to see if there's any truth of what all these people are saying, because I've talked to a few people and they're like, "Oh yeah, I've seen it. It actually works," but I haven't actually seen it for myself, right? So I'm still skeptical. But
Dude,
you were saying,
I'm starting that rabbit hole too, man.
oh yeah,
I'm interested in that too. Yeah, I just started looking into it. The first book I found is Fruits from a Poisonous Tree. Have you heard of that book yet?
I've heard of it, but I haven't looked into it. Fruits from a poisonous tree.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I like I said, like I just started, so I mean that was the first thing I found. Have you found any good, really good books?
Not books, but this YouTube channel seems like something's there, you know? Actually, here. I'll shoot you a link to this video that I started watching. Haven't finished it yet though. I'm kind of all over the place. I'm like juggling all these projects and I can't just like work on one. Yeah, here it is. Sending it your way.
Thanks, man.
It starts around 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And then I was talking to this other dude after I watched that, after learning about all that, and he was like, "Oh, well, that's all nonsense. Like we should not be going by law of man, but law of God, right? Like that's why in Supreme Court they have you put your hand on the Bible." And I haven't actually started going down that rabbit hole, but
Have you heard Isa do his talk about it himself?
oh, he talked about that?
Dude, yeah, Isa's way into it, and when you listen to him, you're like, damn, okay. I don't know. I just kind of have a bullshit detector that I kind of rely on. I don't know how accurate it is, but I was like, okay, yeah, it kind of sounds sounds legit, you know?
Yeah. Isa, that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know. He sounds like, that's what it was. Oh, here, watch, I got one. Check this.
Isa Joe?
His the profile picture for Isa is a cat, like a lynx.
Yeah, this is somebody else. It looks like the Halo guy.
There's definitely something to it. You just have to be careful who you get your information from if they steer you in the wrong. There's so many different people being steering people in many different directions. You have to be really careful with getting steered in the wrong direction or getting some misinformation that's out there. But there is definitely something to the language, and I think Black's Law is what all the language that they go by is found in, and something, and the part about the maritime law, like the relevance of that. I'm sure Isa could step you through all that, but being a citizen, I listened to some of it and learned what some of the language means and how they dupe us with it all, how they get us to admit and consent to some things, by saying that you're a citizen, because a citizen is an employee of the government or a resident of the Dominican Republic or Washington, D.C., and a driver is you fall under the code of a commercial entity when you refer to yourself as a driver, because you're just traveling as a man is what you would that's what you want to be, is a free man traveling. And it all falls into the language that's being used.
Pretty much, yeah. It all has to do with the birth certificate. It's created a corporation in her name. It doesn't even have to do with us at all. It's just purely business. And to put it as simply as I can, they're just pummeling us with mounds of paperwork. And we're just born into the system, and to where we have to claw our way out and not just be silent, because by being silent we are what's that word? Acquiesce, where we
Acquiesce, you're giving into it.
Well, I don't know if you,
Acquiesce means to you submit to it.
Right. Yeah, by being silent, by not, using our words and being like, "Hey, I'm not a part of your system," right?
Dude, yeah. So
good.
No, there's all kinds of. Look at the thing. Isa was like, okay, fine, look this up, and I looked up that that's part of some giant freaking law, lexicon or whatever, and it's basically says, yeah, if you show up at court with an attorney, that's basically you're admitting that you're too dumb. You're mentally inadequate to even represent yourself in the court. And because you're so dumb, or like you're so dumb, you can't even represent yourself in the court, so you have to have somebody else do it. And the attorney is part of the court. And no matter what, they have to do what's in the best interest of the court, not the fucking, not the, not you, as the client.
Exactly. And also who has the most money. Right. Yeah. First priority, what benefits the court and the system. And then from there, it's whoever has the most money.
And it's got to
And
do with
that's a wrap.
jurisdiction too. And I wonder if that's why ISA says if they can produce the charging instrument, if that's why he brings that up, because I've never really caught anything further than just asking to produce the charging instrument. But I'd say it would have to do with jurisdiction. And I did see this one feller. He was an older man, and he was successful at all that he did. And I was in his telegram. I ended up leaving everything for a while. I just totally disconnected from the internet, and never did reconnect with the guy. I had began, and he was successful. He and his friend was successful at doing it, and he went to court over like building codes because they wanted him to go through all these hoops and everything to allow this guy to fix his roof, and he went to court and won. So they never bothered him anymore, and he built his roof however he wanted to, and but that was one of the things. Like when he went to court, he did not pass. When you go into court and you're in the lobby of the courtroom, and then there's like that little door gateway thing that you go through to go and either sit as a plaintiff or defendant. Like that is like stepping into the ship or something. I don't know if that's what they consider it, but the guy wouldn't pass that. Like he never would pass that, that gate. He would stand on the other side of the gate, and it had something to do with jurisdiction. So that's what I'm saying. As far as jurisdiction and all that goes, you really have to know what you're doing and get your information from someone. I would say if you get your information from someone who's been successful and you can verify that they have been successful at it, then you'll probably be good to go. Just make sure that it's someone who has actually done it in real life and they're not just talking about it. That's what I would think. That would be my advice. Is just I think I'm not brave enough to do that because it's like picking your battles and picking your fights, I guess. I don't know. I've had to battle and fight so much in my life that it's like unwanted, like if it's unnecessary battles or fights. I don't know, but maybe someone who's got more of a fighting spirit left, maybe they could be successful at it. I envy the ones who can and do.
Yeah. It's really true. It's like this whole game is just a game of draining us of our energy. I remember I was so fired up one time for I found out about what do they call it? Earth tubes, And I was retarded and I made this terrible one, but dude, I
What'd you
dug.
say? Earth tubes?
Oh, I found out about earth tubes. Do you know what earth tubes are?
No, I've never heard of them.
Okay, earth tubes are like it's just geothermal air conditioner. You just bury a pipe and put a inline fan in it that pushes air through it, and then it cools down because at so far down in the ground, it's the average temperature for the year. So it's just a heat exchange. It's just an air conditioner.
Cool.
Yeah, so like I was all fired up about this shit, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna make one of these, and I'm gonna put it in a greenhouse, and I'm gonna grow a bunch of weed." And yeah, because I was like in a free air. And so, dude, I dug, and underneath my house, the ground at my house was straight the hardest caliche. Like it was like I was a kid. It was like the hardest caliche, and I literally pickaxe through that shit to like step. I dug down. I made like a coil with like a 4-inch pipe. I spent all this money and dug this shit, and anyhow, yeah, like I'm just like, damn it, I wish I had that energy. Like I'm not like super old yet, but like when I was like young, I was like had tons of piss and vinegar. No good ideas, you know.
Do you still use it? Do you find a use for that hole or whatever?
Yeah, so I dug down like 17 and a half feet in like the hardest caliche ever.
Holy shit.
Great. Yeah, dude, like with a pickaxe, like bro, I was pickaxing, which was actually probably good because I had no idea about shoring. And so like I dug so far down, I would have killed myself, if I were to do that any other place. But yeah, so I dug down, and then so check this out. This is crazy. It totally failed because so basically what happens is this is nuts, but air cannot make it can only make so many like 45-degree turns. And so I had made this like coil of this pipe, right? And I just like buried a little bit, and then I built more, and then I buried a little bit more. So it like, it looked like a corkscrew basically coming up. Well, guess what? The air literally cannot go through it. Like after just a few 45-degree bends, it's like you might as well just have a plug in it. So I buried it all, and I put the big fan on it, and literally the fan could not push any air through it because it had too many turns in it. And I didn't.
Sounds like a lot of resistance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I just didn't know about it. So I didn't know about that. So I had to learn the hard way.
Yeah, I get cooling the air that way because the ground is much colder than it is above. But how do you mitigate humidity?
Well,
like, how do you?
I mean, it's all. I mean, right? Like that's a good question. And you know what? Like I don't know. And that's all like dependent, right? Like so, maybe if there was humidity, which I don't know if it would or not, like condensate or whatever in there. But in some environments that probably would be good. And some that would be bad. But the main idea is you need like you want a long straight pipe, and it does work if you set it up correctly. It'll it will, in fact, like so if set up correctly, it's actually really efficient because especially for like a greenhouse application, because in the winter you're heating with it, and in the summer you're cooling with it, and it kind of for each season it kind of exchanges and starts to bank the temperature for the next one, if that makes sense. So like for the summer you'll have like warmed it significantly, so then by the time winter comes along, like you have like kind of a bank of heat. It's actually really cool, like if you do it right.
What's it called? Do you have a link? Did anyone ever share a link for this? Like,
it's just you could just look up earth tubes or
earth tubes.
Yeah, earth tube. There's people doing stuff with them. What's really efficient, actually, the most efficient is actually if you use glycol. and you like set up like a radiator. Like if you coiled, I don't know, like you coiled whatever, like you did coils of pipe with glycol, and you ran it through a radiator. That would, then you could coil and all that. It wouldn't be air; it'd be liquid.
Went to a friend's house once, but practically had a mansion, and I was looking at the air conditioning system at this place. I was like, "What is going on?"
We had like a bunch of like green energy stuff or something going. Man, the one thing I haven't built yet that I've been really wanting to make is biodigesters. And have you guys seen biodigesters?
What is that?
Yeah, so dude, they're so cool. So basically, it's just you make a giant cow stomach is all you're doing. And you have 3 different tiers of pipes in it. So the top pipe is at the very top of the container, and it collects gas. We all know how cows are going to make the earth melt from farts. Same thing, you collect the methane. And so, and you can just like, dude, it sounds like, oh man, like it took me at first, I couldn't wrap my brain around like, I'm going to collect methane and then that will be so hard. Like, no, it's super easy. Like you literally, like it's not fucking rocket science. It's not super dangerous. I'm going to make a bomb. You literally, I mean, you could if you were an idiot, but you could just like, you could put it in any kind of container. The gas, like you could literally you could put it in like an air mattress or there's a ton of ideas on stuff that you could put it in. But anyhow, yeah, like so you collect the methane, that's the top tube, and you get all this, enough to cook and could probably run a generator for a little while. And then the second tube, there's 3 pipes, and so the second pipe is in like the middle of the cow stomach, so you can think of it. And basically when you put in the crap, like literally it could be poop or whatever food scraps to digest, you're making positive pressure. So to get where the pressure gets relieved is the middle pipe, and what comes out is the digested stuff, and it's like the most potent organic hydroponic fertilizer you could get. It's like amazing. So yeah, you just feed in whatever, and then you get fertilizer, and then the gas. It's like super cool. You can put like I said, you could put it just has to be organic matter. You can put any organic matter in there. So like you can put cow poop, grass, whatever. I mean, you kind of like, it's a little bit, you have to get them started, but once they get started, as long as you don't let them get like really cold or over like 180 degrees or whatever and kill all the bacteria, they're amazing little gas generators and plant food.
Interesting.
Yeah, what I really want to do is I want to set up like a quail farm, because quail are like just super easy to manage and whatever. It's like, in my opinion, like the creator's like blessing towards us is give us quail. I mean, that's what it's written. And but yeah, the quail, like you could get quail and it'd be super easy. You could store like a year of grain for like really not that much. Like you wouldn't really have to invest that much. Anyhow, um, uh, but yeah, the quail have like they call it black gold. Their droppings. It's like it'd be like if chicken poo was silver, quail poo would be like platinum in the gardening game. And I want to biodigest it because I bet I could sell that shit to some farmers, like some of my farmer buddies. And I don't know if you guys are listening to me babble, but then the other thing I think would be a good idea is if like you had like a team of people, like I think this would be a good little team up. If you had a team of people that did like organic farming, and then you guys built a food truck, and then that would be your business model. You'd be like, get some like-minded people, like, all right, we're gonna like grow some food, and we're gonna fucking make this business, and we're gonna sling tacos. That would be awesome.
Yeah, back to air conditioning and all that stuff. Don't you find it very inefficient that we cool the condenser, the hot part that's outside the house? We cool that with air and fins that are touching a tube. Isn't that like extremely inefficient to remove heat with air? As opposed to like find it like I was thinking maybe instead of having a condenser, just have it just being a coil of copper, a coil of copper pipe, and just have that sitting in glycol and just have that being pumped from into the ground and then back up.
Dude, yeah, that's a really good idea. I think a lot of systems are just bullshit. Like, I don't know. It's like the banana conspiracy or whatever, just they're made just bullshit so that it's like a job and some fucking jackass has to like go out and you know what I mean? Like everything's just set up to fail and dumb. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. The other great idea is just a fucking root cellar. Like that drives me nuts. There's like all these like liberal people. They're like, oh, the Earth's gonna end. Like global warming. We need to tax each other 70%. But it's like, dude, like you guys don't have a root cellar. I mean, like you fucking should. Like, how much energy does that save? Having all your root cellar food that doesn't perish because it's in a root cellar, and then, yeah, and then they don't grow anything. Or anyhow, I don't mean to get off on that, but yeah, for sure, that sounds brilliant.
Because I'm from Dallas, Texas. It gets a little toasty here in the summer, and this house isn't exactly the most air sealed, insulated house at all. and but during the middle of the summer, like right now, well, it kind of cooled down today, but that AC is just runs a lot longer, than it doesn't. Right? It runs longer on than off. Like, yeah, electric bill's like $300 a month.
Yeah, dude, I know. The fucking utilities are so crazy. I just went and was hanging out with one of my friends in Phoenix, and his electric bill was like $475 or something. I was just like, dude, I can't. That's like a fucking car payment.
Yeah. And get this. We could insulate our house to the moon. the floor, the ceiling, the walls, everything. But if it ain't air sealed, you can forget it, right? It's like everything follows the path of least resistance. That's electricity, water, everything. So if air can go around the insulation, it's not even there, right? So if you add up all the air holes that are around light fixtures, wall outlets, the bottom plate where it touches the concrete foundation, like air can get into so many different places, and if you add up all these air leaks, if it's like the size of a basketball, like you're in trouble, especially in hot climates. It's so important to be completely air sealed, and it's just how we build houses is just ridiculous. It's just like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like
Have you seen
okay,
monolithic domes?
the what?
Have you seen those monolithic domes?
What do you mean monolithic domes?
Oh yeah, it's like a house construction technique. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I totally agree, dude. Like, yeah, the way houses are made are stupid. I think it's set up just to give slaves jobs. Like the roofing, like it makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like monolithic domes, I guess a lot of people are like, I wouldn't want to live in a circle, but whatever. I mean, they're like indestructible. You can shoot them with a 30-06. Like it, they're literally bulletproof. They're so efficient with insulation. Uh, you can filter all the air. Like it's like almost like a bomb shelter above ground.
Oh, one of those like there's another name for those. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, some people call them like earth domes or I forget what. But yeah, it's like
It's not
super
like the
well
Earth
insulated.
house. So it's like a PVC skin. They blow it up, then they like close cell foam spray it, and then that makes it like rigid enough. And then they put in these hangers, and then you can hang rebar. It's like strong enough to hold up rebar. Plus, it's an arch, right? It's like everything's an arch. It's a dome, and then you just you spray shotcrete on it, and then so it's like it's the outer skin, the foam, and then concrete.
Oh, nice. Yeah, concrete's an excellent insulator. I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
even though it is porous, yeah, it does pretty good job.
Yeah, and so like the entire building, like so then let's go through the like yes, it has some cons, like for sure, just like anything, but in my opinion, like the pros outweigh it because it's fireproof, floodproof, mold proof, insect proof, earthquake proof, bulletproof. You don't need like far as the maintenance goes, like you don't have to put shingles on it. Like that's kind of nice.
Yeah, like here in Dallas, you have to go with the color scheme of your neighbors, which is almost like dark red and black, like very dark colors. It's like, well, that's stupid. It's like, well, yeah, well, white shingles would look like shit in like one season, right? They're gonna turn dark, but like you using these dark colors for shingles, but it's basically sandpaper made of asphalt. That's all shingles are. It's like that is like the cheapest. Yeah, it's just pretty crappy. But like the main issue with these ticky tacky houses is we have, God forbid, 2x4 out, exterior walls. Well, 2x6 is a little better to fit more insulation in there, but like for instance, this house is 2x4 exterior walls, and for every 2x4, that's 1.5 inches of there not being insulation. Every 18 inches, I think it's 18-inch center to center. You got 18-inch and 24-inch. Yeah, I think every 18 inches, there's 1.5 inches where there's not insulation. So that adds up very quick. See what I mean? Because how these houses are built, you can only put insulation between the studs, right?
Yes. Yeah, actually, you're completely right. Yeah, like insulation of a stud's like R3 or something.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah, so it's
nothing.
actually really bad.
Right. So if we could just, I mean, that's what's really cool about, like, I'm not a big fan of spray insulation because it entombs stuff, so you have to dig back in there. It's a nightmare. But if you never have to dig back into something, dude, it's amazing. Spray foam insulation. It's actually what I used to do. Well, I actually maintained the equipment that did that. But all that was it was basically like paper mache. It's just you threw it in this hopper and it just had uh corkscrew, kind of like the ice maker in your fridge. You would just churn all that up into smaller pieces, and it had these two blowers that would just blow it through like a 4-inch hose. And then you had a glue line, which is basically like a air compressor hose that ran alongside it. And all it was was a 55-gallon drum of Elmer's glue. Like literally, it was white. It's the exact same thing. Obviously, it wasn't Elmer's glue. It was like just the actual chemical. You mix that with water, and a pump would connect to that, and all it would do is blow the paper or whatever material you were gonna go with, rock wool, fiberglass, paper, whatever the material is, and it would throw it on there, and it would spray the glue in a pattern, and it would just stick instantly. Which I think that's superior over these two-part systems where, like a lot of your, for residential, they have these kits where it's just two canisters, part A, part B, and they mix together. Well, the problem with those is if there's a lot more than one than the other, but one of them's a catalyst. It's what makes it cure. So if it's not mixed correctly, it will never cure, and it just sits there and off gases. And I've heard stories where people had to like have the entire roof taken off and just scrape it all out meticulously because it just sits there and off gases and poisons the residents in the house. It's like
Whoa.
holy crap. But yeah, the spray foam is kind of nice, but I think I'd rather go foam insulation board. It's just like boards of it. You nail up.
What
Or
if you just
use screws.
like? What if you just use that starlight material? It's heat resistant. If it's heat resistant, then it won't let heat pass through it. It would hold the heat in, and it would also keep heat out.
Starlight? What is that?
I posted it at about 46 after the hour. Just a few posts prior. Scroll up. It says fireproof on the thumbnail.
Have you guys seen hempcrete?
Hempcrete?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So when you have gosh, I can't believe I'm remembering this. So okay, so yeah, so you have the hemp fibers, and when you introduce a lime slurry, it instantaneously petrifies them. And so basically the cellulose from hemp, um it's like yeah, it's like it's an amazing insulator. And it's mold proof, fireproof, all the same shit. It's really cool. And it's super non-toxic because basically you're just putting in the walls. Um, you're just putting in. No, it's just basically like petrified wood. Essentially, is what it becomes. Man, do you guys remember? I remember I was on the hemp kick too. Remember Henry Ford's hemp car? Did you guys see that one?
What do you mean hemp car? I mean, I know like him and Rudolph Diesel. they intended their cars to run off hemp oil, right?
Dude, no. So I'll find the video. Hold on, I'll post it, and then I got to make some pies. But it was yeah, dude. No, he made this plastic out of hemp, and there's these commercials with him, like, or this like videos of him. And he's got a sledgehammer. And he's like beating the tar out of this car, and it's just like the sledgehammer's just bouncing back at him. It was his hemp car. It was like, dude, like the advertisement, like, or I was reading the thing. It was like, yeah, all it took was like 7.5 bushels of hemp, and you can make a car. It was so cool. I think there's so much cool stuff that just got buried, man. Just so sad.
Yeah, talking about cars, like my whole philosophy is, do we even need cars? Right? I just look at society as like built around having an automobile, as if it's built in a way that enslaves us to the automobile. Right? Like everything is drawn out as far away as possible, so it forces you to have to jump in your car to go get something to eat or whatever you need, or go to the home improvement store. You know,
it enables the fast-paced life, which is what they want. But I think it would be so much better if we all went back to like the tribal nature that we should be living with, right? We should all be living in that tribal nature of family and community, and be much better, I think. But you know, people don't want to give up. They only want to like give up those things that are dangerous to them. They don't want to give up the things that are convenient and that they see as luxuries in order to give up those things that are dangerous. So I guess that's why we're where we're at. You know, in order to get the luxuries and convenience, we also have all these, you know, dangers.
yeah, it reminds me of a stand-up that George Carlin did. He goes, "This United States was pristine land. It was paradise. And have you taken a good look at it lately? It's got mall after mall, and then you got your mini malls, but and then you got your mini marts between the mini malls, and then you got your gas stations, your dirty bookstores, your convenience stores, and everybody thinks it's freaking dandy." What is going on? I was saying, why don't we build up instead of out?
I agree, but like, I agree in a lot of ways, and it's true. But man, I just love traveling, and I think that's such an important. I don't know, man. Like that's the part for me. Like I could totally be content just like at my house on a farm. You know what I mean? Like I would be okay with that. But I like to travel too. Like I think that's
Right.
one thing. I like just
Right.
driving. I like just going just anywhere. Like I would be if it were up to me, man. I honestly, what I'm working for, because I've been like a blue collar. I've been a blue collar, just industrial slut. Like I'll just go wherever whoever pays me the most. But like now, I'm trying to change it up, and I'm like trying to do like because now everyone's got COVID, so or because of the COVID stuff, I'm trying to do like I'm trying to like reinvent myself to be like more techie, where I could try to do like some traveling and like through IT, because I want to do that, man. Like I want to like see a bunch of shit. You know what I mean? Like, gosh, we're just like there's so much stuff to explore and check out, and we're just like stuck. Like, oh, let me slave away, for this, like you said, for this car payment that, so I can just do it again next month and drive the car to work like it's stupid.
Right. Yeah, traveling is nice. But if I could do without a car completely, I think I would. That's
Yeah,
probably the most dangerous thing that we could do on a day-to-day basis is jump in a car behind the wheel and get on the road with all these other people, which 50% of them are on pharmaceutical drugs or some sort of mind-altering substance. Well, almost 40% or 50%, like 40 something. It's a lot.
whoa, yeah, I never even thought about it like that. I'd never forget to watch this one Andrew Tate clip, and he's like, look, you got to think about it like this. What's the average, like, the average intelligence, right? He's like, bro, that's the average. So half of the other people are below that. I was like, oh shit. I mean, I'm not saying I'm like a genius or whatever, but yeah, it is kind of wild. I don't know.
Yeah, I got kind of beat up in a few car accidents. Not good. If I had the choice, if I could do it all over again, it's be like, the hell with the car. I like my feet planted on the ground.
Yeah, for sure. I know, dude. That's why. What would have been what I think was probably so cool that was real was those airships. Imagine just like cruising on a fucking I'm gonna get on this bad chicken and I'm going to Brazil this weekend or this week, like that would have been so cool. A bunch more free time, just like cruising. You know what? To this month, we're gonna drop me off in. I don't know. I would have just gone. I would have gone everywhere that thing went. When I was a kid too, like my family, they used to. They. I was always such a troublemaker. They just ship me around. Like, all right, you're going to your aunt's this month or whatever. And they used to always send me on the train. I used to love that. Like, all right, yeah, put me on the train.
Same. When I turned 13, I was like the spawn of Satan.
Yeah, bro, I was so much trouble. They were like, I ended up getting sent to military boarding school or like getting our ass beat every day.
Jeez.
It was pretty wild, man. It was pretty wild. But yeah, it definitely gave me it gave me some fucking grit, I'll tell you that.
Beat into submission.
Yeah, man, I was glad I went because I for sure would have joined the military, and I for sure would have joined the military, and but then after that, I was like, oh hell no, like I hate people telling me what to do. They would kick me out. I would like start a fight with somebody. I'd like try to fight the drill instructor or something. It's like I better not.
I'm just curious. The Native Americans were they Mayans? Were they is that are those the Mayans?
I don't know. Yeah, like the I mean, they're all the way to Alaska, and I don't know. Like they claim, just from what I know about them, I mean, like all of them they were all like different tribes and stuff. So I don't think they are all like just from one group.
The Pueblos were those mines. I don't remember what I was looking into the other day, or I heard someone talking about it.
Oh
Maybe,
yeah, the
but some,
Pueblos were the Anastasi. Yeah, and those are the cats that we're talking about, the six-fingered red-headed giants. And that's like near the Hopi and the Navajo are all right there. The Ute, the Anas, and they're like the Anastas. Why do I know so much random shit? Anyhow, yeah.
As long as it's useful information, I say.
So I think it's the Ute. One thing I thought that was really okay. So the Utes have a Ute mountain, and they say that it's like a sleeping giant. I thought that was interesting. And then I think it's the Ute. Anyhow, then there's a town near that. It's called Shiprock, and they say that they had their people survived a flood, and that the Shiprock is a fossil their fossilized boat, and that was what saved them in the flood. Like just kind of like they have their own Bible story with Noah, and then just like a lot of these people are talking about like the tar. I don't know, like if the like the sleep the how the geography is giants and biology all that but whatever the natives. I mean, I just thought that was so great. Like dude, there's just so much stuff that's like it's the same, it's the same story.
so I've had this chicken sitting in 4% hydrochloric acid for almost 4 hours now. It started to soften it up just a little bit, it seemed like, but it hasn't softened it up very much. It's not dissolved it, but that's just hydrochloric acid by itself. It's not, and it's 4%. I don't know how much of a percentage hydrochloric acid in the stomach is supposed to be, because it only refers to it as pH, like the pH is 1.5 to 3.5 pH. So I don't know if that's 1.5 to
Yeah.
3.5% hydrochloric acid or just the acidity, because if it's not hydrochloric acid, but there's some acidity from something else, it could be, I don't know. You see what I'm saying though, right? It's not the percentage of hydrochloric acid, I don't think. Yeah, it's not dissolving it. Or if it's going to take it much longer than 4 hours.
The way I look at it is the mainstream medical quote unquote science. I call it scientism. Because I'm like, where's the science? And and their pockets are lined by big pharma, which is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. It's like, do they really have, our interest at heart, our health? So I started questioning all
Now,
that.
that would be a resounding no.
Because they try to tell us that the stomach digests food. And I'm like, hold up. Right. Well, what the medical books, what they do say is the stomach produces the alkaline tide, which is what alkalinizes the blood and the interstitial fluids. The stomach and pancreas. I think the pancreas helps as well. But it's mainly the stomach's job. And that hydrochloric acid is a byproduct from sodium bicarbonate manufacture, which is what we call baking soda. Right. So the body's just trying to get rid of that byproduct, just like all the other acidic byproducts that we sweat out, which is urine, through urination, respiration, what we breathe out. That's a byproduct, obviously. And what's the fourth one? I'm missing one. Oh yeah, defecation, obviously.
I seen this. It's like some Stanford guy, but basically the gist of it was he's basically saying, yeah, like all the research, all the medical research is so paid off by pharmaceutical companies, et cetera, et cetera. He's like, my guess is about 90% of it is completely inaccurate or fraudulent. I was like, wow.
Yeah. I mean, what's the science behind pushing pills and being like, oh, you have cancer, which is uncurable? Here, take some chemical therapy and ionizing radiation therapy. It's like, what? And people eat it up. I'm like, no, like, if I ever get cancer, I'm not going to get chemotherapy. I'm not going to get radiated. Like, no thanks. Which I don't even believe in radiation. That's just energy, right? It's like the sun. They call it radiation. It's just energy, right? It doesn't heat up anything until it hits your skin, until it comes into contact with something. As if all this stuff selectively finds all the quote unquote cancerous cells, right? And targets them only selectively. You might as well just set off a bomb.
Yeah, dude, you're so right. Yeah, like their treatment's basically like, okay, here, hang on to this hand grenade. All right. All right, now when we say light it, let us run out of the way. And then they're like it's like they show back up, like, okay, did it get the cancer? Like, yeah, got it.
While they run behind a lead lined wall, a wall with lead in it. Yeah. Hey, we're gonna do this. We're gonna take an X-ray or what's that machine they stick you in?
MRI.
MRI and then see something. It's like a 3D
CAT scan.
CAT scan. Thank you.
Magic eye.
While they run behind the lead wall before they start the scan. It's like, oh,
And
thank
before
you,
they
thank
do
you.
that, they have to inject you with some kind of, what is it, for the CAT scan? Some kind of dye or radioactive.
Thorium
But
dye.
this is
My
not medical
naturopath,
advice.
just quickly, my
Sorry.
naturopath gave a perfect example or a metaphor for this. He said, if you have a headache, the first thing most people do is they reach for a Tylenol or, Aspro or something like that. He said, the reason you have a headache is not because your body is deficient in paracetamol or aspirin. It's because you're probably dehydrated, you probably haven't had enough sleep, or you drank too much or whatever. But allopathic medicine, the big pharma have just trained us, grab a pill, grab an injection, grab a whatever, when a lot of the time there's a simple natural solution to most things that are wrong, and people just don't know about it.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd say the top one reason is dehydration, for sure.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
quickest way I get a
malnutrition,
headache.
dehydration,
Yeah.
not enough oxygen. I mean, three simple things the body needs. It needs nutrition, hydration, and oxygen. If you give it the right amounts of all of those three things, it's going to be relatively healthy most of the time.
No, it makes me wonder about the salt, like what they're doing to the salt. Maybe they're doing, they could in fact be doing something a little bit more than just removing, the iodine from it. And bone char is another thing you'll find in salts and sugars. But it just makes me, because what I use hydrochloric acid for is to mix with sodium chloride, which is a salt, and it makes a very oxygenated drink, chlorine dioxide, which is not the same thing as bleach, which some people want to say it is, just because of the word chlorine, and it's not. It's got a different, chemical representation. So that should be enough to tell them that it's not the same thing. But anyway, the reason that it doesn't cause a lot of oxidative stress, but it does deliver tons of oxygen to the body. And it doesn't cause oxidative stress because it's rendered back as a salt after the oxygen molecule, has been exchanged. That makes me wonder, like we have hydrochloric acid in our stomach. Is that what they're also doing? Maybe they're doing that to the salt too. Like maybe it's not all about the iodine. Because if they change it enough, it won't produce that. You know what I mean? Like, it just makes me wonder if there's more to it than just removing the iodine from salt. They're trying to prevent us from being able to, because perhaps there's areas in our body or in our systems, which, throughout our digestive system, which gets oxygen from chemical reactions with the hydrochloric acid and salts. And if we're deficient in salt, not getting enough of it or getting the wrong kind, and I could very well see that there would be, a lack of oxygen in some areas in the digestive system. I didn't even think about that till tonight, but it does make me wonder.
What were you talking about? Were you talking about something reacting with hydrochloric acid in her stomach? Is that right?
Yeah, you can, if salts, like salts of the earth as they are occurring naturally, if they don't, like if you consume them, if there's not some natural process that's supposed to be going on within us, within our digestive system, where it gets really oxygenated due to the natural salts mixing with hydrochloric acid, because that's what I use it for. I mix it with sodium chloride to produce chlorine dioxide, which has, it's a dioxide. It's got, an extra oxygen molecule. So maybe that's what's supposed to be occurring in our bodies if we were to consume natural salts, but we don't. The table salt that's out there has been altered, and it makes me wonder if that's what they're doing in the altercations of the salt. Maybe it's not just about the iodine.
Oh, definitely. So sodium chloride exists in salt that's been unadulterated, right?
And it's rendered back as a salt after the process occurs in the body, so there's no oxidative stress. Unlike like if you use hydrogen peroxide, you'll have oxidative stress, which is what makes it dangerous, and you've got to be careful using it to oxygenate the body.
Chlorine dioxide is being used commercially for bleaching and stripping of textiles, pulp, and paper. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, but see, I could see that being used as disinformation. Be like, oh, don't consume chlorine dioxide because it does this. But at the same time, I've heard that terpene oils from trees, that's used for paint thinner. And so that scares people away from using that, which I see that being a therapeutic as well. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
if
like
you're consuming,
pine needle oil, isn't it?
Right. Yeah,
Turpentine.
exactly.
It's
Yeah.
copy for you.
Turpentine. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Application and dose, like it's like injected in your jugular vein.
The body is wild, man. Like we try to say that we understand the human body. We're like barely grazing the surface. Like take for instance, like you think consuming limes and lemons would be bad for you because of how acidic they are. They're extremely acidic. Right? But that actually converts into alkaline into our bodies, even though it is extremely acidic. Like you ask yourself, well, what's going on here? Same thing with vinegar. You think, oh, vinegar is horrible because it's super acidic, but it converts as to alkaline in our body. It's just, I don't get it.
has got to do with polarity, like just polarity flips, polarity changes.
Right. Like you would think that would put stress on our body trying to maintain a very, very tight, like pH level of our blood and interstitial fluid. Like for instance, blood should be maintained between 7.365 to 7.4. And if it's 0.2 below or above that, we're probably extremely sick, if not dead. Like that's how tight like the pH of our blood is maintained. That our body will do everything in its power to keep it in that range. Right? So it's beneficial for us to eat more alkaline foods or live an alkaline lifestyle, right? Because it puts less stress on our body, which is trying to maintain that balance. Which this is all just a bunch of fancy words for, just help the body stay in a state of homeostasis or an equilibrium, right? The more we can help it do that, the less stress we put in our body, the longer we live, the more clear our mind is, right? Like I used to eat a bunch of garbage and I would have this mind fog. I know it's like the best way I could put it. And just like not having terrible, incredible amounts of energy, just like, comparatively speaking. And then when I changed my diet around, dude, I felt like I was like an 8-year-old kid all over again, just full of energy. I just want to run around everywhere. Well, I didn't actually run around, but like I had so much energy, like I felt like a kid again, and the mind fog was gone. Like I could think more clearly. I know this sounds crazy, but there's something to it because I've experienced it. It's just like, wow.
There's two things that I added to mine, and I could see it is immediate, like within less than 30 minutes of consuming it. And the growing my own beets, and before I would, before when you can't grow, I haven't grown them all year round. I guess I could. I don't want to say that I can't. But and when I don't, I just get organic beet juice. That with cayenne pepper, because cayenne pepper increases metabolism, and it's good for you in other ways. But when I added that and apple cider vinegar and honey, it was like within 30 minutes, just after consuming those two things. And, I wouldn't consume them mixed with one another. Drink one and wait a little while and drink the other one. But within 30 minutes, it's like I had so much energy, it's not even funny. It's from the apple cider vinegar and honey, because, like, I've done that without the beet juice and had the energy, then done the beet juice and had the mental clarity and this ease of, I don't know, it's just something in my mind, in my thought process. It helped with. I don't know what that was, but it did do something to that. But it didn't do anything for the energy. The apple cider vinegar and honey, that was immediate.
You know, a lot of people have totally different reactions to food too. Like I used to do like pretty avid bodybuilder, and like some of the guys that like be getting their blood work done. They would get their blood work done like every couple weeks, and like they could like they could have like their diets like could be have drastically different outcomes. You know, between the like one guy like couldn't eat eggs, otherwise his cholesterol like go off the charts, or it was just like everyone's reaction to foods so like specific to them.
Yeah, but is cholesterol like? I understand there's different types of cholesterol. The only danger that I've heard that seems valid is that the wrong kind of cholesterol could build up plaque in your arteries. I know that cholesterol is very, like, your body needs it for so many different reasons. One is for vitamin D3, and it's trapped between the layers of your skin. And you don't get vitamin D from the sunlight, but the reaction from the sunlight with that cholesterol is what produces the vitamin D3. And
precursor.
yeah, it just makes me wonder about is there any, like, is the bad cholesterol really bad? Because if you consume raw garlic, which has got allicin in it, and you don't put any heat to it because that'll kill the allicin. But if you consume raw garlic, it's said that dissolves the plaque in your arteries. So it seems like if you consume enough of that raw garlic, that you really wouldn't have to worry about whether you're getting the bad or not. You just have to make sure you're getting the good. And it seems like with the balance of everything that we need, the body kind of, if it's functioning properly, then it's just like with anything. If you get too much overconsumption of something, it's going to be bad for you. You can have too much water. Like, if you can flood your body with water and get water toxicity. I've never done it. I've heard that it can happen. Just flushing everything out.
Now you were talking about having an allergic reaction. I look at that as like a godsend of having an allergic reaction to something, because it's the body saying, "Hey, don't do that anymore," right? For whatever reason. Kind of like,
What was that?
kind of like when I eat beans and peas, which is part of the legume family. Like for instance, someone made pea soup, right? Well, we'll take a step back. When I was in pre-K, I had mashed potatoes and peas, and I would mix them together. I noticed when I ate it, my lips would itch. I didn't really think much about it, and this would occur, every time I ate peas. for instance. I didn't really put two and two together. I was like, that's kind of weird because it really wasn't that bad. So fast forward, this is like 15 years ago. Someone brought over pea soup, which is just mashed up peas. I was like, well, I think I'm kind of allergic to peas, but hey, I guess this is one way to find out for sure, right? I woof it all down and felt like my eyes were the size of golf balls full of sand. My head felt like it was a balloon about to pop. It was just like it was about to float away. It was so uncomfortable. My throat, it was getting hard to breathe, and I was like, I'm just gonna sleep this off. My roommate's all kicking my air mattress, waking me up, making sure I didn't die. But yeah, I don't know about soy, man. Like beans and peas and all that stuff, because it does have to be cooked to be edible, right? It's like a very starchy substance.
Another quick thing, your brain is made up of a lot of cholesterol. Like your body needs cholesterol for your brain. So for me, there's no coincidence that in the last 20, 30 years, all this hullabaloo about cholesterol, watch your cholesterol. There's all these products now that keep your cholesterol down, margarines and whatever that, eat this and that'll keep your cholesterol down. Well, I hear a lot more about Alzheimer's and dementia than we ever used to. So I can't believe there's not some connection there as well.
That's like Dr. Tent said. He said your brain is half cholesterol and half fat. And they're putting everybody on low cholesterol and low fat diets, and their brains are shrinking. So you mix that with the fluoride, and yeah, it all goes in tandem. You're exactly right. It shrinks the brain.
Here's one
I'm just kidding.
there's an extra element to that. If you've got not enough cholesterol for your brain, what your body will do is it will strip cholesterol from other areas in order to, it prioritizes your brain.
See, back in the day, just whatever they told you, you did the opposite of. They're like, eat a bunch of grain. You're like, I'm eating all this meat. Like, just opposite everything. But now it's getting wild. They're really mixing it up.
Yeah, I just follow all these natural practitioners that they all have smear campaigns against them and trying to be silenced by killing their friends and family members, try to hush them up. Those are the people that I pay attention to.
Indication that they're, yeah, that's true, man. That's like the health is, I don't know, man. There's so many, like, the truth movement has like so much, I don't know, it just has so much stuff people need.
Yeah, a little knowledge can be dangerous if you don't have enough of it because you think you're doing something to help yourself and you're actually doing something to hurt yourself. That's how
Yeah.
I've learned the hard way so many times in life.
Yeah, all these quote unquote doctors that I follow, right? I put that in quotes because I don't think they should be calling themselves doctors. Well, they don't even
What about
call
Dr.
themselves
Dre?
doctors at all because they're saying that we are our own doctors by the decisions that we make. They're saying that health is a decision that we make, not them, right? It's by the choices that we make, especially at the dinner table, whatever lifestyle we live. It's a lifestyle thing, not a us thing, right? Because they try to They try to say that some of us might have a rare, genetic predisposition to whatever disease that may be, diabetes or cancer or heart disease or whatever. But I don't see it that way. It's like saying that we are just born to fail. Like,
Well, they shouldn't really name any disease that starts with die.
Diet, diabetes. I get what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't kill you immediately, but yeah, it'll beat you up.
Right, because they're trying to say that all these thousands of diseases are like, okay, well, you have this disease, well, take this pill. Oh, you have that disease, oh, take this pill or this insulin shot or whatever it may be. But I just look at it as the body is out of balance. The root cause of the issue. Right?
I think we should move to like leeches.
Whereas all these diseases are really just a symptom of the root cause, right?
Right, disease is a symptom of life.
Right. Oh, you have allergies. It's like, okay, well, maybe don't eat stuff that has chemicals in the food that produce allergy-like symptoms, right?
The side effects include you may continue to live.
The body is trying to purge it out. The nose gets runny, or eyes water. It's a purge. Right? Kind of like when we get mucus in our mouths from drinking cow's milk. Mucus is like a protective layer it produces.
I don't. Right? I hardly blow my nose, but once in a while, it's just like I guess ever since I realized, or I didn't realize it, I watched a video, but like there's like big sacs like on the sides of your nose where like mucus just like hangs out from your nose, and you can kind of press that area sometimes and loosen it up, and yeah, it's just gross shit comes out. I'm like, oh, this is crazy, but it feels so nice when it's gone. It's just like all that pressure is like, yeah, super, love it. I don't know. My health's been a lot different in the last 5 years. Like I just haven't gotten sick or anything. So a lot of things I thought were just normal, like allergy season. Like I don't even get that anymore, which is sweet. I hate that shit.
Like how they call it allergy season, right?
Yeah. Which really means it's time to buy more drugs so you don't sneeze all the time, because who wants to do that? If they could give you hiccups on purpose, they would, right? So you have to go buy the anti-hiccup medicine. It's like, I got the hiccups again. You been to the doctor? I'm going to have the hiccup surgery now. But the insurance is going to pay for it, so it's okay.
Don't give them any ideas. Seems like they seem to do a lot of things just for their own entertainment. And what? How funny would that be? If everybody just had hiccups all the time.
Hiccups. Dude, hiccups
E-cups,
suck.
per-cups, whatever.
I had them bad like a few weeks ago, like day after day after day, and was like, is it gonna stop? Do I need to go
you know
to
what gets me?
doctor?
What like fix me up with it is hitting like an inhaler, like an albuterol inhaler. I don't know, something about it seems like it just like despazzes whatever is spazzing.
Well, yeah, that's albuterol for you. That's like the only drug that works for asthma. Coming from someone who's had asthma his whole life. That is the only inhaler that works. All the other stuff is complete garbage. They somehow figured this out like decades ago.
It's just weird to stop
Stuff is
hiccups
amazing
for me. I don't know.
Especially from the nebulizer, the machine that blows air into the hose.
Okay.
Dude, that stuff will make your heart rate shoot off the damn charts. It's
unbelievable. Yeah, actually, I think they're kind of dangerous. I had to take one of the because I had a pneumonia pretty good about, I don't know, 12 and a half years ago. And that's a guess, but it might be accurate. And yeah, I had to drive to the hospital to get a breathing treatment because I was like, and there's nothing fun about that. But yeah, besides the fact that it was like I wasn't getting that much air anyway, and then this had like oxygen in it too. I was just like, my heartbeat was like, I hear it, I can feel it in my ears, and I'm like, damn, need to watch out with that.
Albuterol is no joke. Serious business.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever tried do you deal with asthma still, or?
I do, but it's more triggered by exercising. Like if I were to just go flat out and run,
Mhm.
it would like slowly close up.
Yeah, I get that too, but I just think that's normal. But I don't think everybody would do that. Like, think it's normal because people like could play like a whole game of basketball or whatever without like just like having to just go like just drooling on the sideline. You know what I mean? That'd be me. I was trying to play in a basketball game.
The body's like, oh, you're trying to get some exercise and get some cardio, get your heart rate up. Well, let's just constrict your lungs down
we're gonna shut that
down to
down.
a straw. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. It's like, okay, you win.
See how much you want to run around now, huh?
Yeah.
So so if you take off into a run, it does that. What if you worked your way up and maybe tried to get to just before the point where that would happen, and then do that over and over and over? Would it eventually go away, or is this something that's all? I'm just trying to figure out what.
Actually,
like
no, it does. I when I was I think I did about 3 months. Just going. I went all the way down the Rio Grande, where the river is, and then climbed back up the canyon. And I was doing that like almost every other day for about 3 months. And when I started doing it, I was like, I'm gonna die. You know what I mean? Going back up, and I'm like just like snots running out of my nose. Like just fluid running out of my head everywhere it could. It's like, but that got better, and my endurance got better. So, success story.
Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, that's probably how you get rid of asthma. It's just
I was just curious
I,
too
I
how
never
the
thought about that because I
Yeah.
never did that. It was always, just walking or just flat out running. Like I would never like ease into it because it would just everything would just close up, and now I just have to like run back home and get my inhaler or whatever I had to do.
If I like, yeah, I still get that. Like exercise induced asthma, I still get that. It's just a question of like how much exercise like triggers it.
I was just curious how the albuterol works. I mean, my youngest daughter had to use it for the first 2 years of her life, off and on, and she was on supplemental oxygen too. She was a preemie. Like when she got older, she didn't have any problems beyond the age of 2. So, but I remember when I would do the breathing treatments for her heart rate would do that too, and it worried me. And so, of course, I tried it because I wanted to know what I was giving her, and it made my heart race in a very uncomfortable way. And I'm just curious, like, if that's how it increases the oxygen to the areas of your body that's not getting it, that makes you feel you're suffocating, is by increasing how fast the blood is carrying the oxygen, or if it's actually opening something, and that in turn, like where you no longer feel suffocated, it allows the reaction which initially causes the muscles to contract to kind of release, or if it
But
actually opens up
it is a
airways.
steroid, so it just dilates all the bronchial tubes, right? because they become constricted, right? That's what asthma is. So it undilates them, and it also increases the heart rate, which means more blood volume. So
Now,
you have more red blood cells going into the lungs and back out. So you have, well,
yeah, she had bronchopulmonary dysplasia, and when she would cry, and granted she was just really tiny, when she would cry, she would be crying and pulling at her hair, and I could, headache from lack of oxygen, I guess. And but I remember like she would just stop crying all of a sudden, but she looked like she was crying, and I would just like sit her on my lap and squeeze like her chest and put one hand on her back, one hand on her chest, and lightly squeeze, and you could hear her bronchioles popping open, like there'd be like a popping noise, and then she'd start crying again, and she could breathe again, and that happened all the time until we figured out, until we got her diagnosed and got her on supplemental oxygen and so forth, and the treatments. But okay, so for the bronchioles to close up like that and constrict, I'm trying, like, I wonder if it is the inflammation that's causing it, or is it just a tightening of the muscles around it? I mean, there are some natural plants that will actually soften and relax and smooth out the soft tissue muscles of the body. And I'm wondering if it's due to, the muscles being too tight, if that would help, or if it's from inflammation, or maybe a combination of both, that and something that would reduce the inflammation. If there would be some way to keep the inflammation reduced, like foods like pineapple and papaya, and there's a whole list of them, but those are my top go-to ones. Pineapple's the best, I think, as far as my experience goes. But I wonder if those things would, like yarrow and lemon balm, and
I take cordyceps because I'm a smoker, saxophone player. I don't know, but when I trash my lungs pretty good, I'll take that for a couple days and cleans the junk out.
what was it?
They're called
Cordyceps.
cordyceps mushrooms.
Cordyceps?
Cordycepts. It was nice that Microsoft was able to feature cordyceps as the mushroom of choice for the Last of Us series. That's nice. But anyway, very healing mushroom in real life. Yeah, in fiction, stay away. But obviously, we don't live in fiction, or do we? But anyway, the
Never
mushrooms
seen
are good.
mushrooms like that.
It's
wild.
I think they were originally cultivated like they'd grow off of like a caterpillar. I think they like make caterpillars into like food or something like that.
They look like caterpillars with a little stem. That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like back when I used to like smoke Marlboro Reds or whatever, I would just like crush a pack or a pack and a half or something like that because that's a good idea. And then I'd wake up and be like, "Eh, I feel like I'm dead inside." And that's where the cordyceps mushrooms come in. They seem to clean out the junk.
You still smoke?
A little bit, yeah. Cut down quite a bit though.
I gotta ask, how did you start? Like, what made you decide to smoke a cigarette, and then?
I don't know. Both my parents smoke.
Well, more precisely, how did you finish the first cigarette?
Oh, I don't know. My parents smoked my whole life, so it's not like it was a foreign thing, I guess.
Right. I don't know. The first time I took a drag, I was like, "Oh, what is this?" It tasted so bad.
Yeah, I was like, I'm a grown up now.
But you got to be honest. You have to try to get addicted to cigarettes. Like, it's not like you just smoke one cigarette and you're hooked, right? It's like a very gradual thing. You got to keep going at it. You know what I mean?
It's because you are a smoker. That's why you smoke. Oh, it's identity? I'll keep up with it. Yeah, makes me cool. Like people in movies have some important shit to say. But also both my parents did. It just didn't seem like it was that far out of whatever.
It does have that social construct, right? Like your friends like go on a smoke break, right? But you don't smoke cigarettes, but they do. So
Well,
you're
also
kind
it's
of like
the
just standing there, you know.
you're in like 5th grade or something like that, and like your parents are gonna die if they're smokers because they're gonna die early and they'll leave you and you won't have parents. You know what I mean? That's what they would say, stuff like that, right? So a little kid goes home and it's like, you guys have to stop smoking cigarettes, and they're like, okay.
Don't stop,
That's
then
how that
I'm
goes.
gonna start.
Well, something like that occurred for me, and I really would. I'm like questioning how I trick fucked myself into letting that happen, but I did. So here we are.
I think it may be have something to do with where we've gotten away and kind of stripped the tribal nature of, where because they had like these rites of passage, and at certain ages you go through these rites of passage, and because we lack that, perhaps it's that we saw without realizing that we did, that we saw beginning to smoke as a rite of passage.
Like driving cars and Long Island iced teas, you know.
I think I was 12 when I started. It's
What is that
way
driving
too young.
drunk? Just oh man, yeah, it would be a pretty sweet habit just to not like to want anything, but it's like not wanting coffee. You know what I mean? I don't know how to do that. In fact, I just mentioned it, so it makes sense. But like I can't. It's just challenge like to not have any nicotine. So like I could even go without cigarettes, but I'd need a patch or something like that, or else I'll start like thinking real slow, like, and I won't feel like myself. Be like I'm
There's
thinking
also,
speed.
I think there's also like a chemical slash psychological aspect to it too of dopamine. That if you can put enough things in your life that can give you that immediate satisfaction, right, or and happiness, and because it's like for me, it's kind of like coffee and nicotine, and whenever I want it, just to know that it's there. Like
Yeah.
I kind of freak
Well,
out more when I don't have weed and then when I've got it, I barely smoke it. It's just like knowing that it's there and having these pleasures and comforts, things that give you that immediate satisfaction, which causes chemical reaction in your brain, releases dopamine, and that's if that's not what we're doing. Maybe if we could put enough things in our life to where we can substitute that immediate satisfaction, that dopamine release,
just everything's
that would
drugs.
make it
It's
easier to lay the nicotine down and the coffee
experiences
probably.
or drugs. Yeah, I can't though. It's because like I guess what does have like even if I can like get over the like uh, inefficiencies of not smoking cigarettes or not having any nicotine in, um, and it's like yeah, after a while I do get to like a little depressed. I'm like, this is boring. Everything's boring. Fucking yeah. You know.
Side it up a little bit, yeah. Give me that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, fuck yeah, flat Earth. Oh yeah, fuck.
Oh
Oh
my gosh.
yeah, flat Earth.
Come on, man.
Who is
You're
that?
real something special there. Thanks, Killer.
That was like the most retarded thing I just ever heard in my life.
I mean, that's how he feels. He's projecting, right?
Like what?
Yay.
Do you have
Yay.
are you that like hard up?
Well, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. You can't find a conversation somewhere to pass out listening to. Oh, I feel sorry for you.
I mean, nicotine's got its benefits. There's benefits to nicotine. It's not all
Yeah,
bad.
protection.
I
It
don't know.
boosts testosterone. You know how do you guys want to hear how I quit? I didn't mean to cut whoever off. I've just been waiting to talk this whole time.
Hey, guy.
Go for it. You didn't cut anyone off, as far as I know.
Let's talk about the benefits of smoking. No, let's talk about the benefits of nicotine as a molecule. Smoking's bad.
Hey, I used to smoke, and you guys want to hear how I quit or not?
Yeah, go ahead. Reveal the
let's
secret.
hear it.
All right. So this is how I quit, and I'm telling you, I'm like I love me a cigarette. Let me tell you. So, dude, I literally I couldn't figure out any way to get my brain off of it, and so anyhow, my last ditch effort was I fasted, and I fasted probably way too long. Like it was probably dangerous, but I did a really long fast, and then all I thought about was food, and I didn't think about cigarettes as much.
That's actually, I did the same thing, and yeah, I quit like that. I was trying like to not have like, it was a very exclusive diet. I don't know. I think I only kept it up for like 2 days, really. Just doing like just vegetables and lots of salad dressing and stuff like that. No carbs, no sugar, no oil.
Sugar is the worst. No oil. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I just did 3 days. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I don't know. Little oil in the salad dressing, or just whatever was in the foods. But like, I'm not adding oil. I'm not like no ketchup, no condiments, just no bullshit. Just like the purest version of the food that I could make. Anyway, yeah, tremendously difficult to keep up for 3 days, and so much so that I didn't even care about smoking, because you know what it is? It's like the smoking is like, it's like a butt in to a conversation that has to do with your eating. You know, so all your triggers, you know, for stuff in your face full of food are mitigated by nicotine, and once these signals get all fucked up good, then I think you kind of might need to bring it back down to like a eating level to actually quit cigarettes. It's weird. But you actually become more stressed out about the food than the cigarettes somehow. It's weird.
Probably because you're starving to death.
Like
Well, not literally, but
well, just taking sugar out, honestly, like I don't know, that'll fuck me up. So just trying to stay on that level, and my brain's playing like games with me, like making me hallucinate that things don't have sugar, and then I'm like, this is fine to drink, right? Doesn't have sugar. Like I know it has sugar. Like I don't know, my brain just like fucked up, and I'm like, oh. And then my stomach made a sound like haw 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 haw, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Do I have like some kind of intelligent symbiote living inside my gut, making me eat shit I don't want to eat? Maybe we all do. I don't know. I'm gonna fight that guy.
Did you guys see it? Yeah, dude, for real. Did you see the parasite cleanse I posted?
No.
Dude, you hit it so on the head, man. It's like literally you are thinking about food more than you were thinking about the cigarette. And like you're just like focusing on like that fast. It's I don't know. It was the only way. Oh, and the other thing I think too about it is that like you when you're fasting, your body's like super detoxing from like everything. And so like I felt like that was also gave me an edge because it like my body detoxed, the junk faster.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, right? Because it takes about like 3 days or like 2 days to really take the edge off of if you've got a craving to have syrup. Like 2 days will kind of like take the edge off it. So probably get that done a little faster, if you're fasting. It's weird, but yeah.
Well, a lot of what we eat is masquerading as food, but it's really drugs, right? I mean, how many people just eat perfectly, completely healthy without no garbage in there, things that don't come in a package that have a place to put an ingredient list of all the garbage that's in there. Right. Eating food that's not in a package, that's not been touched by man. That they're always trying
done
to
it.
slick something in there, they're trying to be real slick.
I've
Let's
done
be
it, but
honest. A lot of what we eat, which is what we call food, is really drugs.
I've done it before. I've done it before, and when I cut all like everything that I consumed was good and healthy, and there wasn't anything toxic or addicted. In the sense that we're talking like sugars and so forth. But and when I did it, it was like once I did it and started on a path, it was easy to stay on that path. But once I got off that path, then it was like it was hard to go back to it. So, like it becomes easy, or my experience is that it becomes easy once you start doing it. It's your body doesn't crave those. Once you cut those sugars out, your body really doesn't crave the sugars anymore. Or at least with me, it didn't seem like I did
I
in the
guess
beginning.
I guess we have to ask ourselves: is there a physical addiction that is good for us? I'm trying to think.
Dude,
breathing.
All right, so check this out. I almost want to show this before and after my 10-month transformation. You guys would everybody's like, what the fuck? But maybe I'll post it. But at any rate, dude, so I got so when I quit smoking, I fucking went on this health rampage. And it's still stuck to today. But dude, so I was going. I mean, I was fucking really hardcore. I'm not as hardcore as I used to be. But dude, I was going fucking hard, and I was I did carnivore for I don't know, maybe 5 months or something. I ate nothing but meat. And then even when I came off carnivore, I was just eating cruciferous vegetables. I had this fucking fat stack um of just all these supplements and stuff, and I was going to the gym. I would go to the gym every day. I'd we'd be jogging, and then I'd go to the sauna. I'd sit in the sauna twice a day, dude. Just at least once a day. Cold showers, just fucking balls out. And dude, I am telling you, if at month 6 or yeah, probably about month 6, I would be going to the gym. I'd be just go in there and jam out some crazy full body set, end it off with sprints, and then I'd go soak in the sauna for 20 minutes and then cold shower out. And bro, I would be getting high as fuck from it was a health high. And it was I don't know, I'd feel like I was floating. It was so crazy. It was so cool, and I was super addicted to it. I still
I
am.
want to start the cold showers. I would love to do that. I used to do that when I was younger. I would love to do it, but I don't know how to do it and not cause my bones to ache. Cold water just really causes my bones to ache. And then once they start aching, they're aching for at least 24 hours.
So carnivore fixed all my joints. So I up until recently, I've been a roughneck all my life. and so just like working on oil rigs, and so my body was like jacked up. And I should post maybe I'll post the picture like of my 10-month. But all my joints from doing carnivore, and look, I'm like an extreme person. So like I don't just kind of do anything half-ass. Like, I mean, I was like eating fucking cartilage and shit. Like I was getting like but yeah, I mean like but yeah, like carnivore, I think like if you just did carnivore, you'd probably like I did like a lot of bone broths and stuff like that. So he's
Well,
like
I did
drinking.
that. I did that to fix the arthritis, right? To stop the inflammation. Like I found out foods to cut out, and that's really what caused me to look into the diet and change my diet and everything. But even though, like, once I stopped the inflammation, I wonder if it's just all in my head. Like, really, because I haven't done it. Like, I just don't allow myself to do it because I have this fear of the joint pain that I used to feel, but, I don't have the inflammation anymore and haven't for years. So I wonder if, you know what, I might just do it and not have the fear of, and just tell myself it's not going to cause my bones to ache. Because it could just be all in my head. I just haven't even tried it since.
All right, I just posted that's my 10-month. Obviously I was kind of a chunky monkey, and yeah, that's my 10-month. That right there, that's me.
Where are you posting it?
It said live stream. I don't know. I'm not that good at Discord yet.
You're in the side chat of the voice chat, so you gotta side scroll on a phone. I don't know. Does Discord work on computers? Allegedly. I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's different. Maybe.
Okay, I see it.
But yeah, I did that in 10 months. And that wasn't like I wasn't on fucking steroids or anything. Like I just was just eating meat and exercising.
Now, do you, yeah, but you were feeling good, really, too. So that's another thing.
Oh yeah, like I mean, yeah, I didn't have any like I didn't have any big health problems like when I started.
That's cool, but you felt good enough to go to the gym, or was that like something you worked yourself into, kind of? Or
Yeah, so basically my first 3 months, I just did calisthenics. So like I just had a routine, right? So like I'd be
yeah,
like, all right, I'm gonna do 10 push-ups. Like I'm gonna do 10 push-ups. I'm gonna do 10 army ups. I'm gonna do 10 burpees, 10 jumping jack. Like I had this like thing, right? Like just a little circuit I would do.
the
And then like
muscles are this now, or I don't know. Yeah, yeah, right. That's all really good, actually. I have another friend he just does like calisthenics, basically, and you know that is actually really like helpful. If you're just at it every day.
and so like I kept a journal and I was like, all right, like I'm gonna bitch out, I'm gonna do it every day. And then and so I would make a tally mark for myself, and I would kind of write out my thing. And then but I didn't try to just stay stagnant. So I'd be like, okay, I've done this for 2 days or 3 days. So I'm gonna add three more to everything, or I'm gonna add this whole new exercise, and I'm gonna have that in there. And so it just kept progressing, and I kept adding and adding and adding. And then okay, and then today I'm gonna do 20 minutes on the bike, or I just kept adding little steps, little steps. But I track my progress, log it all, and then and then eventually I was like, okay, I wasn't gonna be embarrassed going into the gym, you know what I mean? And not only that, but it was I kind of it was not okay, I wasn't gonna be embarrassed, and then I was like, oh, and then and on top of that, I was getting to the point where it's I could do fucking push-ups all day. That's not I need to pick up something heavier, And so then eventually I went in, or then I got into then I started going to the gym, and then yeah, just kept progressing,
Oh, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. Everybody's got kind of different makeup. I mean, not everybody's down to go work it out. I think some of these supplements they kind of help. I don't know, but you weren't taking supplements while you did this. You're just on a natural diet. I took a concentrated. Oh, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I was just eating when I first started, I was just eating meat, right? So I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna do that. That was how I started. Was just eating meat, and then yeah, or actually I stuck on carnivore for a while, a good while.
Is it just what any kind of meat?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I just was doing yeah, I was doing well. Okay, so I lived in Alaska, so I had I had the store Three Bears, and all of our beef came from Australia. So I could just go into Three Bears, and I could just get freaking gobs of grass fed, grass finished Australian beef, and I would just be jacking up some beef, dude. Eating I would literally just get a big fat ass roast with the knuckle bone and everything in it, and I'd throw it in the crock pot, throw some salt on that bad chicken, and I would just eat that all day. Drink all the juices, eat the cartilage off the knuckle, and just savage, I mean, I'm an extreme savage man, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Biting heads off rabbits.
But yeah, I mean, it was it's definitely for me, I don't know, whatever. I will just say this. I never it was a really cool experience to go through because number one, I'm just really happy I did it because number one, now because I got so just extremely healthy, now I just if I just look at weights. I grow muscles, you know, like because you get like muscle memory. So now, pretty much for the rest of my life, like I just look at weights and I get buff. And
You don't
then,
have to lift weights anymore. Just look at them. It's funny.
yeah, for real, like it's like I don't really, yeah. So that's like a bonus. But the other thing is like when you get, like reach like your, you know, I mean that's not even my pinnacle, right? Like if I were anyhow, the point is that
Yeah, the later you can always do this, the better, because like the older you are, and you're like, I've never been in better shape than I am now. You know, that's a good feeling.
yeah, and like I never. The one thing I'm just really glad. One thing I'm really glad for doing it is I never experienced like there is something to be said for like just like being like so optimally healthy that you get high from it. And I've like you know what I mean. Like nobody ever told me that could happen, and just like having that experience, like it's really like something that you know, like it's like I'll never forget that. You know, it's a cool thing.
Yeah, but you're right, man. All that meat chewing on moose knuckles or whatever is you getting a lot of collagen. So sorry, you get a lot of collagen in your system. I think that that's tremendously super valuable. We don't really talk about it. I don't know. People don't really talk about it. But whatever. Some like after you're 35, you just basically stop producing like as much collagen as you did before. So you start, you know, fucking your knees hurt or whatever. It's like all these things start happening because yeah, you need to start eating more collagen. I guess nature figured out that you'd be able to like hunt your own animals by this time. It's like you could, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I just yeah, I think you're totally right. And I bet a lot of the stuff the like due to probably a lot of the processed foods and stuff we eat, I bet it just totally trash cans your collagen levels or makes it
Right.
hard to absorb or whatever, you know, and then there's all this all you know, here we are, we're like feeling crippled and we shouldn't. You know, the other thing is just like, dude, just like, oh, I'll tell you, like, dude, one of the best things, like, I cannot describe to you the health benefits of just sitting in the sauna. I could literally have the most stressed out, crappy, like, just, I want to freaking jump off the cliff. I just want to drive into the brick wall today. And, like, I could go sit in the sauna. And I swear, bro, like you go sit in the sauna for 20 minutes, sweat your fucking nuts off, like get a bunch of like just super filtered water filled up with like eucalyptus essential oil, dump that bottle in the rocks and like just get that and sit there and sweat your nuts off. And bro, I tell you, like you will come out and all I don't care what bullshit happened that day, you will be like, none of it makes a fuck. You're just like, oh, like it's all gone. It's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah, because sweat is urine, so we are detoxifying through the skin, right? Just push all that garbage out. 100%.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like that was I'm telling yes, exactly. Yeah, like you're totally yeah, what other way can you like circumvent your liver and kidneys from having to fucking sit there and filter out all the bullshit, all the bogus shit that we
Well,
you
a lot of people say like when you're laughing, you know, you're actually like you're putting you know it's well, just breathing, you know, breathing exercise you can detox. I play saxophone, so like after about 45 minutes of doing that, I'm like, whoa, I'm fucking tired. Like, but I feel like I've like blown out whatever was in my lungs. You know what I mean? I'm doing it with force and pressure. So I don't know.
You probably have to have a good set of lungs on you to play that instrument, huh?
Yeah, I don't know about
Kind
that.
of like playing the trumpet. Holy crap. You
I can.
you better have a pair of lungs on you to be able to push all the air through there.
You're making your mouth into this like a straw, like a. I don't know. It's not good for your brain. Real like like killer trumpet players, man. That's just like you just get an aneurysm from fucking trying to play this trumpet like when you're older. You know?
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
for
not
sure.
healthy because to reach the higher notes, there is no like octave, valve you hit. No, you just have to blow harder and harder and harder to get
There's
higher and
like I don't
higher and
know,
higher. It's
certain kind
ridiculous.
of mouthpiece, certain kind of trumpet you could cheat it, but like that's not most trumpet players. They're thinking they can will it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of notes I couldn't hit because you got to blow like a million miles an hour. I'm
But a
like,
lot of times, like but even like sometimes, I don't know. Maybe it's not what we want to do, but we get in a fucking. You just yell at fucking somebody. I don't know who knows what. You get in an argument, but like you feel like you've alleviated some amount of the toxins in your body. I don't know. Maybe sometimes you feel like you've acquired more, but anyway, it's just an example. Venting out the chemicals.
yeah. Speaking of which, I think it's vitally important to drink filtered water, and I don't mean just like filtered water, but like distilled water with added electrolytes, like maybe lime, some salts, something to rebalance the water because I think it's pretty pissed off when we strip everything out of there. The natural calcium, magnesium, all the electrolytes that balance it out. Because they say distilled water has a pH of 7, but then it has an affinity for everything. Like I think of it as in like brake fluid on a car, right? It's called hygroscopic, which that's just a fancy word for it wants to pull the moisture out of the environment. Like it
Oh,
has an affinity for it, which is why you should change it out every 3 years. But anyway, so you strip all the crap out of the water, and now it wants to pull everything from the environment into it, right? Like carbon and all that stuff. And I think that's what drives it to be acidic. If you're just like leave it out on the counter or something.
yeah, yeah. It's like electrically acidic, I guess.
Right, right. We call it pH, but like, I mean, if we just break it down, alkalinity means it has voltage, which voltage just means potential, an electrical potential, right? You give it an opportunity to do something, right? Whereas acidic is the opposite of that. It's the resistance, right? It's less potential, less voltage, right? And we are electrical beings, right? Electromagnetic beings.
The only place that it, like when you drink it and you swallow it, the minute that it hits your mouth, it's already mixing with your saliva. And then when it gets in your stomach, it's mixed with your stomach acid and whatever else is in there. So it's no longer, um, like, wouldn't that, I don't know, it just seems that would change the attribute of it where it's ready to just strip anything once it mixes with your saliva and your stomach acid.
Right. Well, I have talked to people who said that they've drank just distilled water with nothing added to it for months, like 5, 6 months, with no ill effects. I'm
I've
kind of
had friends that
surprised.
but pretty much everybody I know that's like, yeah, I'm drinking distilled water. And they keep doing it, and then a couple months go by, and then they're just talking, and I'm like, you're right? You feeling okay? I don't know. It's like thoughts get like way out there.
I don't know, man. I've never drank distilled water because I kind of learned my lesson with RO water, which is
I don't
reverse
like RO water.
osmosis.
I
Yeah,
don't do that
reverse
stuff.
osmosis water. I don't know what that's about, but I
That
got
makes
a
me go to sleep
5 stage
somehow.
one, and I didn't add anything to the water. I just drank just straight out of it. And let me tell you, like a week later, it felt like I was drinking battery acid. Like my throat was on fire. Like it felt like someone took a big lighter and just like put it up to my throat.
Oh, that's weird.
And my mouth and lips, like the inside of my mouth was like burning. I don't know what that was about, but I was like, enough of this thing. So I just tossed the whole thing out and just used regular carbon filters. But
Yeah, I think carbon block filters are like they provide water that actually tastes good.
yeah, I mean, you have to still use that with distillation because that gets
You
rid
can
of
just
your VOCs, your volatile organic compounds, which that's just a word for like it evaporates before the boiling point of water. So it will condense down with the distilled water, all the other garbage that's in tap water. So it's best to get rid of all that junk before you start distilling. So like a particle filter and 2 carbons or whatever, and then run it through your distiller, not just straight tap water. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
I don't know. It's just like it becomes like so much. It's like cooking. Like I got to cook my water now. Jeez.
Yeah. Supposedly UV lights, like it runs through a UV light. Supposedly that kills the bacteria. I don't know. I never used one.
I don't know. I'm drinking tap water right now, but I make coffee out of it. I use the coffee to purify it. Mm-hmm.
Would you buy water? Would you purchase a water system that had
Like some
multi stages in it, where one stage is cymatics and one stage is like a polysaccharide infusion, and another stage is mineral infusion? And
how much
they
is
have
that?
those systems that remineralize the water. Yeah.
I just take minerals. I just take them. I take a couple pills of something every day. I just have like a bunch of pills. Yeah.
Like you were saying that the distilled water mixes with our saliva and gastric juices or whatever you want to call it, bile, and all that stuff, and stomach and all that. Well, what I was gonna
and
say
salts
is
too,
that
as long as you had enough of the bile
right.
salts.
What I was gonna say is that for anything to be bioavailable to the body, it has to be at 8.4 pH. Like how true that is, I'm not sure, but that's basically what the new biology also states is that it has to be the right pH level for it to be usable to the body. And I was like,
Yeah, back to that polarity.
Yeah. So it has to have a certain electrical potential for the body to be like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll use this.
Well, like, what about like? I mean, I heard like vitamin D is better if it's like microencapsulated around some kind of lipid or whatever, or if lipid is micro. What? Anyway, what the fuck?
What is?
Vitamin D.
Ah.
So, yeah, because then your body can just like store it as like a fat and then burn it later, kind of thing.
So it's fat soluble, is what you're saying?
I guess well, anything well, yeah, just making a vitamin into something that is fat soluble is, I don't know, just a way to make it bioavailable.
Encased in fat, that way it'll store it, and then when your body consumes the fat, it breaks the fat down, and boom, there's your vitamin D.
Something like that, yeah. Yep. All right.
Isn't it vitamin D like really rare in nature? I think it's a seaweed and like a few other things.
I don't know.
Well,
Am I even talking about the
plant-based
vitamin
sources rather?
Unless it was like vitamin C, but I don't see why that I would have gone through the trouble to think that, since vitamin C seems like it's pretty soluble anyway.
Oh yeah.
I think if you get your I think if you get your basic fundamental elements, that the body can probably produce what it needs to out of them. It's just making sure that you have all of those things, and none of those are in balance, and you're not putting things that negate any of those or strip any of those or render them ineffective. Like, you know,
Oh yeah.
I wonder, like, it got me thinking when Gio says the heart produces gold. I wonder what needs to be present in order for the heart to do that. Like, I would want to make sure I had plenty of that, and I don't know what that is, but I'm curious to find out. Anybody knows?
Like, we don't really know how gold happens, so it's a tough one.
That piece of chicken's it's still getting softer, but it's been what 5 hours now.
There's other like enzymes and stuff too that I think are hanging out in your stomach.
Right. Like
Or actually, you know what?
that's
Just the enzyme, yeah. Because if you just
yeah,
take
yeah.
like something like a Jolly Rancher and like wet it with water, it's different than if you put it in your mouth and then put it back down on the wrapper. Like one will
Jolly Rancher. Yeah, I get what you're
well,
saying.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm thinking back to grade school here. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm glad you said that. Like
almond seeds, it has to mix with your saliva.
Foods have digestive enzymes in them, but when they are heated above 118 degrees Fahrenheit, they begin to degrade, and they'll eventually all die off. So then, when that happens, for that to be bioavailable, our body has to create metabolic digestive enzymes. So really, what's happening is our body has to expend energy to get energy, right? To be able to break it down, to be able to use it. And then that begs the question: why are we one out of millions of species on this earth that cook our food? Like, how come we are the only ones who do that? Right?
Yeah, did the first man cook what he ate? What did the first man eat? And were there civilizations that were eating raw meat? I don't know. Like, they probably figured there's probably, I mean, they probably started getting ill from other things like, parasite. I don't know. It just makes me wonder. That right there is, like, I think the only way anyone would ever know is to actually do it and see how it goes. But it's so hard to get, pure meat. You can't just go out here to the store and buy, meat out of the store and eat it raw. And most of, what you get out in the wild, if you eat it raw, it's probably going to be full of parasites. But are there other things that they were consuming that would, naturally prevent the parasites or rid the parasites as they would get the parasites? Like, I don't know. Seems like there was a balance somewhere that we're missing. Probably has a lot to do with the salts of the earth. Back to the salts again.
Salts. We need lots of salt. The CDC and all your organizations, they're trying to tell us, don't consume more than 4 grams of salt a day, like the CDC. And the doctor's like, how much sodium are you consuming? Are you consuming too much salt? But then we get really sick, and like, what's the first thing that they shove a bag of intravenously in our veins? Sodium.
Saline solution, yeah.
Yeah, saline, sodium chloride. 0.9% sodium chloride. Like, someone is losing ground here. Well, which is it? Do we need salt or do we not? Right, so I consume about anywhere between 12 and 14 grams of salt a day. And I feel great. I just get it out of the way in the morning to start the day off.
Yeah, and it's different. Like these bioplasm salts, when I started taking those, if it says to take 3 per day, but if I take 3 per day, I'm sweating salt. Like I'm feeling little gritty granules of salt when I sweat. Now, and that's 3 of those tablets. So I really don't do 3, but I do 2 if I can remember them. But at least at the minimum 1. And even then, sometimes I can feel it. But then, and I was just talking about this yesterday too, to someone. But then when I go, if I go in here and I get Himalayan salt or just simple table salt, but I don't use simple table salt. I use Himalayan salt. So, but if I get the Himalayan salt and I consume it all day long, like I can consume 10 times the amount that's in these little bioplasm salts, and I will never ever sweat it out like that. Like I'll never feel it on my skin when I sweat. That only happens with the bioplasm salts. So there's definitely a difference. And I don't know what that means for the Himalayan, if that's good or bad for it. I mean, it's probably better than the table salt, but I'm not so sure that, it may be a good source of some minerals, but it's still not the same as the bioplasm salts. It's definitely something different.
Good to know. Well, I mean, look, like if we just drink water all day and we go outside and sweat our balls off, well, anybody knows that if they get enough sweat to where it beads off and lands in our eyeball, that burns really bad, right? It's all the salt that we sweat out. It's like, well, I mean, we sweat all this salt out. We might want to replenish it, right? Yeah, like I worked in Houston for years, and it would rain every other day, subtropical weather. The humidity would be sky high. You'd sweat all day, and it would barely cool you off because it was so moisture laden, right? If we can't evaporate, then our cooling system's not very effective. The moral of the story is I would just drink water only, like 2 gallons a day, and just sweat it all out. And I even urinate once, or maybe once, maybe. And I almost passed out a few times, and a lot of people would just shrug it off. Oh, that was a heat stroke. It's like, well, yeah, I probably was overheating, but at the same time, I was low on electrolytes. I was low on salt because I just sweat it all out, right?
When you sweat, what are you cleaning out? Your endocrine system? Is it endocrine? I'm just wondering because you know how if you play sports, or for me it was anyway. My experience was that, and this is all the time. It always happened. It's you start feeling fatigued and wore out and tired. But if my face, once I get hot enough to sweat, my face will turn red. And it's like the coach always knew when to put, like when I was ready. He would have me to warm up until my face turned red. Because if my face wasn't red, then I wasn't ready yet. And when I would start sweating and my face would get red, it's like I would catch the second wind. And I wonder if that's why, because it was, getting to that sweating point, at the point that you start sweating. And once you start sweating, it breaks open I guess maybe, I wonder if it could be considered breaking a seal. But anyway, it's like it breaks open your endocrine system and lets it start releasing and detoxifying, and then boom, there you have, your second wind.
I wonder why we sweat salt. If we need it so much, why are we sweating it out? What's that about? It's just because it's already like in our body, it just like comes out with it. Like you would think that the body would just would hold on to it if it needed it.
Well, it
Reserve,
being,
you know.
yeah, I'm assuming it's excess, but it may not be excess because if you think about it, like if it's a conductor, it's like a conductive material, a substance that's going to help, electrical sparks. It's going to help your body be conductive and have the electrical function within it that it needs. And without it, maybe it's not sufficient in its electrical function. You know what I mean? And maybe that's just showing, and that's just proof and evidence that in all the fluids within your body, that's where the salt is, and it just so happens you're just going to sweat it out. When you sweat, it's going to be there too, but it's going to be everywhere, and
Right.
like everywhere where there's
we
fluids.
are salt, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much life is freaking salt, as crazy as that sounds. Because that's the electroconductivity between our cells, right? It's everything. So I guess that's just the form of function, right? It's just how our bodies work. You just sweat it out with the toxins or whatever we want to call urine, because apparently there's urine therapy that I just found out about yesterday. That's a thing.
Oh my gosh. Dude, I don't know about that. I never would even let myself try it because think about it. It just seems so absurd and crazy to me.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like if your body could have used it, it's really that your body's flushing out all the toxins in your
Right.
waste. Your poo and your urine is coming out of your body because it doesn't need what's in it. It's getting rid of it. There's like to put it back in your body is absurd to me.
Right.
Totally absurd to me.
You know, I think we should be shitting green. We should be having green turds, not brown.
I don't know. I
Brown
hear when they,
brown turds, that's red blood cells. You know, because everybody's bled before, right? When it dries, it doesn't dry red; it dries brown, right? So that's what gives our feces a brown color. It's from, because we produce something like 3 million red blood cells a second. It's like some obscene amount. And
well,
so
old wives tell.
so red blood cells are created, and they're also, flushed out as well.
Old wives' tale was, I don't know that it's even a wives' tale, but an old saying was that if your poo is green, that means you have a cold. And that has pretty much been the case my entire life, unless I'm eating something like taking chlorophyll supplement, because I do have chlorophyll when I take it, but I don't even know that it is green when I do that. It might be if I take too much or something. But like if it's green,
If you eat enough vegetables, you'll have green turds. Believe me.
okay, I'll take your word for it.
Dark green, like kale, spinach, chard, all that good stuff.
I wonder what makes it green, because that was a thing. Like I remember growing up, my grandma would say that, and that would be the case if, it would have like a green color to it, and she always said that if it's green, and that means you've got a cold working out of you.
Interesting. Never heard that one. But I also heard the argument that we're not supposed to be eating plants because they release like a stress hormone or something. Kind of like when we mow the grass. You know how the smell of cut grass is extremely pungent. You're like, oh man, like someone's mowing their yard, and you could smell that from like a block away. And it's like the grass releasing a signal to the other plants around as a distress signal. And they were saying that process can interfere with nutrient absorption and all this stuff, and that we shouldn't be eating plants. That we should really be eating animals to eat the plants, because something occurs during the digestive process of the animal that eliminates that issue. Is what I'm getting at from it. I might be screwing this all
Yeah,
up.
cows are supposed to
But
break what it eats down into something that makes it beneficial for us, and we don't have like our system, our stomachs won't do it.
what I find interesting is I was like,
Uh,
do cows exist in nature? Like, do they naturally coexist? Or is that like a human creation like a lot of animals? Because I think they're from Buffalo, if I'm not mistaken. They have been selectively bred for millennia. Cattle are derived from the now extinct Aurora. I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that. Bos taurus that lived in Eurasia and Africa. The last ones that died was in 1627.
See, okay, so they say that about grass. Okay, grass, when they look into it, it releases that stress. But is that the case for all plants? Because uh, they act, plants will behave differently. Like different plants will behave differently. Yeah, they may communicate with one another, but could it be that there's just certain plants that we're not supposed to eat, and therefore those plants perhaps may do that, while the plants that we are supposed to eat, maybe they don't do that? I don't know.
I guess that
I'd,
begs the question, is there evidence that proves that this communication between plants has any negative effect on us getting the nutrients from them? You know what I mean?
say what? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying that that by plants giving off, you know how plants can communicate to each other, kind of like
Yeah.
warning other plants that, hey, we're being cut down over here. Like,
Yep.
does that have an effect on us getting the nutrients from those plants? I guess that would be the next question.
Well, and then it stands to question, like, if you weren't cutting it and you were talking to it and caring for it, and you actually tended to it, and it knows you, and you pluck a leaf and eat it, would it release that stress hormone? Maybe that's why we're supposed to, like, practice husbandry. You know what I mean? Like to the land and to the animals.
So what you're saying is for us to coexist with the world instead of the other way around.
Yeah, don't consume anything that doesn't know you, I guess. Like, raise the plants yourself, talk to the plants, or even if you don't want to be a weirdo who talks to the plants, if you think it's weird to talk to plants, you don't have to be the weirdo that does it. Right? But just uh, thoughts that you have, like, because it has been shown that they even know our thoughts. So thoughts of burning them, and they'll do that same thing. So, um, yeah, maybe we're not supposed to eat plants or any food that doesn't know us. Maybe we're supposed to have a relationship with what we eat before we eat it. Pure speculation.
No, I like it. I like that because you're thinking in a way that I've never thought of before. I never thought of that myself.
Me neither. This combo kind of, I've never thought of it either. But, it would explain, like, a lot of the dogma around a lot of the older, I don't even know if I want to call it dogma, a lot of the older wives' tales, um, and ideas of, being one with everything, or not just being, it would explain why that would matter, and, you know, tending to your own field, why that would be important. It would explain why that would be important, why it would, why they're wanting to provide it all for us, so because we have no idea. We have no idea what happens to it before we get it. You can have some idea of some things, but not. Yeah, that would explain some of the old ways a lot more.
I think this all comes down to there are a lot of things that we just don't know about ourselves and nature and the world around us. There's a lot that we don't know that we think we know, right? We're told that we're the smartest beings on this earth, and that we got it all figured out. I don't really see it that way. Like I've heard of that many times, how people say that they're really nice to their plants and it benefits them in one way or another, as opposed to like being in a really bad mood and screaming, or doing something negative, right? Like there's some, like, they are more sentient than we give them credit for, right? All life,
Oh
regardless
yeah.
of what it is, even if it's just a stupid plant that can't really defend for itself very well, other than like chemicals, right? Oh, that was another thing that they were mentioning, that they produce a lot of chemicals as a survival, or a like a defense mechanism. And the first thing that comes to my mind is caffeine and nicotine, right? That's because those substances are very impactful for like insects, because their body mass is like a drop in the ocean compared to us, right? We have much higher body mass, so we have to consume a very large amount to even feel the effects of it. Well, to be able to perceive and be like, oh, I'm getting a buzz from caffeine or nicotine. Right? It takes a decent amount.
Yeah, when I first started, it was immediate, but now I don't think I can't consume enough of either of those to actually feel an effect off of it. I feel the effect when I don't have it. Yeah.
Right, it's more of a craving. Yeah. So like I asked earlier, like, is there a physical addiction that is beneficial to us, right? Other than like the obvious, like water, right? Like we get a physical addiction, right? Well, not a physical addiction, but like a craving, right? We get dehydrated, our mouth dries out, and we get thirsty, right? So I guess we could say we have a physical addiction to water, because it's kind of required for life, right? It's like a no-brainer. You know what I mean? So, like, what
Money.
else? Money. Gotta have more money.
Hey,
You grow on trees.
yeah, for sure. Hey, you know how they always talk about like the ground doesn't have earth, the ground. Yeah, or yeah, the ground doesn't have enough minerals, and like they're always like,
Yeah.
yeah, like the plants they don't have. So dude, okay, so check it out. There's this gardening technique. It's a German. It's called Hugel culture, and they would bury like at the bottom they would bury like stumps and then branches smaller all the way up to the leaves. That was like underground, and then they'd plant on top. And granted, like Germany probably has like really rich soil, blah blah blah. But I was thinking about it. You know what? It's so freaking brilliant, because if you think about the tree is just like all the stuff it mined from the ground, and those roots are going like way far down there and mining all the minerals. And then when you break them down and use the trees to plant in, I bet you get a lot of those minerals.
So what are you talking about? Like, take a tree that's right, because like the tree we see above ground is about how big the root system is underground usually. So are you saying like cut the tree down and plant and put whatever we're gardening inside of the trunk, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, no, so Hugel culture, what the Germans would do is they would like dig a trench basically and like bury logs and it'd have to be like, you wouldn't have to necessarily go and cut down the tree. It could be a tree that already fell down, but they would they would bury it and then plant on top of it. And then and yeah, I just was like thinking, I don't know. I'm sorry, I've been making pies and stuff. I was just kind of listening to you guys a little bit. I thought I would.
No. I've actually never heard of this. So it's basically organic plant matter buried in the ground, like a tree or whatever, and then put the plants above that.
Yeah. So they would bury. Yeah, it's here. I'll post the thing. But yeah, it's called Hugel culture, and so they would make a Hugel mound. You would still dig down into the ground and you would put like stumps and stuff, like the bigger parts of the tree, like the trunk and all that. And then you would like stack it with like branches, like the bigger branches towards the bottom and then the smaller ones up towards the top, and then like the leaves. And then, you got like a good like 6-8 inches of soil on top of it, and then they would plant into the soil, and then the roots would grow down into the decomposing tree. And I just was thinking, man, how genius is that really? Because that tree mined all those minerals from way down,
Right.
and then brought them up to the surface, and then you would plant in it and probably recoup the minerals.
I like it. I like it a lot. Well, have you ever heard of this one? That we are supposed to defecate 24 hours after each meal. So, for instance, if we eat 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that we're supposed to defecate 3 times the next day, like clockwork. You eat, you know. Have you ever heard that? As opposed to just once a day from 3 meals?
So you're supposed to poop a bunch.
Yeah. Like once every time you eat. So if you eat 4 times a day, so that'd be 4 times per day.
Otherwise, you're always full of shit.
Right? Food in, food out. Because I've had someone say otherwise, and then so I asked the question, well, if that's not the case, then how does that work, right? I'm thinking it's just like a cycle, right?
You
And
know
if
what
it
I've
stops
wondered?
at one place, you eat 3 times at different times, and then you only defecate once the next day. Doesn't that mean that's like a slight form of constipation?
How do we know that that one time isn't the waste from all those 3 times combined? I mean, I don't know. Like, how would we know how much? I guess the only
Well,
way.
I mean, it really depends on what diet I'm eating, right? Like, it depends on what I'm eating. Depends on, how many times I poop.
You want to hear a really silly idea that I had once, and I'm still not over it. I still want to find out if it's the case. It's because I'm suspicious, and I think it could be the case, and there's a reason why I think this, because so I had some concrete steps at the back door where I did live, and I had these vines that would grow across them, and when I would be late, cutting the weeds down and weed eating and stuff, vines would go up and crawl up and crawl over the steps. Now, if I let it go long enough, and it's like the back part there was no, it was in this V cut, right? So it made the house made like a L shape, and right there in the corner in the inside corner of that V, that's where the back door was, and so the steps were right there. So the wind didn't like blow a lot across the steps, and there wasn't a lot of dust. It was kind of that portion was kind of down a little bit further than in the front. And my whole point to saying that was that I don't think it was blown. It was dust that was collecting. But what happened made me think of this is and I'm a water dog. I play in the water a lot, so it's like I'll spray things, I'll clean things. I love to clean things outside because I just like using water. But anyway, so I would clean my back porch and clean my steps off, and those vines would be growing across my step, and I would just spray around them and spray over them because I would have intentions of later cutting them down anyway. But I wouldn't be that concerned about them when I'm just spraying the steps off. So I'd spray the steps off with water, and then a few days later go back, and on these vines, they would have like little roots trying to come out from them. And around the tips of the roots and in little different nodal points on the roots, there would be like little tiny balls of dirt that would be stuck to it. And I would actually, it wouldn't spray off. Like I would have to spray it and actually take my finger and rub it off. And I knew that it didn't even have roots there the last time that I saw it. So is dirt plant poop? Like, did that vine grow roots and then just like where it's eating and getting nutrition, is it poop? Is it producing dirt? Is dirt plant poop?
Dirt is plant. It's definitely plants.
No, that sounds silly. Go ahead.
Dirt is poop. I mean, it's like as animal poop. I mean, it's definitely plant dead body. But I think the plants do poop kind of, but they do it out of their roots.
Well, that was coming out of the root. And I know it's funny. It's okay. You can laugh over it because I laugh over it when I think about it. And every time I can't even talk about it without laughing. But seriously, it's like I sprayed it off. It didn't have any roots. And then when the roots started coming out, they were like little tiny speckled balls of dirt stuck to the root. And there was no dirt there. So
What?
I don't know.
You guys want to hear another crazy idea I had?
Go for it.
Have you ever heard of 3D ocean farming?
3D ocean? No.
Yeah, it's like okay, so you can grow kelp. Or this is how I know global warming's not real. Or if it is, or this is how I know global warming's not real. And this is how I know liberal people aren't trying to fix it. So there's this guy, I forget his last name, Bren, he's a fisherman, but Dr. Charles Yarish is anyhow this other guy, and they studied a kelp farm. So basically you could grow kelp on long lines, and when you long line kelp seeds, you can hang like baskets for shellfish and drop like clam bags at the bottom. And so anyhow, you make this like multi-tiered ocean farm that's like kelp and shellfish all the way down to the ocean floor. And it's super amazing because it oxygenates the ocean, like the nitrogens and all the stuff, all the runoff from from like rivers and like tributaries, like when they dump out, it makes these huge like phytoplankton blooms and stuff. And then they die, and then when they die, it robs oxygen molecules from the water, and so it makes these like dead zones, and anyhow, it's a big fucking mess. And all you have to do is set up these like ocean farms. So anyhow, but I just thought what's cool about them is they do all this environmental service, and they actually can make a lot of money off them too. Obviously, I think it's like whatever, it's a lot of money. But what's really cool is those kelp. Oh, the other thing is the kelp absorbs 5 times more CO2 than any land-based plant. So like literally you couldn't even grow. There's nothing that you could grow in dirt that would absorb as much CO2. And it's like the 5 times faster growing. Anyhow, whatever. It's a fucking amazing. But dude, you could totally like imagine if like you had a bunch of those kelp farms going. Oh, and they also act as an artificial reef. So because little baby fish can hide in it. So then anyhow, it's really cool for that too. And the mussels clean the water. But we could be growing a ton of kelp and making soil, and the kelp has like all the minerals. So like not only would you be like doing an environmental service, which you would be good to fucking clean and help bolster fish populations. It's obviously be good. But you can make soil with the kelp. But of course we don't do that because we're just ran by a bunch of parasites. But I think that would be a cool thing. Like, I think people should start knowing about that more.
Yeah, I agree. That I don't know that there's anything that would cause damage dying in the ocean. It seems like a natural process that would be necessary. Like if it's something that belongs in the ocean and it dies, I don't know that it would cause any. So what damage are they causing, like with the sonar in the oceans? I mean, us as humans, we're not supposed to be within a certain proximity, of them if they're using them, because it could cause us damage. So, what kind of damage is it when they use them in the oceans? Are they causing to all the life in the ocean when they use sonar? And another thing is to the liberals not really wanting to fix climate change. They're just mindlessly going along because they're brainwashed and they're doing what they think they're expected to do so that they can seem virtuous. Because if anybody was really concerned about the climate being out of whack, then they would put a stop to all the climate engineering and the ionospheric heaters. Like those are producing more changes in the climate than anything. Like we have our natural cycles we go through, but those things are causing more damage than anything we're doing.
Yeah, that's so true. I love that. If they were worried about global warming, they'd stop the geoengineering.
I think we should hijack it. We should hijack the climate change movement and say no to climate change. Stop geoengineering. Stop HARP, ionospheric heaters. Just say no, and then hijack their climate movement.
Yeah.
I think it's complete nonsense. Kind of like we inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. I think that's complete bullshit.
Wait,
Why
what?
do you think so?
I know that plants eat CO2 because when I grow weed and I crank the CO2 up, they get fucking big.
Oh yeah, plants love CO2.
Yeah, I've seen
Crack.
that.
I think that's so funny. They're like, CO2. It's gonna be so bad. It's like, do you know what? Have you ever grown weed? Like, do you know the first upgrade? So funny.
Carbon reuptake administered cycled kinetics crack. Like, I don't know, I was thinking of a word for
Oh,
crack.
I was looking up something last night, and I don't know how this came up, but they were talking. Remember in the mid '90s? I don't know how old you are. I imagine most of you are old enough to remember this, but remember when DuPont's patent ran out on R12 refrigerant? They were like, "Oh, CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. They put a hole in the ozone layer, and we have to ban CFCs, right?" When it just
Yes.
so happens that DuPont's patent ran out on R12, which is you guessed it, a CFC.
I know, dude. Yeah, it's like,
It's complete nonsense, man.
yeah, dude. Every year they have some fucking. I'm sorry to cuss. Cuss like a sailor. Anyhow, every year they have some, or it seems like every decade they have some new crisis. Like,
Global warming.
yeah, just put
Global
in.
cooling.
Yeah, that's right. First it started. It was going to be an ice age, and then it was whatever. They just like it's just a new lie, a new tax scheme, or some money, whatever. Every
Well,
decade.
I know what it is. It's a it's like the little cat toy, little jingly thing with a stick. It's got a little metal ball and a little metal thing, and it goes ding ding ding. You jingle it. It's like that with a cat. You're distracting him. You're flailing around. He looks in that direction. That's what they're trying to do. They're distracting us, making us look the other way. Right? Oh, it's your fault. You're the reason why the earth is going to shit, right? Global warming, we're all going to die from heat, because all the crap in the what do you call it? Oh my god, I can't believe I hate when that happens. This the stratosphere or the what do you call those? There's a stratosphere, there's the ionosphere, the you know what I mean?
Mesosphere, I think. Or, I don't know. I don't remember all the different layers, but I'm following
Yeah,
you.
like it's blocking the heat in, right? The sun energy can come in, but it can't escape, and we're all like frogs in frogs in water, and we're slowly being boiled alive, right? It's all our fault, right? While all these huge corporations, DuPont, Monsanto, they're the ones who's polluting the environment, not us. Oh, we're using internal combustion engines. We need the EPA to just squeeze the balls of the ICE engine more and more every year, so that they need more smog and emission regulations so that they run worse. They pollute. They just it's what am I getting at here? They're trying to put the blame on us. That's what this is all about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't pay attention to us when we're the ones dumping all the toxic shit down the rivers that killed all the fish and all the wildlife. Too many people raised up arms. So what do? They put the fluoride in the municipal water supply, which is not just fluoride. It's actually it's
Waste
much more
product from
complicated.
aluminum
It's like
production.
this crazy compound, right? From the fertilizer industry. It's the same thing. They're just putting the blame on us, like we're the ones to blame, right? That's all
Isn't
it
it
is.
a byproduct from a waste byproduct that we purchase from China from the massive aluminum production?
Yeah,
Or at least
that,
that's what
and
I heard.
it's especially the fertilizer industry, because if you look at what all is in the ground, it's a lot of it is aluminum, and a lot of it is fluorine, right? So this is like super, super toxic stuff. Fluorine gas can etch glass. Like it's stupid corrosive. It's so electronegative. It's like it's basically, you know, I don't know how much we want to believe the periodic table of contents, but it's yeah, it's pretty bad stuff. It's a halide, like chlorine, fluorine, bromine, and there's one other one. Anyway,
Yeah, halogen,
yeah,
iodine.
yeah, they're called halides, but yeah, this stuff is so toxic that they have to pay to get rid of it. So what do? They started a they started a campaign saying that, oh, it prevents tooth decay, right? And in the 1920s, it was like this huge lobbying. They spent so much money lobbying for fluoride in the water.
And
Fluoridated
in
water,
fact, it causes fluorosis of the teeth.
yeah, if you consume too much of it, yeah, you'll end up with like these yellow spotted teeth. Right,
Well, and
because what happens is it acts like calcium, right? It's kind of like the fermented hops that's in beer. It acts like estrogen in the body, but it's not actually estrogen, but it's a key that fits into the estrogen receptors, right? It's kind of
that was
like
one of the
how psilocybin mushrooms work, right? It acts like serotonin, but it's really not, and that's why we trip balls. But anyway,
yeah. That was one of the truths that Alex Jones mixed in with a lot of, you know, his information that he put out when he had Dr. Group on, and he was talking about it because I didn't know anything about it, and I remember it just made so much sense, you know, that they're the four halogens, and your thyroid can't distinguish between from one halogen to another. So if it's exposed to a lot of a wrong halogen, it'll absorb it and it's not looking for another one. So when you expose it to iodine, it won't even absorb it. So you have to like totally remove that from your diet before you introduce the proper amount of iodine to your diet because it just won't, you know, it won't be looking to attract it because it'll be full of a halogen, but it'll be the wrong kind.
and the best part is it's not just fluoride. It's like this. It's a lot of crap in there. I forget what it's called, but that's bad news. I mean, it does make people docile, right? Complacent. That's exactly what they want, right? So forcing, you know, they're force medicating people by the water supply of a element that is not essential to life, right? So
That's so true, man.
if you put it like
Yeah,
that, it's like what's really going on?
for sure. Hey, what are your guys' take on Doctor Group?
Well, like that information, I felt like that information was good information. I don't know. I didn't really follow him for a long time. When I quit watching Alex Jones, like I didn't follow him and look into a lot of the other things that he was saying, just simply because, you know, uh, Alex Jones being controlled opposition. And you know when he did too, you know when he switched, because he used to call out a certain group of people all the time, and then he switched and just started blaming Russia and China. And we all know that these nations, none of these nations are going against one another. That they're all, like all the leaders of all these nations are on the same team. They go and gather together at Davos and decide what propaganda they're going to put upon their people the next year, the following year, what kind of agendas and operations they're going to, you know, carry out and implement. They agree upon this stuff and then they push it upon the people. So blaming one nation or another nation, it's like it's just a finger pointing game. So now if when someone does that, it's like I automatically just stop listening to him. That's kind of like what I did with him. So I don't really know what else Dr. Group has said? Is there anything specific that you're referring to as far as information that he's had?
No. I just was wondering. He like because I liked listening to him. I was like, oh wow, like I wonder. I mean, when I would hear his stuff, I was like, huh, that's pretty cool. But I don't know. He's probably just trying to make money. I don't really know. But I definitely think you're 100% accurate on how much of a stage it is. Like, just one comment, Alan from Space Audits. I don't know if you guys have seen his laser interferometry stuff. It's awesome. But Alan was like, "Yeah, we're in this proxy war with Russia, right?" But it's all good. It's all good at the space station. We're all up there drinking each other's pee.
Oh, Russia and China are getting ready to launch an ISS South Pole. Know about that?
Ooh.
Did you hear about that? Or I don't know. Maybe it's just like they just float bullshit articles, and we're supposed to think that they could happen. I don't know.
But as far as doctors are concerned, what my moral radar looks for is the smear campaign that's going against them, to whether or not that's like kind of how I gauge if they're worth me looking into them to begin with, right? Because if they have no one attacking them, then I don't see them as flying close enough to the sun for me to waste my time looking into them, right?
And as far as go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going to say.
Well, as far as Dr. Group goes, he's a doctor, and Alex Jones, like I look at this too. I've just never had I've never had to make that decision since then. Like his information and him himself has not been put in front of me to where I had to decide whether or not to listen to what he said or not listen to what he said. So I've not really consciously made that decision. But I look at it like this: Alex Jones has people on his show, and to sell his product, he needed a doctor that was he has this product he wants to sell, and there is some legitimacy to the things that he was saying. Dr. Group is a doctor. It's just like we know how big pharma is, but it doesn't mean that all of these doctors that go to school and they're taught these protocols and this and that and other, and they get into the medical field and then they start treating their patients. And they open up their PDR and physician's desk reference and they look to see what's in it. That's what they were trained to do. I don't blame the doctors. For the most part, doctors mean and intend to do good. I believe this is why they get into the money helps a lot because they make bukus of money too. But I'm just saying, for the most part, I don't think that they have bad intention. They're just following what they taught, and they think and they believe that they're doing what's right for the most part. So it's I don't hold it against the doctors per se, unless it's a doctor that does have knowledge and is aware and has been shown these things and then continues to choose to do it for the money and for the greed. That would be when I would, so as far as Dr. Group goes, I'm thinking he's a doctor, but he does work for the World Health Organization.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'd immediately write that off right there. Tells me everything I need to know.
Or at least they did then. I mean, I don't know if he's got a different employer now, but so it's not like how much you want to trust, maybe if you could corroborate his information or whatever, but it's more of his employer, I guess you could say. And depending on whether or not it's a controversial topic, too, there's a lot that goes into the discernment.
All the money is in the mainstream narrative of the WHO, following what the CDC says, the FDA, and all these organizations. Because if you claim that something treats, cures, or prevents a disease, well, you have to run it by the FDA and you have to get approval by them. Whereas if they don't approve it, you have to put that disclaimer, because if you don't, they'll have the goon squad come raid your house and completely destroy your life, potentially sue you for almost $1 billion, kill your friends and family. Like, it is no joke. Like, to go against a mainstream narrative is, you know, these doctors that are really speaking out of, like, of what I think is really going on, like what like really good knowledge that is somehow a threat to the mainstream narrative, right? Because the pharma industry has they have trillions of dollars on the line, right? Like, I look at it as there's no money in people being healthy, right? So if we educate people on what is really healthy, I see that as a threat to the establishment, right? And that's why they do these things, right? I've seen it time and time again. They speak out about all this, and I'm like, whoa, it's a lot more serious than I initially thought.
You know how I knew that something was getting ready to go down in terms of a bioweapon? Because they had a lot of times the easiest way to tear someone down is to first lift them up. Lift them up to the highest place. That way it's easy to knock them off of it. When you knock them off of it, they'll plummet and fall hard. That's why I'm really resistant to when, someone tries to, I guess, ever lift me up or put me up on any kind of stage or pedestal or whatever. It's like I never did like it, never did feel comfortable. And just learning to take compliments is something that I've had to work on. And this is something that they do, like with and that's what they did with. You can see it happen all the time if you pay attention. I knew it was going to be something to do with the bioweapon, and I knew something was coming down the pipe because the CDC, and rest in peace, Timothy Cunningham. It's like there wasn't enough talk about him when it happened and about what happened. I think it's like everything else. It's the 8 seconds of interest that you'll have, 8 seconds of your attention, and then boom, something else has got your attention and you forget about it. That's exactly what happened. He was promoted, Timothy Cunningham, CDC promoted him to the head of the CDC, and he was a known whistleblower. And you're like, why would they put a known whistleblower at the head of the CDC? And then there was these claims that afterwards, his friends, family, and neighbors, like there were messages he was telling them, like he had found something after about 2 weeks. He had discovered something that really turned his world upside down, and he was so uneasy about it. He was talking to his neighbors, talking to his friends, and then I think he was the head of the CDC for like 2 months, maybe, if that, maybe 6 weeks, something around that time. And then he came up missing, and he was missing for like another, say, month and a half to 2.5 months, somewhere around that. And then the next thing you know, they found him dead, or they claimed they found him dead, said he committed suicide, jumped off a bridge or some crap like that. But before he did, before he did though, he was contacting his neighbors and his friends and telling them to delete any and remove any contact information they had in their phones that had to do with him. Remove him from their contacts and any communications that they'd had. He had told them to just, for their own safety. So he was concerned about something, and he was frantic about something, trying to get attention drawn to something, and he was gathering information, and then he just turned up missing.
Yeah, there's a lot of controlled opposition, quote unquote, whistleblowers. They're all over the place. I find them all the time. Matter of fact, I found one just
Hey, what? You went mute.
They got him.
Oh no, they got him.
I think I'm back now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't know how much of that you heard, but there's a lot of controlled opposition, quote unquote, whistleblowers. I see them all the time. They're everywhere. As a matter of fact, I just found one that just the other day on the jab, right? He was speaking out about, what's in the jab and all this stuff, and then he just ended up missing, right? And he's like speaking out. He's like, they're trying to kill me and all this stuff on Odysee and Rumble, and then he disappeared. And I looked into him. Man, it's not real. There's a lot of
Yeah.
whistleblowers out there that we think, oh well, talking about, oh, they're gonna kill me if something happens to me, this and that, and then they just disappear. Yeah, some of them, that is true, but there is also ones that are controlled opposition, right? Because I looked into it and I was just like, man, this does not add up at all.
Yeah, there's a lot here.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're getting real slick with this controlled opposition, man. Like they've duped me several times, but I kind of feel like I've kind of learning my lesson. Learn my lesson eventually. I mean, it's gotten to the point to where I dismiss a lot of things unless I can prove it myself of if something actually happened. To not just immediately jump on the bandwagon, oh, this and that, and just parrot everything that the media is saying.
It's the only way to do
truth
it.
movement or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise
It
you're a
really is.
fool.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, you just. I don't know. You just got to be. You got to be skeptical of everything, and unless you can try to do it or prove it, or you just got to accept the fact that you just don't know.
Right. I kind of feel like we're all like afraid of not knowing something. Like everyone has to feel like they know everything just by reading something. It's kind of like school and university and colleges. Right? Like for instance, I went to automotive school, right? But I also, basically learned a lot, from my father because he was a mechanic as well. So I picked up a lot from him and actually got some friends into it as well. Or two of them in fact. And basically like to say that, oh, I went to school or university as if, and then that's like the first thing that comes out of people's mouths. It's like, well, I went to automotive school, so I know what I'm talking about. It's like, then you just come off as like, hey, I identify with going to college or a university or whatever. And it's like you realize that we can learn so much more being self-taught, right? And even if we did go to university or whatever, all that proves is that we can be spoon-fed knowledge and be able to retain it and regurgitate it in a lab environment. It's like that doesn't prove a damn thing. And to prove my point, is one of the friends that I got is actually an old childhood friend. I've known him since he was 3 years old, and I got him to working on cars, and he went to the same school I did. And when he had graduated from there, he put the upper radiator hose on backwards, like it's like a S shape, but it's longer on one side than the other. And ended up the belt rubbed a hole in it. It blew the engine because it overheated, obviously. And then what really sealed the deal was he put a car on an alignment rack, to align the wheels. Ended up driving it off the lift up in the air somehow, and it came crashing down. It hit the ground so hard it pushed the toolbox into the wall and like messed up the wall. Like if somebody was standing in there, they would have been done. They would have been Dunskies. That's a wrap. It's like just because we went through this Like it was a very thorough school. I mean, they taught me a lot. I was like, wow, that was actually a pretty decent school because I've been to 2 other ones prior. It's like just because we went to school doesn't really mean anything. It just means that we can regurgitate information in a lab environment. Like it doesn't really prove anything in the real world, because the real world and what we learn in school, those are 2 completely different things, right? Like we
And
can
how
be
did we
book
ever
smart
get to
all
the
we
point?
want, but if we can't apply it to the real world, like it means nothing. It's like, oh, I got a PhD in this or whatever.
And how did we
Yeah.
ever get to the point to where they tell us what we ought to teach our children, and if we don't teach our children what they claim that they need to know, that they can come in and take your children from you? When did, like, that should have been the first warning sign.
Oh, you
It should have
mean
stopped back then.
you mean CPS, quote unquote, Child Protective Services? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Well,
when
like
they
it's more likely to get your kids are if any kid in the system is like 6 times more likely to get any put in, fill in X, any kind of assault. Real safe.
Well, if you're talking about the CPS just swooping in and taking their kids, well, it's like, well, yeah, because they're taking back their property, right? Because we are the government's property in a sense. And I'm not talking about the living, breathing, the human being, right? Because you have human being and you have a person. Those are 2 completely different things. You got artificial person and you got natural person. Well, you don't want to be either one of those, because that is associated with your corporation in your name. That's what the birth certificate is all about. Our parents sign that, and we're basically doomed for failure unless we turn the ship around, we change the heading, to learn the law of the land and the law of God, right? Which I think the law of God is probably prevails everything else, right? Because
100%.
why should we be answering to man, right? The maritime or admiralty law, like that is the law of man, and I mean, you look throughout history and your life, and you got to ask yourself, well, should we be listening to man? I mean, just take a look around. Man has caused whatever we call this that we're living in right now. It's like, is that really something that we want to follow, right? And into their footsteps, right? So I think we should learn more about law and be able to stand up for ourselves, because
Yeah.
what's happening here is we are the government's property. I mean,
Well,
even though
jurisdiction is key.
even though it's a fictitious corporation, that still has weight to it if we don't use our words to say, no, you will not harass me anymore, right? Basically telling the government, hey, fuck off. That's really what it comes down to. By us being mute, we're like, okay, you can do that.
Well, the most important thing and the key is on one on each far, like the yin and the yang, the far end of the spectrum, is on their end of the spectrum is jurisdiction, and on your end of the spectrum is identity, domain. So, yeah, if you learn, but see here, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like I have so many thoughts run through my head that I can't say them all at once. And if I say one, then I have to be clear about that and support that with another one. It's like it's really deep to get into. Like it just really bugs me. It's the fact that there is something that you have to learn in life, other that you can't just be born and you can't just live and have the free will to live as a free individual unless you learn enough about the system and learn their definitions and their laws to free yourself. Like you're not born. Are you what? Are you born into slavery? Are you born as their property? It's like, so can your parents actually have dominion and jurisdiction over you when you're born, that they can give over authority and jurisdiction to you, to someone else? I don't think so. Like it's all under duress, and it's all, before you become adults. When you become adult and you're of age, like I don't know. I'm very that's a very deep, intricate subject right there. Like I just
No, you're exactly right. I'm glad you said that, because to sign something under duress, I think that basically means you are signing it because you were forced to, under threat, and that you do not consent to whatever you're signing to, but you're doing so, right, to be like, okay, here, I signed it. Otherwise, a bad circumstance might occur, right? So, okay, I signed this under duress, right?
and you
As
can
opposed
you
to
can
just not
sign
signing it
your
at all.
and you can sign your driver's license and put U.D underneath your name and show that it's under duress, which would, like, you're not making the free decision to do it because it's under duress, that if you don't do it. But how far will that go? It's just a simple fact that to be able to, like, if you want to participate in, quote, the system, unquote, okay, then there's rules of the system. But if you don't want to participate in the system will come after you, so you still have to know the system. You can't just be a free individual who's like, okay, I own this land, I inherited this land, I'm just gonna live on this land that I inherited. No, they're gonna come in and claim that you have to pay money to them to keep your land but that's, then there goes with the law and the definition. So instead of having the title, you need the deed. Deed shows ownership. The title does not. And that's all most people have, are titles to things. But then even if you do that, it's like you live on your land. It's like, okay, I want to produce milk. I want to harvest milk from the cows, have the cows to produce milk, and I want to produce, some farmland, have some farmland and produce some crops. And so if I need this thing over here, I'm going to go trade some of these crops. But then the FDA will come in, so you still have to know the system. It's like it's all under. It's tyrannical, it's under duress, it's oppression, and you can't choose. It's like there is no free will. You're not even born into free. I don't see, this is something that as of recently I have intention with, I guess, within myself. Because I wondered, like, do I have free will? I don't feel like I do. I don't feel like I ever did. The things that cause these neurons to fire in your brain, and you get these neural pathways that are, produced from certain experiences and everything. Like the experiences that I had up until I was of age to produce my own experiences, produced already a certain functionality within my brain that I had no control over. And into a system that even if I don't want to participate, it's still got so much control. It's like where free will is so limited. Like people say that we have free will as if it's just all you got to do is just choose to use your free will. But it's the only thing. I don't know. It just doesn't feel to me like there's much free will.
Definitely. It does seem that way. What I do know is they are pummeling us with paperwork from the day we were born. And they're just like, good luck. Right. I wish I had all the answers for all this. So I would really, really like to know.
I think knowing the laws is such a big deal.
Sure.
That was another thing that I picked up along the way as far as contract law when it comes to possessions and ownership is. That's why they operate with titles and not deeds. But the thing you want is the deed.
If we have to endlessly pay for property tax until the day we die, I'm sorry, that is not free. That is complete opposite of being free.
Yeah, well, if you have to pay property tax, I mean, you're not, you don't own shit. You're just renting it from the government.
Exactly. Well, aren't we renting everything? Like, what do we actually own?
And then when you leave it to, as an inheritance, they have to pay an inheritance tax. They have to pay tax on it to inherit it. And then they have to pay taxes on it to keep it.
If you buy a new car, you got to pay taxes on it. You sell that car, they have to pay taxes on it. And then you sell that car again to someone else, they have to pay taxes on it. It just never ends. How many people need to pay tax on the same car where the taxes were already paid for when it was brand new? It's complete nonsense.
It really is. And then, like, the other thing, it just drives me nuts is like, how the fuck are there so many of these drones that are just like, it's how it is. Like, you guys are just crazy. I'm like, dude, I am not crazy. Like, you are. I mean, you should have just had a spine. Like, you didn't even need a brain. Like, it's insane, dude. Like, I don't
Well,
know.
look, this is how it is. This is propaganda 101. Okay, it's a complete inversion. Everything that they teach us in grade school is a complete opposite of the truth. It's completely upside down. So then when we graduate, our world is upside down, right? And then trying to learn the truth is right side up. So now all of a sudden, when you see everything upside down and all of a sudden the truth is right side up, it's a complete 180 degrees. It makes no sense. It's like alienating, right? So basically when we discover what the truth is and then we're trying to talk to people who are still upside down, well, it's alienating. It's it makes no sense at all. It's just like, oh, you're crazy. It's just
That's a good question.
the insane people are sane and the sane people are insane. See, all the
It's the
people who say,
money.
"Oh, I'm sane," no, you're not. And all the people that are insane are actually the ones that are sane because just think of how
Can I ask
crazy
a question?
we look to normies, right?
Right. I have a question regarding that. So, would you say if your understanding of the reality and the world around you is closer to truth, or is the truth, while everyone else has the view of something that's not the truth, it's upside down as you described just now, would you say that person that has realized the truth would be able to make more things work and to predict what will happen in reality better than the person that has a completely false understanding of reality?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so what you just described is really interesting to me because I have not found in this community where this realization is made that we've been lied to about how the world works, about physics basically, and that where this is a huge indoctrination undertaking, and the realization and being closer to truth means the realization that this is all a lie. I have not found anyone that made that realization to be able to even explain the basics of what I have been taught in school, much less make better predictions. And I've been in this for like more than a decade now. I'm really trying. I'm really trying to find people that are experts in this matter, that have knowledge and that attempt to further the understanding of how the world works. You know, that have realized, okay, what we taught is wrong, but that means that there is much more to discover and much more to understand about the place we live in. And I've not found, like, there is no progress. Not even progress. Like, it's all I've been finding is ad hoc compartmentalization and removal of knowledge. It's the farthest I've gotten is like, yeah, we can't know that because we can't go there, or we can't know that because we don't have the necessary access and stuff. But even so, if the realization that you've made is closer to truth, as you just said, you should be able to make better predictions. So you should be able to explain if what you've realized is closer to the truth than what all the world thinks. Then you should be able to explain how this trick works. But not even the very basics of that knowledge are present.
So we don't have to go there to know there, right? We can just
That's not
figure
what
that
I
someone
said.
else has done it, or it's in a book somewhere.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, sorry.
What I've said is, I've asked if your understanding of reality is closer to the truth, or is the truth, while someone else's understanding of reality, which conflicts with that, is some distortion of reality that's upside down, and some false understanding of reality.
Oh man, but that could be what you have as well, right? Yeah. So, like, the thing is, I wish you guys really had like solid evidence, and you just destroy me in my silly little ideas. You know, I wish that would happen, and maybe other people too. But hey, it's not, and I'm sad that it's not, because it means that you guys are not good at this to the degree which almost means like you're probably just deluded in thinking that
You're jumping to conclusions about my position in the first place. Okay,
that's okay.